A very good morning and welcome to day 2 at Goodwood Revival 2024. This weekend we'll be celebrating the only person to win World Championships on both 2 and 4 wheels, the legendary John Surtees.
Big John was a regular patron here at Goodwood in its heyday and in its second coming with Festival of Speed and Revival. This year marks 60 years since Surtees won his Formula One World Championship. And what better way to celebrate this incredible man than another round at this historic motor circuit.
We're about to get underway with racing today at day 2 for Goodwood Revival. Let's take a look at what's coming up. So to kick things off at 9 a.m, we're going to see those Myers Manx beach buggies go round the track once again, followed by the first race of the day at 9:35 a.m. for the Goodwood Trophy. We'll then have another practice session for the RAC TT celebration at 10:10 a.m. The motorbikes will then see their first race go off the line for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy Part 1 at 11:05. The kids will then take to the track for the Settrington Cup Part 1 at 11:45, followed by race 4 for the Fordwater Trophy at 12:30.
And in the afternoon, we'll be looking to take the John Surtees tribute at 1:50 and then a cracker at the St Mary's Trophy Part 1. It's always a good race. That'll be coming up at 2:30. 3:25 sees the Madrid Cup, and at 4:10 we'll be celebrating that straight 6 Jaguar XK engine, 75 years old. 4:40 is the Whitsun Trophy presented by Sky Cinema, and then at 5:35 we'll be racing into the dusk with those glamorous, elegant GT cars.
Well, we've got a much drier start to the day, which we're grateful for, but I'm sure all the drivers and riders are grateful for as well. David and I have been joined by one of our commentators, Alice Powell. Lovely to see you, Alice. Now, yesterday was a wet one, wasn't it? And you were commentating on plenty of the races. What did you see from the commentary box? What was one of the highlights in between all the rain and umbrellas?
Well, luckily I was nice and dry in the commentary box. It was nice and warm and toasty, but some great action on track, as always, but I think a massive shout out to Goodwood, who kept the racing and the practicing going, and to all the drivers as well, who there's a lot of standing water out there, so tricky conditions. They managed to, most of them, keep it on track, which is great to see, and also to the marshals out there. Without them, we wouldn't be racing, and they had to brave it out there in the rain too.
Yeah.
Yes, it was raining. They did a fantastic job, but we're forgetting about that today. We're looking forward. We're being optimistic.
Nearly sunny.
It's sunny. What are you looking forward to today, Alice?
It has to be the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 that we're going to see this afternoon. We've got some great star drivers in the race. We've got, actually, interestingly, because the Mini Coopers worked really well in the rain compared to some of the bigger V8s. So at the first couple of spots, we've got Alex Buncombe and Steve Soper in the Minis. We're expecting their race to be dry. And then behind them, we've got Jake Hill in the Plymouth, a big V8. A bit further back, we've got Andy Prix in the big V8 as well, the Ford Galaxy. And it's going to be an exciting run down to turn 1 because the Minis obviously are nowhere near as quick as the big V8s. And just produced great racing. Last year, it was a massive highlight for me, and I'm expecting the same again this year.
it's great when it turns up like that. It's almost like the magic mix of having the minis at the front because of the weather and all those powerful cars behind. It's going to be spectacular.
It is, and we're expecting showers as well. So maybe we'll have a shower in the race and it'll all turn it upside down. So who knows? I just can't wait.
Yeah, it might be tricky conditions today, but like you say, a star-studded lineup we're going to be in for. I'm just going to mention as well, Alice, we've obviously got the Settrington Cup coming up. Now, can you give us a few details about that race? Because it's one of the races that's quite different to the rest of them.
Yeah, so a lot of the drivers, their children will take part in the race. So they're all lining up on the start-finish line, sort of a Le Mans style start, and they'll be pedalling away. And they take it very seriously. You were speaking to some of the drivers' parents yesterday, and they've been out practicing prior to this. So it's a kids' race, but I can tell you now, it's serious stuff.
It's very serious stuff. Tears and tantrums, and that's just the parents.
Yes, and unlike the rest of the races, they don't get any practice either, so they're going to be going straight off the line. And speaking of the line, we've got our very own Ed Foster, who's down on the grid now. Ed, what are you looking out for today?
Well, thank you very much. We've got so much to look forward to today. I live by a very simple mantra in life, never leave people wanting more. So here I am, dressed again in a Hawaiian shirt, ready for some beach buggies coming up. A little bit earlier, we had two men of God behind me and a marching band, which was a little incongruous, but things will make more sense any second while I'm surrounded by Manx beach buggies. We've got so much to look forward to. I'm going to be in the assembly area. I'm going to be chatting to all the drivers before they go out on circuit, and then speaking to those lucky podium finishers, first, second and third on the circuit before they do their victory lap. So action-packed day. In about 2 minutes, I'm assured I will not look so weird standing on the start-finish line in my Hawaiian get-up, which is actually very comfortable. I'll have some Manx beach buggies. So come back to me in a bit, and I can talk you through them in a moment.
Oh, he doesn't look weird at all. I love how much he's embracing the Hawaiian summery vibes with the beach buggies.
David, you need to turn up like that tomorrow and put a bit more effort in. Come on.
Alice, is a good idea.
Ed can pull that off. And I actually think he lost a bet, and that's why he's wearing it, but I think he quite likes it.
I didn't lose the bet. I think he just made that up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he said as well, it's quite comfy, so I'm sure he'll want to be wearing it for as long as possible. Well, we'll be watching from around the Goodwood site. Alice, we'll let you get back to the commentary box, but for now, we'll go up to the team there.
Thank you very much. Yes, really looking forward to the start of the second day of the Goodwood Revival. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you at the moment, and we're looking forward to that parade coming out very, very shortly that Ed's been telling us about, of course, the Mayor's Manx for the beach buggies that will be heading out onto the track. And in fact, I think a few of them are already appearing, so lovely to see. And as we say, the weather a little bit better this morning, although actually yesterday when they did the parade it wasn't too bad. We got more rain later on, but it's a wonderful opportunity to get the day underway, isn't it, Bruce?
Oh, it is, and it really put a smile on my face. I think one of the glories the Goodwood Revival isn't just the racing, it's the things you didn't expect to see. And I certainly think for the Myers Manx, 60 years we're celebrating, but they're moving right up to the present day, and we had a launch here yesterday. Let's take a look at that.
So we're just having a little look at the launch here. Yeah, this is fun. The Mayor's Manx and the new electric version of the beach buggy. And Duke of Richmond, part of all that, unveiling the new car. And I was talking to a couple of people earlier on about how now that Bruce Mayers sadly passed away a few years ago, he was the man behind really the original beach buggies. He wasn't the only one, but he was the one that created probably the most stylish design that people really went for. And nowadays the company has been sort of retaken over by some key people who are doing a really fine job from what I've heard. Freeman Thomas is a part of it. He's been a concept designer for the likes of VW and Ford over the years. So they've got some top people and they're doing a lovely job.
And of course it's almost an Aston Martin vein, because of course Richard Gauntlet is part of the equation as well. So son of Victor, who kept Aston Martin going in the 1970s. So he's deeply involved. But 60 years of celebration. about 9 o'clock, or in fact, bang on 9 o'clock, the bang will come. We're going to launch the day. But again, just another great Goodwood feature, something to keep people on their toes and shake their coffee in their cups.
Yes, there's some pretty amazing equipment here this weekend, not only on the track, but on the side of the track as well. Of course, the aircraft, we saw a lovely little air display this morning. We didn't manage to see much of one yesterday, but there was an air display just a little while ago, and you're about to see this set off as well. And we'll see a lot more of this sort of machinery in some ways when we do the D-Day celebration tomorrow. That's going to be a massive part. You can see some of the machinery actually there on our picture right now that we'll be taking to the track tomorrow and then parking up as well, and we'll be talking about that a great deal. Of course, at 80 years since the D-Day of World War II, which was an absolutely crucial part of winning World War II, but it was a massive transport, really, that it was all about. And you know, Goodwood, that's what we're talking about: transport, 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or track, or tanks, whatever you want to talk about.
Traditionally on the infield we have quite a lot of military machinery, but this year it's going to be something extraordinary. If people come to the Goodwood Revival thinking they're going to see single-seaters, touring cars, sports cars, there's always so much more. Of course, aviation a huge part, but this year for people at the circuit, if they go to the infield just inside Woodcote, alongside the Lavant Strait, it is chock full of military history.
Beautiful Spitfire too, as well, the aircraft that was so important in World War II. So this is all part and parcel, as you say, of Goodwood, and every event you come to at Goodwood, you see bizarrely different things, and that's what's so fascinating. Get around. If you're here at Goodwood today, then do get around the whole circuit, get around to see what else is on. If you're watching us online, it's lovely to have you with us as well, and we will be showing you all sorts of displays as well as the races that are coming up. So we are starting with a display. This is not a race, this is a display of the beach buggy celebrating the 60 years since that Mayor's Manx really got created, and many of these beach buggies are the Mayor's Manx versions.
Absolutely so, but it comes with that sort of period thrum of the VW engine, and of course, to me, if you just sort of squint and imagine you're in San Francisco or further south in California in the 60s or the 70s, this was the culture. But a man full of culture is down on the grid. His name is Ed Hawaii Foster.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. So we now have Mayor's Manx beach buggies. I look a little bit more normal. Something you might have noticed yesterday when these were going around the track in the wet is they were really nervous, and they have a short chassis, a shortened Volkswagen Beetle chassis, and I can tell you I've got an off-road buggy back up in Scotland, and on the road it is horrible. It's almost undrivable, but these things off-road are fantastic. They were hugely dominant in dune racing. They broke loads of records. We've got a guy here whose shirt really I'm a great admirer of. Now, am I right in thinking you've come from Germany?
Yes, from Stuttgart.
Amazing. And did you drive this over?
Yes, but on the trailer.
Okay, and so how long have you had this?
I have it since March and just finished the restoration on last Sunday.
Fantastic. Well, it looks brilliant. Have you having a good weekend?
Yes, very nice weekend we have here.
Fantastic. Look, thank you so much. Enjoy the circuit. Let's see who else we've got here. They built about 6,000 of these in period. We've obviously got all the Mayor's Manx beach buggies up here, and then further back. Let's head further back. We've got a lot of people chatting there. And the ones further back are basically other beach buggies inspired by the same ethos as the Mayor's Manx. I must compliment you on your shirt. Fantastic choice, sir.
It's matched to the car.
Yes, so is this your car?
Yes, it is.
And do you get to drive this much?
Well, I've never driven it here before, but I've been to the ice race on it, been on ice with it.
Really? Did you have a go on the ice with it?
Yes, I did.
And was it lethal? Was it okay?
It was a little bit bumpy because some of the studded cars kind of chopped up the track for us, but it was a hell of a lot of fun.
And it's such a short chassis, is it quite hard to keep in a straight line on the ice?
It's hard to keep in a straight line anywhere. But what's special about this car is that it has a Porsche 356 motor in it. It's not a VW based.
Right, lovely. So you got plenty of power.
Well, enough. It doesn't weigh anything, so.
Fantastic. Look, enjoy it. Do you know what? There are Hawaiian shirts everywhere. This is fantastic. There's even more over here. Let's go and speak to this guy who not only has an Hawaiian shirt, but has a fantastic mullet. Cracking shirts. How's the car going? Is it running all right?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's a little bit wet, but the car's running well. So hopefully we can all stay facing the right way and just take it nice and easy.
It's an amazing kind of cult, this Mayor's Manx group, and you all know each other, don't you, and get on quite well?
Oh yeah, where it's just like show after show after show. It's like the end of the summer. It really, really is when you're in a beach buggy.
And how was it yesterday in the pouring rain?
It's still good fun, smiles on our faces, but now it's a bit dry. Get the roof off, so it's all good.
Fantastic. Enjoy your trip around the circuit. Let's go and look. There's one here with an amazing tip-up roof. Thank you. That's quite noisy. With a surfboard as well. Wow, they've all got fantastic horns. I'm loving this roof and surfboard. Do you surf?
No, not at all.
Have you ever even been in the water?
No, I just bought the surfboard a few weeks ago in Cornwall. We're from the Netherlands. We were on holiday and I got the invitation for Goodwood, so I had to mount it on my beach buggy, my Myers Manx. I built it myself.
Fantastic. Look, we're being told to get off the circuit, so back up to the commentary box.
Thanks, Ed. And it's lovely hearing people from all over the world, actually. And I met up with a Dutch guy earlier as well, another one, Danny Andreas, who he's building quite a lot of versions now. He's got totally into beach buggies, a bit of an artist himself, and he's got very, very involved. And met an American too, who's come over to drive a beach buggy. He's very much a beach buggy man out in California himself, so he's also taking one of the beach buggies around. So it's wonderful that we've got this collection of people. There we are. We finally got the shot, the starting shot to get everything underway here, Bruce.
Yeah, and a magnificent smoke ring from the right barrel as we look at it there. So that's almost the cue for the cars, the buggies, the dune buggies, we should call them, not beach buggies, going out around the circuit. But yesterday they were trying to put on a brave face in wind and the rain just arriving. But today it's a dry circuit for them, and something a lot of people would have seen as posters on television when they were in the 60s and 70s, and not only California had beach buggies, also Ben in Europe as well, so people did enjoy them this side of the pond.
Yeah, well, here we go. Lovely opportunity to watch and see these machines heading out. So as we were talking about, very much based on the VW Beetle. And the one at the back, you can see the yellow is virtually a VW Beetle, just slightly modified, whereas most of these machines have got Volkswagen Beetle chassis, shortened version with fiberglass bodywork that was created, and it was certainly the American that we're sort of celebrating who did such a great job of all this. Bruce Myers, the Californian, he came up with the idea of creating the shapes. He was a bit of an artist himself as well as a designer, and so many of these buggies out there are the Myers Manx, but there are some British-made ones as well. The GP Speed Shop, based in Hanworth and Middlesex, created plenty as well. UK Volts Rod, that was another version, and we have got a few of those. Isn't it lovely to see, though? Families are out there, friends, all having a little opportunity to have a little tour around this Goodwood circuit before it all gets underway with some serious racing in a little while.
Yeah, and there's more variety than you realise. It's not just different colours and mildly different body shapes. There are four-seaters there as well, including one we saw leading the field around yesterday. Not just 4 seats, but wicker seats on board. And it was owned by the Hilton Hotel Group to ferry some of their guests around the various sites. Only one skeleton, as far as I can see. That's just departed bottom left from screen. So people are having a lot of fun. And the scarcely shopped VW Beetle is the one 3 cars back on the left-hand side with the sort of mid-1970s Formula 1, Formula 2 air scooper top.
Yes,
slightly unnecessary, but very entertaining.
It is entertaining to see, yeah, absolutely right. And as you can see, most of them are 2-seater. There are some slightly longer versions that are 4-seater. That was a slightly more rare thing. Of course, when they were competing and doing things like the Baja, which they were successful in, because that was part, they were built as fun really initially, but when Bruce Meyer got involved in building them and then seeing that actually they could be competitive with 2-wheeled motorbikes off-road, and they certainly proved to be extremely competitive.
Yeah, they were made to jump over the dunes, but of course what you don't notice so much is just how light they were. You think about most American 4-wheeled equipment at the time, they could add power, but they weren't very good at removing weight. This is the way of going the opposite way. Smaller VW engine, but lightness was the key. And fun, of course. Oh, and shirts.
Indeed. Some are right-hand, a lot of right-hand drive ones here, of course, in the UK. Notice there are a few left-hand drive ones also here this weekend. And steering wheels actually are quite a big part. Somebody was telling me that that's quite a thing on some of the buggies based on the VW steering wheel, but almost too big in a buggy. And sometimes you've got some very tiny steering wheels as well.
Well, it's good for working the arms, isn't it? Arms and shoulders and your torso. But for a lot of people, it was the dream of vaulting over dunes, but the reality was maybe not quite as glamorous as that. But there are certain beaches in the UK you are allowed to go out on. bit few and far between, but think Pendine Sands in South Wales, fantastic stretch, of course, a place where people used to try and set speed records in all sorts of machinery, but it's fun. You're sitting out in the elements. They couldn't do an enormous top speed, but let's face it, 70 miles an hour in one of these would feel like about 150 in a car with doors and windows.
Absolutely. I was talking to the Californian who's here, Andy Carlson, and he's driving one of these buggies, friends of his. He's got his own buggy out in California, and I was asking him, you know, do you get this sort of gathering of buggies? And he said, actually, I'm impressed with the number we've got here at Goodwood. Yeah, and he'd never been to Goodwood before. He was very impressed by the number here. But he did say in California there's an annual one. They normally get about 300 together. But interestingly, even in California, he said, presumably you're allowed to use the beaches a bit more. He said, no, not really. You know, modern world, you're not really allowed to take these out on the beaches, even in California. They do quite a lot of desert stuff, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be their likely retreat. Oh, I like the luggage. Luggage wheels, never sure. Should carry your own, I reckon. But there we have it going through. But they're packed for a long journey. That's on German plates. Quite a few have come over from Germany, so I will allow them the luggage attachment.
Majority, as we say, do have the VW engine, but some, as we've already heard, had some more powerful machinery like Corvairs, some Porsche engines, or certainly modified VW semi-Porsche engines in some of them, not very many. Most of them are the Volkswagen engines. A lot of them are the 1600cc flat four that was in the VW Beetle.
And some great liveries as well. This one's come from Austria, from the Salzburg region, and well, you could almost say it's the Austrian flag, the red and white up the middle, but a little bit of candy paint there. But orange seems to be the predominant colour. But I'm always actually, I'm very glad. Just as I said that, I was going to say I always quite like the light green metallic ones when one comes into view. Gold, heart of gold. Again, many custom liveries. You went down to have a look at them on the infield. Great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's Dave Fisher, actually. That's one he said that's one of his originals that he hasn't updated it, but in its time. He's been involved in building beach buggies since the 1970s. He was involved at that period when beach buggies in the UK really came on high in the early 1970s, and I think he was building around 73, 74. He's still involved. His company, Kingfisher Customs, is still very involved in these.
Well, just as you said that, 3 buggies went past on plates from 1971, 72 and 73, as if to prove your point. But yes, it was a time when it was something different, something exciting, and also there were quite a lot of early VW Beetles that were maybe requiring a different purpose. So there are your donor engines.
That's very true, yeah. They're getting a checkered flag, but they get another a lap to do, of course. And it's lovely, the sound of the motors as well as the horns is very unique, and I do hope everybody's soaking it up and enjoying it. Yeah, there you are, L registration on that one as well from the early 70s.
Yeah, great to see, and just fun, and also just to see so many. You just realise how much work goes into organising all these parades at Goodwood. You know, if it's built around, we've got John Surtees later, 75 years of just achieved, you know, 60 years since he got his first four-wheeled world championship. Just extraordinary. So you can build it around someone's career, but when you're building it around something like this, it's really, you can spread the net very wide indeed, but I think it's been a call to arms. And as we heard with Ed Foster down on the grid, some of the British drivers say it's an endless summer for them, you know, fitting in with shows here, shows there, and again, so much fun to be had, meeting like-minded people.
Absolutely right, yeah. It's lovely to see this huge collection and very much celebrating the fact that there's that new electric version as well that's been created, that got launched. They are moving forward well with these machines, and apparently there is, with Paul Bruce Mayers passing away just a couple of years ago, it's almost picked up more interest apparently in America too, because there's so many people have the history of having buggies in the past that it's almost created more interest again in recreating some of them, getting them restored, and even maybe buying these newer versions with the electric power. So opportunities to have fun with them wherever.
Yes, I went into Earls Court yesterday to take a look at the display and the new electric one, and I'm now thinking of building a tiki bar at home. Look great fun with the little thatched roof and people moving around, the Hawaiian music. I jest, but only a little bit.
No, it does sound great. It does sound really good. So they're around the latter part of the lap now to bring them back in, and this will be the end of the first parade of the day. But as you said, we're going to be enjoying plenty of parades as well as races once we get everything underway here.
It's rather nice to see today the circuit is dry for them. Yesterday there was quite a lot of spray coming off the rain that just started to fall, and it carried on falling pretty much through until about 6 o'clock, just ahead of the first of races, the Sussex Trophy race yesterday evening at 6:30, where finally it became dry. But the smiles were big yesterday, they're even more today. But we're getting a rotation of drivers and passengers. Everyone wants to have a go in these Meyer Manx buggies and other ones of a similar ilk. But a good fun way to start the day, the second day of the revival.
I have to say, these machines will be extremely good on the wet car parks too, because they've got an engine sitting over the rear wheels, which gives it an awful lot of traction. They're only two-wheel drive, of course, like a VW Beetle, but when you've got the engine sitting over the rear wheels, and they use big chunky tyres. Some of them, I was looking around the park where they are all based, and some of them have got some very chunky tyres on them.
Yeah, massive rear tyres. That was the thing that really caught my eye when I went down to take a look. Some even quite big front tyres as well. But initially, I reckon those early ones, they would have had rather narrow rubber to go and play out in Baja.
Just there with the stripe on it there. That is the man I was speaking to, Randy Carlson from America, who's driving that one, and that one's been rejigged. It's been sort of originally based on the Steve McQueen car. I'm not sure if you've seen that out again this morning, this Steve McQueen film car.
From the Thomas Crown Affair.
Yeah, from the Thomas Crown Affair. I'm not sure we've seen that out on track just yet, but that other one is based on that as well. So yeah, Steve McQueen. Fantastic history.
I have a feeling that was sitting back in the infield. I thought I saw when we were looking at the field gun, there was one car that still seemed to be there, but that was just the point they're having on the circuit, so I could be wrong. But all sorts of shapes and sizes, but the critical profile is the Myers Manx, the buggy that started it all and heralded just decades of fun.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Dave Fisher as well, actually, he was telling me how he won the British Off-Road Championship in one of these machines back in the 1970s. And that was all part and parcel of the fun and games to have with these. So they're heading back in now, and I do hope everyone's enjoyed watching this lovely display. They will be back out again tomorrow morning on our final day for the Goodwood Revival, but there is a lovely opportunity to absorb, and that is the team that are very, very involved in beach buggies and taking their own pictures as well. Track, as you can see, it's actually quite a nice shot of the track conditions. We've still got a few little damp patches around, and we are getting ready for the first race of the day to be getting underway shortly, the Goodwood Trophy. So the track is not fully dry, that's for sure. It's going to make life a little bit challenging, but it is going to be drying out quite quickly.
I think that's okay also, because the cars that go out in the Goodwood Trophy race are largely pre-war cars. They don't really require as much grip as others. They're stirred by the throttle, mainly the IRAs. So I think we'll get away and they will soon dry the track. But great to have the day launched by the buggies. They'll be back again tomorrow. Again, setting the show rolling at 9 o'clock. Myers Manx, 60 years, but from ancient, well, from 60 years to modern. We've got the electric one sitting in Earl's Court Motor Show. It was launched yesterday, was delivered to the circuit in great style. And I think a lot of people might be going, oh, that itch that I didn't realise I had does now require a scratch.
Yeah, that's right. I think it has stirred people up once again, as I mentioned, those late 60s, early 70s, when in the UK these buggies became incredibly popular. And we had other manufacturers getting involved, some lovely names. There were 15 manufacturers in the UK at one point, apparently, in that early 70s. Amazing that there were 15 manufacturers, names like Buggle Rat, Shark, the Manta Ray, Hustler, Vulture, the Power Bug. There were all sorts of machines. Some of them are still around. Some of them, of course, have disappeared a little bit over the years.
Yeah, the nature of the beats, but it's just so good to see so many, actually from the mid-60s through to the mid-70s. So it just goes to show what an epic design it was. It worked. Let's take a look at the highlights.
So, yes, it all kicked off. Getting the first part of the Goodwood Revival on day 2 underway, and lovely to see so many pairings and sometimes 4 people in the longer versions of these buggies. That rather unique one that is still a VW Beetle, not much modified, whereas all the others are very much VW Beetle chassis that have been shortened and then with fiberglass bodywork. But what a wonderful view, and the opportunity to be out in the dry today. Certainly we saw more smiles than we saw yesterday, although they did enjoy it yesterday as well.
Dune buggy, tick. Hawaiian shirt, tick. Surfboard, tick. Smile on face, absolutely. So the Myers Manx display has got us rolling on the Saturday here at the Goodwood Revival, celebrating 60 years since Bruce Myers started the ball rolling, and it's been a fabulous way to make people start the day with a bang, with a smile, and that VW Thrub. Fabulous.
gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fun fair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
I love seeing those beach buggies go around the track every morning. It's almost like a ritual to encourage the sun to come out. And so far, we're staying dry. But there's also an area for visitors to go, which encourages those beach vibes. We've got a tiki bar and surfboards, a bit of sand for people to enjoy. There's so many nooks and crannies around the Goodwood site. Now, Imi, you've joined us again, and you've been exploring the site to its fullest, especially with the Revive and Thrive initiative. So have you seen many people dressed Hawaiian, a bit like our Ed Foster or shorts? I'm sure I saw lots of people embracing it in the rain yesterday.
Yes, there's a lot of Hawaii and tiki vibes going on here, and actually a lot of cowboys. There's a Western theme happening at Goodwood this year, but so much of the 40s, the 50s, and the attention to detail is astounding. Yesterday I was taking pictures, just zooming in on the shoes, on the seams, on the tights, on the little hair accessories, so I'll be back to doing that today as well. But I don't always want to have my digital phone out. You really want to participate, no, throw the mic away, in this big Revive and Thrive that is going on. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I love this 40s and 50s theme here on the aerodrome. We've got these host and hostesses, pilots walking around in period uniform. But we talked yesterday about you going dancing. Did you manage to pull that off in the rain yesterday?
Today I'm going to be going dancing. A little bit of a boogie happening in the Revive and Thrive area. It really was. I could have stayed there all day long, and I pretty much did actually, because I didn't make it to the dance tent yet. And so I'll be there this afternoon, hotting it up on the dance floor with a little shimmy and all the numbers.
Yeah, it goes to show as well, there's so much to see that you've not even managed to get there yet. So we'll definitely stay tuned for that to see what you get up to and what kind of dancing you do. But for now, we're about to get underway with our first race. So we're going to throw over to our own Karun Chantuk, who's going to talk us through the Goodwood circuit.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off-camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's, first goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink, heading towards Woodcote. A long, long right-hander with the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curbs and the walls on the inside line. Get all of this right, and you will be the winner across the line.
Thanks for that, Karun. Although he didn't quite explain there what to do if it's chucking it down with rain like it was yesterday. There was lots of standing water, and we saw plenty of drifting going on yesterday, didn't we?
It was chaos out there, but I think the guys kept it pretty much on track. The guys
Definitely.
and girls driving around. And, you know, hopefully that track guy's a little bit more what it should be today. So, you know, we've got all that qualifying out the way yesterday. But Saturday at Revival is all about the racing. And the first one up is the Goodwood Trophy.
Gearing up for our first race of the day. Looking forward to this one. The Goodwood Trophy already out on track, getting ready on that formation. That Grand Prix and Voiturette cars and historic racing specials that raced between the years 1930 and 1951. And guiding you through this one is myself, Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Bruce Jones. And I mean, Bruce, it's quite a diverse lineup, especially on the front row. We've got a Fraser Nash and an ERA and a BRM.
Yeah, carried on. The fourth car is different as well. It's an Alta, so it just goes to show the diversity of cars. And these cars, bear in mind, they were racing here when the circuit opened in 1948. A lot of the machinery, in fact, the majority of the machinery was pre-war, because clearly hostilities meant no cars were built. And the car that's starting on pole position, Pat Blatney Edwards, there it is, car number 21. It's a single-seater, the Monoposto Fraser Nash. That was a works car, ran at Brooklands and Donington Park. Of course, when it was doing that, that was when the mighty Silver Arrows rode it, Malta Union Mercedes. But one of the favourite cars of the time, but it didn't have a lot of success, but by golly, it made a good noise. Number 5 is the BRM, and Rob Hall is driving that, and this is an exquisite car. It makes the very, very best sound. But in period, it had so much promise, but it didn't always deliver. Let's take a look. 1950.
Absolutely, and this one getting ready to line up third on the grid at the wheel of Rob Hall. But of course, Reg Parnell, who won the first trophy race, well, you go way back to 1948 at the wheel of a Maserati, that was. So probably got lots of Maseratis in the field, but this just demonstrating, I mean, the power this kind of car had, over 600 horsepower as well, 1.5 litres. Car designed 70 years ago, still going strong today. And I mean, looking at how close you could get to the cars on the circuit as well.
And also,
wonderful scenes.
And also yesterday, of course, we even had the period rain, but today it is dry. But Reg Parnell, a lot of success, and 30,000 plus moving parts in that BRM. No wonder it failed from time to time. But let us go down. We've seen Rob Hall driving around to the grid. Ed Foster has caught up with him, and he is deeply involved with everything to do with that fabulous BRM.
Rick, you've got Rob here on the front row in your BRM. It's reminiscent of Goodwood in the 50s, isn't it?
It is, absolutely, and it's been really the object of the exercise to build this car, because John Owen and the Owens, John in particular, remembers the 3 V16s on the front row here when he was a 7-year-old lad, and he still remembers the noise and the sound, and he wanted, before his time's up, to hear that sound again. And so it's been a hell of a project, and we've learned a lot, and we've learned a lot of the problems they had in period, and hopefully today we can finish the race in a good position, and we'll be really happy.
And what did you see his face when this first went out on track, this car?
John's? Yeah. Oh yeah, each time we've run it, there's a big smile on his face. You know, the first time we tested it, you know, it was, I looked over at him and he was beaming. Yeah, the sound is so reminiscent of when he was a lad. Yeah.
Brilliant. Look, Rick, thank you so much for doing the project, because I know it wasn't easy.
Well, that's motor racing, isn't it?
Cheers. I hope it goes well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there it is, the BRM Type 50 Mark 1. At the wheel will be Rob Hall, who lines up in third. I mean, truly a testament to British engineering, that.
Yeah, I mean, Hall and Hall, that was Father Rick who was talking to Ed Foster, Rob on board. They have been integral to this, as well as restoring amazing cars over the years. But this has been the project of projects. So many drawings required to get it going. Middle of the front row, dry conditions today, but it was very, very wet when they were out on the track yesterday. It was also so dark, Harry, when we were commentating on this, that you couldn't see out of the commentary box, but you could hear the BRM. It was the only car you could pick out. Coming down the start-finish straight past the pits and the grandstand, the noise that V16 makes is still something very, very special indeed.
It's going to be one to watch off the line as well, but it's got stiff competition in the form of the ERA A-Type R3A Mark Gillies, a 4-time winner around here as well in the Goodwood Trophy, lines up in second behind the pole car. Will be 3 abreast though on that front row with Pat Blakely-Edwards in that Fraser Nash single-seater monoposto, who was fastest in yesterday's practice qualifying. It'll be a 20-minute race once we get the green flag to let us go. Right at the back of the pack should be John Gillett in the MGK3 and Volker Hitchert in the Talbot T26C.
There, but one car that's not going to come and play went out on the outlap yesterday, Julien Majoub's glorious Alfa Romeo 308C. So again, many of these cars from the 1930s, a handful from after the war, but they're in celebration of the first racing here in 1948, and these would have been the cars that made up the grid.
Yeah, that is John Gillett's car that we're looking at the moment, the MG K3, right at the back. So we'll get the best view of everybody else as they move forwards, hopefully, in this race. Another one I think to watch out for, though, on the third row will be the ERA B-Type, the ex-Prince Bira car, Paddings Dowling at the wheel of that, going from 7th. So that's something to watch out for. It's the B-Type R5B Remis. And British Mark ERA well represented, of course. Big year for ERA, Bruce, as well.
Yeah, but it's always just looking at the diversity of the cars at the front. You can see the little white mouse on the flank of the car. It was the Siam racing team. Prince Chula, cousin of Prince Bira, had some amazing cars, and White Mouse is always tucked on the side. But what really gets me here is we've got the variety of constructors at the front, but it's the number of experts in ERAs that you look down from Mark Gillies, David Morris, Nick Topless, Paddings Dowling, James Bagstone, all in with a shout. Are they all going to get away? The first 2 cars haven't been, well, certainly the car on the outside, the front row has gone a little early. Is that heralding a slight problem potentially for the BRM? Did they need to get that moving just to check that it could start the formation lap? But looks as though hopefully all is fine, and if people down there can hear that V16 rasp, all will be fine. But look at that front row. Fraser Nash on pole position, Pat Blakely-Edwards, that's the monoposto, the single-seater Fraser Nash. Then we've got Mark Gillies, that pale green ERA in the middle, and Rob Hall, that dark green BRM on the outside. Different ways about going about one task, and that was winning.
Yeah, I think it was David Morris just on the second row on the right-hand side as we look at it in the ERA B-Type R10B, who got a little bit excited there by Rob Hall pulling away in the BRM in front. So both then being pushed back onto their marks as the grid starts to be cleared and we get ready for the green flag lap. So they will make their way around and then line up on the grid, and we get ready for the 20-minute race. This, the Goodwood Trophy, the first race to kick off Saturday here at the Goodwood Revival, and we've got a slow mover further back in the pack. That's Michael Birch, who is just being wheeled. Will he get a bit of a push start?
I know.
As well, a couple of cars who haven't made off. Is that the Vanguard?
That's Gareth Burnett in the Vanguard. That is a real shame. I was desperately keen to see that racing. I'd never seen it before. Car produced down in New Zealand. It's a long way to come to not get going, but well, hopefully that can get a start from pit lane exit. It may just have fluffed and unfortunately not fired in the way you'd want. But among the cars on the grid, one to look for, look out for car number 20. It's a mini Grand Prix car. We look at all the ERAs, sit up and beg, just going through our screen now, but they designed a Grand Prix car before the Second World War. It had its first run in 19 40 in theory, but it's last weekend actually at Mannery Park it got going. Here's the grid.
Well, on pole position, it is that works car, the Fraser Nash Monoposto Pat Blakely Edwards alongside him, the ERA A-Type R3A of Mark Gillies and Rob Hall's BRM Type 15 Mark 1. Behind them, Ian Baxter will be at the wheel, the Alta 61, the 2023 winner, and in fifth, David Morris in the ERA B-Type R10B. Then row 3 sees Nicholas Topless in the ERA A-Type, followed by Paddings Dowlings in the ex-Prince Bira car, the ERA B-Type, and then there's another ERA E-Type, James Baxter in 8th. Row 4 behind them, Michael Birch at the Maserati, who actually was one of the cars that had an issue just getting off the line, along with Ben Fiddler in 10th in the ERA D-Type, and then it's Duncan Ricketts in the Parnell Challenger, followed by Julian Wilton, the ERA B-Type, and Tom Hardman in another ERA. Then we get to the Talbot in 14th. That's Dennis Bigioni. Gareth Burnett, will he be able to get going from the pit lane? We'll see. The 2019 winner in the Vanguard. Then row 7, it's the ERA B-Type, another ERA B-Type, and then the Maserati 4CL, which lines up in 18th spot. Behind them will be the Maserati 6CM of Marcus Nicias and Luke Brands in the Talbot T26C. From 20th, the penultimate row is the MG Bellevue Special. That's Steve McAvoy, followed by Joseph Rettermeyer in the Maserati 8CM and Stefan Rettermeyer in the Maserati 6CM. And the final row, John Gillett in the MG K3 and Volker Hitchett in the Talbot T26C. 10 rows of cars, a couple having issues getting off the line in the form of Michael Birch in the Maserati 4CM and Gareth Burnett in the Vanguard. So we'll see if there are a couple of gaps on the grid once they make their way back around again.
Yesterday, when the cars went out on the track for official practice, conditions were very, very wet indeed. Today, it is dry. So here we talked to Michael Birch. His Maserati, the red one, is going to be starting from pit out. Is the Vanguard and hasn't got a driver on board because Gareth Burnett is standing behind the silver one. So former winner in 2019, not getting to play today. That is a real shame. He hadn't driven it until yesterday, so it is new car problems with an old car, if you will. So really disappointing there for Gareth Burnett.
Yeah, only one of 5 or 6 ever built. Important part of Kiwi single-seat racing history, that built in Christchurch, really a revolutionary post-war Grand Prix car, before it then began to get a little bit outclassed by the new rear-engine Coopers that came in the 1960s. So a real shame for the Vanguard. So there'll be an empty slot then next to the Talbot T26C back on row 6. But good to see that Michael Birch looks like he is in the car and will get that pit lane start in the Maserati 4CM.
I'm already starting to anticipate the start of the race, but the thing I'm looking forward to hearing the most is the roar of that V16 BRM. It's on the outside of the front row, the side closest to the hydrangeas, if you will, but in behind it's the tall ERAs that seem to fill the 2nd, 3rd and 4th rows, and then the rounded nose of the Alta, a winner a couple of years ago, actually with Gareth Burnett at the wheel. That was 2019. He's the one who's standing by the broken Vanguard. The last couple of cars, that's Volker Hitchett in his Talbot clip nearer the camera, and the mid-blue MG K3 of John Gillett about to join the final row of the grid. And then we'll get Saturday's racing programme underway.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, and the weather is holding firm for us at the moment. 20 minutes then this race, the Goodwood Trophies, Grand Prix car, Voiturette cars between 1930 and 1951. We await for the flag to fly to get this first race underway. It's the Fraser Nash alongside the ERA, alongside the BRM that line up on that front row, although we've got a yellow flag waving at the back. Perhaps a delayed start. Has another car will another car have to be pushed back to the pit lane? Let's see, bit of smoke perhaps. No, I think that's
I think all is good. I think someone had stalled and they've got it going. I can't say who it was, but Hansby, oh dear, unfortunately that's Paddings Dowling, is it? No, sorry, 17, car 17, beg your pardon.
It's the Maserati 8CM, and that is a big old leak coming out the front of that Maserati. Yes, it is Joseph Rettermeyer, who is all the way back in 22nd position, so you can just see pouring out of the front there.
That certainly is, and again carrying the flag of Siam as it was as an ex-Prince Bira car, ex-Whitney Straight, ex-Kenneth McAlpine, hill climb record setter at Shelsley Walsh and top car at Brooklands. But for everyone else, it's that panic, and certainly for the BRM, I always worry it was always fragile on the starting line, and more people are now having problems and arms being waved. I think the start's going to be delayed a little further. So unfortunate. We thought the day was set to go off bang on time, but right now even the front row starters, Mark Gillies being pushed back, and he's looking down in the cockpit, sitting closest to the camera is the BRM, the V16 of Rob Hall. 1 minute delay, will that be enough?
You wonder, I wonder if a couple of the drivers were actually signalling it's probably easier for us to go around again on another formation lap and push the stricken cars, or car, if it is just still Joseph Rettenmeier, out of the way. But now another hand up. This time it is Marcus Nesius in another Maserati. That's the Maserati 6CM. That's actually just ahead of where Joseph Rettenmeier is. So they are pushing them forward. The BRM, Rob Hall, getting pushed forward, then pushed back, just to see if they can still start up. But I suppose that's what you get when you're racing these, 1930s to 1950s cars. They are going to have difficulties in getting going at times.
No, absolutely, and they do not like overheating. They do not like, so all the mechanics and the crews are getting a bit of a workout. These are not the lightest cars in the world to be pushed around. Anybody else waving their arms? I think all looks okay for now. So as the marshals just checking towards the back of the grid, is that Stefan Rettenmeier? No, so a couple of rows ahead of him. It's Fritz Burkhardt's Maserati's being checked. No, the marshals moving away. Is all good. Oh, dearie me, tension before we get to the start of the race. Just imagine the drivers' minds. They're all looking at the gauges. They're all just thinking, oh, what's going to happen? But on pole position, we've got Pat Blakeney-Edwards and the Fraser-Nash Monoposto. Mark Gillies, the ERA multiple winner in R3A. And then in the middle of the front row in the dark green BRM, Rob Hall on the outside. The grid almost clear. The start is delayed, but hopefully we will be getting away. There's the thing, 30 seconds. Will that be too many?
Well, we'll see. Ben Fiddler was just getting a little push forward in his ERA D-type back on 10th on the grid as we get going again, and it is the green flag, and we'll get another green flag lap around, which I think is the sensible decision there to make sure everybody does indeed get off the mark and round again. So a couple of cars then getting some decent starts as an extra practice for how they'll get off the line. So everyone then getting off the line, but of course Joseph Rettenmeier leaving a signature. Water, oil.
We're thinking it's possibly water, because it's a typical overheating thing, but maybe if they sense it's oil, it will give them about 90 seconds to get out and put something down. But the fact they're not doing that means that they have probably, someone's put their finger down and then tasted the residue, and hopefully it is just water on the ex-Prince Beera car, car number 17, the 8CM Maserati from 1933. And just worth reiterating, for the Goodwood Trophy race, the majority of the cars that raced here just when the circuit had opened in 1948 were pre-war cars, and they've been entertaining us ever since.
Yeah, this the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, and I thought this might maybe give the vanguard, Gareth Burnett, maybe a little bit more time to see if they can get that car going. Gareth Burnett, the 2019 winner, but sadly he still stood very much to the side of his car, helmet off, and no signs that he'll be going out. Michael Birch still very much waiting in the pit lane in his Maserati 4CM. Was supposed to be ninth, but will go from the pit lane.
And some of these cars actually were in the initial race here at Goodwood's first race meeting, the inaugural meeting in 1948. Well, we've just seen one of them, car number 8, which is the black Dick's Garage ERA B-type. Brad Baker on board. He's running down the order. But the important thing at the moment is to look at the cars as we're seeing them going out of some areas, working their way back around the circuit. Is anybody leaking? Is anybody smoking? In fact, they're all looking fairly good out there, but we do need the ones at the backs to come round and play, because we don't want the cars that line up on the front row to sit there for a long time and stew in their own juices before the flag is dropped to start the race.
Worth mentioning as well that for the first time, all vehicles in this Goodwood Revival will be using sustainable fuels produced from renewable resources, designed to significantly reduce carbon emissions compared to fossil fuels. So they can be manufactured from things like biomass or agricultural waste, synthetic processes, captured carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So even though we are racing period cars, that's what the Goodwood Revival is all about this weekend. Revive and thrive, looking back and celebrating the past and championing that forward, keeping it sustainable for the future.
I like celebrating the fast, but I think it comes with a fantastic little catchword as well, Goodwood Racing Green. A little play on British Racing Green. We've had a couple of races before on sustainable fuels, but every single race here this weekend is on sustainable fuels. It's a world first, and it means historic racing has got a big, big future.
Absolutely. Well, looks like everybody is able to make their way towards the end of this, the second green flag lap. So it has been delayed, but it should be worth the wait. Oh, and as I say that, there's a hand up from somebody further back in the pack. Whether it was just a wave or was there an issue, we'll wait and see. But just a reminder, this is the Goodwood Trophy for Grand Prix, Voiturette and historic racing special cars from 1930 to 19:51. We will get a 20-minute race, and it is a hand up, and it is for Tom Hardman in the ERA AJ M1, which is coming straight back into the pit. So at least there's some sort of issue, but he's realised that on the way round. Will he be able to get going from the pit? We hope so, but at least he won't be on the grid, and we should get a smooth start.
Smoking or steaming, can't tell you which. Maybe it's something could be adjusted. You can get a start from pit exit. We know Michael Birch has been waiting there for a very long time with the extra formation lap. He didn't get away at the first time of asking. But just to reignite, it's Pat Blakeney-Edwards on the middle of the front row. Oh dear, the dark green. This is a car with desperate to see. James Baxter. This was designed in 1940, first race last weekend at Mallory Park. It's the Grand Prix, the GP2 ERA, and he wants a push to pit exit, and the drivers behind are waving their hands as well. Oh, there's such cruel luck, but a car that spent so long, designed by Peter Berton to sort of imitate the Mercedes pre-war Grand Prix cars. He's desperate to get in out of the way, and hopefully they can give GP2 a push, and hopefully that can come out of play, but we don't want the race starting with that static near the front of the grid.
No, and big congratulations as well to the marshals who are doing such a sterling job in making sure that cars are removed and drivers helped as quick as they can. They've done a great job actually to get that straight out of the way. So hopefully we don't get another delayed start. There we go then, as we get underway for this race, the flag flies and we are on the way. It was the Fraser Nash on pole, and it was a tight start for both the Fraser Nash, the ERA A-type, and the BRM, but the BRM has fallen back and sweeping into the lead. I think that was the ERA A-type of Mark Gillies, who is out in front as they make their way through Madrick, round the right-hander, and on their way, falling back into second is the Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards.
OK, just remember this, at this point between Madrick and Fordwater, the BRM is down in 5th place with Rob Hall at the wheel. Let's see how he can do, but that was a sensational start from Mark Gillies. He knows R38 so well. He drives it supremely. Fantastic in the wet yesterday. So much depth technique. The outer's up into 3rd place, tucked in behind David Morris, the silver ERA, and then now really starting to get up to speed at St Mary's is the BRM of Rob Hall. But what a start from Mark Gillies.
Good start further back as well from Ben Fiddler in the ERA D-type, who's just behind Rob Hall's BRM Type 15 now in the all-black 44 car. Started from 10th and it's just up behind now. But it was a superb start from Mark Gillies in the ERA A-type R3A, a 4-time winner here. That 3rd ERA ever built, currently leading the way from Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash as they finally get this race underway. 20 minutes on the clock, already down to just over 18.5 minutes.
Pressing on actually since as we come towards the end of the opening lap, that Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash is starting to close in on our race leader Mark Gillies. But what a start from Gillies. He really knew how to hook it up. He could teach Lando Norris a second or two off the line.
He's coat catching in the Fraser Nash, absolutely threading the needle through the final chicane. I think Pat Blakeney-Edwards is going to will he get side by side as they come across the start-finish straight to start another lap. Moves slightly to the middle of the road, trying to sense where that Fraser Nash is, as the BRM, which started 3rd at the wheel in the hands of Rob Hall, is now trying to make up some moves. Started 3rd, has fallen behind, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards up front in that battle for the lead is tucked right behind the Mark Gillies ERA.
Yeah, they're really pulling clear, and Rob Hall has picked off one person. David Morris is now behind him, down in 5th place in the silver ERA. Next target is the outer, the distinctive looking outer that is going very, very nicely at the moment, up from 4th to 3rd for Ian Baxter. But for how long? Because Rob Hall is hunting. He's got lots of horsepower, 600 plus horsepower. The little figure I want to drop in again, more than 30,000 parts were required to rebuild this V16.
This is a nice little battle, actually, that's playing out for us. Heading away in 3rd is that Alta 61, Ian Baxter, the 2023 winner here, who's just keeping ahead of the BRM, but actually it's a bit of a bad exit for the BRM of Rob Hall, who's going to get side by side and try and line a way through. Going to have to defend, but they've allowed the Alta to escape up the road a bit. The BRM lives to fight another day on that occasion, keeping ahead. And Ben Fiddler was involved in that, but I think he's just fallen back slightly now into 6th, a couple of seconds away. So a nice battle developing for 3rd as the battle continues for the lead. It's Mark Gillies leading away in the ERA A-type, but that Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards is right behind him and not going anywhere.
Yeah, every time out, or each time out of the chicane so far, Pat Blakeney-Edwards has got a better exit, but then got it in a straight line. Mark Gillies has a bit more punch and pulls away down the start and finish straight. It's only going to be a 20-minute race, but we've got 16 and a half minutes remaining. It's going to be a battle royale between the first two. The big question is, can Rob Hall not make another mistake? Can he catch up? Can he pass the outer? Because I think if he can get up past it, he'll then start to go off after the first two cars.
Rob Hall hasn't been really able to shake David Morris, though. It's the ERA B type which is behind him, which almost got alongside and through after that mistake from Rob Hall last lap around in that battle over fourth, and in doing so they've allowed Ian Baxter in the outer to get a little further up the road. 0.4 of a second though split the top two. It is coming down. Mark Gillies leads after 2 laps from Pat Blakeney-Edwards. It's reverse from how it was on the grid. The Fraser Nash not getting the best of starts.
But there are scraps all down the field. Right now we're looking at 2 blue ERAs, number 4 and 7. That's Nick Topless in the number 4, and right behind Padden Dowling in the X-Springs Bureau. Remus Card has had so much success here since the revival kicked off in 1998.
Yeah, currently Topless ahead in that battle in 7th, Dowling in 8th. They've both dropped a position from where they started on the grid, and we did see, just to check if we did indeed get Michael Birch underway from the pit lane as well. We did indeed, and he's up to 18th already, so a decent start from Michael Birch in the Maserati.
And he's considerably faster than a group of cars ahead of him. In fact, he's good for a mid-grid position if he can keep working his way forward. But look, a bit further down the order, there is plenty of action. Talbot right in the middle of it with the Maseratis as well, and everyone having a really good fun run. And after the rain of yesterday, it's a delight for these drivers to be on something with a little bit more grip.
I think absolutely, as we go side by side. Here we go, the outer in green, the 61 of Ian Baxter trying to keep Rob Hall at bay in the BRM, but after a couple of laps, finally Hall is able to make his way through, recovering from a poor start. Started in 3rd, now has managed to get back up into that position after a great battle with the outer, which has now fallen behind. It does have to be careful here, because the other, the ERA, I believe, is behind of David Morris, the B-type, the silver car just behind, is still keeping tabs on them, but not the best exit there from Rob Hall. A little bit of smoke coming out of the exhaust as he makes his way up the hill, then through the right-hander, changing through the gears.
It's been smoking since the start of the race, and Rob is constantly looking down at the gauges, so let's hope there isn't a period-type problem. But Mark Gillies was 2 seconds clear at the start of the lap. We're looking at the second place, Fraser Nash and Pat Blakeney-Edwards more than 2 seconds back, but what we had in that battle for 3rd place, isn't it great? Hanging it out, and yesterday in the rain, the tail was coming a lot further round, but that's how you need to drive these cars. But it's been a very, very good lap for Mark Gillies. He's absolutely doubled, maybe trebled that advantage. No, I reckon he's probably 4 seconds clear, 2 seconds last time. 1, 2, 3, let's wait and see what it is this time. 3.9, we'll call it 4.
Yeah, really managing to extend that lap. 1:32.754 is what he did it in as we come across the line then after 4 laps of racing for the first race of the day here at the Goodwood Revival, the Goodwood Trophy.
And just to give you a guide how wet it was yesterday, pole position was 28 seconds slower than now, and Rob Hall has suddenly, no, it's a transponder problem, he's staying in 3rd place, timing screens, they can trick you in the commentary box. But it is smoking, the BRM is smoking. That is a period, attention to period detail, of course.
Absolutely it is, but across the line then after 4 laps of racing and with just under 13 minutes remaining, Mark Gillies, who having had a bit of pressure from the Fraser Nash and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the first couple of laps, has now managed to extend his lead in the ERA A-Type R3A. 4-time winner around it. Was that the 3rd ERA built, a 2-litre engine? Built for hill climbing initially, so far showcasing well, but as we say, battles up and down the field, and currently raging on at the moment. That looked like, I think it was Duncan Ricketts in the Parnell Challenger was having a nice battle further back for 9th against the Brad Baker ERA B-Type as we get a spin, and it is indeed Duncan Ricketts fighting it out on track with a wheel onto the grass, finds his way spinning round, but thankfully spins back round in the right direction and is back on his way again.
That got there down to driver skill, just ran a little bit wide. 360 good, 720, well, a bit more stylish, but 720 means you're pointing in the right direction so you can head off on your way. So real shame there, Duncan Ricketts pressing on to that 1939 Parnell Challenger. Great looking car, but he didn't really want to see the St Mary's commentary car twice on his way round.
Yeah, Duncan Ricketts, who started down in 11th, has now fallen all the way, well, quite far away back. We'll see where he pops up on the timing screen. Extending his lead out front now to 7.5 seconds is Mark Gillies in the ERA A-time, leading from Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash. They're your leaders. Then comes this rather lovely battle here. Currently in third spot is Rob Hall. As we get a little look at that spin, just running out wide there, Bruce.
Yeah, but a very, very good avoidance from number 8 ERA with Brad Baker on board, because suddenly he saw a car sideways in front of him at the track. But it's by the smallest of margins that right rear wheel just kissed the grass. But that was a really, really good rescue. The track is dry today, but the grass is still very wet indeed, so there would have been absolutely no grip whatsoever. But again, he knew which way the circuit pointed, so good save. One thing I've done, he's still going very well now, but one car that is starting to lose its pace is the car in second place, because Mark Gillies, we're looking at him in R3A, the ERA R3A, is now 7.5, going on 8 seconds clear. Pat Blakeney-Edwards is not as quick as his chasers, who've still got the classic scrap for third place. But Mark Gillies, an exemplary run. He's almost at the halfway point in the race. If it was 7.5 seconds on the start-finish line last time around, I just want to see if Pat Blakeney-Edwards had a second slowish lap in a row. There is some traffic they're overtaking. Car 21 is Pat Blakeney-Edwards, just the back of the screen. And then there's still this fantastic battle, David Morris. And behind him, number 5, behind him, that's the point now, is Rob Hall smoking more and more. It's now 8.5 second lead, so a better lap from Pat Blakeney-Edwards in second place. But what was the lap speed? 1 minute 38, yeah, about 2.5 seconds off his previous pace for Rob Hall. Halfway point in the race, and the BRM started third, went down to 5th, is back down to 5th again now. The Alta has come through back into 3rd place. David Morris in his ERA has gone up into 4th place, and every gear change is a bit more of a puff of the smoke out of the back of the BRM.
Yeah, that BRM that we're looking at the moment, just losing 2 places in the space of a lap, now finds itself behind David Morris's ERA B-type, which is now up into 4th, and now back up into the 2023 winner, Ian Baxter, at the wheel of the Alta 61. 8.5 seconds now is the gap out front between Mark Gillies and Pat Blakeney-Edwards, but still is smoking that BRM down in 5th now with Rob Hall, but he's still giving it absolutely everything on the steering wheel. And well, how much of a gap has he got to the car behind of Fiddler? Just about 5 seconds between him and the ERA D-type behind, so it will be a good indication to see if that ERA D-type of Ben Fiddler can catch up quite quickly. Perhaps an indicator of if there is a bigger issue on board Rob Hall's BRM as he tries to hold on to a top 5 position, having started in 3rd. Across the line then for another lap, over halfway distance now. Mark Gillies leading the way, and well, wait and see. He's really starting to pull ahead now, Pat Blakeney-Edwards.
Yeah, he really is. But what we had, the best lap of the race was set the previous time around by Mark Gillies, 1 minute 32.7. This last lap was almost bang on 4 seconds slower. You can see Mark looking down in the cockpit, but he also knows he's got that very tiny advantage over Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and you do have to nurse cars of this vintage, but you know, Mark will be completely receptive to every signal he's getting from the car, and he's acting accordingly. He's responding to that. Oh, definitely. Rob Hall is going back. Fiddler is getting closer and closer in car number 44, the ERA, and he's got a gang of the cars right on his tail as well, because Padding's Dowling is tucked in behind him. That's yet another ERA. It's the most famous of the lot. It's car number 7 with the flag of Siam on the tail. Prince Beera's old car having a fantastic scrap.
Yeah, Ben Fiddler, who is just heading this battle here in the 44, that's the ERA D-type, is closing. That gap was much larger than it was a lap ago. 4.2 seconds between him and the car in front, the BRM of Rob Hall. So even though Fiddler is fighting with the cars behind, they're still gaining time on Hall ahead.
Now, it might have been a trick of my eyes, but I thought I saw the Alta starting to slow. Ian Baxter was going really well. It just got up into that 3rd position, waiting for the next timing sector. No, he's okay. It was clearly a trick of my eye. Still holding down 3rd place. He should be closing bit by bit on Pat Blakeney-Edwards, but really the real dicing is just in the bottom half of the top 10. We're looking at that right now. Car number 4, Nick Topless, coming through the shot in 8th place. Then up front, David Morris, I think, is now starting to close in. We've got the wave blue flags, been faster cars coming through. Drivers adhering very well indeed, with Ben Fiddler threading his way through the chicane, pressed all the way by Padding's Dowling. Quite a few cars now starting to smoke a little bit.
there is Rob Hall, who is really now slowing and struggling to stay with the cars ahead, and is falling into the clutches of that car there, making its way through your screen at the moment. That is Ben Fiddler in the ERA D-type, who just gets past a little bit of traffic there on his way to hunting down the BRM in front of him, which started in third and is struggling now down to fifth. There is Fiddler in sixth, and not far behind, he's bringing along that ex-Prince Bira car of Paddings Dowlings. The ERA B-type is just in the background of the shot.
Now, it's such an exciting moment when a car that was way ahead of you is suddenly almost in your path, and you've become the hunter. You go closing, and you've got a battle. You've got someone right on your tail, and that's Paddings Dowling. But right now, Ben Fiddler, all eyes ahead. And look, Rob Hall still looking down in the cockpit, and I think he will see defeat if he feels there is no chance of hanging on. He's been racing long enough. He's receptive to what his car is doing, trying to keep out of the way. Quite difficult between the first part of lap and the second, but both Fiddler and Dowling up one position to 5th and 6th, respectively.
I think he's in limp home mode now, isn't he? That VRM losing 2 positions then. So through goes Ben Fiddler in the ERA D-type. That is now up and through into 4th position, and then and Hall now actually looking behind him again, because it's Nicholas Topless who will be the next car to try and make his way through in the ERA A-type. So such a shame for Rob Hall and that BRM after a brilliant qualifying yesterday. A couple of false starts for this race, but as we are now in the closing stages, the last 5 or so minutes, it will be a battle to try and just hold on for that BRM. Looks down at some of the gauges in his cockpit as well.
Well, I tell you what, people sitting in the grandstands and all around the circuit will hear the problem. He's got a massive misfire on the V16. Maybe it's a V13 at the moment, who knows, but it's certainly not performing as he would want. But Rob will feel if there's any real problem happening, he'll pull that off the circuit. There's no point pressing on in such an outstanding, amazing car.
Yeah, as you can see, he's looking down at possibly the gear shifter and the gauges there. So just trying to keep a hold of that BRM Type 15 Mark 1. When firing on all cylinders, over 600 horsepower for 1.5 litres. A car that really is a testament to British engineering and all about what we're celebrating here in this Goodwood Trophy as we race Grand Prix cars, historic racing cars from the 1930 all the way through to 1951.
Well, David Morris, we've just been looking at him pressing on. He's not quite catching the 3rd place out of Ian Baxter, but it's still 2nd place for Pat Blakeney-Edwards. The last few laps, he has matched the pace of the race leader, Mark Gillies, in R3A, the stunning ERA, literally to the 10th of a second, but he's 8.5 seconds down. Now here's Baxter. This has been a really, really good lap. He's the one actually catching Pat Blakeney-Edwards. There's a talbot between them. That will stay out of the way. That's the pale blue car. That should stay over to driver's left as they approach Madwick. But the Alta, the tall green car, will slash by on the inside. This was last year's winner, but this year he's going to hold up his hand and say there was nothing we could do about Mark Gillies. And again, that wonderful rear shot. So, in fact, last lap, the fastest car on the track was Mark Gillies, but a 10th of a second slower was the car in 3rd place. This was a car I worried I'd seen going slowly. Trick of the light, let's leave it at that. But he's certainly going very well indeed. And what's the gap to the car in 2nd place? Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash, just 2.1 seconds in front. This could change.
It could change with just over 3 minutes remaining. At the moment, it is Mark Gillies in that ERA A-type R3A, which currently leads the way. That gap has come down over 5 seconds. That has come down in the last lap or so. It was. Last time I looked at the timing screen, it was about 7 seconds. Then it was stayed about 8 seconds for quite a while. So is Pat Blakeney-Edwards here coming back at Mark Gillies in the last few minutes of this race? Could it be ERA versus Fraser Nash to the flag? Is there an issue on board the ERA A-type of Mark Gillies? Little shake of the head, Bruce?
No, Mark knows what he's doing. Oh, let's hope it doesn't expire now. He would have been looking at his pit board every lap he's come around. He just thought 8 seconds with a few laps to go, that's fine. Hand up, that's a little bit of frustration. He's got caught up behind John Gillette's MG, but he's got that margin. That should be enough. What's left on the clock? Enough for 2 more laps.
Yeah, wasn't happy with that. Did rather get a little bit forward coming through the chicane. Then now they are in the same shot. You can see the Fraser Nash, which is actually now falling back because
just been passed.
For second, it's Ian Baxter through in the outer. Baxter has been showing pace the last couple of laps and is eyeing up a move and has made the move into second. Can the Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards fight back? Was he caught a little bit by surprise? But Blakeney-Edwards was making gains, but not as big as Baxter was. 3 seconds now the gap between first and second.
Look, in the opening laps of the race, Harry, we saw Pat Edwards supreme coming out of the chicane. Every time he was better than Mark Gillies, but once the cars got their head, Mark Gillies pulled away in ERA R3A. But clearly more grunt coming for the outer there out of the chicane. He was 59 thousandths of a second behind when they crossed the start-finish line, but he's pulled clear. That was a very, very positive manoeuvre, and of course they were doing a bit of lapping as well, so the slower cars to get through. But what have we got left? 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. The Alto, this is last year's winning car, pushing on, and the Pat Edwards has no reply.
Mark Gillies still with the advantage though of 3 seconds and just over a minute remaining of this 20-minute race. It's the ERA A-Type out in front now. Ian Baxter's Alta 61 in second, and then comes the Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney Edwards in third, and then it's a bit further of the gap down to Morris in the other ERA B-Type. But we'll get another lap around as he comes through the chicane, Mark Gillies, and so too then does Ian Baxter. It will have to be done on the last lap as Michael Birch in the Maserati just gets nicely out of the way and pulls over the right-hand side of the screen.
Again, Mark Gillies going onto this final lap as he was approaching Woodcote for the penultimate time. He'd be looking to see what's up ahead, but Michael Birch made it absolutely clear which side he was going to go to. It's down to just under a second, and the pace is coming, it's coming. Here comes the green Alta chasing the green ERA, but it's Mark Gillies leading the way in R3A. But last year's winner, what, 5 laps ago, he was completely out of the picture. Now he's dominating the picture.
He's made up about 3 seconds in the space of a lap, has Ian Baxter. When he started the penultimate lap, he was 3 seconds back, and now he's within a second and close enough to try and start applying the pressure to Mark Gillies' ERA in front of him. It's ERA versus Alta in the first race to kick off Saturday's Goodwood Revival, and we are being treated to an absolute thriller. This is going to go down to the wire. Can Mark Gillies hold on here? A 4-time winner. He's just got a few more corners left, but Ian Baxter in the Alta is going to push him all the way to the flag.
Now, if there were no problems with the car and Mark had simply backed off because he was comfortable in the lead, now he's far from comfortable, hot under the collar. The Alta sweeps past, but can they get the braking done when they get down to Woodcote? And Gillies, well, let's just judge which of those green cars puts the brakes on first. Even Steven, to back Gillies is later on the brake, going up the inside. Is there an inside? The answer is no, covered off by last year's winner. I thought he didn't have a hope in hell. However, what a drive. They're coming through. Ian Baxter, Mark Gillies did not have any tricks left in his hand.
Into the lead then on the final lap goes Ian Baxter in the Alta 61, who will cross the line and see the checkered flag first. Race 1 on Saturday of the Goodwood Revival. The Goodwood Trophy goes to Ian Baxter's Alta 61. That was a magnificent drive, a magnificent win for last year's winner, who does it again. Mark Gillies just has to settle, having led the majority of this race in his ERA A-Type, will have to settle for second. The gap in the end just over half a second, and the Fraser Nash that started on pole, the monoposto, the single-seater with Pat Blakeney Edwards at the wheel, will get the final spot on the podium. But my oh my, that was a wonderful race.
That really was. Mark Gillies' brilliant start from the middle of the front row. He led every corner apart from the last 2 in the final lap. That was cruel, but what a chase from Ian Baxter. He will be delighted. What a way to start your Saturday.
Yeah, if that hadn't woken you up yet, then I think, well, what will? But just then a word for Rob Hall in the BRM Type 15. Started this race in third, did hold on to 8th in the end, so clearly managing some sort of issue on board his BRM, having started in third. Really thought that one might be proving a challenge for the top 3 positions across this race. In the end, having to settle for 8th spot, but nice to see the flag and keep on the track and not having to come into the pits too early. And a nice result as well for Ben Fiddler, who managed to finish his ERA D-Type with that large supercharger. Started in 10th and made his way up into the top 5, just behind the ERA B-Type of David Morris. But your race winner in that Alta 61, Ian Baxter, that was a sublime drive, almost out of nowhere, almost keeping us on our toes right to the very end. And Mark Gillies saw it coming, didn't fight it too hard, and in the end it was the Alta that won out in this first race of the weekend, of the day I should say, for the Goodwood Revival, seeing Grand Prix, Voiturette cars and historic racing specials from 1930 through to 1951. Race it out sustainably as well on sustainable fuels. The first time an entire Goodwood event is running on sustainable fuels. Celebrating the past, but making sure we can keep celebrating the past well into the future. As Ian Baxter pulls up onto the start-finish straight and will get his celebrations underway. This is the car that took the win last year as well, so back-to-back wins for the Outer, proving rather ominous for those who fight behind. Started down in fourth, did that Outer, built back in 1937 for prominent pre-war racer Philip Euchre, and who had the car for less than a month when he had an accident in practice for the Isle of Man RAC International Light Car Race. So the car then rebuilt by Outer back in the 1938 season, and campaigned through the next couple of years, winning several races. So winning races from way back in the late 30s all the way into 2020-24. Brilliant to see.
You could just sense the satisfaction and that sort of release of tension, because not only was that a fantastic win, he had to fight for that, which makes it all the sweeter. But while he's smiling, let's go down to join Ed Foster and our race winner, Ian Baxter.
What a fantastic race, Ian. Where did all that speed come from? You suddenly turned the wick up.
I was pussyfooting about and thinking it was slippery and just playing safe, and yeah, you just go for it, don't you?
Remarkable. It was a fantastic drive.
Thank you. It's just great fun, isn't it? It's just lovely to be here, and it's just a super atmosphere, and everything's just absolutely fantastic about the weekend. So yeah, really pleased.
Well done. Look, it was fantastic to watch. So what it was like in the car. Patrick, we'll come to you in a second. Mark, did you have a problem? Because I mean, you were miles out in front, and then you just said things started slowing.
I was managing oil surge, so I saw the oil pressure go down to about 20 out of Madgwick, and that compromised me through Madgwick and Levant, because, not Madgwick and Levant, but Madgwick and Woodcote. So if I went through Woodcote or Madgwick as hard as I could, I'd just see the oil pressures go down to about 20 psi, and you don't want that. So I was just compromising my speed because of that.
Well, look, it was a masterclass at the start. Well done. Let's find Patrick. He's over here. Everyone keeps running away from me. Patrick, very tricky conditions there at the end, but you always seem to have a lot of fun in this car.
Yeah, it's a great fun to drive, but to be honest, having owned the car for about 10 years, and I cannot tell you the battle that we've had, not just to get this car to an end of a race, but to be at a meeting as significant and as world famous as Goodwood and have Fane's old single-seater, the work single-seater, on the podium, albeit third, is something I'm really quite chuffed and almost a little bit emotional about.
It was a fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Fantastic then from our top three in the Goodwood Trophy. One out by the Outer 61 of Ian Baxter, who was kidding us all along. He was just managing his pace before he carved through the field and took the win on the final lap from Mark Gillies' ERA A-Type R3A, managing then an issue of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, Fraser Nash, the Fane, Monoposto, and you can just see and hear how proud he was to get that onto the podium. In front of the B-Type and D-Type ERAs of David Morris and Ben Fiddler, rounding out the top five, and ERAs, well, really getting the better of that BRM in the end of Rob Hall. What we suspect was definitely managing issues. Started third, ended up 8th, ahead of the ERA B-Type of Brad Baker and Julian Wilton's ERA B-Type, rounding out the top 10. The Parnell Challenger came home in 12th, so made up, actually lost a position then from where it started. Michael Birch, who started from the pit lane in the Maserati 4CM with a good recovery there ahead of the Talbot Lego T26D, which started right at the back of the pack. So good work from Volker ahead of the Maserati 4CL and the 6CM. Another Talbot down in 17th, and then a Maserati and another Talbot rounding out the top 20. And then at the back, Steve McAvoy's MG, Joseph Rettemeyer's Maserati 8CM, and John Gillett's MG K3 with a couple of cars not being able to start the race, sadly. But that was the first race of the day. for Grand Prix cars, voiturette cars and historic racing specials from 1930 to 1951 to kick off Saturday at the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, and we got things going with the Goodwood Trophy. A couple of delayed starts, Bruce Jones, but when we did get it underway, well, it was quite the mighty start from Mark Gillies.
A rocket start from the ARA. From the middle of the front row, poor start in the BRM. Rob Hall dropping back to 5th place in the mighty BRM, but Gillies started to pull away. But Pat Blakely Edwards was not taking no for an answer, and he put the little Fraser Nash monoposto into 2nd place and really put up a very, very good chase indeed. Further down the field, there were some classic scraps, but it was the story. David Morris having a wonderful ding-dong with Rob Hall already early in the race. The telltale puffs of smoke coming out of the BRM.
Yeah, it was the Mark Gillies ERA that was winning all the way. Rob Hall trying to apply the pressure early doors to the outer of Ian Baxter after a tough start for the BRM, but then trouble for the BRM, managing issues and eventually having to fade away down the order. It wasn't without drama though. We had a couple of spins as well, Bruce. This one from Duncan Ricketts.
Yeah, that was just a wheel slightly on the wet grass, a 720, all collected at St Mary's. He dropped down the order, but that would have got the heart going on a Saturday morning. But at this point in the race, Mark Gillies was pulling clear. Then this battle with Ian Baxter going through. Last year's winner, could he do it again? Not at this point in the race. He was 3rd. Going well, but certainly not matching Mark Gillies. However, Gillies was starting to have trouble, and at this point, the number 61, Alta, was going faster and faster. In vain chase, perhaps? Maybe not.
Last year's winner starting to carve through the field, and in the end, it was on the final lap, in the second part of that final lap, that Mark Gillies had to succumb to Ian Baxter's Alta, the 2023 winner, doing it again in 2024. The Alta taking the win for the Goodwood Trophy to get things started on a Saturday.
Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Huntington from Backhurst to Bowen, the run towards the line. It's Huntington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
at Goodwood, getting into a qualifying session now rather than a race, because we are looking forward to the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration, and the cars are out on circuit now. They did go out in qualifying yesterday, but it was fully wet, and in fact many of the drivers didn't get a chance to drive because the session was stopped early. And so this is going to be really crucial to deciding the grid lineup. Now, the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration is about closed cockpit GT and selected prototype cars in the spirit of the RAC TT races. So this is cars from the period of 1960 to 1964. We're into a 30-minute, well, in fact, slightly reduced session now. Just 22 minutes to go in qualifying, and we're seeing some wonderful machinery, of course. AC Cobras you're looking at right now out on track. They're having their own little battle right now, and you're looking at the number 24 car, the AC Cobra there, which is being shared by Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley over the course of the weekend. And also the one behind, that's a very distinctive, the Bobby Verdon Rowe machine. It may well be Andre Lotterer who's in it right now, actually, because Bobby Verdon Rowe managed to do some laps yesterday. There were a lot of rapid drivers yesterday, Alice, that did not manage to get out because of the way the session got sort of stopped a bit early.
Yes, it was full of troubles with a lot of standing water, a couple of cars going off and hitting the barrier at the chicane. So most of the drivers only managed to complete about 4 laps yesterday. Like you said, Ben, only a lot of the more experienced drivers weren't able to go out. But we've got these beautiful sight on at the moment on your screen, the AC Cobras. We have such a variety. We've got the Jag E-types, Porsche 904, and actually it's quite interesting because the Jag E-Type is, a lot of people say it's much more suited to racing in the wet, slippery conditions. So we had actually an AC Cobra up the front yesterday, and then a few of the Jag E-tyres, but that's going to change around ever so slightly today, mainly because of the weather conditions. But we've got some very experienced drivers at the moment. It's the Buncombe and Tetley AC Cobra, the number 24, that is at top of the times. Then we've got the Franchitti AC Cobra 2, then the Hill AC Cobra, and the list of AC Cobras goes on and on at the moment.
Lovely to see the little number 8 car at the back of that group. It's not one of the most competitive. It's the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. It's not quite as powerful as some of the others. It won't be quite up front, but it's a delightful machine. Beautiful little car. It's part of David Clark's collection, but it's actually Goffredo Pirro and Emanuele Pirro who are driving it today. I think it's Goffredo who's in the car initially. I saw Emanuele was getting ready to go out in the second part of this session. So the Pirro family getting ready for a play in this beautiful little Porsche. And as I say, I don't think it's going to be a front runner, but it is a lovely car to take a look at. Now, as you mentioned, the AC Cobras, of course, are always going to be very, very rapid. And David Brabham is going in that number 72 car along with Brian Caldwell, so that could be extremely competitive. Number 25, that's the Newey family, Harrison and Adrian Newey sharing this E-Type, so famous from Formula One design, of course. Adrian Newey with his lad Harrison Newey is a very competitive professional racer, so we'll be keeping an eye on this Jaguar E-Type lightweight because it's competitive. It's currently running, what, 5th fastest at the moment.
And it's a winner, actually, previous of the 2009 RAC TT celebration, driven back then by Adrian Newey and Bobby Rahal. So, as you said, very competitive car, certainly can fly nicely around this circuit. And now, on your screen there, number 78, this is another one of our Jaguar E-Types. And that was one of the semi-lightweight ones. And then up to the number 1, we've got the Jake Hill, Ollie Bryant car. This is going to be very fast. AC Cobra, and just looking through the screen there, I think it could be Jake Hill behind the wheel. And usually, actually, we can just go by the driving style and tell straight away that that's Jake Hill behind the wheel.
Yeah, it is. I saw Ollie Bryant briefly earlier, and he did say his driver alongside him yesterday, Andrew, was indeed sharing a crash helmet of his, so that's why we got a bit confused on who was in the car at which time. But Ollie won one of the races, the first race yesterday that we had, the Sussex Trophy, but he knows they're going to be competitive with this. And Jake Hill's only done a few laps in this before, but he said it was very enjoyable. He did a few laps here at Goodwood some weeks ago, but immediately he's setting the pace here. He's just gone over the line once again. That last lap not quite as rapid, but he's done a 25.693. It's when you get caught up in traffic, of course, it's more difficult. And there you are looking at another of the AC Cobras that I mentioned. This is, in fact, the Dario Franchitti Andrew Smith car. And if it's whether it's Dario in the car at the moment, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's lovely that we've got the Franchitti family, Marino and Dario, both competing. They're both quite well up on the list at the moment. This car is currently now 5th fastest, in fact, and the Marino Franchitti car is currently 2nd fastest.
Yeah, this has been a regular at some of the meetings here at Goodwood Revival meeting. A race actually in 2001. Derek Bale at the wheel of the RAC of this Cobra in the RAC TT celebration back then. But this is what I like about these kind of races we have here, and certainly the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration is a huge fan favourite. The race is tomorrow at 2:30, a 2-driver 60-minute race. Last year was a very close, very exciting race. The race started damp, started to dry halfway through, and then the heavens, didn't they, Ben? Absolutely opened. We saw several cars off into the barriers with large amount of damage, but it always provides us with excellent racing, and certainly with such experienced drivers behind the wheel.
Yeah, and you're talking about one. I'm pretty sure that Romain Dumas is in this car now, and Romain Dumas driving another of the Jaguar E-Type lightweights. This is the low drag coupe, so definitely designed to try and get a little bit less drag aero-wise. And Gary Pearson is going to be sharing this. Of course, Gary very experienced, but Romain Dumas, such a talent in sports car racing, and of course at the Festival of Speed. He's one of the great stars of climbing up that hill as well. So yeah, Romain Dumas currently in the car, just having a quick look around, but we will be watching to see. He's currently 7th fastest at this stage, Romain Dumas, but there could be some more pace still to come from him. Nowadays, he still delivering some pretty impressive performances. Porsche factory driver for many years, twice a winner at Le Mans back in 2010 and in 2016 with Audi and then with Porsche. And he's had some amazing results over the years as well at Goodwood. He's been very much a Goodwood player for many seasons. So, over the line, we still actually now got the number 24 car back up to the top of the time list. So that's the AC Cobra of Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley, which has gone back up to the top. Jake Hill currently 2nd fastest. Marino Franchitti is 3rd fastest. And this E-Type currently holding on to 7th.
Yeah, and we're going to have a great battle, I think, between Hill and Buncombe. They're constantly swapping places at the moment. We've got the little yellow AC Cobra behind there, the number 36. This raced in the Hawaiian Grand Prix, first novice in class, and against Ken Miles and Bob Halbert back in the day. So a very good, interesting colour scheme as well, with Nick Sleep and Simona Del Silvestro is going to be behind the wheel of this car this weekend.
It's rather lovely seeing some of these different Cobras, hairy canary as it's got written on the back of it. This one's not as competitive in terms of straightforward speed, but it's still lovely to see it. Nick Sleep and Simona Del Silvestro sharing that car. Another of the AC Cobras, number 24. This is the car that's actually being driven by Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley, and this is certainly one of the pace setters, although it's now gone back to Jake Hill. So this car has been quickest on some laps. How's this lap looking? Is it going to go back up to the top? I'm not sure it is. Let's just have a look as it goes back over the line once again and stays in 3rd place for the moment. So Jake Hill has once again gone that little bit quicker, down to 1 minute 24.6 now.
Yeah, we've already got our driver changes happening. Tom Christensen is getting in the car at the moment. So we've only got just under 14 minutes of the session remaining. And like I said, it's a 2-driver race. Looks like we've got a little bit of debris at some point on the track. As well, be coming up to... I think, is that coming up to Lavant, possibly? I'm not too sure, but that's right out the way, so hopefully it shouldn't trouble. There's the AC Cobra of Jake Hill. I'll expect him to come in at some point to let Oliver Bryant back behind the wheel, but he's got a gap at the moment of 9/10 of a second.
Impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's still Jake. I think that's think that's still Jake behind the wheel. So we don't know at the moment who's behind the wheel of some of the cars. We will, of course, when it does come to the race, know who will be starting. They have to submit a list or submit your start driver, should I say, at least 1 hour before the event starts. He's being closely followed by the Shedden and a Sam car, and it's on a pretty decent lap, not a bad first sector. That's the another AC Cobra, so we have quite a lot of those here. Heading up through the kink on the Lavant Straight into Woodcote now, a tricky braking zone. You can see that the slippery surface flag was out for, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's slippery, could even be a sign of debris. You can see that getting so sideways all the way to the exit, slam on the brake into the chicane. You go right, then left from driver's point of view, and this is looking a pretty handy lap. Let's see, they're currently in 6th place. Do they pop up further up the field? They do. P3 still 9/10 of a second off Jake Hill's time.
So it's Gordon Shedden in the car now, who's doing this fantastic job. Front wheel dangling in the air, that inside front in some corners just lifts off the ground, but still the performance is very, very impressive. And this was an independent competition Cobra that raced in period in the United States, and a special motor apparently running in it as well. Supply of 5-bolt V8s, and Ford opted for a combined version, and so this has a pretty special engine on board, and it's working well for Gordon Shedden right now, who's up into 3rd place. But Jake Hill has held the pace, and he's just doing some good sector times. I think I spoke to Ollie Bryant. He was quite happy for Jake to do most of this session, because Ollie knows the car inside out, but he knows that Jake's going to be very rapid with it, even though he's not done many laps in it in the past. So I think that's why Jake's staying out there a little longer. Number 71 is a fun car to keep an eye on as well. That's the Sunbeam Mr. Tiger Le Mans. No, it's not. Just coming over the line now. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But also fast, the E-Type, Rob Huff car, that number 5. Rob Huff has been showing some great pace here this weekend, and once more he's got some beautiful control going on with it. We could be in for some more rapid laps on this one. Got an exhaust coming off on the number 3 E-Type. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. This car a bit further down the list, down in 26th at the moment. This
is an ex-Bruce McLaren, bought at Brooks Goodwood, so that's going to have to come into the pits. Let's have a look. No, well, maybe, well, they're not going to really know. They might hear the dragging. The team could be watching, hopefully we'll be watching our coverage and be able to wave that car in, but we don't want that exhaust coming off and not only causing damage to the car, but possibly other cars out on track. So I'm sure they will get the mechanical at some point. But it's still rattling around quite a lot, Ben. That car's currently sitting, where are we at? Let's have a look, in 20th place at the moment.
Yeah, so quite a long way down, but yeah, I wonder if it almost needs a message from the pits, as you say.
We get the meatball flag, the mechanical flag,
absolutely.
Hopefully. The marshals around the track would have possibly spotted it, race control as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Okay, so we've got under 10 minutes to go in this qualifying session now. Jake Hill has come in now, fastest time set at a 1:24.2. Not by a huge amount though. The Newies, the Adrian and Harrison Newey car up in the 2nd place, slower by only 0.144 of a second. That's very impressive. And also up there, Tom Ingram has come up into 3rd place now in the TVR Griffith. So that's impressive. In the number 86, he's sharing that with Mike Whittaker. Mike Whittaker runs that very regularly, that TVR Griffith, and it's had some good results here at Goodwood. Tom Ingram, of course, a very rapid touring car driver, and competing with Jake Hill throughout the season. He might well be doing it again. They might all end up in the front row together. Remember, there'll be 3 on the front row. At the moment, you can have Jake and Tom on the front row.
Yeah, Jake and Tom are competing very closely. We've got the number 12 that's off. Unfortunately, it's out the way, driver out of the car, which is good. Looks like that's just a mechanical as well. That is a Shelby Cobra. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like it's just a mechanical, just broken down, and was able then to pull it over to the side. So I don't expect that we will have a stoppage or a red flag. Now, just having a look, the black and orange is out for the number 3 with the exhaust. Newey now jumps up to the top of the times, 4/10 clear of the Hill Bryant Cobra. So well done, great stuff by the Newey car. You can see really pushing it to the limits. Top of the times for now.
I think this is Harrison in the car doing these times at the moment, and it's he's pushing on very hard, but it's beautiful to see the Newey car. You wonder how much clever engineering gets done to it, but of course there are rules. There are rules about what you can do and what you can't do, and the Duke of Richmond actually reinforced that before this Goodwood weekend. You know, you can't do anything too naughty with older cars. They should be run in the style of their period. But I have to say, this Adrian Newey-owned car is going very rapidly, and it's because Harrison as well is a very rapid driver. Adrian himself is very competent too as a driver, and they've got this fastest by 0.4 of a second now over Jake Hill and Ollie Bryant. Ollie Bryant is now out on circuit in the other red machine that we were, AC Cobra, we were watching. So it really is a battle between E-types and Cobras at the moment up front, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And we just saw in the back of the shot there the lovely Porsche 906, the number 80 car, the livery that has a livery authorized by Tetsu Ikuzuatsu. Sorry, I'll probably not pronounce that correctly, and exactly the same as his 1967 Japanese Grand Prix winning Porsche now. But we're riding on board with Tom Christensen, and always great to ride on board with him. He goes through the first part of St Mary's, changes down a gear for the second part, running all the way out to the edge. It is dry, but Ben, the grass will still be very, very wet, and you can see some cars have already been off at some point throughout today. So if you do touch that grass, you're certainly going to be a passenger either spinning around or heading to the barrier.
Coming up behind the number 17 Lister Jaguar Coupe, very unique looking machine, and that's rather lovely. Fred Wakeman. Well, in fact, this is, this is the car you're looking at, Tom Christensen. That's the car we were looking at there. He's actually doing the passing, if anything, and trying to move up the order just a little bit further at this stage. We'll see if this comes together for him. Number 17.
The Newey car is still flying. It's just set another purple sector overall, so the Jag E-Type still working well. I said they're much more suited to wet conditions, but how wrong was I? Newey really having a good showing at the moment, and he's set a personal best and a purple overall too in the middle sector, so he's going to stretch his lead providing there's no more traffic. Christensen, let's have a look how he's getting on. No personal bests at the moment on there, but we'll wait and see if when he comes through the first sector and cuts the timing beam. But a lot of little AC Cobras hanging around. We've got the 86 there, that's the Ingram and Whitaker car, and it does look like it's Tom Ingram, recognising the helmet. So the TVR Griffith 400 being driven sideways, but at a fast pace by Tom Ingram, and it looks like this is going to be a personal best. He gets so close to the inside barrier there for the final chicane.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, and when I spoke to him earlier, he said it's a bit of a challenging car, but it is rapid. You're right, he's gone second fastest by 0.47. Oh, we got the 186 Cobra off, and that may be Philip Kaduri who's in the car now. It was Marino Franchitti who set the pace earlier on. It's currently down in 9th place. Let's have a quick look here, Alice, and see how it went wrong on the way into Lavant. Braked a little late, perhaps.
Yeah, and you can see as soon as you touch the grass, actually saved by the gravel there, because I think otherwise the 186 would have been a passenger all the way to the tyre barriers. So luckily for them, they've managed to escape and bring it back onto the track. The very bumpy grass on the edge there. Right, the Christensen car, Ben, has now jumped up into 6th place. So you said they'll be looking to move their way further up the order. The Lister Jaguar Coupe certainly has done that with Christensen at the wheel. We're still 1.9 seconds off, though.
Yeah, but also, as you say, Tom Ingram going well in this number 86 TVR Griffith. It's a very original TVR Griffith. This actually raced at Goodwood in June 1965 in the hands of Tommy Entwistle. So it has lovely history of competing here at Goodwood back in the period. Remember, of course, when it was racing 1965, that was 1 year before Goodwood ended doing all of its racing before it came back again. And it's lovely to see Tom Ingram really enjoying himself. Whether he's not doing a better lap on this time, so He's saying second for the moment, and he could still be under threat from Ollie Bryant, perhaps, who's behind in the car that he's sharing with Jake Hill. They've swapped over now, of course. Jake Hill set that early pace. But this is, the TVR Griffith it's done well here at Goodwood, as I say, right back from the 1960s and more recently in some of these historic races. Always competitive, and we'll see how that goes when we get into the event itself. Just to let you know, today's qualifying will effectively set up the grid for the race, because yesterday's qualifying was so wet, the times were just not relevant. And the race itself is on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. So it is very much a peak time on Sunday that this race will take place, and we'll find out how it all comes through, because it's going to be a very, very exciting time, I think, to watch the contrast between some of these fabulous cars of the 1960s.
Yeah, we can see Tom Ingram's just passed the really beautiful Bizzarini 5300 GTs to James Thorpe and Matt Neal behind the wheel of that. We've still got this debris out on track. There's the number 1 car just coming in, the Cobra in your shot, which has slipped down to 3rd place. Let's have a look. The number 214, Ben.
Yeah, that's the Chevy Corvette Stingray. There are a couple of Stingrays actually in this. I was talking to Darren Turner, who's in another one. This one's being driven by Andrew Jordan along with Matthew Holm. And let's just see, at the moment, that is down in 16th place. Not on improving times just yet. Into the pits comes the provisional pole sitter, the Newey E-Type, which is now, looks as though it's going on for a swap.
Adrian getting in.
Yeah, so Adrian Newey now is going to do the last few laps with, well, it's only going to be about a lap, because we've only got to under 2 minutes to go in this session, but of course he's done plenty of laps around here in the past. He'll be very pleased with the way that qualifying has gone. Tom Christensen, as you said, still moving up. He's up to 4th now in this beautiful number 17 Lister Jaguar Coupe. Yeah, and Frederick Wakeman, who drives with him, he's always very rapid as well. So they, as a pairing, are going to be strong, and that's what you've got to kind of keep an eye on a little bit. We've got some superstar drivers in this, but some of the pairings that they're with, who may be owners or entrants, are also very rapid, and it could make for a very strong race.
Yeah, it certainly can. That's one of the space frame listers, and Adrian now is out. Let's have a look. We'll keep an eye on the times comparing to his son Harrison. They're still leading the way by just under 0.5 of a second from the Ingram and Whitaker. At the moment, no one really in the top 7 are setting any personal best sectors. Just like I say that, the Shedden Assam Cobra sets a personal best. So with just, well, actually, he's not been given much time, has he? There's 40 seconds of the session left for Adrian. The 86, this is the Tom Ingram TVR, comes across the line, stays second place, a few seconds slower.
Oh, no. That Cobra has had a very, very heavy hit, presumably against the tyre barrier. Oh, and that is a great shame. Driver looks to be okay. And yeah, just thumbs up, being able to tell the marshals. Let's have a look at what has happened here. If we get a view in the background. Oh, it is the 186. So it is, yeah, it is Philippe Kaduri. And that is the car that was being driven by Marino Franchitti earlier. Oh, and Kaduri had that little off. This is unlike him. He's usually a very rapid driver, Kaduri, and yet he has made a mistake with it. It is his car. Red flag is out. Qualifying has come to an end. And what a shame to see that beautiful AC Cobra in such a state now. Yeah. And for Marino Franchitti, I don't think he's going to get to do the TT this time.
No, that's a lot of damage, and the tyre barriers, you can see, taking a lot of impact. So the marshals will be down to repair that, but that is a shame. That's just heading into the first part of St Mary's. Looked like from the replay, just lost the rear on the way in. We had so much rain yesterday, so the track, it still is pretty green. So really unfortunate thing. But you can see driver out the car, thumbs up. Doctor medical car there, just always as a precaution to take the driver back to the paddock, but thankfully all is okay. But it's such a shame, as you say, to see the 186 Cobra. They were down in 12th place, 2.4 off the Newey E-Type. So very unfortunate, but that is the end of the session for the TT, as the cars will head now back into the paddock.
So the Tom Ingram TVR here, he's in the TVR Griffith, owned by Mike Whitaker, and sharing it with him. They are second fastest, so they'll be on the middle of the front row. And in fact, he's ended up faster than Jake Hill. So they will be next to each other. Two British touring car rivals for the championship this year. They're going to be next to each other on the front row of the grid. I don't know they'll both be starting. It's more likely that their teammates will be starting the race.
That they'll be in the car at the same time, because we'd love to see a Ingram and Hill battle continue in some historics.
Yeah, well, we'll find out when we get the list for the starters. But it is the newies. Adrian, there's Adrian, who's just nipped out. He only did about a lap there. I don't even got a time lap, did he? Because when he went out and we got a slightly early red flag, I'm not sure he actually did a lap. But anyway, it's his son Harrison who has set the pace here and has taken pole position. Excellent effort, a 1:23.404. And that means that is the newies that are on pole position. Let's have a look at the lineup then. E-Type on pole with the TVR Griffith, Tom Ingram putting that good performance in, and Jake Hill, third fastest. Ollie Bryant also putting in some good laps. We don't know who will be starting, but they will be the three on the front row. Tom Christensen moved up with the Lister Jaguar Coupe, and Gordon Shedden is in the car that will be starting in 5th place. Verdon Rose AC Cobra with Andre Lotterer, that's competitive. Two very rapid racers as well. The Franchitti Smith AC Cobra in 7th place. Rob Huff, another touring car star, of course, in the E-Type in 8th. And then down in 10th place, Andy Prio will be out in the E-Type. Just having a look at everything that's going on. But let's go and hear from some of the drivers with Ed.
Harry, what a fantastic qualifying session. The Cobras are supposed to be faster in the dry, but apparently not.
Well, I think, to be fair, it's us and then Mike Whitaker and his TVR with Tom Ingram, and they're, great competitors and great people as well. And it just seemed that in these, sort of mixed conditions, still a few damp patches out there, still pretty low grip, there's not much rubber down, then the Cobras were struggling.
Yeah, so just tell us a bit about the track, because there is a dry line, isn't it? But you can't really get off it.
There is a dry line. It is largely dry. There's a couple of damp patches in areas, but there's obviously no rubber down. And usually when you get to this point in the weekend, there's been quite a lot of rubber laid down and all sorts. But with the weather, it's all been washed away, so it was pretty low grip out there. But it was great fun.
Tell me about your teammate. Is he up to scratch, Adrian?
He did a great job then, Actually, he was flying before he came in. He's out in the GT40 as well, and I think in the wet yesterday, he hasn't been racing for a while. And for him, it was the first time back for a while, so he was pretty rusty, and I think the wet was pretty intimidating for everyone, including him. But in the dry, then in the E-Type, he looked settled and good.
I won't tell him, but does he ask you for tips, driving tips?
I couldn't possibly say.
Well, Harry, well done. It was a cracking lap.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
So let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that RAC Club TT celebration qualifying session. And the AC Cobra is always so delightful to watch, of course. The combination of American horsepower and British chassis, something that has worked so well in the world of motorsport over the years. And we've seen several competitive. We know that Jake Hill was very competitive in the early stages of that. A bit further down, the Steve Soper number 100, but they're the number 3 E-Type. Had some fun and games. And the number 77 car E-Type as well. So AC Cobras versus E-Type was a big part, but of course in the middle of it, in the end, became the TVR Griffith. There's only the one TVR Griffith in this, the number 86 machine. There it is, and that has popped right up there amongst the AC Cobras and E-Type. Sadly, we saw the other AC Cobra going off and crashing out, but pole position suitably for the Newey family.
I'm so lucky to have some lovely cars. This 1934 AC was designed by my grandfather. I actually managed to get hold of it quite recently. But my garage at home is absolutely chock-a-block. And as with everyone, I'm just running out of space. So that's why we've decided to create this fantastic new car storage facility at Goodwood. It will be exclusive to the GRLC and do all the obvious things. Your car will be safe and sound and in a climate-controlled environment, and of course, available whenever you want it. Having it here at Goodwood will give you perfect access to all our events, the circuit, but perhaps most importantly, some of the greatest driving roads in the country. There is really nowhere better to be home for your fabulous car, and in many ways, keeping your car here at Goodwood is a natural extension of your membership and being able to make the most of everything Goodwood has to offer all year round. The pre-sale window for this fantastic opportunity is available right now, and I'm certainly going to be keeping some of my cars there, and I do hope you'll be joining me.
Well, hello from Revive and Thrive. I am here with Sharon and Charmaine, and it's not only their names that go together. You can see these 60s goddesses are so well coordinated. How's the day going?
Yeah, it's great, thank you. Better than yesterday.
It really is. Sharon, you're looking gorgeous. I've heard that you both have been here since 1998, the first revival?
Yes, 1998 was my first revival, and I've been coming every year. It's such good fun.
Now, tell me, how did you put your outfit together, Charmaine?
I made it. I made my coat and my dress to go together, so yes.
Can we have a moment for the dress? Yeah. Look at this. What have you made it out of? It's so exquisitely done.
So the dress, I bought some vintage fabric, old bedding, and just made the dress out of it. And then the coat, I just bought some fabric to go with it.
No one looked better in bed sheets today. You're looking absolutely fabulous. And for you, Sharon?
I actually bought my dress second-hand at a vintage fair at the Goodwood Kennels Club last weekend. So this was a bit of a last-minute decision.
And what do you get out of coming to Revival? I mean, we get so much joy, don't we? But from you, what do you get?
I mean, I love the people watching. I love the vintage clothes. I love the retro clothes. I love the ideas of how people put things together. And I also enjoy the motorsport. I'm a bit of a motorcycle fan, I'm a bit of a car fan, so I love all of that. So yeah, really good time.
You're in your element, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, absolutely love it. Love the fashion, absolutely love motorsport. So yeah, it's great fun, great fun.
And those fluttering lashes that you both got on, they are natural, they are sky high, and they are lifting our spirits today. Thank you so much. Great talking to you. So one race down, let's take a look at what's still to come on today's schedule. Up next is race 3, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Part 1 will see the motorbikes get away at 11:05. After that, the kids will take to the line for the Settrington Cup at 11:45. That will be followed by the Fordwater Trophy at 12:30. We then have an incredible tribute to John Surtees, which will see a parade take to the track at 10:02. And then race 5 will be the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul, Part 1 at 2:30.
And then we kick off the afternoon's racing with the Magic Cup at 3:25. The track parade will celebrate 75 years of that straight 6 Jaguar XK engine at 4:10. And at 4:40, we've got the Whitsun Trophy presented by Sky Cinema. And at the end of the day, the last race, one of the blue ribbon events of the day, is the 5:35. It's the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. Well, we just had the RAC TT qualifying, curtailed slightly there by Philip Kadori's crash. I was talking to him just before he went out there. He was really pumped up. It's a shame to see him go off there. Car was in fantastic condition. Sadly, I don't think that will be out there, but he looks okay, so best wishes to Philip. But we've had our first race of the day, and it was not a bad one, was it?
It wasn't at all. I mean, the Goodwood Trophy to kick things off for the day. We're looking at between 1931 and between 1951 historic Grand Prix racing, and that was what kicked off the day. Won on the final lap, and it was, well, the Alta 61 that won. Ian Baxter, who was having then Ed speaking to him after the race, was basically just chilling all race, not thinking he had to push too hard, and in the end took it away from the ERA A-Type on the final lap. You could just see here, we all thought that the ERA had it in the bag, but then the outer 61 just coming through with just a few corners left to go. And the Fraser Nash as well, a shout out there for Patrick Blakeney-Edwards as well, to get that the Monoposto single-seater works car onto the podium. He was so proud of that as well, but this was such a good battle, and in the end there was nothing the ERA type could do, and the outer winning out. A word though as well, a shame for the BRM of Rob Hall, which started on third. So much history around that car as well, so much horsepower. We think there was a bit of an issue with that, and in the end still managed to finish in the top 10, but did fall down the order, so that was a shame to see, but a brilliant way to kick racing off here on the Saturday.
Yeah, it was a great start. You looked like you had that planned all along, just a pounce on the last lap. And of course now we have the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, and I'm sure, Grace, you'll be keeping a close eye on that.
Yes, I certainly will. And if it's anything like the Goodwood Trophy to go by, we're in for a good race. And it is great to see those cars the same as what would have been racing at Goodwood back in the day. So now we're about to see the bikes. So they're just firing up, getting ready behind us. And I wanted to point out again, just to give you a bit of a rundown for who to look out for in this race. On pole position is Davy Todd. Now he is a really exciting up-and-coming rider who's been so successful at the moment. He won the Blue Ribbon Senior TT race this year around the Isle of Man, currently riding in British Superstock. Such a talented rider. He's currently riding a BMW R5 SS around the Goodwood track today, and this is a bike that is nearly 100 years old, and he's put it on pole, and he's doing that on his Superstock bike as well. So I think it just shows what a talented rider he is, that he's able to do that on such an array of machinery. But he's going to have a lot of competition. Sniffing at his heels in position number 2 is Josh Brooks, British Superbike champion. He's not going to let him get away easily, so there's plenty of people who will be sniffing him down on the track for sure.
Quite incredible to see him throwing that almost 100-year-old bike around the track there, but he's not the only big name in the pack.
No, I'm a bit of a punter for this race, so I get to watch him. Just having a scan through, you've got people like Maria Costello, Jeremy McWilliams, and not forgetting Jenny Tinmouth as well. Didn't qualify, had a rough day yesterday with some issues, but she's the fastest woman around the Isle of Man TT for a reason, so watch out for her, assuming all goes well. And of course, who we celebrated back at the Festival of Speed, Michael Dunlop, 29 Isle of Man TT wins, one to watch for as well.
Yeah, I think Michael, he's obviously a fantastic rider. I think he's on 5th on the grid. He'll be coming through the pack. And also got a shout out there for Carlos Checa, World Superbike champion, making his debut. That must have been a baptism of fire yesterday. Imagine qualifying first time round the circuit here at Goodwood. Oh, my goodness, in that rain, unbelievable. But that will all be coming up very shortly in the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
Well, we're really, really excited. My name's Bruce Jones alongside James Hayden, the real expert in the box. The Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, but part one race today and one race tomorrow. And the footage we've just seen, James, the weather, the track conditions was hideous yesterday, but nobody gave that memo to Davy Todd. Supreme in taking pole position on a bike from the 1920s, that BMW R57, just ridden supremely well.
It was indeed, yeah. I mean, it was torrential rain at times in that session. Davy Todd and Schwab did a fantastic job, as you say. A 1929, a rigid rear end, did an absolutely superb job to stick it on pole position.
Well, let's get a feel of life in the assembly area, because Ed Foster is down there, mixing with the great and the good, the ancient and the modern.
Storm, great to see you nearer the back of the grid, but I was looking at your top hat yesterday and I thought it didn't look out of place, but there is a story behind it.
Yeah, so the top hat for me is I lost my dad to suicide in 2016, and he was always a bit eccentric, a bit mental. He was probably born to be living in Revival every day, but I wear the top hat just to show everyone that you've got to be different, you've got to stand out, you've got to make your mark on this world, and I'm no different to anyone else. I'm just fortunate that I can ride a bike pretty okay, but yeah, we're starting a bit further back today. We only got one lap in yesterday. The water wasn't favouring the bike for us. It was coughing, spluttering. So I've not been round the track. I've only done 2 laps on one of John Surtees' first ever winning bikes. So I got a good idea of where the track goes. I've now been playing a simulator over at the arcade, so I've got a better idea of where the track goes, and I'm just going to follow everyone else.
And how is your Revival so far?
So good, honestly. You can't not walk around the place and just smile. I've wanted to come for years. I've always wanted to be invited though and asked to come, not just come and be a punter and look round. Although it's amazing, it's a far drive for me, but to be invited and come down, I'm so fortunate that I've been allowed to come.
Well, look, best of luck in the race. Enjoy it.
Thank you. It should be fun.
Well, Storm Stacey, great addition. He's really got the feeling. But he won't be alone in starting near back, because right alongside him will be Michaels, Russell and Rutter with their Norton Velocette that only did, well, sort of effectively no laps. Yes, he reported to the pits. Everyone else went faster, but that will be a bike coming up through the order. Possible front runner.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, it is a two-part race, and those guys, unfortunately, yesterday, the clutch blew on it. They didn't even put a time in. But I spoke to both of them this morning, and they said, look, they've rebuilt it. They're feeling good. So, again, you get a good start. There's a lot to be done on the start here, being that's a Le Mans type start running across the circuit. So if you get away and get away good, then that can really help.
Well, let's just really explain what we're looking ahead to. It's a race for bikes from before 1954, a two-rider race. Yep. Let's see what it's all about. Well, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy race in honour of the great man, double world champion. It lives on a two-rider race, but we'll have one rider, of course, on each bike at the start of the race. But this morning it's the pros that go off first. And in tomorrow's race, of course, it'll be the AM riders that go to take the start of the race and the pros that should finish. And we can denote who is who, because the pro driver does not have the white armband, or looking around the other way around. The AM rider will be the one that is marked out by white armbands over their black leathers. But much better, in the early days we had black armbands. That showed nothing.
Absolutely, especially with the black leathers, so that did make it difficult. But it should be a stunning race. We're just looking through there at number 55. That is the Vincent Black Shadow. Josh Brooks, you can see in the picture there on the left. They qualified second, him and King, and they will definitely be in the hunt for this again. So we'll be looking forward to seeing them. But the guys to catch are going to be the team of Schwab and Todd on that number 11, that vintage and amazing BMW. It really is something to behold. We're just zooming on it there from 1929. That actually took the land speed record in 1929, 134.67 miles an hour.
You know, it's just comparing what other speeds things could achieve at the time. It was just on another level. Now you can get regular road cars that could do that, no problem. But again, no rear suspension whatsoever, solid rear end, and modern riders really have to learn their craft. Reaching across with your left hand to change gear over the tank, it's extraordinary.
Exactly, it's a hand gear change on the handlebar. The one big advantage it has about 60% more power than the Norton, so it has about 80 brake horsepower compared to their 50. So it's got a real speed advantage. But on the flip side, as you say, it's rigid rear end. It's the technology, the front end, the hand gear change. It really is something quite unique. But David Todd, who races for BMW in the British Championship, double TT winner this year, he is the man to put it. And you can see him there just getting himself focused, and it is a wonderful thing. Look at the little springs in the back seat as well. So just great to see this huge variety of machinery we have out.
Now, every year, of course, we have a different era of bikes racing the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Last year, the bikes that took the honours, it was bikes up to 1962, and Rutter and Russell took victory on the Manx Norton 30M from 1961. They're starting at the back of the grid. They're on another Norton. It's a Norton Velocette today, as you pointed out. Clutch problems didn't go anywhere. Other famous names to look for: Carlos Checker, started way down on about the row number 9, but world superbike champion years gone by. But again, we always, every year, have someone here for the first time, so he's absolutely having his eyes out on stalks. It's a fast circuit, it's a flowing circuit.
It is, and it is quite a difficult circuit when you come here for the first time, because it is fast and it's flowing, it's a bit blind, turn 1 especially. There's little sections that are quite difficult to get your head round, and they do take a little bit of practice. Him coming, having his first ride on a bike that he's probably never ridden before, on a circuit he's never seen, in the pouring rain. It was a,
Oh yeah, did we mention the rain? It was very, very wet, and I was super impressed with, we didn't have anybody toppling off their bikes, and everyone was really well controlled. In official practice, that's formed the grid. This is for a 25-minute race today, with rider 1 being the pro rider, and somewhere between 8 and 16 minutes into the race, the pit window will open, and then many a fumble in the pit lane over the years, so you could do well on the track, but you could blow almost all of your advantage in the pits
well,
on the
there's
change.
two things you've got to watch. One, speeding through the pits, very hot on that now, so we saw lots of penalties handed out over these last few years for that. The other thing is a Le Mans start, which means the bikes are on the other side of the track, being held, engines running, can't be in gear. The riders have to run across, jump on, and away you go. And you've got to be quick, you've got to be ready, you've got to be on the case, and so that's a real fascinating part of the race.
Well, it is, James. Over the years, you've seen bikes that are sort of sitting there theoretically on about row 3 or 4, coming into Madgwick Corner on the opening lap in the lead gaggle, possibly even leading the race. So, but however, the bikes then settle down. But it's a 25-minute race, and just remember these times: 8 minutes in to 16 minutes in is when the pit window is open, and almost every year someone gets it wrong.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, what you want these guys, the professionals, as it were, you want them to come in as late as they can, so you're handing as big an advantage as you can to your second rider. There is a couple of teams that are a little bit, which is the professional rider, you know, but mostly it's very, very obvious. But it is the professional riders that start, as we look at Ian Duffus there as well. So yeah, we've just got this great selection of motorcycles. He's on the Triumph T120, the nearest motorcycle. We see another Vincent there, and then the BMW. So we've just got such a selection. We've got Triumphs, we've got
the Royal Enfield on the outside of the front row. Sam Mendes should be starting that. As you say, the Vincent Black Shadow in there, the BMW R57. Then come the Manx Nortons, the Norton Internationals, Mattresses, Triumphs. You go on down the grid.
I mean, it is great, and then we've got some real talent out there as well. You know, we mentioned Checker. You've got the who's who of British Championship. We've got some really great old names. We've got TT legends. So it's fantastic to see. Obviously, Robert Dunlop's out there as well. So Robert Dunlop, obviously 29 TT wins. You know, he's right up there. We'll expect him in the hunt. He's on the second row in fifth on that 1953 Norton Manx. So it really is, and we see them now all coming out of the waiting area. Steve Brogan there, number 12. He's won it many times, him and Bain. As the guys get going, you really want to try and get a little bit. It's that careful balance. You want to try and get a bit of heat in your tyres, not too much. There probably are a few little damp spots here and there. You know, it looks like we're going to be okay for the race, but it did rain a little bit this morning, so you've got to be slightly careful. It's the first time the riders will have seen the track today, and you can see them weaving about, trying to get some heat in those tyres.
Yeah, and again, for a lot of the drivers who are having their debut here, of course, they'd only seen the wet. But take us down through the grid, James.
Yeah, so as you can see on the front row, you know, we've got Schrobb and Todd on the BMW, Brooks on the Vincent Black Shadow, then Mendes on the Meteor. Then behind them, we've got Dunlop on that Norton Manx, then Brogan on that Norton International in fourth. Third row, it's Bowler McGuinness, Hillier, Jackson, Tongue and Child. Fourth row is Fitchett and McWilliams. Keep an eye on them because they are always in the hunt. And next to them, you've got Ian Hutchinson and Rushworth on that Triumph T110. And then we've got the Velocet of Rhodes and Swallow, the BMW R5SS of Harry Mainwaring, Smart and Gooch, the Norton Manx of English and Plato. Again, keep an eye out for them because they'll be good. 15th, we've got Ottlinger and Hornby. 14th, Williams and Duffus. Then we got McConnell, Reish, Barrier, and then lastly we got Johnson and Corner bringing up those positions. And then as we go further back to the other names to look out for here, you'll see we got Carlos Checker, you can see there in 21st, so keep an eye on him. Ellison's having his first ride for Goodwood Revival in 24th, but look at the guys in 27th, Russell and Rutter, number 68. You know, they are definitely guys to watch. Also Maria Costello, you can see she's in 26th there, and Jenny Timmuth just bringing up the back row, so a real who's who.
Yeah, and in fact the last 4 bikes didn't set a time, so little problems in the rain. However, you could be fairly sure that Russell and Rutter will make their way up. So the riders who are starting, you see right in the middle, Joachim Folk-Rochinol standing there in his leathers, and everybody else bringing the bikes around, and the starting riders will run across the track to their bikes.
Yeah, and
over towards the pit wall side. You can see you've got little circles that have to stand in.
That's exactly. So you've got to have your feet within those, so your front foot, so you have your foot right against the line.
It's school sports day. You can really feel it coming on, can't you?
It really is. And at that point as well, it's funny, even after all those years, I think
You're feeling the nerves.
Still got the nerves a little bit, you know, as you kind of go over to your bike, as we say. And also the other thing about them is they can be very, very awkward to get into first gear, a lot of these motorcycles. So you do see people coming over, and actually the year that I won it, I actually had to do it with my hand to get it into gear, but I knew that when I started. I ran across, and it's just because they are so awkward. Some of them need motorcycles, so you just got these guys with different techniques, and that could cost people a lot of time.
Yeah, so last year we had the bikes from the early 60s. These are appreciably older, 54 back to 1928. Does that make them sufficiently harder as well to get on the bike?
Yes, it can do. I mean, this is a hand gear change, so obviously he's going to jump on, and this is the bike on pole position. Remember, we're taking 1929, yeah, it's a hand change, so he's going to come on, reach over, get that throttle, go. So all the bikes are being held by the second rider, and Schwab, by the way, is a KTM technical development rider and technician for KTM as well. So he's no slouch. He's won it before with Corsa 2018.
Right, the 2024 Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy race, part 1. Now the second race will be starting tomorrow. A Le Mans-style start. 25 minutes of racing, a rider change midway through this race. But the pro riders are starting. Who is going to get to Madgewick first? It won't be the rider who necessarily gets his backside or her backside down onto the saddle first. It's how good the getaway can be from this start. But James, you're the man with two wheels. Take us away. When the starter's order given, it's going to be explosive.
Yeah, it is indeed. You can see the guys all getting ready. It's Davey Todd near us. You can see some big, and here they go, and they're off. So first leg across the bike. Who's going to be away first? No, it looks like number 38, and it's always a bit tight as they come across there. So great start there by that looked like James Hillier.
Yeah, James Hillier. And I joked about people from about 9th, and the pole starting bikers have got a problem because Davey Todd is reaching down. Now I think he's got it hooked up. Missed the gear, fallen to about 6th place.
Yeah, so it's good way we can see. Right, so now most people away cleanly, which is good. That's Josh Brooks there on the Vincent. It's a big 1000cc V-twin. You just saw him power past the Nortons there.
Now we've got different coloured rondels on the bikes. Is that according to engine capacity? Oh, and we've got a problem there. Number 26 going off, and that's a Norton International Stephen Paul's bike. That had a problem yesterday, didn't even set applying that. But our race leader, about a second and a half clear going to St Mary's.
Yeah, well, it's very, very early days. As we say, 25-minute race. You've got to do a swap of the riders. The main thing on that first lap is coming away clean. Oh, someone's smoking badly in the background there. So that was McWilliams. That is McWilliams, one of the favourites.
Yeah, sharing with Duncan Fitchett, and that was one of those, which is the pro ride. And oh dear, maybe there's oil going down, and save it. One of the BMWs, I think they're number 98. That's the this is the 1928 bike, the compressor, Klaus Clausen's bike.
Yeah, well, so you can see now, there's Davey Todd, there's your pole man, number 11 sort of coming through. Now, as we look, he's got it going again. Mind that grass, I tell you, it's really slippy. You've got to be careful as you rejoin not to spin it out. So he does. He gets that 1928 BMW back on track, but Brooks now is right on the back, and you can see that he's really pushing.
Well, Josh Brooks clawed back about 2 seconds, then they're opening that, crossing the start-finish line. He's just 0.2 of a second down, the Jackson Hillier bike, number 38, leading the way. The Matchless for now at the front, and some of the others delayed. And again, Davey Todd trying to pick up the pace, but he's fallen down to 7th place overall.
Yeah, and there was Michael Rutter's already up to 9th as well, so keep an eye on Michael Rutter. And I tell you, someone else who's done a brilliant start from row 7, and that's Billy McConnell, the ex-champion. He's up to 4th, so Billy doing a brilliant job there.
It's so hard to pick them up on the opening lap because particularly that run to the first corner to Madgewick, but now we can see the first 3 starting to get away, but importantly the first 3 starting to close up because the bike that started the outside the front row, Royal Enfield, the Mendez bike, number 83, just trying to get onto the coattails of the front trio make it. And in fact, bike number 20 is closing in. You just mentioned McConnell, and he's definitely making that really sing, that Velocette closing in on the pack, but packs everywhere around the circuit.
Yeah, you can see he's having a good look there, but that Matchless is running beautiful. Oh, we got a faller there. That's the Norton International of Jenny Tinmouth. So Jenny Tinmouth, you can see let's have a little look in the background. What's going on? Oh, I see something is actually a problem with the bike. You see something flips off in the background. It looks like maybe even the rear fender, you see the smoke's coming out. Oh, So,
well, that's what happens when you go on soggy grass. But anyhow, Timmer's bike had a problem yesterday, started at the back of the grid. Further problems today. Hopefully they can get it fixed and it can at least get a full race on Sunday. But our first three coming across the line, probably covered by just under a second. It's still Jackson Hillier bike in front, and Mendes has moved up into second place in the Royal Enfield.
Yeah,
top three covered by, just a whisker over a second.
Yeah, it was a lovely lap for Mendes, fast lap of the race at 1:34.7. So just even nearly a second quicker than the guys in front. Mendes, he's getting out-tracked there by the Vincent of Josh Brooks. Just that extra capacity. So it's just really sort of driving a bit there, but really good. Three different manufacturers dicing out here at the moment at the front.
Wave yellow flags clearly as Jenny Tinmouth's bike is being removed from the side of the circuit, and that's on the drop from Fordwater as you go towards St Mary's. Definitely needs to be moved, so great work by the marshals as always.
Yeah, getting that cleared out the way. But back at the front, look at this. I mean, Hillier, they knew that it's a good pairing, that Hillier and Jackson pairing. That Matchless really flying, beautifully prepared. Doesn't quite have the top end of the Vincent of Josh Brooks. Just missing out a little bit on that CC, but it's certainly flying. It looks like it's handling well, but Brooks might just have the inside line here coming down, and I think he will do. I think we're going to see him make this move as he comes down to Woodcote.
Never say die, so first has become second, the second has become first, but still fighting back. So that brilliant start from the middle of the third row for bike number 38, the Matchless. Not out of the picture yet, that's for sure. Coming into chicane, just what, a whisker off the tail of Brooks, who's now in the lead of the race. And the Vincent Black Lightning, will he get away? Riders hunkered down as low as they possibly could, but more punch out of the... Oh, where's the rider in third place? Dropped back a tiny bit.
Yeah, he did, and speaking to him earlier, I saw him at breakfast, he said it's such a lovely thing to ride. So he's really enjoying riding it, smooth. He said the jetting on it is really nice, and he's able in places sort of to ride around. The Vincent's not quite as nimble, doesn't handle quite as well, but just with that extra capacity, that big 998cc 50-degree V-twin, it's got about, it can do about 125 miles an hour. Probably got another 10% more power than the Matchless in front. And that Royal Enfield Meteor of Fernando Mendes is not going anywhere either in third.
But knowing that he's got a bit more grunts out of the corners, he's got to choose his moments. But most of the circuit here at Goodwood, it's about getting the flow, and that wonderful run going into Lavant. The corner should be covered off by, beautiful run there from the bike 38, the Jackson Hillier Matchless. But coming out of the chicane is what it's all about for the bike in second place, but with the extra horsepower from his 1000cc.
Yeah, here he comes, he looks the other way. Oh no, it's Robert Dunlop. Robert Dunlop, that's unfortunate. Robert Dunlop obviously absolutely flying, but he's had a problem there on his 1953 Norton Manx, so he is out. And look at that, is that Michael Rutter as well? Looks like Rutter might have moved up to fourth behind these guys, right from the back row. Fernando Mendes is going through Hillier there.
Well, that's a more than average return. If he gets up to fourth place, the Russell Rutter bike started in 27.
Yeah, he's got a great start. So it is, wow. It's Vincent, the Royal Enfield, and here he is, yes he has, look at that, Michael Rutter has just got past Steve Brogan there, number 12, so Rutter, remember, he was on row 11 in 27th position. Let's have a look at his lap times, 1:33.9, so he lapped 0.6 of a second quicker than your leaders on that last lap. So Rutter, his gap right now is 4.1 seconds behind the leaders themselves. So let's see what he can do about that. He's got some clear track in front of him, just starting to drop Rogie. Back at the front, it is Josh Brooks though. Fernando Mendes in second and James Hillier third. Then we got Michael Rutter, then we got Steve Brogan.
Yeah, now one of the points we talked before the start of the race, this is a Pro-Am race, but Russell and Rutter are both effectively pros, so there's going to be not much drop-off in performance at all when the second rider gets on. So they can choose their moment, they can come in mid-race rather than waiting towards the end of the pit window to make their rider change.
They can indeed, and what we're seeing ahead there is already they're about to come up amongst some of the back markers, so they're going through the traffic already. So lap 4, there's Jenny Tinmouth and Michael Dunlop having a little chat. Luckily, smiles on both faces, so they're all okay.
Well, you can only do what you can do if your bike suddenly goes order combat, but this lead trio just having such a good crack. Their bikes performing in different ways at different points, but the bits of Black Shadow leading the way, the extra grunt, but again, 3 different manufacturers. Just great to have the 3 different ways they have to navigate the circuit at Goodwood. Through the chicane one more time. Again, the top 3 covered by just under a second. Great racing.
Yeah, it's a real great race. You see, it's all so important to get tucked in, because one of the things about these sort of machines is, because they haven't got the power, you've got to run your corner speed. Look at that Rutter, by the way. Rutter's taken a big chunk off. He's taken 1.4 seconds out the leader. 1:33.7 for Michael Rutter in 4th, 1:35.2 for the leaders.
Okay, I was saying that the Russell Rutter bike can hit when it wants. Rider on board at the moment wants to get with that pack. He's, you know, as a matter of pride, you've got to catch it, you've got to pass it. But that's been a fantastic charge from 27.
Absolutely. And right now, when he's in the groove, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. He'll want to come in as late as he can, because the pit window is just open actually, so they can now sort of come in this next period. But it's going to be interesting. A lot of these guys will leave it as late as they can before they swap. As we say, Michael Rutter, he's going to want to just go while he's in this groove. So, you know, it does come from 16 minutes to 8 minutes. They have to change within that window.
Now, one thing you just talked about, James, was they'd started to pick off some of the back markers. That actually affected Michael Russell on this lap, because the first 3 riders got cleared the traffic in the first part of the lap, and they're pulling away a little bit, but in the background the 68 is now regaining, but the first 3 has suddenly become 1 and then a pair, because certainly Josh Brooks has put a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest. He's actually set the fastest first sector of anyone, the fastest second sector. Maybe having got clear of the back, he was able to use the horsepower that he has with the Vincent where he wanted to.
Oh, look at Rutter as well, using all the track as he gets going, trying to get it. So look at that, a 1:31.7 with Josh Brooks. So that is really, really quick. So he is absolutely just pushed that lead back up again. He's suddenly, as you say, he went through the back markers, got some clear track, and he's really laying that down. So that's a stunning lap. We look sort of slightly further back, that is the 1937 BMW. That's Howie Mainwaring Smart, the ex-Superbike racer on that, and he's having a good ding-dong with Steve Plater, number 40. So those guys, you know, having a good play together.
It's ever since the first of the races of the Barry Sheene bike races here, it's just been the way the bike riders interact. The racers, a little bit of fun. Is he saying, "I'm with you," or does your bum look big, or just simply get out of the way?
He's having a good little dig. That is the battle for a 10th and 11th. Those guys are cracking on. But as you say, Josh Brooks has put that great lap in at the start. It's still really tight for 2nd and 3rd, and Rutter was chipping in on those guys. That is your 2nd place man, Fernando. Oh, sorry, that's James Hillier. So James Hillier, they're coming through. So Josh Brooks, that's your leader, number 55. Then we got a couple of back markers. Number 38 is James Hillier. So he's now sort of just coming round, pushing through. And actually, I think he's actually gained a fraction maybe on this lap as they come through the back markers, because he looks significantly closer. So he's going to get held up a little bit here. He's going to try and square him off, get the drive coming out as he goes past the Manx, and that is actually Carlos Checa. Number 7 man is Carlos Checa. He's just signalled to put his foot out, so he'll be coming on the next lap.
Yeah, go on my right as well, but what, you know, traffic giveth and it taketh away, and certainly that was Everflow, 1/4 second gain, 1/4 second loss, but for Josh Brooks, pulling clear 1.7 seconds. The last 2 laps have been very good for him. He's got the clear air. It also means when he comes in, he can choose the time he's coming into pit, but he will pit as late as he can within this pit window, because clearly he is the pro in the pairing, and when he hands over, it will be probably as late as he can. Ben Kingham will be taking over in that race leading bike, but who knows where he can be come the checkered flag.
Yeah, again, a good pit swap is really important, a nice clean swap, and a lot of the guys will have sort of practiced that even in the pits, you know, keeping it in gear, making sure you're in first, gear in, so you get over, so you can hand the bike over and they can just get on and get away. So that is one of our first swaps. That's Steve Plater. He's coming in, and Steve Plater, he's just having a swap with Glenn English. Glenn English is a really good classic rider.
Yeah, and a lot of success here over the years. So again, one of the stronger rider pairings. Didn't start totally near the front of the grid, but they're doing what they needed to do. In fact, started down in 11th position on the grid, but we know, well, standing high in the saddle there. What was going on there?
Yeah, well, that is Sylvain Barrier. He was the ex-world Superstock champion as well. So the Frenchman, lovely to see him come to Goodwood. And then having a little look behind him, We've then got number 22, and that is the Gilera. So that's lovely to see that. And that's Storm Stacey. Remember, Storm Stacey had his first British Superbike win this season. So again, another very welcome addition. You can see the guys coming into the pits. There's Michael Rutter. So Rutter's coming in. James Hillier's coming in. So this is going to be a really important swap. On they get. Oh, Jackson. So Dan Jackson goes on. So now we're going to have a little look. So I think the question was, did we see? I think Brooks is still circulating. Now there's Davy Todd. So Davy Todd has been down in 6th, but obviously this really does sort of muddle it all up. Right, there is Michael Russell. So that's Michael Russell's teammate. He is now out on the motorcycle. So it's just going to take a lap or two. They've only got, remember, the window closes with 8 minutes to go. So they have to get in. They have to swap by then.
Certainly does, and many a fumble when people can't do their maths, counting backwards, me included. But so half the field, one field, has made a rider change so far. Well, actually just under that, but right out has been a fantastic run from Josh Brooks. He'll be handing over to Ben Kingham very soon indeed in their fabulous Vincent at the front of the field. For the riders waiting their turn, that's where you jump around on the balls of your feet, isn't it? Nervous tension. Sam Mendes in the middle of the batch there, waiting to take over. And certainly their Royal Enfield has gone very, very well indeed, and Adam McLean should be bringing that in probably this time around.
Yeah, you can see the guys just trying. It can be really confusing coming in as well. You've got to make sure you know exactly where you're going, because everyone's coming in the same spot. It's condensed, it's tight. As we see Doc Bush there jumping on his Norton Manx. He's been handed over from Dave Johnson, so away he goes. And here's Josh Brooks as well. So there's your leader. This is going to be interesting to see. So number 55, Josh Brooks, he's going to be handing over to Kingham. Let's have a little look. It's not bad.
Not bad. Keep blipping the throttle constantly, just keeping it alive.
And Mendes right behind him as well. So
well, that's been a gain, because remember before the pit stop, the rider change, it was nearly 2 seconds.
And here comes
the Vincent was leading by.
Yes, that's right. You can see Rutter. They're all in the groove right behind. Remember, it's that first bit when you come out, it's always a bit awkward. And you can see Rutter. He's coming through there, number 68. So, sorry, not Rutter, Russell. Michael Russell. Yeah, he's obviously swapped over now. So this is the hunt. This is the battle for the lead, and it's on track. And it's all to go for. And Hillier is Jackson's there as well now. So it is the second riders, and they've all ended up. Doesn't always work like this, but they've all ended up in the hunt.
Yeah, the child top bike is right. So effectively, anyone got a blanket? We've got 6 bikes to cover with one here, there, all together. Fantastic, just exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and you mentioned Chad there. He's done a brilliant job. Adrian Child, he's doing a good. And look at that. So that is Russell is now in the lead. So they have come
from 4th before the rider changes to 1st. And take a look. I mean, he was a lap earlier onto the bike and just in the groove that little bit more. He talked about the first few corners when you've taken over a bike, you're getting up to speed. But maybe that earlier pit stop worked for them. Can this be 27th? Yes, 27th to the lead of the race. Yes, it is so far. Will it be to the checkered flag? Well, let's find out. 9 minutes remain.
Yeah, so there it is, Michael Russell doing a lovely, lovely job on that Norton Velocette. So it's a Norton featherbed chassis with a Velocette engine. It's bored out. The engine itself was a 500. It's bored out to a 640cc. They had a clutch problem. Didn't set a time yesterday in qualifying, so started from the back. But they've come through, and they are now unbelievably in the lead of the race, which is superb.
The pit window is now closed. The last of the bikes who got in just before pulling out onto the track again, but all the front runners have made their change. Oh, dearie me, that is getting a little bit solid down there by KD3. That was Sam Mendes just taking it over from teammate McLean, and that was a bit of shoulder barging there.
It was, yeah, on Doc Bush. So he was just a little tight. It's difficult, that first corner on one of these. It's a big bump. You've got to watch that. They want to move a little bit as well. It's all about corner speed. You've got to keep them. You've got to keep them singing. So the interesting thing is going to be, what can Dan Jackson do? He's in 2nd spot, and these guys look like they're going to miss the window. So that is really unfortunate. That's the Vincent Black Lightning of Dominic Herbertson and Dario Tossolini. So they are going to be penalised, unfortunately, because they've got to have got in within that 8 minute, and they haven't.
Oh, that moment in the pit lane, on the pit wall, when you've been trying to indicate the lap after lap, and you're right, maybe just having too much fun, but that will be dropping that way down the order. But right now, it's Michael Russell leading the way. 1.3 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap, and this one, is he going to come in now just for the sake of it through the chicane? Bike number 37, the one that is now in trouble.
And he hasn't gone again.
No, he's just having too much fun.
So So he's completely missed it, or I think that's his teammate going, what's going on? What's happening? So so that's unfortunate. So they're going to be penalised, but he's obviously enjoying himself out there.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness now the lead bunch have got the wrong side of the law. Right, Michael Russell coming through, who's 1.3 seconds clear. He's 2.3 seconds clear now, and starting to maybe pull away a little bit from Dan Jackson.
He was, so he was a second quicker than Dan Jackson on that last lap. So Russell, really nice lap in. He's now sort of coming up to the traffic as well, so he knows 6.5 minutes. Always had a little look down there. So just we'll keep an eye on that. He's looking down. Is there some sort of problem? We'll just keep an eye. Is he looking for oil? There's definitely, that is your leader, remember. So number 68, Michael Russell, just having a little peek down at his motorcycle a couple of times. He's just come to this lovely section and he's ridden absolutely beautifully along with his teammate, but something is bothering him a little bit there.
Right, what's left on the clock? Just over 6 minutes. He's definitely looking down, but for the moment, still lapping at very, very good pace. The fastest lap in the race so far was done by Josh Brooks in the the Vincent, that's now fallen down to 4th place. It's Ben Kingham's taken it over. 1 minute 31.7, and at the moment the fastest of the riders at the front of the field doing 1 minute 35. But we did have the pros on first and the amateur riders in theory in the second stage of the race.
Yeah, so they did have a problem with the clutch on this motorcycle in qualifying, but we will keep an eye. But it still sounds like it's running pretty sweet. He's still going through the traffic okay. He's got a 2.2 second lead up on Jackson, who's then got a further second back on Mendes in 3rd. So again, he's having another long look down there.
Well, actually, he picked up the pace by a second, but suddenly there's a little bit of traffic. But again, he's gained more time over Dan Jackson. He's 3.5 seconds to good in the race. So Michael Russell, can it be the back-to-front victory, or will there be a mechanical gremlin that steps in? But there he is, bike number 68, Norton Velocet, absolutely flying at the moment.
Well, as you say, he's pulled another good second, so that's good. And now you can see number 38, that is Jackson, and then behind him, there's a couple of... Mendes is another couple of seconds back on that. So these are a couple of back markers he's come through. This is your leader again, and he just comes up to he's just coming up to lap the Norton Manx there of Sylvain Barrier and Sebastian Prix.
Yeah, not too far further up the track ahead of them is Glenn English, who's making really good progress on the bike. That's bike number 40, which is Max Norton. He shares with Steve Plater. They were overall, they've been right in the mix here before, and we'll see again. You get these slightly even bike pairings that really, really do count by the end of the race.
And I was just looking at that, and Kingham has really closed up now, and he's just on the... Is he just closing a little bit on Mendes on that last lap?
It's ebbing and flowing. Actually, the previous lap he was catching, and then maybe a bit of traffic, but the clock counts down, just over 4 minutes remain. It is the first part of the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. It's been fantastic from start to finish, and as we had the rider changes, the top 6 were covered by about 2 seconds, where they all got out of the track, but Michael Russell was absolutely flying. He's 3.5 seconds clear. Surely he can coast it, and a couple of bikes have been given 5-second penalties for pitting outside the pit window. We saw one still hasn't come in as far as we can ascertain, but it's bikes 17 and 98, and it's the Tong Child one that just moved. I just mentioned it. They'd been moving up the order. They're in 9th place. They're in trouble.
That's a shame, because Child was doing a fantastic job to get that bike in, pushing in the top 5. He'd lapped really well, qualified 6th, so it was great for that journalist. Michael, your leader, still looking down, but he's banging in those 34s. No one else is even in the 34s. Jackson is in 2nd. He's doing a high 35, and the rest of the guys are in 37s or slower. So he really is, he's hammering on, but he keeps looking down.
Yeah, but such is his margin now, James. He's 5 seconds clear. He doesn't really need to look behind. Always the bike ride, they've got that great visibility to the rear. They're looking to see who's closing, but now with the twists and turns of the circuit, he cannot see the next rider.
No, that's right, and also you just knock off 500 revs, just keep it going. You've got another part tomorrow, so all these sort of things. But he's done you've got to say, he's done a lovely job on that bike. So, as you say, it's a Norton Manx chassis with this Velocet engine in it, forward out, it's push rod, and what a job he's done. Now, this is obviously Kingham, and he was teammates with Brooks, and Brooks it was that set that fastest lap, so Brooks set that fastest lap for 1:31.7, but this is his teammate, and he's in 4th, and it looks like he's probably going to stay there because he's got a bit too much to do to get him back with Mendes. But that beautiful Vincent Black Shadow, that 1954 bike, It's just a lovely, and the sound of it as well, that big 998cc 50-degree V-twin, look at it. And it was just, Vincent were renowned for their quality of engineering, their styling, and it's a beautiful thing.
It really is, and in fact he's fairly comfortable in 4th place because the Bain Brogan, number 12, the Norton International with, is it Ian Bain on now? Because Steve Brogan started the race, I seem to recall, but that is 18 seconds further back in 5th place. But, actually, just had a change of position because suddenly what has happened to McLean?
Yeah.
Bike 83 started the outside the front row of the Royal Enfield Meteor.
They were 7 seconds in front, but they have disappeared. We haven't seen them come across yet.
A very, very slow second segment. Should be doing around 40 seconds. It was over a minute. So, there we have proof. Found
He's got to get off the track. He's got to move to the side.
Hand up on the matchless Norton, but there is nothing more can be done.
So that's a different. So that's number 17. So that's the tongue child bike.
Oh, sorry, yes.
But actually, just when it's you know something's wrong, you just got to get to the side of the track, get that off, so you're not dropping anything. Ugh.
Well, the Mendes McLean bike, we were talking about bike 83, we thought that had a problem. Clearly it had, but it's come into the pit. Right, now first to second, it's 6 seconds. We've only got a minute left, so I think surely Michael Russell can relax, but he is being caught. Dan Jackson actually took a second out of him last time around.
Yeah, so here is your leader, and this will be the last lap as he comes across. He's got to earn it as 50 seconds as he comes across the line, so he's going to be very, very happy with that. But it is a change of leaders, so as we look back, there's your second place spot. That is Dan Jackson there doing a great job. So he's 6.7 seconds back. There's your leader coming through again, and as we say, it's then going to be Kingham and Brooks who have inherited this third, because Mendes has had some sort of problem. We haven't seen a crash, so the men in 3rd place. And that's the thing about this race. It is a two-parter. It is an aggregate, so much can happen. You've just got to keep going.
Yeah, the Mendes McLean bike, the Royal Enfield actually reported back to the pit, so clearly a slow run in with a mechanical problem, but it's not lying on the side of the circuit. But out of St Mary's, up the rise to the first of the Labant right-handers, looking in control. No longer looking down as much as he was. Michael Russell actually pulling away. There is no gain from Dan Jackson. The last lap was an advantage to our race leader. He continues. So 27th position on the run across the grid to get on the bike for Michael Russell, but Michael Russell about to bring it home to win the first part, surely, at the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
It puts him in a very strong position for tomorrow. That's 6.7 seconds, so it's a very strong pairing, Michael Rutter, Michael Russell, and they've done an amazing job. Let's not forget, they started on row 11th in 27th, and they've come all the way through. They didn't hustle. Rutter did a great job in that first part, and then Michael Russell here, he's taken over, and even though he's looked down a few times, he's done it, and he takes the win for the first part of the Barry Sheene Memorial race here.
He had so much fun. Michael Russell will also be out in the Formula 5, the 500 race, and in behind, looking to see what the margin is at the end, and it's 6.7 seconds. That's a nice, comfortable margin to carry in to tomorrow's second part of the race. Looking for the bike that's going to come through in 3rd place. It should be the Vincent Black Shadow bike, number 55. There it is, with Ben Kingham bringing that home. So 3rd place, very useful for him.
Yeah, so let's have a look. 26 points, so he's 26.9, 27 seconds basically back on your leader. Now this is the McConnell-Perkin bike, and again, what a ride they've had from row 7 on the grid, the 16th position. Billy McConnell did a great job coming through to do it, but on that 1952 Bella set, and then his teammate Perkin taking a really strong 4th place there. Great job from them, and Bain and Brogan just behind them, literally at 1 second in 5th. So they'll be there. That's a shame. That's a shame. That's the Triumph. So we're just seeing there the Triumph T110, the Ace Classics, with Ian Hutchin and Kevin Rushworth, was retired in the last lap. But well done to this pairing. Michael Rutter, Michael Russell. Hats off.
Smooth, in control. They timed their ride change very nicely indeed. They did it a lap before most of their rivals. That meant they were fully up to speed when Michael Russell swept around Madrick at full racing pace, and literally before the end of that lap he'd put the bike from 6th up into the lead of the race, and thereafter pulled away. But there were possible mechanical issues, but certainly constantly checking the controls. But by the end of the race, Michael Russell was just banging out the laps at really, really good pace.
He was, and the bike looked really nice, didn't it? It's a bit of a bitch, as we say, with that. It's an unusual sort of thing. It's got a Manx Norton chassis, and then it's got that Velocip. board out to a 640, and it just seemed to run. It looked nice. Both the riders, it looked like it had good speed. It looked like it was compliant, and really, really top job there for the riders and the team who put it together.
Always find it interesting. You can see the aggregate speed there was 92.1 miles an hour. But let's see how he went from not at the front to very much being the front. One lap earlier onto his bike, look, bike number 68. He's already gained about 3 positions through the first couple of corners, and then just slotting his way past Ben Kingham into the lead of the race. Job done, and thereafter he just eked clear. Great run from the Norton Velocette. Started right down in 27th position with Michael Rutter at the helm, but Michael Russell really did the job in the second half of the race. Job well done.
It was indeed. It was indeed. There you see that's Michael Rutter with his Manx, and unfortunately retired. And then Jenny Tinworth. You can see in the background that mudguard sort of seat thing that came off from her motorcycle. She's holding his bike while Michael, I presume, will go and get hers. They'll want to grab that out a little bit, but that is your winner as he comes up to the finish line. And how happy is he? What a great ride.
You always want that moment where they either pop their visor up so you can see the smile on their eyes, and here we go. Yeah, actually that was very satisfying because there was a proper race there in the middle, but really with the combined skills of Michael Rutter first, Michael Russell second, they did the job supremely well today. But they've got to do it all again tomorrow, but the first rider today will be the second rider tomorrow, and it's all good fun.
Yeah, no, very much so. So it's, they come through clean. We've... The weather's held off. We had the track looked like it was in pretty good condition, which was great to see. So the crowd loving it.
Well, busy down. The top 3 riders will be coming clear down onto the grid, where Ed Foss will be down to meet them very soon indeed. But I think there'll be some very happy faces down there. And in the end, 6.7 second margin of victory for Michael Russell and Michael Rutter on their Norton Velocette. Second place, James Hillier and Dan Jackson, going very nicely indeed. Their bike led quite a lot of the race, their matchless, but in the end they couldn't match the pace of the Russell and Rutter combo. Victory for them today. So backwards forward, just waiting for the next couple of bikes to get down at the end of the lap. But let's go down to Ed with some happy faces.
What a performance that was. Guys, let's squeeze in the 2 Michaels. Michael, 18 places on the first lap, I think it was.
Yeah, I just shut my eyes really and went around the outside of them, and he was hopping all over the road. I thought, because the cold tyres the first lap, and you got to be so careful on these. And I thought, I've just got to get up there with him. And lucky enough, the bike went fantastic. And I thought, I know when Michael gets on it, he's used to riding these, and he's flying at the moment. So I was glad when I passed it over and said, right, it's your responsibility.
Michael, I mean, fantastic second stint there, but was there a problem with the bike?
It was just talking to me with some of its fluids, and I was just keeping an eye on that, really. But, I mean, what a privilege. Big thank you to Richard and Jean. It's been great. So, yeah.
Well done, guys. It was a cracking ride. Top job. Let's find second place, guys. Here we go. James, Dan. James, it looked like you were having a fun opening few laps there.
Yeah. Always a little sketchy, obviously only with 2 wheels, and you don't get a lot of warning trying to find what grip there was, but it actually wasn't, I didn't think it was too bad, but I was really conscious with time on the aggregate, for tomorrow with the weather looking a bit iffy, that I just wanted to bank as much time as we could today and try and get away, but yeah, we're here, so, great bikes finished, and it was a good race that, enjoyed it, so.
No, it was great to watch. Dan, you sort of kept him in your sights, but couldn't quite close the gap.
No, it's, like I said, it's a long race. It is over aggregate, and we've got that in the back of our heads, but yeah, fair play to them coming from the back, but yeah, tomorrow's another day, and we'll regroup and go again.
It's indeed. Well done, guys. Nearly had a shunt myself. Let's head over. We've got Josh and Ben. Josh, what a cracking opening few laps there. It's disappeared off into the lead. It must have been a lovely experience.
Yeah, obviously, by the time we got to the pitch changeover, we had a comfortable lead. But the early laps, just trying to understand the bike and the tyres and the track conditions, and it was still a bit patchy out there. But the bike never moved. But it's like visual water on the track. I mean, mental water on the track. So yeah, it took a while to get kind of comfortable with the conditions, and then push forward to try and make a gap. But yeah, we're here on the podium position, so yeah, a great job by Ben to bring it in.
Yeah, Ben, let's come to you. It was a busy opening lap you had as you went out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure what was going on. I didn't know if it was guys that hadn't come in yet or they were going out with me, you know, with a second stint. So I was actually a bit confused where I was for about 2 laps.
But I mean, podium at Goodwood doesn't get much better.
I can't complain. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Well done, guys. Cracking ride.
Well, let's take a look at the results. James, talk us down from first to last.
Yes. So, it is...
Well, they're the wrong results, but here are the right ones. Russell and Russell at the top.
Yeah, you can see that. Russell and Rutter on their Norton Velocet, so they're the winners. Jackson and Hillier on the matches in second. Kingham and Brooks in third on the Vincent Black Shadow. The Velocet of Perkin and McConnell in fourth. Bain and Brogan fifth on the Norton. English and Plater sixth on the another Manx. Bowler McGuinness, there'll be ones to watch tomorrow in seventh. Gooch Main wearing smart in eighth. Otlingo and Hornby in ninth. And May and Corner on another Manx in 10th.
So let's take a look back at the highlights of Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, Part 1. And it was a Le Mans style start. The rider 1 having to sprint across. Rider 2 nervously holding the bike on the pit wall side, and it looked very even Stevens. Very seldom does the bike at the front of the grid get away first. This was an example.
Yeah, very much. You could see it was number 38 of Hillier, who was right down, back on sort of road 3 or road 4 that got out in the lead. And you see that number 11, your pole man on the old BMW, had a bit of a problem there getting it started. And then we saw some of the riders going really, really wide. But it was a great first stint of the battle. Everyone battling on. Unfortunately, Jenny Tinmouth having a little incident there, but then it was Hillier and Josh Brooks battling out at the front there, and they had a great tussle. And then they were joined by the pairing of Mendes and who had again a really strong ride there on the Royal Enfield Meteor. McLean coming through, pushing all the while. And then you can see these three just battling out for that early part of the race. Steve Plater, number 40, Harry Maywearing start, having a good fun with each other, coming down the start, finish straight.
Yeah, then we got to the rider changes, but by coming in first, Michael Rutter had already got his pit stop done, the rider change done, and he looked for bike 68. He came out as he came round, he was in about 5th place. By 2 corners later, he'd taken the lead of the race and was going to go on from 27th place to victory in the Norton Velocet. A little bit of push and shove there, and 83 was McLean and Mendes' bike being pushed to the side, Royal Enfield, but it was very, very clean at the front.
Yeah, and there's that beautiful Vincent Black Shadow, the 1954 motorcycle coming through there. Kingham doing a great job, but it was all about these men in the end. The pairing of Michael Rutter and Michael Russell on that lovely Manx Velocet mix, and they came through to take that win, and they've got a 6.7 second lead going in tomorrow's second part. Remember, it is an aggregate race, and it is all to play for.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
This is the grid that is always filled to capacity at Goodwood Revival, the Settrington Cup, where horsepower is replaced by pedal power.
Yes, it's a one-make championship. Everybody's driving the identical Austin J40 pedal cars, and the scrutineers are out there making sure everyone's conforming to regulation.
Yeah, the under-10s are about to get underway and go to the start line. So we'll take a look at our quick explainer to find out a bit more information about this race. Now, David, you were here for last year's race. You were lucky enough to witness all the action, so give us a bit of a rundown of what happened last year.
Well, it's a big highlight of Revival, no doubt, and there's some familiar faces out here. I'm seeing racers from last year, in particular Eva Dron here. I remember very close to a podium last year. Got robbed, I feel, at the last minute, but I believe you've had a few dramas this morning, Will.
Yeah, massive panic. If I look a little red-faced, it's because I had to take 2 wheels off the car when I was in the paddock just before we came out here because she had 2 flat tyres.
Sabotage?
Oh, I couldn't possibly comment. No, I don't know. Probably just a poor mechanic. You know, she needs a better teammate. But yeah, the driver's good. It's the mechanic that's the problem.
Do we need to keep an eye on those rear wheels?
We keep looking at them and just keep checking the inflation level. But so far, so good. Can you all cross your fingers for us?
Eva's looking very relaxed, though, I think.
Yeah, so you've had some tyres changed here, Eva. How does your car feel now?
It feels okay for the moment. I'm just going to be happy if I finish the race.
Oh, I bet you will. Do you feel excited for it then?
Yeah, but also really nervous.
Okay, so have you been given any advice by Dad before you go out onto the grid?
Yeah, lots of advice.
Like what? What does he tell you?
Like, keep calm and go straight, because then you go faster.
Okay.
So the straighter you go, the faster you'll go.
Okay, good advice there, but we have got one chicane in this race, so what's the tactic when you get to that part?
Just try and avoid it all best I can, really.
Oh, well, there's some really good advice. Good luck for the race, Eva. We're going to go speak to some more of your competitors now. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, well, she's definitely got her head screwed on there. Thanks, Dad. Good luck, Eva. Shall we see who else we can find down the grid?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we've got Dario here now. Dario, I believe this race has been giving you more headaches than anything else this weekend.
I don't know about headaches, but certainly stress. Yeah, getting the kids' uniforms organised, getting the cars here, making sure everything is okay. Yeah, well, it's bad enough with one daughter in the race. Having 2, I've had to enlist some help. So Jimmy is helping Valentina, my youngest, because she requested him, and I'm helping Sophia, our oldest. And yeah, stressed.
Have you got a game plan?
As long as I have a good time, and honestly, I don't care. Especially Valentina, she's only 5. If she gets to the finish, has a good time, I'll be delighted. And Sophia's a bit more experienced in it, but yeah, it's so much fun. But every parent here, I think, is feeling the same thing. They're all stressed. They're all worried about certain things, and but it is the best race of the weekend.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck.
Good luck to you and your little one. We're going to get down to the grid now, where Ed Foster is with another special guest.
Well, thank you very much. You think the RAC TT is competitive? It's nothing compared to this. Absolutely nothing. Look, let's see who we've got up at the front of the grid. Monty, have you been doing lots of training for this?
Not as really much as I usually would do, but not very much.
Well, did you have a good breakfast in preparation?
Yes.
Well, that's the important thing. Christian, you've run some very difficult drivers and tricky situations, but really nothing has prepared you for this, has it?
No, it's a high-pressure moment making his debut here at Goodwood. So yes, we've filled him up and he's ready to go.
What are the team orders?
Just pedal as hard as you can.
Yeah, it's lovely when it's that simple, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cheers, Christian. Let's see who else we've got here. Now, are you all set? Have you? What kind of training have you been doing?
I've been going up and down my road with the car.
Oh, excellent. And have you been practicing the start as well?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the plan for the race?
just go pedal as fast as I can.
Do you know what? I think that's a pretty good plan. Enjoy it. Let's try to see if we can get kind of in amongst a few of these cars here. I'm sorry, I'm not making it very easy for my cameraman, but let's come around here. A car running well?
Very well, yes. Well prepared.
Is it? Excellent. Does it take much upkeep?
Yes, lots. Yeah.
Lots of engine rebuilds. Yeah. Well, look, let's see how we're going. It's you look as though you got enough space in there. Have you? Everything seems to be working well this morning.
Yeah.
And how old are you?
7.
You're 7. Okay, so have you done this before?
Yes.
And what happened?
I came 8th.
Wow, that is a really good effort. So you're going to try and do better this time?
Yes.
Yeah, and so maybe a podium?
Yeah.
Okay, so what have you done differently? Have you been eating a bit more, doing a bit more training?
Yeah.
Excellent, cool. Right, well, look, that's the whistle. I'll tell you what, stay with me because, oh my goodness, I'm going to get run over by J40. Follow me, and we can wander down, and I will explain a little bit about this race. So this race first started in 2012, and the idea was, mooted in 2010-11, but it took quite a long time to actually come up with the regulations. Yes, they have a full rules book, and then they launched it in 2012. They had miniature paddock shelters. They have half-size entry forms. They have half-size wristbands. And one of the problems, whisper it, is that there has been a little bit of cheating in the past. Obviously, pedal cars, and you can alter the throw of the pedals, not legally, but that's been picked up. And all of these cars, these J40s, were made in the Welsh factory, started in about 1949, staffed by miners, and they used scrap metal, and they started all of these. Before 2012 and the first Settrington Cup, you could pick these up reasonably cheaply, but I had a look on Google before this weekend, and I think they're now about £4,500. So they're quite coveted cars. I'm going to slow down a second and see if we can catch up with someone en route. Right, very dangerous crossing. There we go. Are you all prepared and ready to go?
Hopefully. I think so. She's ready, aren't you? You're ready?
I love the leg-saving effort by pushing it. Well done.
Yeah, we thought a bit of exercise.
Quite right. Excellent. So you'll see some people, good morning, some people have, let's hold off here, there's actually quite a clever design. So 2 ways of getting them down to the start line. You can pull them with a ratchet strap to save the legs because you want maximum torque when you leave the line. Or you have this quite clever little pole that goes onto the steering wheel and you can push it. Another great torque-saving device to make sure that everyone gets away well. So the starting positions are all drawn out of a hat, and they then, let's carry on now, why not? And so they all get drawn out of a hat, and so Le Mans style start. Got to jump in the car, make sure you get the feet on the pedals correctly. You don't want to slip off one of the pedals at the start. And then tomorrow, the grids are reversed. So person who finishes last, person who starts first today will start last tomorrow. Why don't we have a chat here? Not a very novel use of an umbrella. Rain yesterday, and then pushing a Settrington Cup car today.
Came into good use yesterday, and now it's getting even better use, saving my back.
Fantastic. And how are the nerves?
I think I'm very nervous. Charlie is super relaxed and waving to the crowd and enjoying himself.
I hope you've had him on a rigorous training programme.
Of course, yeah, not too many jelly babies.
Well, hopefully lots this morning.
Yes, pre-race prep, lots of jelly babies.
Yes, I think the sugar actually...
Doing a little bit of training, and this was my car when I was a boy. So
amazing.
We're really excited and privileged to be here.
Fantastic. Well, let's get them through. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely lethal. So this is the chicane we're coming to now. Actually, what are these made of? Are these very heavy? Okay, no, they're not too bad. They're not concrete. So this is the chicane they've got to get through. Usually it's absolutely chaos. There is a racing line, but no one seems to take it. This can obviously win or lose you the race here. And then if we look back up, it's the sprint up to the finish. It's about just over 200 metres, so it's quite a long way. And you do have some fast starters who then come through a bit later. We've got Jimmy here, we've got Joe. Joe, highlight of the weekend, isn't it?
Absolutely, total highlight. I mean, these are the future. These are super fast, and there's going to be tears and there's going to be joy at the end, and emotion will be running very high.
Oh, so tears, that's just the parents.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. And, we've got to keep the parents apart, and I think that's the way to have a great race.
Excellent. Well, so I'm holding you up. I'll let you get on. That is the last car going down to the start. So I'm going to sprint back up to the finish so that I can interview all the podium finishers.
Well, years of training, late nights, sacrifice, sugar, stressed moments for parents around the world has led to this part one of the Settrington Cup almost getting underway. And to guide you through every single step of the action is myself, Harry Benjamin, and alongside me is racing driver Alice Powell. I mean, Alice, you started training to be a racing driver from a young age. Did this ever appeal to you? How would this have helped you in your career?
Oh, we've got some budding F1 stars lining up today. I would have loved to have taken part. I was very tall, so I doubt I would have slotted into one of these little Austin cars. I mean, they're meant quite good shoes for you. I think your feet would just about fit into one of those. One on either foot for you, Harry. But as you said, these are the talent of the future. We've had some new coming to compete this weekend. We've got some coming back to defend their titles as well. So it's going to be so competitive. And I promise you, this is very competitive. This might all think, oh, look, it's a kiddies race. Off they go. There's going to be some lunges down into the chicane. There's going to be a bit of bumping, a bit of barging. They're all out there. They all want to win. They say, yeah, taking part is what counts. But I tell you what, they're all going to want to stand on the podium at the end of the weekend.
As well, Dario Franchitti there just guiding well, one of his entrants. He's got a couple, Sophia, in the 50 car. And well, just to reiterate what Ed was explaining to us about how this race is going to work. It's a two-part contest for these Austin J40 pedal cars from 1949 to 1966. So we're splitting it into two parts. The first race about to get underway, where all the starting positions are picked out of a hat. And then for tomorrow, Sunday's race 2, the decider, we reverse the grid. And the driver with the lowest aggregate time is crowned the winner. And you can see them lining up in a diagonal formation on the side of the track. That's because we're going to have a Le Mans-style running start, followed by more than 200 meters of forensic pedaling. Children between the ages of 4 and 10 will pedal like they've never pedaled before. But it's not all a straight line, is it, Alice? They've got a chicane to navigate as well.
Yeah, tricky chicane, as Ed described to us. There's a racing line, and you want to take it as straight as possible, but no one ever really takes it. You'll see some moves down the inside, some braver with the pedalling, some not so much. You can see all the drivers are just starting to go into the middle of the track, Le Mans style start, as Harry just explained. So nervous time for them as they wait. Here's the chicane. You can see that it's like polystyrene blocks. Thankfully, they are not concrete. It'd be very cruel to stick out concrete in the middle there. So they'll have to navigate this, but they'll be, especially if you're starting in the middle of that pack, there's a lot of traffic congested into the chicane. And you can see some are taking different approach, different stances to sprint over to their little Austin J40s.
Yeah, the marshal then just making sure everybody is lining up as they should do. Nobody gaining too much of an advantage. Steely faces of determination. The hat's been thrown away from one competitor. He doesn't need the extra weight. He doesn't need to deal with the problems that a flat cap might bring, especially getting up to speeds of maybe a couple of miles an hour. Might fly the hat off as we get this Settrington Cup underway shortly. It will be a sprint to your Austin J40 pedal car as we celebrate 75 years of that. A mere footnote in British motoring history, but one that is being celebrated and coming to the fore here at the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival. And we are off and ready, and it is straight into your car, and some with a rather dainty start, but straight away, and it's a good start there from that looked like Luca Franchitti, who's trying to retain his title from last year. Look out for the red 22 Austin. That is looking very, very nifty indeed, but it's been a good start for those at the front of the field, Alice.
Yeah, look at the feet frantically pedaling away. We've got the parents following up close behind. You can see now keeping it in a straight line. We heard some of the competitors say we've got the number 100 there that started off at the front. That's Teddy Horn, and through the chicane. They go. Some taking the ideal line is going to get congested, Harry.
Luca Franchitti is going to try and take the lead again here. They've made it through the chicane. It might be side by side at the front of the field for those who can see the determination on it. Look at the one on the right-hand side, really peeling to the fore. It looks like most people have been able to make their way through the chicane. We saw a big pile up there last year, and I think that involved Kushmaini there last year. And are we going to see a little bit of congestion there this time around? It looks like Emerson Uff has been caught up in the 40, but coming to the front of the field and crossing the line. It looked like the 22 there badgering the 100. Oh, the 100 badgering the 22, but in that 22 car, Luca Franchitti taking the win just ahead of Teddy Horn, but that got very tight at the end. But Luca Franchitti doing a marvellous job to get that Austin to the front of the field and cross the line, but still cars pedalling left, right and centre.
Yeah, crowd cheering them on. Let's catch some replay. And here, Harry, is the lead. This is where the move was taking place down the straight, seeing some drivers waving in the background to fans and everyone leaning over the pit wall cheering them on. But this is where Franchitti stole the lead from the 100 Horn, and it was straight down to the line. Everyone trying to guide them in a sense, being a bit of avoiding action there between the 14 and the number 9.
Yeah, and it was Leon Evans who managed, I think, to secure third. But there is your winner, and let's head down with them. It's Ed Foster.
Well, Luca, what a race. What was the game plan?
I just thought it was a very good starting position, so I thought I should give it all I've got since it's my last year.
Now, you've got a few racing drivers in the family. Did they give you some advice?
My dad told me just go for it, give all you've got, and I think it really paid off.
It really did. Well done. A great drive. Great drive. Well done. Let's get to second. Teddy, I'm pretty sure I've seen you up here before.
Yeah, last year I came third, this year second. My last year, I was literally pedaling as fast as I can. That was too hard.
Well, you were, but everything seemed to go according to plan, though.
Yeah, it did. Starting second, coming second. Luca literally just flew past me. He's too fast. I can't catch up.
Maybe eat some more sugar. Ask your parents about that.
I was going to bring a bottle of Prime, but then I forgot.
Well, maybe next time. Let's squeeze around and speak to Leo. Leo, what a great race. Was it exciting?
Yeah, and my legs are literally shaking.
They will be, but are you going to get set for tomorrow?
Yeah, I am further back tomorrow, but still I think I could at least come like 5th or something.
Yeah, well, that's a great plan. So maybe a big party tonight as well in preparation.
Yeah, came second last year and now third.
Congratulations, fantastic race, well done.
Well done to our top three, and Luca Franchitti there just at the end, who took the spoils just less than a second in it by the end. According to our timing screens, it looked much closer with the naked eye. But that is race one done and dusted. But we go again. That is not all for these Austin J40 pedal cars. We'll see them again tomorrow, where we reverse the grid, and that will be the deciding race, with the driver with the lowest aggregate time crowned the winner. And just look at that, an absolute sea of Austins. I mean, they produced 32,000 versions of these between 1949 and 1971. Of course, parents tirelessly trying to track down these suitable machines for their child between the ages of 4 and 10 to campaign, which is what we have just seen the first off. And Alice, tensions were high to begin with, smiles were out, but it was straight off with a Le Mans style start.
It was. Some actually placing their cars at a slightly better angle to get a getaway, slightly better than some of the others, but it was the 100 Teddy Horn who streaked through into the lead, but he was quickly passed by the number 22 Franchitti, who just had the legs on everybody else, got fairly congested down at the chicane, a little bit of bumping and barging, and then you could see Leo Evans just streaking on the outside. He came in at last minute to snatch third place from the number 9. Great racing and great stuff.
It's not quite Formula One, but the jeopardy is just as high for the Settrington Cup, the first race of that held here at the Revival.
through this testing session. Going in great style is the Ferrari, number 7, John Surtees. Surtees drives a flawless race and wins in record time, 2 hours, 12 minutes. Little doubt he'll one day be world champion.
I'm Jimmy Flint, and I'm on the board of directors here at the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. The car is important to me because it's important to Mr. Barber and to the museum. And he had a very special friendship with John Surtees. The car itself is kind of the crown jewel here at the museum, so I know how important it is. And I won't say it's fragile, but you know, it's old. So I knew I had to be very, very careful with it. And there are no parts to fix. So if I wrecked it, you know, I'd be in trouble. But it was terrifying just getting in it. And once they started it up, the car kind of vibrated and I could hear the engine behind me. And when I'd rev the engine, it's like it came alive. It was roaring like a big beast.
We live in a world of replicas and continuation pieces, but this is the actual car. And it won the world title. And this year is the 60th anniversary of that win. And so all over the world, we're seeing celebrations pop up for John Surtees.
To this testing session. Going in great style is the Ferrari, number 7, John Surtees. John Surtees, by being second, becomes world champion.
It gives me chills, and even more so now that I've had some seat time and driven this particular machine. The way I explain it or interpret it in my mind is like shrinking my body down inside of an Italian mechanical watch and driving that watch. Like, it's just so exacting and analog, and it gives me chills.
The world's top drivers are all here. The up-and-coming John Surtees, proclaimed Driver of the Year, Ferrari.
Well, it means quite a bit. He was a marvelous man. He's been here several times and drove the Ferrari and drove his motorcycles around the track. And to just see him mount the motorcycle and swing his foot around, his leg around it, and just kind of disappear into it, it's just amazing to see. Well, the world champion on 4 wheels and 2 wheels, and the only man to have done that. And it's very important with our motorcycle collection to have him with us and having his bikes here. And it's been quite an experience for him to have them and verify them that they are the ones he used to win the world title. Every car here will start in a matter of minutes with gasoline and oil, and we check it. We try to check them, golly, on a yearly basis. But some things have been here in 10 years and not been checked, but when we pull them down and check them, they start and they go. So it's been good. You have to put them up good in the first place.
Well, I spent a lot of time with John on the road over the years when he's raced.
13 weeks one year I was on the road with him cumulatively. Well, we, quote, found this car in Switzerland. He'd been looking for it. And Mr. Barber got a great satisfaction of calling up from little old Alabama and say, John, we found your car. We had him go look at it, and he determined it was his because he had taken the hammer and made little marks in the tub where he could get his hips in. He was not a tall guy, but he had wide hips. So that cinched it for us, and it was a real car. And he was glad to see us get it. I'm sure he would love to have had it. But we let him borrow it anytime he wanted. So I think it was a good deal. For us, we pride ourselves in keeping all these cars and bikes able to be run at some short notice. In our mind, if it doesn't run, it might as well just be a piece of art. We like to think about the people that made it. You know, they made it to hear it, feel it, taste it, and use it. And to us, that's the same thing. Otherwise, it's collecting dust in a museum would be tough for us to live with.
Well, howdy, howdy. If you didn't know there was a Western theme going on at Goodwood, here it is. The Cowboys have lined up. Jessie, may I call you that? You're looking fabulous.
You can, absolutely. Thank you.
Can you talk us through your outfit, please, from head right down to those lovely little shoes?
For sure. So my hat is actually a vintage hat, but I got a bit crafting and I put some feathers, which you can see, and some dried flowers. My shirt is from vintage, so that has been reused, reworn before. My trousers, these are actually from Zara, but they're quite vintage. They've got the little kind of, what are they?
What's that?
No, they've got an absolute vintage look, and it's great you can use.
They're vintage style. And then the shoes, these are absolutely an Amazon special, but they are in keeping, they look vintage. And the bag, these is from eBay, and it's also got some really nice sequins on the back as well.
Well, what I love about this is that you really pulled from your own wardrobe as well, reused it for the purposes of Revival, and it's come together absolutely beautifully.
Correct, absolutely. So yeah, thank you so much.
And to our next cowboy, although we've got a tiki vibe going on here as well with that shirt.
I think I missed the brief, didn't I, for the cowboy theme and just turned up 1940s as I did previous years.
Well, you're looking excellent in this tweed, and I really love the shoes.
Yep, spectator shoes. Had them probably 20 years now. The trousers I had made, probably 20, 25 years ago, and the jacket. And the shirt is from Next.
Excellent. Again, we're just applying everything to fit into the Revival, aren't we? And howdy here, yeehaw.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
And talk us through this lovely fringing you have and this beautiful bag.
Okay, so the dress has come from Rock and Romance, ordered it with the Western theme to go with it. The bandana the husband has had for about 40 years, and handbag, eBay find, very proud of my bag.
Well, you're all looking excellent, and there is one more cowboy here at the end.
Yeehaw!
Have a fantastic day. I love how you pulled your looks together. I mean, all together, what a scene. Enjoy your Revival.
So I've wandered into the forest here and I've found a certain Romain Dumas in the snow. Romain, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good. Just arrived, but a lot of snow, right?
Now, you've got a great story to tell today. I believe you were at the Nürburgring yesterday in the electric van that you won the Festival of Speed Hill Climb in, but you're coming to the St. Mary's today and you're going to start from the back of the grid.
Well, yes, exactly. Yesterday Nürburgring with an electric van, today with Ford Galaxy and St. Mary's, so it's still a Ford, from an electric to a big V8, but yeah, it will be complicated. I will start last. I drove the car some years ago, so yeah, we'll see. It will be challenging for sure.
You were quite successful in that car before, though, haven't you? You've won the race.
Yeah, we won, but for sure, I said to Bill, I said, okay, if you want me to drive with you, I will have to miss the qualifier. You know, I could not do different. So, you know, Bill is always, I mean, we like to drive each other. And he said, okay, we take the risk to do like that. You know, we won, I think, the last 3 or 4 years in a row. So, you know, like that is a bigger challenge. For sure, we have not so much chance to win. But anyway, I think it's good for the story. It's good to stay together. To drive this Ford again is cool.
I think it's the story of the day for me. I mean, you know, it's too easy to win from pole position. We know that. So now you're going to give yourself a challenge.
No, it's not too easy. Remember the last years, you know, a lot of fight with or Stippler or Robuff and so on, always very close. So we will see. But, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, yesterday was bad weather, what I heard. Nürburgring actually was okay. It was kind of dry. So I think it will be also a mix, you know, for a lot of drivers to start not on a normal grid position due to the rain. And anyway, on this big galaxy on a wet, I think it's a challenge. So we will see today. If it's dry, it could be more interesting.
What about snow?
I mean, my foot start to be a little bit wet, so I think it's time that to leave. I will drive now a E-type on a TT class. So first time for me on a E-type. Also not driving yesterday, so let's see.
Well, we look forward to it. I think that drive in the Galaxy is going to be absolutely spectacular. We look forward to seeing you coming through the field, and best of luck and have a good weekend.
Thank you again for everything.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Fordwater Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
It really is a remarkable event, this, for the first time ever. Every vehicle using sustainable fuels, not only to reduce carbon emissions, but maintaining those performance characteristics required for high-octane motorsport that we all love, allowing us to celebrate the past of motorsport and enjoy it towards the future. Now, we're going to go straight into our next race, which is the Fordwater Trophy. And what is that? Well, take a look at this. The Fordwater Trophy, indeed, for production-based sports and GT cars that race between the years 1955 and 1960. Ahead of us, a 25-minute race. Guiding you through the action is myself, Harry Benjamin, alongside me, British racing driver Alice Powell. And Alice, I thought we'd seen the last of it, but the umbrellas are up and the rain has returned.
No, I'm glad I kept my wellies on. But yes, the rain has returned. They did qualify in the rain yesterday, and some very impressive outfits there, gents. Well done. And yes, it's back. It's returned. But that won't stop the drivers for giving us a fantastic display of driving. We have the Elva Courier, we have a Jaguar XK140 plus the 150. Here are the cars now coming round to go to the grid. We've got Aston Martin DB2s, quite a few MGA twin cams as well out there, Sunbeam Alpine. So a whole host of fantastic cars that are production-based sports cars and GT cars of a type that race between 1955 and 1960.
Yeah, and this race is really celebrating the spirit of the 71st members meeting, where enthusiastic amateur drivers were able to actually race their road-going sports and GT cars at the motor circuit. So we had Aston Martin DB2 doing battle against a Mercedes 300 SL Gullwing. In this, we've also got a pack of Porsche 356s as well going around, an ex-Triumph TR2 Le Mans test car as they now peel up on the grid, having had their exploratory lap to the grid. I'll tell you who's not going to be pleased is our pole sitter, Alice, Tim Crichton. We spoke to him on Thursday, wasn't it, in the Austin Healey, lavishly describing how beautiful that interior is, and even a brand new nice bit of red carpet inside. No roof over that as well either, which is the car on pole. This though is a little bit further back. Louise Kennedy, who's the gear fell off. It looked like certainly the gear fell off underneath. An issue in yesterday for that Lancia Aurelia, but they've worked on that overnight, repaired it, and good to see Louise lining up at the back of the grid. She will be 28th and last. We'll run you through the grid in just a few moments' time, but good to see that Lancia Aurelia out onto the circuit.
Yeah, So our front row will have an Austin Healey, a Jaguar XK 150, and then the Morgan Plus 4. So a nice array of cars. You can see Tim Crichton left to your screen there, just pulling up. It's and lovely, freshly laid red carpet inside of that Austin Healey, and hopefully, well, it would have dried out from yesterday, you would have thought, but certainly getting a bit of a soaking today. There is the Morgan Plus 4s, which is the more powerful and slightly longer than the previous model, our youngest car on the grid from 1961.
Yeah, being driven by Charles Morgan, the grandson of the founder of Morgan, Henry, who is lining up on third. Ex-Le Mans car. That in the middle there, that is the Jaguar XK 150. Which really was the precursor to the E-Type, so making its way in the middle in what was a tight qualifying yesterday. There really was second in the end between Tim Crichton and Mark Gordon, who will be lining up in the middle there. That will be your front row as the windscreen wipers start to come on the Morgan. Just behind them we've got the Porsche 356, sort of behind and to the left. That's Sam Tordoff at the wheel, 8-time British touring car champion winner, and Andrew Keith Lucas alongside him in another one of the XK 150s too, as the grid starts to be cleared.
Yeah, you can see everyone filing off back into the pit lane. The grid girls are heading down to the back as well, and we'll go off track. Our pole sitter sits eagerly waiting for the green flag to be waved for the drivers to maybe get a little bit acquainted to the definitely slightly drier conditions compared to yesterday. Make sure that everything's running all okay. You can see that the starter there is going to have to produce the 1-minute board for the cars to head off. 25-minute race that we will be seeing, full of action, full of overtakes, I'm sure.
One nice little story to watch out for further back in the field. Look for the two MGA twin cams. Well, there's a couple of them, but look for the 22 and the 23. Neil and Nicola Burnside, husband and wife team, going up against each other, racing it out on the circuit. I'm sure if they get any kind of wheel-to-wheel racing, I'm sure they'll keep it fair, Alice. But a nice bit of competition between husband and wife.
No, I would want to beat my husband if I was out racing, but I'm sure they'll be supporting each other along the way. I'd be interested if they both have to go up to the stewards' room together against each other, wouldn't it? But there we go. We're underway for the green flag lap for the drivers to get some temperature into their tyres, make sure everything is running correctly. They'll come round and then they will line up. We will get underway. It's a flag start. There are no lights here. We're sticking with period. You can see some wipers going a bit more frantically than others. Some are not even choosing to use their wipers at this stage. Just trying to have a look out my commentary box window. Umbrellas are still going up. Tim making sure the rear tyres are heated nicely, but you can see still there from the camera shot the rain is starting to come down slightly heavier than it was around about 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the windscreen wipers battling furiously for those that have them and those that are blessed with a roof over their heads. Some not so, and getting a little bit damper than I think they would have imagined. But let's take you through then how the grid lines up. And on that front row, the fastest time from qualifying was Tim Crichton in the Austin Healey in that 2.6 litre with a 2:05.4. Alongside him will be Mark Gordon's XK 150, and then Charles Morgan in the Morgan Plus 4. That will be your front row. Tucked in behind Sam Tordoff in the Porsche 356, Andrew Keith Lucas alongside in the other XK 150. Row 3 looks like this. It's two MGs, the MGA twin cam Le Mans of Anthony Biddington, and then Mark Ellis's MGA, followed by the Alfa Giulietta Sprint Veloce lightweight of Andrew Lawley. Behind them, the first of the Elvers, the Elver Courier, Paul Woolmer, who was looking quick yesterday, alongside of Robert Barry in the Porsche 356. Row 5 from 11th will be one of the other XKs, but it's the XK 140 of Reed Gom, alongside Miles Poulton's Porsche 356 and Mark Daniel in the MGA twin cam, followed, as I said, by the husband Neil Burnside, going from 14th in the MG twin cam. He'll be alongside the Battlewagen, the Porsche 356A of Max Minzholm, Ding Boston in the Elva Courier, Tom Peed in the 356A Coupe, and Chris Mayhew in the Aston Martin line up behind them, followed by the Jensen in 19th position. That's Mark Burnett. Alongside him will be Tristan Bradfield in the Sunbeam Alpine. Then row 9, it's Jeff Gordon in the Triumph TR2, followed by Marcus Black in another MG. And then it's the wife, Nicola Burnside, in the other MG8 twin cam, the two Burnsides going toe-to-toe. And then it's Peter Barnard in the XK 150 from row 10 on the penultimate row with Simon Jeffries, Aston Martin DB Mark III. And lining up at the back will be Ian Burford's TVR Grand Tourer Mark 1, Chris Wilkes in another MGA twin cam. And then good to see Louise Kennedy, after issues yesterday and not really able to compete qualifying, will line up at the back of the grid in her Lancia Aurelia and will be the last car in 28th and last. That is your grid, but the rain is coming down as we take a look at this car here, the number 12 car making its way run. Ding Boston, actually run by a university entry in the Elva Courier, making its way around. And well, all the mechanics are indeed students. Elva, or of course if you're French, you know that's She Goes, formed by Frank Nichols back in 1955 with the intention of building a low-cost sports racing car using a 1500cc MJ engine add gearbox, and well, quite a few Elvas in the field too. So that's a nice little story there. The mechanics running that, all his university students running in that number 12. Ding Boston back in 16th at the moment as they make their way through the chicane and line up in their spots, Alice.
Yeah, I can hear out the commentary box window some people opting to do burnouts, get a bit more temperature into the rear tyres, other not so much. Definitely our pole sitter did quite a few coming up to the grid that you can see on the left-hand side in the Austin Healey. So everybody approaching slowly. It's quite a long wait for those that are starting on the first few rows. People still filtering out of the chicane. The final car just coming out of the chicane. Now there you can see on screen the 33 of Louise Kennedy. Hopefully she'll have a trouble-free session this time around compared to yesterday. But Harry, the last few cars are just about to pull up into their spots.
Yeah, at the back, the TVR, the MG and the Lancia Aurelia. On pole then will be Tim Crichton in that Austin Healey. On the far left, in the middle, it's the Jaguar XK 150 of Mark Gordon, and it's the Morgan +4 on the right-hand side of the screen as you look at it, lining up on the front row as we get ready for the Fordwater Trophy for GT cars and sports cars between 1955 and 1960. The flag waves and we are off, and it's a good initial start for the Morgan. Tim Crichton though in the Austin on pole with initial slow getaway, but I think he's got the grunt and the inside line down to Mandrick to make the charge. The Morgan falls back as the XK 150 of Mark Gordon slides through down the inside. I think Andrew Keith Lucas in the other XK 150 as well has made up a position on the Porsche 356 of Sam Tordoff, who is tucked in behind. But it's Tim Crichton away and well in the Austin Healey.
Yeah, Tim Crichton's got the dream start. He's going to be not under pressure as they head through Fordwater for the first time, but he is, I say that, and the number 1 slides down the inside. You can see on the camera lens there, the rain really is coming down. So Mark Gordon in the Jag, a little bit more grunt, but coming straight back in the Austin Healey is Tim Crichton. They enter St Mary's for the first time. You can see the front end just pushing on, a little twitch for some of the cars as well. But here comes the number 4 having a look down the inside on the Morgan, not quite enough room. So Tim takes a check of the mirror. He's got a little bit of a gap heading up the hill to Lavin.
Charles Morgan getting back up into third and trying to solidify that, because Sam Tordoff in the Porsche 356 behind was just having a little look. But what a start and what a battle then between our top 2. Make that top 3 as the Morgan runs wide, gets onto the grass. It's wet out there. It's been wet all day. Can he keep it controlled? Just about. But that's going to allow the Porsche 356 of Sam Tordoff to try and get alongside, and in behind we've got Andrew Keith Lucas in the XK 150 just having a little sniff at what he can pick up as well. But I think the Morgan has got away with that one.
I think that's Miles Poulton in the Porsche. He started 12th on the grid. I think I might have seen Harry. Sam Tordoff got a great start and then wasn't able to continue. So I think we'll have a little look to see where he is. He's just coming through the middle sector now, but it's getting so close between the Austin Healey and the Jag heading into the chicane. You're brave, you're going to slide one down the inside. So close, heading through there. You can see Tim fighting the wheel and Mark as well in the drag. Now we have the drag race to the line. Tim desperately getting his foot down. Such slippy conditions here. He tucks it onto the inside. Is the Jag going to be brave enough to go round the outside? The XK150 has a look, and not quite.
Holds it round the outside, wheel to wheel, racing for the lead of this race. We're only one lap in, and it is delivering, but these two are starting to pull away now from the Morgan. It is Miles Poulton's Porsche that is up into fourth, so it was indeed Sam Tordoff who got a little bit of a slower start initially and has fallen down to 15th position. So it's the other Porsche that's doing well with Poulton at the wheel, and actually has Miles Poulton just lost a position as well to Max Mintel in the Porsche 356A. That's the Battlewagen Porsche that has had a great start and I think has just managed to get in front. And oh, what a shame though for Louise Kennedy in the Lancia Aurelia, who started last, didn't really get out yesterday as well after mechanical problems, has had to pull off to the side of the road, but pulling well off the track onto the grass and hopefully at an access point for her to get herself to a safe place. But with 21 minutes then and 40 seconds remaining of the Fordwater Trophy, after quite a lot of initial pressure from pole to hold on to that lead, and still absolutely wringing the neck of that Austin Healey is Tim Crichton, who now has a couple of tenth advantage over Mark Gordon in the XK150, but he's keeping him honest. They both, though, Alice, managed to gap the Morgan of Charles Morgan in the +4.
Yeah, they've got a bit of breathing
He's
space.
coming back, sorry, Alice.
Jag with a bit more grunt down the straight. Tim knows he's there. Tim's experienced, a very experienced GT racer, historic racer as well, so he'll be wise. He'll know where his strengths will be over the Jaguar, but so will then Mark. Comparing that to the Healey, you can see the yellow flag out and safety car. I'm expecting that is for Louise Kennedy to just try and retrieve that car, especially in these slippery conditions, to make sure it's in a safe place. But racing so far with just over 20 minutes left on the clock has been paused for now.
Yep, safety car out then as they all ease off. No overtaking allowed. So Tim Crichton there coming through your screen now in the Austin Healey, leads, followed by the Jaguar XK150 of Mark Gordon. Then comes Charles Morgan in the +4. So it's as they started really, but that is far from the story that is being told. One car by the looks of it out of this race in the form of Louise Kennedy's Lancia Aurelia, and well, we believe that would be the reason for the safety car. It was pulled off nicely to the side of the road, but perhaps just a way of getting that further out of the way.
Looks like Sam Tordoff, unless it's the glitch of the timing screen, is dropping down. And we could see a replay of the start, because I believe that Sam did get a very good start, was tucked up right behind Tim Crichton, and then for some reason maybe there was an issue with the car somewhere along the way and he wasn't able to continue his good start. Like I said, this could be just a glitch in the timing screen, but certainly we'll keep you updated on that one. But it's the Austin Healey which leads for now. This car, the beautiful Austin Healey, raced at Goodwood 9 times in 1959, and Tim showed us some very impressive photos, didn't he, over the weekend. 2.6 litre cream open top roof as they're filtering through now. No one trying to really keep up tyre temperature too much. We're still waiting to see if Sam Tordoff comes through, Harry.
Well, just looking at our track map, it looks like he has stopped out on circuit, and they may well be starting to approach where that Porsche is now, although having said that, it's now disappeared off of our track map. But certainly Sam Tordoff looks like he's come a crop at somewhere in that Porsche 356 handily with the number 356 on the side. That's Louise Kennedy. We saw her with the Lancia Aurelia. It looks like she's just had to pull off. It doesn't look like there's been any damage. We can't see the other side of it though, but getting the flatbed truck out and calling the safety car for that is a good reason why. As we will take a look, and Tordoff has now actually popped back up into 10th, so that is probably a dodgy transponder. So he is back up into 10th then, but he did have an initial good getaway, but then I think he bulked down, starting from 4th. And I tell you what, the other Porsches managed to have a sublime start. First of all, Max Mintel's Porsche 356A up all the way from 15th and into 4th. And then also the Porsche 356 with Robert Barry at the wheel too, up from 10th. Up into 6th, so the Porsche is able to make hay in the early stages of this race before we got the safety car, which is out for the retrieval of the Lancia Aurelia of Louise Kennedy, who's pulled off at the side of the road. Doesn't look like there's any issues with Sam Tordoff, just a transponder problem. He has reappeared back up into 10th spot as the marshals do a wonderful job to get the flatbed truck attached to that Lancia as we get away. But Alice, let's take a look at the start again.
Yeah, let's see Sam Tordoff just in behind, tucked in behind our race leader, and then you'll see him then drop back. Everyone clearly away. There's Sam Tordoff, you can see. So I'm pretty sure he got a decent start, then something went miss, maybe a missed gear or something. The Jag to the right-hand side of Gordon has certainly got a little bit more grunt than the Healy. So it did look like at one point it was going to be able to get into the lead. There you can see that Sam Tordoff dropped right nearly to the very back.
It's almost like he just lost complete power there for 1 minute.
Yeah, I wonder if he missed a gear or something, or like you said, maybe a technical or mechanical issue for him. But everyone nice and cleanly through, and this is a scary moment. We both went back in our seat where Tim turned in, and the Jag XK150 had a little sniff down the inside, but thought better of it. So Tim in the 2.6 litre engine, and certainly got not as much grunt as the Jaguar behind, that has over 3.4 litres. So this is going to be an interesting restart. We're being told that the safety car is in this lap, so Tim will know that the Jag behind him, it has much more grunt. So it'll be interesting to see how his approach will be when he comes through the final part of the chicane. He's got to get a good exit, because if the Jag's right up behind him, there's a good chance it's going to streak past him down the straight.
Yeah, well, the lights of the safety car will go up. They have now gone out. So that will be the indicator to Tim Crichton behind to know that he will then be the effective leader of the pack. He'll drop back slightly just to allow the safety car room to get off and away and back into the pits. But then we get going then. It will be really a 15-minute dash to the end for this Fordwater Trophy for production-based sports and GT cars that race between 1955 and 1960 after a safety car intervention to recover Louise Kennedy's Lancia Aurelia. That has been done successfully, and we will go back racing shortly. The clock continues to count down during this time. It's Tim Crichton in the Austin Healey who leads from Mark Gordon in the XK150, which is looking imperious behind. And don't rule out Charles Morgan either in the +4, who initially dropped back on the first start and has now caught back up to 3rd, but he's left a bit of a gap. Look at the XK150 right up behind Tim Crichton's Austin Healey, slow as you like through the chicane. When will Tim Crichton decide to put his foot to the floor and go? He does so now, out of the chicane, up through the gears, down on the throttle, and away we go. And we get the Fordwater Trophy back underway as they race on down to Magic. It's the Austin Healey from the XK150, which is going to try and go around the outside with a bit more grunt. No, has to tuck in behind on that occasion.
Clever tactics from Tim there. He knew that he needed to leave it as late as he possibly could, and you saw that was late, but the Jag was still right on his tail going into the first corner. Everyone through nice and safely. So good start for Tim, but he's going to be under pressure from the Jag, closely following him behind. The Morgans dropped back ever so slightly, so Charles Morgan will be desperately trying to make sure he's actually going to come under pressure from the Porsche 356 of Miles Poulter as they head through St Mary's for the first time in the restart. Jag maybe having a sniff in the second part of St Mary's. Your brakes go down the inside there, no room, thinks better of it as they head now the slightly uphill, then a flat approach into Lavant.
Max Mintel further back in the Porsche 356, currently registering as in 4th place, has kicked off Miles Poulton and Barry behind, and is actually challenging the Morgan for 3rd at the moment. So Max Mintel having a wonderful race in that other Porsche 356A, but it is still the Austin that leads from the XK150, but just looks so much quicker in a straight line. There is this battle though between Morgan and Minzel. It is Morgan versus Porsche, and the Porsche is going to try and find a way down the inside as we go back to the lead of this race, and taking the lead away is the XK150, sweeps round the outside and takes the lead in the Fordwater Trophy away from Tim Crichton's Austin Healey. Will Crichton try and come back into the chicane, has a little look but can't carry the speed out of the chicane then. First lap back under green flag racing after the safety car intervention, and we are seeing an absolutely wonderful fight for the Fordwater Trophy, which right now it's advantage swinging to Mark Gordon in the XK150, but Tim Crichton is not letting him escape up the road just yet.
No, you can see the handling of the Healey. Lighter is able to go through the corners slightly better, a bit better on the brakes. He's going to have a little look. He's going to be brave to go down the inside of the Fordwater, thinks better of it, but just the Jag has the legs. This is the XK150, which was the successor to the XK140. We do have an XK140 out on track as well, but you can just see he isn't quite able to get him into the corners from the straight, so a different tactic will need to be used by Tim Crichton. We're going to see the replay for the pass, and actually very brave stuff from Mark on the brakes. Was tried to brave it around the outside, a bit of a wiggle under the brakes from Tim in the Healey. Got it stopped, but very close, very good racing, and it's close for third place as well, but it's even closer looking at our screens for first place again.
You can't look away from this battle. The minute you do, they get closer again, and Crichton looks like he's desperately trying to find his way through. That Austin perhaps a little bit more nimble, but the XK150 with that bigger grunt just able to power away down the straights, but Crichton tucks in behind. You will get a little bit of help from a slipstream. The Morgan though for third, Charles Morgan at the wheel, the +4 is still clinging on in a brilliant battle for third with Max Minzel in the Porsche 356A. Had a little look, showed his nose, but isn't close enough. Is really, though, tucked in behind that Morgan. And then there comes another Porsche 356 of Robert Barry behind in 6th, who's made good progress from where he started. Miles Poulton has just fallen a little further back in another 356 down in 6th. Then comes the MG, the first MG8 twin. Karamaz back up front, though. Battle for the lead, change for the lead, is it? Tim Crichton back through on the XK150, almost out of nowhere. He is not giving this one without a fight. The Austin Healey gets back in front of the XK150 and starts to pull away. Did he catch Mark Gordon just a little bit by surprise? And the XK just falling back slightly, but that will spur him on even more now.
Yeah, he had a very good last sector, did Tim Crichton, compared to Gordon in the Jag, but you can see they have the nose dives, they have a tap of the brake to get the front end in. The second part of St Mary's, they're pretty much matched in this first sector, so it's hugely close. The speed trap up with the Jaguar, you can see into Lavant corner, Jaguar right onto the back. It's even closer by the looks of it at the moment between the 86, the 66 and the 6 fighting for the final podium spot. The Jag now will really stretch its legs. He'll put Crichton under pressure as he comes into Woodgood, a very tricky braking zone. He's going to have a look down the inside. Harry's going to be who's the bravest on the brakes, who's able to get the car stopped. It looks like it's Gordon. He gets it stopped, gets it in. Can he keep it on at the exit? He does, but Crichton, is he going to brave it to have a look? No. Defensive stuff from Gordon as they go into the chicane, gets slightly deep. Does Gordon, a good exit from Crichton as they charge down the main straight.
We are being treated to an absolutely fabulous battle. That is not relenting. At the moment, though, back in front again is Mark Gordon in the XK150, but these two are leaving everybody for dust behind as they hurtle their way through Madrick Corner. Turn 1 around this fantastic Goodwood Motor Circuit here for the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, the Fordwater Trophy for production-based sports and GT cars from the 1950s through to the 1960s, seeing two completely different brands and manufacturers fight it out for the win of this. The Austin versus the Jaguar. Right now it's the XK who just seems to have that little bit more of an advantage, but Mark Gordon cannot sit and relax out front. They've left the Morgan +4 for dust, really, still in an immense battle with the Porsche 356A of Max Minzel. Great battle going on for the final step on the podium. Also, Sam Tordov has recovered positions in his Porsche 356, back up to 6th as Tim Crichton tries it round the outside. There's just about room for both cars there. Mark Gordon giving him the space, but nothing more than he has to. Less than a 10, less than 2 tenths between the lead of this race, but there is action all the way through the pack that we haven't actually been able to focus on because the lead has just been so gripping further back. I think that was one of the Burnside cars. There's the number 23 coming through your screen now. As we take a look further back, so this is Ding Boston. This is the Elva Courier, where all the mechanics are the university students of his. Just kicking up a little bit of smoke perhaps, but still in this race is Ding, currently down in 18th spot at the moment. Here we go again, down the main straight, just less than 11 minutes remaining of the Fordwater Trophy, but the XK 150 handles this so far. The Crichton once again tucked in behind.
Yeah, 2.5 tenths separated them across the lap this time round, and you can see Tim is tucked up right underneath. They're trading personal bests, so the 66 there has just got through past the number 6 and the Morgan. So the Morgan has actually dropped back now down into 5th place under pressure from the flying Sam Tordoff in the Porsche 356. Had that troubled start, but he's able to come through. The battle's still going. Tim just dicing with the grass on the edge there. So wherever you look, Harry, we can't pick a battle here. There's battles everywhere through, and under huge amounts of pressure still is Mark Gordon, and they go through Lavin Bend now, and he's tucked up. Right behind is Tim. There's a different approach of the lines, a bit of tickle of the curve there from Crichton. He got a bit of oversteer because of it, but he's still tucked up. He's still got a pretty decent exit as they charge down into Woodcote.
Crichton just needs to keep applying the pressure here, maybe force Gordon into a bit of a mistake. There's still 9.5 minutes left of this race, so needs to stick with him, needs to try and find a way through as well, but doesn't want to let him escape up the road if he's just happy to sit there for the time being, but he won't be, of course. But just behind, Max Minzel having the race of his life so far in the Porsche 356A, battling his way from 15th, now up into that final podium spot. Charles Morgan in the Morgan Plus 4 has fallen back to 5th, just about keeping Tordoff at bay in the recovering Porsche 356. Here is the Morgan further back, actually now being taken by, that's one of the Elvas. That's Paul Walmer's Elva Courier getting through. So the day goes from bad to worse for Charles Morgan in the Morgan Plus 4, losing positions with every lap.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got a slight issue, but now the Elva, look, is tucked up right behind this battle, which stretches all the way up to 3rd place. We've got Barry and Tordoff both racing in the Porsche 356s. Has a little look down the inside of the Porsche 356 does Walmer. Hills in the Elva, takes a slightly tighter line, but coming up behind is Keith Lucas in the one of the other Jaguars XK 150, and down the inside now into Fordwater. That's brave stuff from the Elva, tries to pass the Porsche, and already the Jaguars right on the back of this battle.
Elva versus Porsche with a Jaguar XK 150 thrown in. How do you like that for the Fordwater Trophy? Fantastic racing going on as the battles continue to be had just out front. Seems to have stabilised slightly for the XK 150 out in front as we see 2 Porsches doing battle. This is Sam Tordoff chasing down the Porsche ahead of him, which I think was Robert Barry in the other Porsche. The other thing that's going to affect our leaders, though, will be traffic from those further back in the pack. But right now, it is the 356 of Sam Tordoff's Porsche on the inside, getting through on Robert Barry's Porsche 356. That battle has been going on for a few quarters now. That is the battle for the podium position. Max Mintel has now fallen back to 5th place in that, so the 356A, which is having a great race up until that point, just losing a couple of other positions to his rival Porsches. As out in front then we have well, traffic for the XK 150 and the Austin Healey. Can Tim Crichton and the Austin Healey behind make use of this traffic and try and find a way through as they almost start a dodge and like scenario, trying to make their way past the slower traffic. So far, so good, but they got one of the Aston Martins in front of them as well. That looked like the Aston Martin DB24, but they've managed to get him. No, they haven't, not yet, and Tim Crichton makes his way through using that traffic. So the Austin Healey back in front, and we've got a car off, but now, three abreast with a back marker in the middle. The XK150 isn't having any of that, and now Gordon's back in front and gets through on the traffic too of Jeff Gordon's Triumph TR2. The Austin Healey's able to get through as well, so our leaders navigating the traffic, a momentary advantage for Crichton, but the XK150 back in front as we again go side by side for the lead of the Fordwater Trophy. Absolutely epic battling.
Yeah, and it's traffic. You approach the track and you go, please, can you clear the path for me? Blue flags will be out, but of course they're in a race of their own. The Jag stretched its legs once again, going down the main straight, having to defend. Tim Crichton's brave. You go down the inside that late, thinks better of it. They get so close to the inside barrier there. I did wonder if I saw a little bit of smoke out the back of that Jaguar. I hope I didn't, and it was just my eyes playing with me. But Tim's going to try and opt round the outside now as they go down into turn one. Can he do it? Yes, late on the brakes. More suited for the late braking is the Austin Healey, and he's able to go round the outside. I hope someone out there is taking a note of how many times these two have swapped positions. Yeah, there's a problem for the 12, but I just wonder if the Jag does have a problem, Harry, because it just seems to be losing a little bit of pace.
It has, it seems to be slower. Sam Tordoff, lost momentarily in the other Porsche 356 up into third, but he's just been overtaken by the Elva Courier of Walmer, who is now up into that podium spot. So nice battle going on here. So too for the other XK150 as Robert Barry's Porsche slides off, and there is chaos in the closing stages of this race as into the wall goes the Elva. That was Paul Walmer, wasn't it? We just saw off. And 23, that is Neil Burnside in the MGA Twin Cam, who was winning the battle against his wife Nicola, who's down in 17th, but an off then for Neil Burnside, who was running inside the top 10. So 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and it can all still change. But at the moment, it does look like we are seeing some epic battling through. Let's just take a couple of moments to rehash what's just happened. That was a big hit for the 15. That was Paul Walmer in the Elva Courier, and then the number 5. Could there be possible oil? That sent 23 winning.
Spun round. The MD of Alpine UK just managing to pull back on safely onto the circuit. So well done there. We have got the red flag out, so racing is going to be stopped. I wonder if there is a little bit of oil. We've got some cars coming through the final part of the chicane. Where are they being guided to? Just having a look out the commentary box window, all being told to slow right down. You can see drivers are signalling to the other drivers as well, just in case they haven't seen, raising their hands. So I wonder, Harry, if the oil has come from the number 12 Elva. We saw it smoking quite a bit, didn't we, when we were just focusing on this battle for the lead. Session won't be restarted, unfortunately. It's just popped up on our timing screens. So this could be, Harry, the result.
Well, that was the move for the lead, for Tim Crichton making its way through. But you know what, with the red flag and the session not restarting, what tends to happen is they go back to the last timing point. So I wonder, with all the spinning possibly from the oil from a damaged Elva, has that meant that actually it's gone back to the XK150? If we go back on the timing screens on our data, it says Mark Gordon has the lead by 1.5 tenths from Tim Crichton in the Austin Healey second, and then Paul Walmer in the Elva Courier third, ahead of Sam Tordoff and Robert Barry, the two Porsche 356. So we're not entirely sure where they are backdating it from when the red flag was called to when the timing line was to when the overtake was made. But one thing's for sure, it was a tight battle.
It was. Well, on our timing screens, it says Woolmer is in third place, but Sam Tordoff has pulled off. And what a drive back through by Sam in the Porsche 356. He pretty much dropped to the rear of the field. And actually, interestingly, he was having that battle with another Porsche 356 of Robert Barry, and the 356 that Sam's just climbing out of there was actually raced by Robert Barry in the Fordwater Trophy in 2014 and 2018 revivals. So Sam at the wheel of it this time, but you can see celebrations with the team, all really pleased and happy. I think they're all a bit confused as well, thinking, well, have I won? Am I second? Am I third? So a bit of confusion, but I'm sure we'll find out very shortly.
Well, you know what? We all won with that because we got a lovely, enjoyable race, didn't we? Between that XK 150 and the Austin Healey. And either way, if he ends up on the podium, Sam Tordoff in the Porsche 356 with a great comeback after plummeting all the way to the back. But let's get some questions answered and head down to Ed Foster. We will head down to Ed momentarily once we figured out what the order will be, hopefully. But there are the top three that are lining up there. The Austin Healey in the middle of Tim Crichton battling for the lead, and did take the lead before the red flag was called out. Then there was the XK 150 just to the right of Mark Gordon. And is this when he's told that, no, you don't have the win? It's second for you, Tim Crichton, in the Austin Healey. Gutting. Let's head down to Ed.
Right, Mark, sometimes you just don't know the way the chips are going to fall, but they fell the right way there, didn't they?
Unbelievable. I had no idea until I came to the end. I thought actually I'd come second. I had an absolutely tremendous race with Tim. I mean, he's a fantastic driver. I spent half my time watching him play with the steering wheel. I thought it was a work of art, the way he was driving. It was absolutely marvellous. And he's a very safe driver as well. I felt very comfortable. I hope he felt the same when we were trying to cross swords with each other. It was a very, very exciting race. I have to say, when I was in the lead, I was desperate for it to end. I thought, come on, call the laps now. But no, I had no idea. I thought he'd taken me. He did incredibly well, late braking into Madgwick, and I couldn't match him for that with my heavy car and my lack of skill as well. But it was really, really exciting.
Mark, it's a fantastic drive. Well done. Let's find Tim. Here we are. Tim, I saw the reaction when you were told you were in the lead, but not. But what a great race!
Lap count back. What a pain. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, a great race, and Mark drove really well, and the Jaguar's just got, as we said before, it's just got the legs in a straight line, and but yeah, a privilege to be here to race at the Revival and to come away with a podium. So yeah.
I've got to ask, what would you give for another 4 horsepower?
Quite a few beers, Ed. Quite a few beers.
Well done, Tim. Right, let's Sam. Sam, a great drive through the field. What happened at the start?
I've had problems with second gear the whole race, so I couldn't get into second. So I got a great launch. I was tucked about by the 100 into turn 1, thinking I'm going to come through in second. The next thing you know, I couldn't find second gear, so dropped back. I had problems with it all the way through the race and a few engine misfires, but no, I was relieved to come back through, and lucky to pit Paul at the end there when he went off in turn 1.
I know it's very annoying for you, but it makes a great race to watch when you have a problem.
Yes, I make a habit of having spectacular 356 races and going from first to last and back to first again. So, you know, I had great fun. I'm thrilled to be here, and a big thank you to Simon for allowing me to be here.
Well done, great drive.
Thank you.
Well, that certainly was some fantastic racing for us to witness there for those production-based sports and GT cars from between 1955 and 1960. The winner then, the Jaguar XK 150 of Mark Gordon. In second, the Austin Healey of Tim Crichton. How he'll be ruining the lap count back. And then in third with a brilliant recovery drive, and it was indeed a missed gear at the start for Sam Tordoff's Porsche 356. That is your podium. Robert Barry getting fourth right at the end in the other 356. Paul Woolmer had worked his way up into third, but of course a spin right at the very end. Count back saving him in the Elva Courier with a top 5 finish ahead of the other XK 150 of Andrew Keith Lucas. Max Minzel had a brilliant start to this race. Faded away towards the end though in the 356A. First of the MGs, the A twin cam of Mark Daniel was 8 ahead of the Morgan +4. Charles Morgan running at the front for so long in third, then succumbed and fell down to 9th with Anthony Binnington's MG Le Mans twin cam rounding out the top 10. Neil Burnside, who was in the MG NGA twin cam, was 11th ahead of the XK 140, one of the other ones. Miles Poulton fell back as well in that race. Another Porsche to have a really good start in his 356. Then came the Elva Courier of Peter Bernard Jensen, 541R of Mark Burnett, rounded out the top 15, followed by the 356A Coupe and some more MG twin cam action with Tristan Bradfield in the Sunbeam Alpine, rounding out the top 20. Dig Boston, perhaps the cause of some of the oil out on track in that Elva Courier, down in 21st ahead of the Triumph TR2 of Jeff Gordon. The Aston Martin DB Mark II ahead of the other DB24 in 23rd and 24th with Ian Burford's TBR Grand Tourer Mark I in 25th. We lost Lawley Ellis and Kennedy right at the start of the race. Looking back then at the Fordwater Trophy as the cars lined up onto the grid, the Austin Healey on pole alongside the XK150 and the Morgan +4, and it was a good getaway initially from our pole sitter, but that's when the battle just started, Alice.
Yeah, the battle started, but the rain was falling as they headed through the first lap. The Morgan just sticking on the back of this front battle, then they were dicing, and this was maybe one of the second or third moves, and there's many more after that, but we had that intervention of the safety car. The Morgan was under pressure from the Porsche 356, and then Tim just being forced on the inside, and Gordon decided to do it late, go late down the outside, but the battles raged all the way through the field. But it was glorious overtakes for the lead, swapping numerous times, Harry, and I think this is what dropped the oil down. Unfortunately, the number 12 releasing some oil was the Elva, and then the battle still raged on.
Yeah, then the Morgan fell down. We got a bit of chaos at the end, and still raging to the bitter end was the Austin Healey versus the XK150. The Porsche 356 up and down the field were having great races, making hay, while the rain came down, really, and it's certainly a fantastic battle and a recovery drive for Sam Tordoff in the 356. Porsche making his way onto the podium at the end, but the battles just would not end, and traffic came into the equation as well, and that actually allowed Tim Crichton in the Austin Healey to momentarily get through, and then this was for the lead of the race, but then it was chaos. Then we had Paul Walmer in the wall in the Elva, and that brought out the red flag on countback. That was Tim Crichton being told, I'm sorry, you don't have the win. It goes to the XK150 of Mark Gordon's Jaguar, with the Austin Healey in second, and a fantastic recovery drive from Sam Tordoff in the Porsche 356 to round off the podium.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the Revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting, the club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race, and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
Well, hello, I've got my brolly popped up again, and you've probably got yours out too. I'm now at the Arcade Albany, which you can see is full of all the vintage shops. If you've come along to Revival and you don't feel like you've got all your gear together, then you want to nip down here. Look, we've got our military jackets from Go Commando and Evie's Pre-Loved. You can top your look off with a nice hat, some nice brass buttons. We come along here, we've got Fox Brothers, Viva La Rosa. That's where you're going to get all those lovely Betty Salon style sunglasses. Look at these ones with the love hearts. That looks great on her. I'm also loving seeing some absolutely authentic vintage umbrellas. Now, anyone who's got a proper retro umbrella, you've really showed up properly, because that is making such a good look here at Revival. Great suits going on. Loving the onesies. Hello. This one's got Goodwood written all over it. She's hiding behind the racing driver. Well, it's all kicking off now. How's the day been going for you?
Your jacket, amazing.
She's a
After
Porsche
yesterday, so much better. Let's keep it going, shall we?
How's your racing been going?
She's turn around, Porsche driver, you see? Porsche.
This is the real deal. So we're reviving and thriving over here. I'm loving your outfits. What was the inspiration for you? Pure racing driver aesthetic.
Boyish. I'm a bit of a boyish boy.
And for you, tell me about your suit. It looks like it's been through a few races.
It has been, yeah. I do, not this racing, not road circuits. I do some rally racing, rally driving, that sort of thing.
All right, well, it's looking excellent. You've even got your flat cap tucked in there as well. Suited and booted for Revival. That's what we like to see. All right, so you want to thank you so much. You want to pop along to Revival. Revival, you're all here at Revival. Down to the arcade. Also pick yourself up some jewelry. We've got Cella V vintage clothing. Get the furs, Pre-Loved as usual. Tea dresses in here. I mean, it's just endless. Weekend doll. I mean, you cannot stop. A red beret, why not? Let's get it. Down here at the arcade, and actually I can smell the sizzling sounds and smells of, is that a bacon and egg bap? Yes, it is. Off I go.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see it, Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
We're marking 60 years since John Surtees took his historic Formula One World Championship, and Goodwood Revival are celebrating his life and achievements and the impact his life and achievements have had on motorsport throughout the years. David, we're about to get underway with an incredible parade lap, and we've spotted some seriously cool machines out there.
Absolutely, and you know, rightly so, because this is a celebration for someone who's really unique in motorsport. And let's just remember what he did. In 1960, he was on his way to winning the third double 350 and 500cc World Championship on two wheels. He decides to go racing cars and four wheels. Races his first race here on the Goodwood circuit, comes seconds to the great Jim Clark, and then 2 months later, he's a Formula One driver. 4 years later, he wins the Formula One World Championship for Ferrari, no less. So we're celebrating an incredible man, incredible achievement. It will never happen again, I'm sure. And we're lucky enough here to have some of the best cars from his lifetime in motorsport, including right behind me, the Ferrari 158, which was the championship-winning car in 1964. It won pole position, fastest lap, and won the Italian Grand Prix. We saw Charles Leclerc winning the Italian Grand Prix last week. Imagine back in 1964, John Surtees doing the same thing after winning a motorbike championship only a few years earlier.
Yeah, and speaking of World Championship winning machines, there's also one of his MV Augusta 500 bikes that are going to be taken to the grid as well. The exact one that he took the World Championship on, which is just incredible. Now, that's going to be ridden by a man called Alan, who I was speaking to just before, and he works quite closely with the Surtees family to restore many of the machines that John had. And it's quite interesting that I've had the opportunity to speak to a few people who were important in his life. Jane, his wife, I was speaking to her earlier, and she was saying how incredibly focused he was as one of his character traits, and how serious he was at times as well. And I guess you've got to be if you're going to take world championships on 2 and 4 wheels.
You've got to be serious, you've got to be dedicated, and you've got to be extremely talented, of which he was all three. Incredible man.
Yeah, it really was. Well, luckily, we've got our Ed Foster out on the grid, who's going to be speaking to a few people who are with these machines right now.
Well, thank you very much. So look, we've got the bikes running at the moment, but we have got a bit of a pause, so follow me onto the track. So I'm just going to run through a couple of statistics, because everyone loves a stat. John Surtees, when he started bike racing in 1955, between April and October, he competed in 86 races. I mean, that is a lot of races, but he won 70 of them. It's an extraordinary number. He obviously a huge success in motorcycling, 7-time world champion, and then, as we've talked about, switched to cars. The reason why he switched to cars was MV Augusta. He used to compete on other bikes as well, but MV didn't like him doing that because he was winning on those as well. But in the contract, there was nothing about cars, and that is why he started racing cars. So look, let's head on through here, because there is a very famous set of leathers right here. Hopefully we can hear something. Because we've still got the bikes revving a bit. I'm so sorry, guys. Can I squeeze in? Giacomo, benvenuto a Goodwood. It's a lovely surprise to see you here and celebrating such a hero in John.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here because I remember John was a fantastic rider, and he used this bike before me. Because when he retired and he changed with Ferrari, I started with his bike. So, and after MV Augusta make the 3-cylinder, but this one is the bike John win the world champion.
I mean, these MV Augusta bikes really were so special and so quick in period, weren't they?
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder. It's a little heavy bike. This is why I'm smaller than John. So MV Augusta make the 3-cylinder. It's a little small than this one, and and also was very fast. It's more modern, more power than this one. But this one was fantastic because John and Mike Elwood win and Gary Hawking win with that bike. But it's an honor for me to use this bike today.
Jack, it's lovely to see you again. Thank you so much.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao. Okay, we'll head on. Il Grande Giacomo there, talking about Il Grande John. Let's head back and let's look at some of these other cars. We've obviously further back, we've got Team Surtees cars, and after driving, actually even when he was still driving, he ran Team Surtees. Let's squeeze in here. Joe, usually see you out trying to set quick lap times, but it's a bit different at the moment. We're honouring a very special man.
Yeah, it is. It's a privilege to be here and honouring John's life. I mean, he was a special man, and to do it in both 2 wheels and 4 wheels that takes a real talent, I gotta say. So I'm just it's an honor to be here today and to present the car for John and everyone here at Goodwood.
You drive this so beautifully in the Goodwood Trophy. What a special car this is.
It is a special car, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't behave well in the wet, so unfortunately, tomorrow we have our work cut out for us, but if it's dry, keep your recorder on.
Yes. Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's head on a little bit further back and see who we can find. There's been lots of other racing drivers who have gone on to lots of bikers to gone on to race cars. We've got Mike Hailwood, Jeff Duke, and obviously more recently Valentino Rossi, but none of them quite did it or have done it to the same level as John did, certainly not winning a world championship. Let's get back to one of these Team Surtees cars and see what we can discover here. Standing around, chewing the cuds, I'm going to jump in. I'll start here. Look, what a lovely moment for John Surtees.
Yeah, amazing to have such a amazing collection of cars out. You know, all of them have got so much history through the years, and then see them all out on track together is amazing.
And what's it like out there? It obviously looks a little wet.
Yeah, very wet, a bit slippy, and I want to be very careful. So that's the main thing, make it round. But yeah, the cars are they're amazing. Obviously very old, still in the Surtees family, but they're lovely to drive, a pleasure to drive, and I'm very lucky.
Fantastic. Well, I had another driver here. Everyone runs off as soon as I get close. Let's got the lovely 250 GTO here, and I'm pretty sure this is the car that John raced in the first revival. James, I'm going to jump in because everyone keeps shaking their heads. John, I mean, you know the motorsport history so well. John Surtees, he was a true trailblazer, wasn't he?
Yes, fantastic driver and, well, rider first. and well, as you can see from many of the cars here, being a world champion on both 2 and 4 wheels. Yeah, it's just fantastic to see it. Sadly, he's not here, but he was for so many years, not just in period, but through 20 years of the revival.
Fantastic, James. I'm sorry for doorstepping you. Right, we've now got some of the Goodwood Road Racing Club members on the grid, which is fantastic. I'm going to say hello. We're honouring John Surtees here. What do you think about the cars and bikes?
They're really, really beautiful.
And so, are you a fan of John Surtees?
Yeah, just amazing. Like, I can't believe what he was able to do. Just racing on bike and 4-wheels, just absolutely dominating both. Yeah.
Fantastic. Look at that. Very succinct. You should be a commentator. Excuse me. Right, who else have we got here? Because it's starting to get a little bit difficult. Hang on. We're going to go around the nose of this. Starting to get a little bit difficult to spot the drivers in amongst everyone. Fittingly, John Surtees and Mike Helwood on the side. We mentioned Mike Helwood earlier, also a very successful bike rider, went into cars and raced those very successfully. I'm just going to squeeze in here. How was everything on the outlap?
Very short, but all right.
And the car's working okay?
Yes.
And just give me a few words on John Surtees, because he was a very special man, wasn't he?
Yes, I saw him in a day. I'm old enough to remember it. I remember him in a Lola when he first got into a car from a bike and saw him a lot of Grand Prix. He was multi-talented.
Fantastic. Look, thank you so much. Look, we're getting to the end of the grid here, so come back to me in a little moment.
Thanks very much, Ed. It really is a wonderful collection of machinery, both 2 and 4 wheels. Ben Edwards up in the commentary box with you at the moment, with James Hayden to talk about the bikes as well, but also with John Whitsun, former Grand Prix racer, Grand Prix winner, and we're looking forward to talking about it. But let's go down once again to His Grace the Duke of Richmond.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to celebrate the life of a true hero of motor racing. John Surtees was a man who commanded respect, both for his unparalleled achievements on the track and his unwavering dedication to the world of motorsport. John was a complex man, demanding, sometimes challenging, but always in the service of excellence, integrity, and the sport he so loved. John's career represents the absolute pinnacle of racing excellence. He wasn't just a champion, he was a pioneer, a man who bridged the worlds of 2 and 4-wheeled racing with a level of mastery that we will never ever see again. He won 7 motorcycle world championships within a 5-year period, and 6 Isle of Man TTs before making a sensational switch to Formula One, where he would cement his place in the annals of motor racing history by winning the World Championship 60 years ago in 1964. Here at Goodwood, where John's journey on 4 wheels began, we saw firsthand the intensity and passion that made him who he was. It was here that he tested a car for the first time and made his racing debut in Ken Tyrrell's Formula Junior Cooper, laying the groundwork for the second chapter of a career that would redefine motorsport. John's presence here at Goodwood was always special. His contributions to our events, whether at the Revival or the Festival of Speed, left a lasting impact on us all. He played an absolutely pivotal role in the inception of the festival, lending his invaluable support and enthusiasm to make the event a resounding success from its very first edition. Indeed, John was crucial in arranging all of the motorcycle content in those early years, quite literally opening up his address book to us and playing a role in bringing some of the best names and machines all together. As one of the original patrons of Goodwood alongside Stirling Moss, John's contributions were absolutely invaluable. John was a man who didn't just compete, he inspired. We will always remember the day he drove the wonderful 250 LM in his final race here at Goodwood. It was as if he was saying, "Let me show you what I've had up my sleeve all this time." He drove with a skill and confidence that left us all in awe, reminding us why he was and always will be a legend. But John's legacy is more than just his success on the track. It's also about his resilience in the face of personal tragedy, particularly after the loss of his son, Henry. The strength and grace with which he channeled his grief into the Henry Surtees Foundation, helping others in the most selfless of ways, speaks to the very depths of his character. I'm delighted to say that we are joined this weekend by John's wonderful family, especially his wife Jane and their two daughters Edwina and Leonora, who have helped us enormously in bringing this celebration together. As we reflect on John Surtees, we recognise not only the incredible character and achievements, but also the man behind the legend, a person of immense talent, determination and generosity. His impact on motorsport and on those who have the privilege of knowing him is enduring, and his contributions to our lives and the world of racing will be remembered with great respect and admiration. His legacy continues to inspire future generations of racers, reminding us all that with passion, hard work, and a refusal to accept anything less than perfection, anything is possible. And now I would ask you all to turn your attention to the screens for a short film about John's remarkable life, narrated by my sister Nimi. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
John Surtees' extraordinary journey in motorsport began not on 4 wheels or even on 2, but on 3. Born in 1934, he was immersed in the 2-wheeled world from an early age, thanks to his father's motorcycle shop.
As a young lad, when I was evacuated in the war, I picked up a magazine, which my father had kept, and saw this picture of George Meyer flying through the air, going down Bray Hill. And it fascinated me.
His first experiences in racing were as an underage passenger in his father's grass-track sidecar, a role that ignited his passion for speed and competition. This early exposure laid the foundation for a career that would see Surtees rise from humble beginnings to become one of the most versatile and celebrated figures in motorsport history. By the age of 15, his days were spent racing bikes, and his talent soon caught the eye of the established teams. In 1955, he became a works rider with Norton and a Grand Prix winner, taking victory in that year's Ulster Grand Prix. Then, in 1956, he joined MV Agusta and began a period of unprecedented dominance. Between 1956 and 1960, Surtees won 7 motorcycle world championships, including consecutive 350 and 500cc doubles from 1958 to 1960. In those 3 seasons, he won 32 out of the 37 races he contested across the 2 classes, and became the first rider to win the Senior TT at the Isle of Man 3 years in succession. His acclaim reached new heights when in 1959 he became the first motorsport star to win the BBC's Sports Personality of the Year award. But even as he sat at the very pinnacle of motor racing, Surtees' ambition pushed him towards a new challenge.
It all came about because MV Agusta wanted to restrict my racing on motorcycles, so I thought, well, there's nothing in the contract to stop me driving 4 wheels.
Encouraged by a brief test in an Aston Martin DBR1 here at Goodwood in 1959, Big John made the daring leap from 2 wheels to 4 in 1960, while still a full-time Grand Prix rider. His first car race, indeed the first car race he had ever seen, came in March, back at Goodwood in Ken Tyrrell's Formula Junior Cooper. By May, he was a Formula One driver with Team Lotus. In July, he scored his first podium with second in the British Grand Prix, and a month later, he took pole position in Portugal. Meteoric doesn't do it justice. At the end of the season, he hung up his leathers for good and made a full-time switch to cars. After seasons with Yeoman Credit and Lola, he joined Ferrari in 1963 and transformed the Scuderia's fortunes, scoring his first victory at that year's German Grand Prix. The following season, at the Mexican Grand Prix, the world witnessed a defining moment in motorsport history. Surtees, driving with the blend of precision and daring that would define his career, secured the Formula One World Championship, in so doing becoming the first and still the only person to win world championships on 2 and 4 wheels. Opinionated and forthright, he fell out with Enzo Ferrari in 1966 and left the team abruptly, a decision which both men would later regret, as it likely cost them a second world championship. Still, he won the inaugural Can-Am Championship and finished the year with victory in the Mexican Grand Prix for Cooper. After frustrating spells with Honda and BRM, he set up his own Formula One team in 1970, winning the Alton Park Gold Cup in 1970 and 71. Team Surtees competed in Formula One, Formula 2 and Formula 5000, with Surtees himself overseeing development of the cars and management of the team. Despite constant challenges, his innovative spirit and technical knowledge kept them in the game, proving that his prowess extended beyond just driving. Throughout his life, John Surtees maintained a deep connection to the heritage of motorsport. Nowhere was this more evident than at Goodwood, where he became a dearly loved figure. In the early days of the Festival of Speed, he curated the motorcycle content and was a patron from 1993 until his death in 2017. John Surtees was not just a champion, he was a trailblazer, a man whose passion, skill and determination transcended the boundaries of motorsport. His story is one of unparalleled achievement, etched forever into the history of racing.
Well, there we are, a wonderful piece, fully explaining the history of John Surtees and how we are celebrating his career, his life here at Goodwood today, and you can understand why. All of those achievements, those remarkable achievements, going right forward to supporting Goodwood in such a great way. Now, as I mentioned, we're joined by John Watson in our commentary box today. And John, a Formula One race winner, but key to part of his career was racing for John Surtees in that Team Surtees Formula One mix that John had created after he decided to step down from racing himself. He created the team while he was still racing, but he then decided to step down from racing himself and bring drivers into Formula One and Formula 2. And John, you were one of those key drivers. And actually, the season that you had with him in the mid-1970s, Team Surtees was not at the highest level of Formula One. It was more like a team like maybe Williams is at the moment in Formula One. So you weren't in a car that was going to win lots of races, but it was still a crucial part of your career to have that connection with John Surtees.
Well, initially what happened, the contact between John and myself came at the back end of 1974. I just found myself out of a drive, and John had had a terrible 1974. Carlos Pache, Jochen Mass were his two drivers, and they'd gone elsewhere. And I got a call literally, I think, a few days before Christmas that year. And John said, look, would you drive for me in 1975? We're going to run a single car. It'll be not a shoestring operation, but it's not going to be a full-blown at the level of McLaren, Brabham, Tyrrell, Ferrari, Lotus, whatever. I was delighted because it was an opportunity to continue racing, and I'd driven in races against John in Formula 2, but this was a slightly different scenario. John was no longer a competitor. He was an owner, an entrant, but above all, he had so much knowledge, experience. He could have still jumped into that Formula One car in 1975, and we came and tested at Goodwood regularly and been as quick as anybody in that car.
You were telling me that, actually, that you were testing here at Goodwood, and he would jump in the car occasionally, even though he wasn't racing then, and he'd still be just as competitive. And actually, together, you could talk about how the car felt and make it better.
Well, I think one of the skills John had was he was very analytical, and he was very good at understanding the mechanical side of a car. Today, Grand Prix cars are dominated by aerodynamics, but in these days, it was the mechanical side of the car that really was the area it was most focused upon. So, John, if he thought maybe you were getting slightly or misleading the team in some of your feedback, he could have pulled on a pair of overalls, put a helmet on, jumped in the car and gone out and come in and said, well, John, I don't agree with you. I think the car isn't oversteering in this particular corner. Actually, what you've got is understeer. So we need to cure the understeer, and then the oversteer itself will be cured.
Wonderful stuff. James Hayden's with us, bike racer and bike commentator here this weekend. And James, right from his very young age, that technical side that John's just talking about there, his engineering expertise was in motorbikes. He was creating bikes, modifying bikes from a very young age because of the way he grew up.
Yeah, very much. I mean, his father ran a Vincent dealership in South London, so he's all the time tinkering. And he actually became he went to work as an apprentice in the Vincent factory at 16. So again, he was learning all these sort of technical things. And on his own Vincent, he would copy the factory parts coming through the factory for the Vincent factory boys and put them on his own bike. So he was always fiddling, and he was a very clever rider. And as you say, that really made a difference in those days in the way he got his bike set up and his cars set up.
You know, it's fascinating stuff. So much history to John Surtees. Let's go back down onto the grid, actually, with David to talk a little bit more about some of John Surtees' experience of cars.
Well, I'm here with Robert Pandya from the Barber Vintage Motor Sports Museum. You've brought this wonderful Ferrari 158, the car we saw in that film, John Surtees winning, all the way over for us for this celebration.
This is the actual championship car from 1964. It was refurbished and is part of the Barber Motorsports Museum collection in Birmingham, Alabama. We're very proud to represent the Surtees family, his accomplishments, and really he was a friend of Mr. Barber, who started the museum, and to be here is a real genuine honor.
I believe you've got this and one of the MVs on as a special display over there.
We do. We have a committed display, a little empty right now, but for good reason, and it's specifically for Surtees and his accomplishments.
What made you come all the way over from Alabama for this celebration? Was it that important to you?
Our museum is dedicated to the history of motorsports and to engage more people into motorsports. We're the world's largest motorcycle museum, and we have the largest collection of Lotus race cars as well as many other race cars. So it's all about motorsports and enthusiasm. We encourage anybody to come over, visit us in Birmingham. I promise you'll have a great time.
Well, we really appreciate you bringing it over for our enjoyment here. I believe this is the original John Surtees steering wheel.
Original Surtees steering wheel, and I think it's time to go.
I think it's time to put it on the car and get out of here. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. And yeah, that's lovely. I did have a quick word with Robert earlier on, and it's fascinating, that museum. As he says, Birmingham, but it is Birmingham, Alabama. And he said that they have up to, I think they have 1,800 motorbikes. They have 1,100 on display. And they have 170 cars, 140 actually on display. A lot of them are Lotus cars. But obviously they've got the Surtees heritage of that particular Ferrari, which is genuinely the car he won the championship with. It was in the blue and white livery. It was the one he finished second in Mexico and took the title with.
Yes, there had been this issue with Mr. Ferrari and some of the organisation, so he said, I'm not sending my cars to North America, I'm not entering as a factory. But they were then entered by the North American race team, the team that was run by Luigi Canetti, who won Ferrari's first ever Le Mans, I think it was 1949 with Lord Selsdon. And the Canetti team entered the car for North America and then for Mexico, and it was in Mexico that John actually concluded his World Championship.
James, the bikes that we've got here too, wonderful. I mean, the MV Augusto on the right, and of course with Agostini riding it. I mean, that's lovely. The way he was talking about John Surtees and how he kind of took on the role from him. But the other bikes as well, some of the very early ones that he first went out on.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got his, 1950 Triumph Tiger, which was the first bike he ever, it's a similar model, but the first road race he ever did a Brands Hatch on that when he was 16 in 1950. We got some of the Vincents, we got Black Lightning out there, a Vincent Grey Flash, a Vincent Rapide, all of which he raced, and obviously being, as we said earlier, an apprentice at the factory, the Envy Augusta that Agostini's riding. Agostini himself, obviously a 15-time world champion with 122 GP wins. And John, it's just an amazing collection of the bikes and cars that he rode on. Obviously with the MB was really what he made his name, as we said. 7 times a world champion, 3 doubles, and he won the MB their first ever 500 crown back in 1956, and he was superb, and just an amazing talent on whatever he seemed to put his hand to.
It is incredible. Agostini's in his early 80s now too, isn't he? Yet he's still doing these wonderful displays, etc.
He's a dude, and it's lovely to see him out, and it's a very fitting tribute that Giacomo Agostini's come to ride John Surtees motorcycles.
And John, I know you're a racer on 4 wheels, not on 2 wheels, but you were telling me when you were a kid, your first experience of seeing John Surtees was on 2 wheels.
Well, first of all, Ben, I'm still a kid. If you're in motorsport, you'd never, ever grow up. But I was very fortunate as a child, maybe in my early teenage years, to go to the Ulster Grand Prix at Dundrod, a fantastic road circuit, which today is still 95% of the original circuit. And in the late 50s, John Surtees riding the MV Augusta. Now, at different parts of the racetrack, one was called Leithamstown, the Leithamstown corner down to the hairpin, watching John come on the MV Augusta, skimming the side of the banks, and just you fell back because you thought he was going to come all over you. And then other parts of the circuit, up at the top of the circuit, up through Wheeler's Corner, one of those real challenges on Dundrod. John came through in the MV. You could hear the bike howling its way up the hill, and you knew it was an MV Augusta, and you probably thought it was John Surtees riding it.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And of course, slightly different style of racing than James to what it is nowadays, but he was such a key part of it.
Yeah, he was, and yes, he was obviously much more tucked in. Now they're dragging their elbows, even scraping their shoulders. Some guys even scraping their helmets. So it's a different sort of style. But when you're quick at the cutting edge of whatever era you're in, and I'm sure that he would have been quick in any era you'd have put him in.
Absolutely, whatever he did, he was very, very impressive. This was one of the earliest bikes that he was competing on. As you say, from the age of 16 years old, he was winning already, and then developing that remarkable career. And he won on a 250 as well. He took a title on a 250cc before he then went on to those 7 titles of 350s and 500s, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He took the 1954 British 250 Championship. That was on the RAG 250, and that was actually built by a guy called Bob Geeson. He actually built it in a shed in his backyard in Croydon, and when John got on it, he just destroyed the opposition. He won 15 out of 17 races that year in the British Championship.
Fantastic stuff. The Ferrari Formula 1 cars, of course, that we've got here. We've got the very key one that with which he won the championship. But we've also got the 1512, which was a version that didn't work quite so well, but it's been great here at Goodwood, actually, over the years, doing some fantastic performances. But from that time with Ferrari, John, a crucial time, of course, because he took the title, he took the World Championship in 1964, and although Mike Hawthorne had done a job like that a few years before, but the combination with Ferrari, John Surtees, brilliant at one stage. Sadly, it then fell apart, as we were hearing about.
Yes, sadly it did fall apart, but one of the benefits that John brought to Ferrari was, having spent those years riding MV Augustas for Count Augusta, he had learned sufficient Italian to be able to integrate into the Ferrari team. And one of the things I think a race driver, motorcycles or in car racing, sometimes needs to think about, if you're going to drive for a team of a different nationality to you, be it French, German, Italian, British, whichever, if you can learn a smattering of that language, in this case John could speak fluent Italian, it meant his communication with the team was a much more straightforward and easy process. And of course John had the technical resource and sense to know how to help develop Ferrari from a team that had lost itself after it dominated 1961 to taking it to a world championship in 1964.
Well, of course, from being with Ferrari and then falling out with Ferrari, going to some other teams, including Honda, as we had heard, he then set up his own team, Team Surtees, and initially had some good results in the early 1970s. His best actually was a 5th place in Holland with the Surtees TS9, a double winner of the Alton Gold Cup, which was not a World Championship Formula 1 race, but it was still a very important race at the time.
Well, at that time, Ben, there were a number of non-championship races, particularly in Great Britain, and to win the Gold Cup on a fabulous racetrack called Oulton Park would have been a great achievement. But actually, I was just walking on my way here to the commentary booth and bumped into another former Surtees Formula 1 driver, a hero here at Goodwood, Derek Bell. And Derek Bell scored, I think, a single point driving for John Surtees in maybe 1972 or 73 at Watkins Glen. So, you know, a long and broad cloth, if you like, of drivers who have driven for John's teams.
You're absolutely right. There was quite a list of drivers. I was looking at that. Jochen Mass was another one, wasn't he, that had some. Mike Hailwood was very, very important to him as well.
Yes, well, Mike came into the team, and I think he might have raced a Formula 5000 car initially, but he then had a set out in 1972 in the Matchbox Surtees to win the Formula 2 European Championship, and they won it. And Mike, some people were maybe not persuaded or convinced of Mike's ability with 4 wheels, but he proved conclusively that he was a champion, and he did it in the Surtees Ford in Formula 2.
Yeah, wonderfully done. Well, of course, so much history to John Surtees, and so many great races that he did, both on 2 and 4 wheels. And we are looking at the bikes at the moment, so it just gives us a little opportunity of what it was like for John Surtees going out on those bikes in those early career for him, setting his initial talent on 2 wheels in the mid-1950s. Very, very impressively done. And then in the late 1950s, Isle of Man was where he was very dominant, wasn't it, James? He had a number of successes in some pretty tricky conditions.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at the coming out of there. And yes, he won the senior TT at the Isle of Man 3 years in a row. No one had ever done that before. And you can see he gets off now. He's absolutely freezing. You see the guys warming up his hands for him. You know, back in the days of you know, less armour, shall we say, but he really was amazing. He used to be part of the World Championship then, so everyone had to come and race the TT, and what a rider he was there.
That was his last win in 1960. I'm amazed when we look at his history, how in 1960 he was doing so much both on 2 wheels and 4 wheels. I mean, you know, he was winning both 350 and 500cc championships, but he was doing a lot of F1 as well.
Incredible. He must have been the busiest man in motorsport. Switching from them all, as you say, it was hard enough to do 350s and 500s in 1 year, let alone adding in Formula 1. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, remarkable. We're looking at that Team Surtees car, and as we were talking about, John, you were a key part of the Team Surtees team in 1975, and getting some useful results, even though, as we said, it wasn't a particularly rapid car at that time. You were running in 6th place in Austria, weren't you? Unfortunately, there was a bit of a problem on the car at that point.
Yes, but that race ironically finished in torrential rain, and the winner of the race was Vittorio Brambilla in a march, and he spun and went across the start-finish line backwards to take victory. But it was a difficult year, and it was a point when Formula 1 was evolving, developing. Single-car teams were being sort of frowned upon. It was the evolution of Formula 1, and it began in those early 70s.
Interesting, the year after you were there, Alan Jones joined the team, and of course it was the start of a great career in Formula 1 for Alan Jones as well, who went on to become world champion in 1980, not with the Surtees team. By then, the Surtees team had shut down. But John Surtees always continued his interest in motorsport, both 2 wheels and 4 wheels, and Goodwood, of course, became a key part of that, as we heard earlier. And being involved in the earlier events from the Festival of Speed and then the very first revival in 1998. And John, there he was in that beautiful Ferrari 250 GTO, which we've been seeing out on the display here today, and doing a fantastic job with it. That history that John had from the background didn't seem to slow him down at all when he was racing a little bit later.
No, he's fully committed. And in period, he drove a GTO in the Tourist Trophy, and pretty competitively. Now, these are cherished and extremely valuable race cars. John is showing the GTU now, this is what, a number of years ago, absolutely no mercy whatsoever. And of course, that's what a racing car is designed and built to do. It's not something a garage princess, you take it out and polish it in the sun. It's meant to be on the racetrack, and having the wheels driven off it.
Yeah, fantastic job by Surtees later in his life. But that support for motor racing here at Goodwood and the history, and on bikes as well. He set up a firm as well that was developing, sorting bikes out and restoring bikes as well for many, many years. That was something that carried on after he'd finished the Team Surtees Formula 1 campaign. So much that he did. We saw him as well involved in A1GP. We mentioned it yesterday. That was another racing series where he wasn't involved in running the cars, but he ran the Team GB in A1GP and brought in some key drivers like Ollie Jarvis and Robbie Kerr, who had some great opportunities to establish their careers in what was called A1GP. And he was also a part of the Butmore Park kart track. I'm sure some people here at Goodwood have run around the Butmore Park kart track over the years as well. So John's career, wonderful, and it's so wonderful to celebrate such a mixture of machinery, both 2 and 4 wheels, throughout all of this.
Yeah, and also, you know, I was lucky enough to sit next to him one dinner here at Goodwood at one point, and he was such a special man. You know, he really was. He was just so engaging and lovely, and he'll be sorely missed.
And John, I know you had a good relationship with him, even when you left his team at the end of 75, because you had some other options. Just for a little while, it was a bit quieter between you, but you both got on again later very well.
Oh, very much so, and John's company was always worth spending time in. But one of the things that John also did, which hasn't been mentioned, he was our Mercedes-Benz actually employed him to drive their historic pre-war Grand Prix cars at many Grand Prix.
So let's just have a look at some of the movement that we've been seeing out on track. Wonderful to watch, and certainly to see some star riders and drivers going out in these machines that were all part of John Surtees' wonderful career. And it's a real joy to be able to see how he could combine. We're watching we didn't see much of it, but one of the Can-Am cars just going around briefly as well, because he was a Can-Am champion. Remember, that's the sports car racing in America. Very, very powerful. And it was with Lola that he did that. And he was the first ever Can-Am champion, wasn't he?
Yes, but also John had a major accident in Can-Am and Saint-Gilles, I think 1965. Yes. And that then was a major setback, a serious accident, and he made his comeback in early 66. I remember being, I think it was at Silverstone for the Daily Express Trophy, to see him driving the 1966, the first year of the 3-year Formula 1.
Yeah, no, it's a Can-Am, high and low points, but for John Surtees to celebrate today, a very special moment for us all.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
I'm here with Michaela Sharp outside, well, what looks like an upholstery show and tell, Michaela.
Yeah, at the moment we have a demonstration from Fox and Ferb. Hayley is doing a really fun demonstration of upholstery, which of course is my classic craft. That's what I'm trained in, so it's really nice to see someone else get stuck into that.
Yes, tell us more about what you do, because that is the real revive and thrive, to be able to make do with the furniture we have, give it a new lease for life.
Yeah, to me, Revive and Thrive is all about learning to appreciate what we already have, and that's really at the core of upholstery. Buying something well the first time that has a really good frame so that you can keep reinventing it, keep redesigning it, and I just love doing that, adding different colours and fabrics and patterns to people's homes. It brings me a lot of joy.
Now, Michaela, you are such a familiar face here at Revival. What do you love about the weekend?
I just love the people. I always get to chat to such interesting people here, people who are passionate about crafting at Revive and Thrive tents, but people who are really interested in what's going on, who love the cars. I always leave feeling like I've learned a lot. So yeah, I love coming every year.
I'm sure people are learning from you, because this is your expertise, the upholstery, and isn't it that you've got a book coming out as well?
I do have a book coming out next month called Modern Upholstery, so I'm hoping that that will inspire more people to give upholstery a go themselves and start to transform their own furniture at home.
I'm going to be getting all the kit. I'm such a phasey person. I'm going to be so inspired by you, get all the gear, and then by Christmas still have everything all over the place. But anyway, maybe I'll have your book in hand. And can we just have a word on your gorgeous outfit?
This actually was my nan's dress. She passed away a few years ago, but I've kept some of her pieces, and this is one of my favourite things that she had. It's nice, bright colour. Luckily, she had good style, and we're the same size. So yeah, this was one of my nan's pieces. Every year at Revival, I try to wear something that was hers.
Well, this suits you perfectly. You're looking absolutely gorgeous, and so nice to catch up with you. I better pick up some tips in there.
I'll put you to work.
Thanks.
Revival's official charity partner for 2024 is St Wilfrid's Hospice, which for 35 years has been providing palliative care for people with terminal illnesses in both West Sussex and Hampshire.
I think every patient we see comes with a very different story, a very different medical history, and we take a lot of care and a lot of time to really pull out the history that that patient has, what's important to them, what their background is. It's really about them as a person and their family, because we're here to support them as well as their loved ones.
We can build up a strong relationship, and for many of our patients there will come a turning point where they're not well enough, but we know them as a person by that point, and I think that makes a huge difference, not just for them but also their families.
There's always smiles, there's always laughter, there's always a degree of happiness around, even when we're working in such a difficult sort of area.
Sadly, most of us know of someone in need of this support, so I am confident the Revival will make a significant contribution to such an important charity. So please do all you can to help us support such a good cause this year.
Still in full flow, and with all the snacks and drinks out and available there, that is one way to go picnicking here at the Goodwood Revival. And we are going straight in to our next race. You'll be pleased to hear it's the St Mary's Trophy Part 1, and this is what it's all about.
This should not be this far up the grid after that wet qualifying, but you obviously had great fun out there.
Did all right, didn't I? You know, I'm chuffed to bits. You know, the old Barracudas, first time driving it this weekend, and yeah, all sort of went a bit better than I expected, really. I mean, I'm super happy with it. I mean, huge credit to the guys at Era Motorsport. You know, they've done a good job with the car and in getting the suspension correct. You know, nice and soft for those wet conditions. I have no idea what it's going to be like in this sort of dry, mixed conditions now, but we'll give it a go, mate.
Be honest, how long does it take you from leaving the assembly area to knowing what a car's like?
I don't know, a lap most, and you sort of get the gist of what it's going to do, you know, and then 2 or 3 laps, and I think you're right at the edge with it, you know. So I think what I love about Goodwood the most is how you know, the driver can make such a big difference, and how quickly you adapt from car to car, you know. And I'm in 3 completely different cars this weekend, and I think the lowest I've qualified is 4th, so with this old girl, so it's not too bad, you know. Yeah, just really looking forward to it. It's going to be my first St Mary's race, so fingers crossed.
Well, it's your kind of cars, isn't it? So look, enjoy it.
Thank you so much, we will.
Jake Hill, one of Britain's brightest sparks, to, well, one of the brightest shirts here at the Goodwood Revival in full theme. Absolutely loving that. Brilliant. I think you'd pull that off, Alice Powell, alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, in the commentary box, ready to take you through this next one.
Yeah, I mean, you'd pull it off much better than me. Much better than me, but no.
Well, we all know Ed Foster would pull it off better than all of us.
Yes, and I think David Green needs to sort himself out. He needs to be coming in some beach dress tomorrow, so there you go. That's a challenge for you, David. But this is, I mentioned it earlier on the coverage, my highlight, hopefully my highlight of the day so far. This is something I've been really looking forward to. This is a race that is a fan favourite. It certainly was a fan favourite last year. We had that incredible battle between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson, but someone down there, and it's Ed. He's not in his Hawaiian kit at the moment, but he's down there with some drivers.
Frank, I've been speaking to the mini drivers, and they seem to think that you're in the hot seat because it's drying and this will be perfect. What do you think?
I think we are kind of average fast for both of the conditions. I think we can't compete against the minis in wet conditions. If it is dry, the Ford Galaxies will come pass by. So I see ourselves in P3 to 5, something like that.
But, I mean, the car's obviously running really well, though.
Yeah, it was doing strong yesterday in wet conditions, but 3 seconds off to the pace of Alex Bancomp, who did a fantastic job. And yeah, we will see. Maybe mix up the conditions will be good for us.
And is there a race where you have to keep your eyes on the mirror more than the St Mary's Trophy with Galaxies behind you?
Well, the Galaxies, if it is dry like it is now, I think the Galaxies will be there quite soon.
Well, look, best of luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well, just a few moments away then from seeing the cars out on track. And if you are here, I hope you're able to enjoy all that the Goodwood Revival has to offer in its 26th year. Glamour, style, and hark back to the history of Goodwood right from the war onwards. So some amazing collections of things to have a look at. But yes, we are ready for these saloon cars that raced between 1960 and 1966 to make their way out onto the track. And this really does celebrate saloon cars' golden era of racing, really, and we have some of touring cars' most respected, revered names in the field, the likes of Gordon Shedden, Andy Prix, Matt Neal, Rob Huff, Colin Turkington, Tom Ingram, Jake Hill, we heard from a few moments ago, and Andrew Jordan. Heavyweights from the World Endurance Championship are racing, including Romain Dumas, Andre Lotterer, Andy Wallace, Darren Turner, plus the likes and legends you just heard from Frank Stippler there, including Emanuele Pirro and Jochen Mass. And welcoming back to NASCAR Cup Series 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson, who proved a natural last time in, well, the low grip, high power historic cars. Let's see how he gets on this afternoon, going from a little bit further back in the pack in 21st, but he does have the power of the Galaxy 500 to force his way through.
Yeah, and plenty of space in those Galaxies as well. If you haven't ventured to the paddock yet, you must, before you leave today, to see the sheer size of the Ford Galaxy, and you'll be able to take a look at all of these cars that are making their way out onto the circuit now. We've got the likes of the Austin Mini that will be lining up on the front row, driven by Alex Buncombe, and that car, the bright blue number 8, has gone from a junkyard to the front row, because that car was actually found in a junkyard about 8 years ago. Very rusted, but it's been well restored, very well restored, and it will be going off from the front row. We've got Lotus Cortinas, we've got more Mini Coopers, the Plymouth Barracuda, which Jake Hill is in, the big V8, so watch out for him. He'll be charging through in the 4.6 Chrysler engine it has underneath the bonnet, with Alphas out there. There's a whole host, and we've got Jochen Dumas, who's starting at the tail end of the field. He'll be looking to try and make his way slightly further forward, as well as Andre Lotterer, who surprisingly is towards the end of the field as well. And we saw Tom Christensen actually last year came from the back of the grid to a podium in an incredible drive, and we're riding on board with our pole sitter.
Indeed, that was Alex Bunkum in the Austin Mini Cooper S, which will take away from pole. Little bit of a late starter as well, right at the back, just joining the field now. This is one of the Galaxies. That is the 92, and that's actually been brought in for this race, has been added in last minute, so we're adding another Galaxy to the list, which will line up at the back of the pack and, well, in an effort to race and catch up to the rear of the field. I'm sure we'll do so very quickly indeed. Just has to catch up to Jochen Mass's Alfa Romeo right at the back of the rear.
It is.
And I believe,
Roman
yes,
Dumas.
it will be Roman Dumas, who spoke to David Green earlier and did say he was lining up at the back. So Roman Dumas then, another endurance heavyweight really joining the grid. This really is a spectacular grid. On that pole we will have Alex Bunkum in that Austin Mini Cooper. Alongside him will be Steve Soper in another Austin Mini Cooper. Certainly they had the advantage in the wet yesterday, and we heard from Frank Stippler, who will be third in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, who will have a little bit of a tough task on his hands to keep the likes of those Ford Galaxies, particularly Andy Prix going from 7th, just on a couple of rows back as well. So we'll take you through the whole grid shortly. And there though is the pole sitter lining up and coming out from the chicane onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so very different conditions from what they were racing yesterday, or qualifying in, should I say. The Minis had the advantage. They're obviously much smaller, much more lightweight than like the Barracudas, the Ford Galaxies. They're smaller still as well than the Lotus Cortinas. It's a very popular car around here at Goodwood. So they will struggle. So speaking to some of the teams, they say the Mini's probably going to struggle to stay up there and muscle its way against the big, more powerful V8s that certainly surround some of them. So we'll see. They need to just get a clean start, get off the line, and then hope that everyone else starts scrapping behind. But look at that shot. You can see the 83, the Andy Prio Ford Galaxy pulling in, and look at the sheer size of it compared to those couple of Minis up on the front row. We've also got the 76, another Mini there next to the Plymouth Barracuda. That's the Morris Mini Cooper of Alex Brundle. And I'm hearing in my ear as well, there's a couple of spots of rain down there on the grid. So this could be something, and there we go, right on cue. The rain is falling. So this could throw another spanner in the works.
I mean, we've had some pretty epic races so far today, so I'm sure this St Mary's Trophy, presented by Motul, Part 1 for saloon cars that raced between 1960 and 1966, will prove just as good. And if that's an indication of what's going on, and a little bit of an umbrella battle there, but getting it up indeed in time for those first few spots of rain. Best views in the house around this circuit, gearing up for what will be a 30-strong field for this St Mary's Trophy.
Yeah, someone's got the binoculars out down there as well, so well done to them. You can see photographers. There's a busy grid down there. Photographers, the marshals, mechanics, all trying to get a glimpse, do final checks, and also photographers getting their photos. There we go, with the binoculars. Maybe we'll need to bring them up in the commentary box so they can give us some real insights to spying down into the pit lane, which we are. Our commentary box is right next to the pit lane, so they don't need to make any pit stops here. So this is a straight through race as the final few cars are approaching the tail end of the field to pull onto the grid. It is a 25-minute race. We have part 2 tomorrow, Harry, don't we? That is at 5:50 in the afternoon, and that is Roman Dumas is pulling up in the Ford Galaxy. He was in the Nürburgring yesterday, flown over at last-minute entry to race in the Ford Galaxy, but he's had good success. He was a winner here last year, and actually the 2 years previous to that as well, but in the Ford Thunderbird last year, but the Ford Galaxy in 2022.
And of course, from the Festival of Speed this year, the winner of the hill climb in that all-electric Ford Supervan, which sped its way up the hill, going up against the likes of Scott Speed. But Roman Dumas winning out on that occasion. No hill climb for him on this occasion. He'll have to turn right and left for the next 25-minute race that we have ahead of us. We'll get the green flag lap, and then they will go round before we get the flag to wave, and we will race. But with this rain coming down, Alice, that could suddenly swing the advantage, certainly if it gets a little bit heavier, back to the likes of the minis as we get a car being pulled into
Cortina,
the pits.
that's Rob
Is that Rob Huff?
Yeah, being pushed back. So unfortunately an issue there from the row 3. He's pushed back into the pit lane. There you go. So unsure what the issue is there. But yeah, the rain falling can certainly play into the hands to the minis. And we've got several of them up in the top 5. Rob's now... Is he pulling forward? He's sort of waving to the marshals. I think he's trying to get himself back out. So we'll keep an eye and keep you updated as to see if he's able to rejoin and gain his starting position. He was down to start in 6th place.
One of the many heavyweights in this field, Rob Huff, the 2012 World Touring Car Champion. And still racing as recently as, well, in the TCR Championship now, and doing a very good job there. And that rain is increasing and is getting heavy. If you've got a good position in the grandstands under cover, you're one of the lucky ones. But I think we'll all be lucky if we're treated to some brilliant racing for what we will get underway. It will be Alex Buncombe who will have the one of the best views in the house as the grid is cleared. Rob Huff's Cortina is put back into the pit lane, or was it wheeled back? No, it was wheeled back onto the grid as we get going for the green flag lap. So whatever issue Rob Huff had, it's good to see that I think he was able just to get back out onto the grid in time.
Yeah, you can see, we could just about having to shut the windows here in the commentary box because the loud V8s, but there we can see Alex Buncombe desperately working the wheel, trying to get a feel of the grip of the circuit. Rain continuing to fall, a few little adjustments. Is he going to... I thought he was going to maybe move the steering wheel a little bit closer to him then, but a good view. You can see how tiny they are, and then I'll tell you what, go and put your head in the Mini and then go and poke your head in the Ford Galaxy, because we could probably actually fit one of those Minis inside the Ford Galaxies in the back there, because they are huge. I'll have the Mini, Harry. I don't think you'll actually fit in one of those, so you'll have to have the Ford Galaxy.
I'll give the Mini a try. You know. I fancy my luck. But yeah, that will be the one leading them away. The teal blue, we'll call that. Alex Buncombe, who will head the field and is already speeding ahead, really trying to get heat into the tyres. Followed by Steve Soper in the Cooper behind. And then Frank Stippler will be the Alfa Romeo Giulia going from 3rd. Doesn't think he can hold on to that, though. And then behind them will be Jake Hill. Only had 10 minutes, was told 10 minutes before qualifying yesterday. He was driving the Plymouth Barracuda, starts from 4th. Alex Brundle alongside him in the Morris Mini Cooper. Behind them, Rob Huff in the Ford Cortina, followed by Andy Preux in the Ford Galaxy 500. Then it's Anthony Reid in the Morris Mini going from 8th. Row 4 sees Andrew Jordan, the 2013 Touring Car Champion, and Josh Cook, currently 6th in the British Touring Car Championship in an Alfa Romeo and a BMW respectively. Then we've got another Touring Car Champion from 2022, Tom Ingram in the Cortina, followed by a 3-time Le Mans winner, Marcel Fassler in another Cortina Mark 1, and Nicolas Manassian podiums at Le Mans. He's in a Jaguar Mark 2. Behind them, we've got the likes of Abby Eaton, Emanuele Pirro in the Plymouth Barracuda and an Alfa Romeo. Jean-Eric Verne, the 2-time Formula E champion, goes from 16th ahead of Andy Wallace, and Christian Horner is 18th ahead of Matt Neal and Darren Turner in a Cortina and a Ford Anglia. Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR Cup champion in the Galaxy 500, from 21st, followed by Tony Jardine and Gordon Shedden, the 3-time Touring Car champion in another one of the Galaxies. Behind them on row 10 is Charlie March in an Alfa Romeo, and Marino Franchitti, the 2-time Sebring 12-hour winner in another Alfa Romeo. The penultimate row is Andre Lotterer, 3-time Le Mans winner in the Galaxy 500. Johnny Mowlin, a Cortina Mark 1 for him, and Stuart Graham in a Jaguar Mark II, with Jochen Mass in an Alfa Romeo 29th, and a last-minute addition will be Romain Dumas in the Galaxy. But do we have a car out? It certainly looks that way, and that looks like it will be Charlie March being wheeled off at St Mary's in an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. So Charlie March was supposed to be lining up on the 10th row in 24th alongside Marino Franchitti, but he looks like to be out of the race, Alice, before it's even begun.
Yeah, that's a big shame for Charlie March. He was starting down in 24th place, but still was looking forward to moving further up the order as the final remaining cars are filtering through onto the grid, ready to take up their grid spots, which is going to be 25 minutes of brilliant action here at Goodwood.
On pole then, Alex Buncombe in the Austin Mini Cooper S. Alongside him in the middle on the front row, Steve Soper in another Austin Mini Cooper S. And Frank Stimpler in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA on the right-hand side as we look at it. All lining up on that front row. Look out for Jake Hill behind in the Plymouth Barracuda and Alex Brundle as well. We have the flag and we are racing, and it's a poor start for our pole sitter Alex Buncombe. Steve Soper roars to the lead. Can Frank Stimpler round the outside and the Alfa Romeo do anything about it? Watch out for Jake Hill as well, who's trying to shuffle his way through in the Galaxy 500. Jake Hill has slotted into third, but the man who didn't think he stood a chance of racing it out of the top has taken the lead. Frank Stimpler now leads coming out of Madrid.
Yeah, Alex Brundle's having a little look down the inside of Steve Soper as well in the number 76 Mini, but at the moment it's the 1.6 litre Alfa Romeo Giulia which is up against the Plymouth Barracuda, 4.6 litre V8 underneath that number 1 car driven by Jake Hill. But Alex Brundle, take a look, he's framing it around the outside of Jake Hill, and he's done it.
Nice move from Brundle versus the Plymouth Barracuda of Jake Hill. The Morris Mini getting the better of the Plymouth, but it's still the Alfa Romeo out in front. Now coming under pressure though from Alex Brundle. Can Brundle challenge for the lead here? Buncombe had a poor start from pole, has fallen back a few places, and this is your battle for the lead between Frank Stimpler in the Alfa Romeo ahead of Alex Brundle, but Jake Hill is coming back at them and roars past Brundle, roars past the Alfa Romeo and into the lead for Jake Hill. Can he hold it though? Stimpler's going to be late on the brakes, try it down the inside. Brundle's coming back at Hill as well. Can he fit a mini-size shape down the side of the Plymouth on the inside? Not on that occasion. Into the final chicane. Stimpler holds on in that Alfa Romeo. Jake Hill mighty in the Plymouth Barracuda, and Brundle proving that you can be nimble in that Morris Mini Cooper, and that's one of his advantages. Holds on to third as we end lap 1.
Yeah, it's very obvious the advantage for the big V8s over the Minis though. There's the 214 Andrew Jordan in the Alfa Giulia, who's made his way up from 9th on the grid, so he's fighting in 4th spot. Jake getting sideways. Alex Brundle's gonna, let's see if he braves it again around the outside of the first part of St Mary's. A very impressive move. We've got a car off on the grass in the background who's just about managed to stay out of the barrier. That is one of the Alfa Romeos.
I think it might have been Emanuele Pirro further back.
Brundle, though, he isn't quite close enough to make that move on Jake Hill again. It must be quite frustrating for poor Alex Brundle in the nippy Mini there, but not quite strong enough in a straight line up against all these much more powerful engines, and he's under huge amount of pressure at the moment from Andrew Jordan. And there's a Ford Galaxy, and I'm guessing that will be Andy Prix that's storming up behind, but a bit of smoke coming out the back of that Ford.
Yeah, Brundle trying to keep 2 touring car champions behind him right now in his Morris Mini Cooper, currently just ahead of Andrew Jordan and Andy Prix as we ride on board further back in the pack. This will be Romain Dumas charging his way through the field. Indeed, from last he's already worked his way up to 19th and taking spots, puts a wheel onto the grass though as he battles with the 99 of Gordon Shedden, another Galaxy 500 trying to go round the outside of one of the Jaguars further back in the pack. Epic battling. Can you fit a Galaxy 500 in between there? I don't think you can. Has to bail out of it, but 2 500s then trapped behind one of the Jaguars out on the circuit as they come up to the line once more.
Yeah, a Mini Cooper there pulling over to the side to allow the much more powerful V8s through. Alex Brundle is now under immense pressure from Andy Prix, and he just about manages to get in front of Alex Brundle into the first part of Fordwater. They now charge all the way up the hill into the first part of St Mary's. It's still quite smoky is the rear, and look at the roll on that Ford Galaxy. A lot of very different compared to the Mini of Brundle, but still out front is Frank Stimpler in the Alfa Romeo, but he's about to come under a lot of pressure from Jake Hill. And look at Andrew Jordan, he's already, Harry, on the back of this battle for the top spot.
Stippler's got his indicators on as well, so I don't know if that's to try and put off Jake Hill behind, or indeed he's working so hard he's knocked the indicator inside that Alfa Romeo as he tries to hold on to the lead from Jake Hill in his Plymouth Barracuda. Battles though happening all throughout the pack as the 99 tries to carve its way through the field of Gordon Shedden in one of the other Galaxy 500s further back. This is the battle for the lead. Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda closing in through the chicane, and they're bringing along Andrew Jordan for the ride as well in third in the Alfa Romeo. Behind less, well, just over a second then comes the top three.
Yeah, so we're up. We've got an Alfa Romeo versus two American V8s. The Plymouth Barracuda weighs about 1,400 kilos, and the Alfa Romeo is half the weight of that at 700. So Jake Hill,
Jake Hill, he just about saves it. The tail on that Plymouth Barracuda absolutely stepping out on him. He is wringing the neck of that car, trying desperately to catch up to our leader Frank Stippler in his Alfa Romeo. Meanwhile, Rob Huff, who nearly didn't start this race, has just made his way past Alex Brundle. That's the Ford Lotus Cortina getting ahead of Brundle's Morris Mini. So a brilliant start for Brundle, but the might of the bigger cars making their way through now on his Morris Mini Cooper.
Yeah, and a dive down the inside from our pole sitter. He gets sideways. Did he keep it on? Keep it on track? Just about does. The number 20 slides back through and is able, that's the Lotus Ford Cortina of Fassler, is able to slide back through, and you can actually see from this shot as well. Yes, Alex Bunker made a mistake, but the Mini's certainly struggling in these drier conditions. I'm trying to see if the rain has eased. The wiper's still going, but we did say earlier that the Minis were going to struggle, and that looks like Andrew Jordan. Either he's made a mistake somewhere along the lap, or he's not been able to keep up the pace with the front two, and he's been overtaken by Andy Prix. So we've got still a battle for the lead, and more people are now starting to join, Harry.
Yeah, Andy Prix is getting through with that 7-litre V8 Ford Galaxy 500. Prix now up into third ahead of Andrew Jordan's Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. Started down in ninth though, up to fourth for the moment. Then comes Rob Huff in the Cortina Mark 1, but out in front, just eking out his lead slightly now, is that Alfa of Frank Stippler ahead of Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda. Then Andy Prix in the Ford Galaxy, and then Andrew Jordan.
I love this onboard shot. Romain Dumas, you can see a bit of heel and toe as he hits the brakes going into the first part of St Mary's, then into the next part, and really his foot was to the floor all the way between Fordwater up to St Mary's, chasing down, and made a really great start. But further up the field, starting to spread out a little bit. They've still got this battle. Alex Brundle unfortunately falling slightly further down the order after that absolutely electric start. He's now going to maybe kind of a little bit of pressure from Alex Buncombe, and then Abby Eaton has just made her way into the top 10 as well.
Marcel Fassler keeping Alex Brundle at bay for the moment. Here we go then. How's this for a trio, a quartet of cars making their way through, almost knocking the camera over. We ride on board with Romain Dumas in the Galaxy 500 down the inside through the chicane, heel and toe, really wringing the neck of that wheel, trying desperately to find his way through. He's clawed his way up from the back of the pack all the way up to 11th place now.
And you can see the aggressive gear upshifts as well, the gear changes. It's really trying to ram that gear stick in as he goes through Madwick Corner. He is making some moves, and I'm just having a look at the lap times as well. He's pretty much doing the fastest lap pace. Fastest lap stands with Prix at the moment, but he is all over the back of Johnson now. We've got to move further up. The two Cortinas are having a little battle. This is for 5th position. Rob Huff, Tom Ingram continuing to battle, and actually Stippler's now in the Alfa Romeo, stretched his legs a little bit, got a bit of a gap. These two drivers you can see on screen, Huff and Ingram, battle currently in the British Touring Car Championship, and they're keeping their battles going here at Goodwood today.
Yeah, Rob Huff, of course, the 2012 World Touring Car Champion. And Tom Ingram, the 2022 British Touring Car champion, back on board though with Romain Dumas briefly further back, still trying to find a way through. I think his next target will be Jimmy Johnson. Here though, Jake Hill now coming under pressure from Andy Prix. There's Stippler just coming through as the first car in the Alfa Romeo. Then comes Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda. Then it's Andy Prix in the Ford Galaxy 500, hunting Hill down. He can see his prey as they head towards Madrid. The wipers still going. Prix just crossing the line, setting the fastest lap as well. He is hunting downhill at a rate of knots as Romain Dumas slides down the inside. We ride on board with him. I think he's getting the inside of Jimmy Johnson, perhaps, who is in another Galaxy, or is it Gordon Shedden? One of them. They're all quite tucked in behind. It is Gordon Shedden who is now behind him. Romain Dumas up into 11th. Jimmy Johnson a couple very close up the road from him as well. The 7-time NASCAR Cup champion started down in 21st, but with the power and the might of that Galaxy has worked his way up. A trio of Galaxies there fighting it out for position.
Yeah, and setting a purple sector in clear air as well. So Romain Dumas is on a real charge. The Cortina battle continues slightly further up the order. This is all for 5th place. Fazler in another Cortina is coming to join the party as well. So we look for this battle. So Jake Hill, never driven this car before until this weekend. Same with Andy Prix in the Ford Galaxy behind. And you can see they streak up to the lesser powered Alfa Romeo of Stippler. But he's doing a great job out front. That indicator still flashing as he's been a fluster at some point on the wheel. But with 13 minutes remaining, just over 13 minutes remaining, I expect this order at the front to change at some point.
Well, right now it's Hill who's challenging for the lead again, having had to be looking in his mirrors the last couple of laps at Andy Prix behind. Now Hill in that Plymouth Barracuda, looks like he is on the advance to try and take away the lead of this race from that Alfa Romeo of Frank Stippler, which currently leads. Bit of smoke coming off the back of one of the Galaxy 500s. A lot of smoke coming out the back. That is Andy Prix, though, who's falling down, losing positions, having to pull off the road. Problems then for Andy Prix and his Ford Galaxy 500.
Yeah, I did say a few laps earlier, and it did look like it was starting to smoke quite a bit. He's done the correct job to pull off the road. If that's dropping some kind of fluid, that will make the track very slippy. Romain Dumas has just set the fastest lap of the race, so he is on a real charge. And there we go. There is the moment that Prio's Ford Galaxy gave up, and he was able to pull it off. So that promotes Andrew Jordan up into the final podium spot, and well done, Andy, for pulling that off into a safe position.
Yeah, such a shame, though, to lose him from this race. Back on board, a thumbs up as well from Alex Buncan, who is currently in 8th and is keeping Alex Brundle behind. The battle of the two minis. Buncan not able to hold on to that pole. The might of the mini in qualifying not quite carrying through into the dry conditions that we're experiencing in this race. Lovely battle, though, here in the mix with the Cortinas. We've got Marcel Fassler at the back, chasing down Tom Ingram in the middle. Looks like Ingram's about to be overtaken by Marcel Fassler. Can Fassler get a nose down the inside later on the brakes? Nice move from Marcel Fassler in the Cortina Mark 1, a 3-time Le Mans winner, making the move on Tom Ingram's Cortina. And he will now set his sights on, I think it's Rob Huff ahead.
Brundle's got back past Buncan, so that he's back into being the lead mini. Dumas is 3.7 seconds behind this battle. You can see him just about in the background there. I love watching these Cortinas slide through that first part of St Mary's. And looking at the first sector time, he's 0.6 of a second quicker alone in the first sector between these trio of Cortinas. So it won't be too long, Harry, before he's joining this battle for 5th place.
Yeah, Romain Dumas is really clawing them in as he makes his way up from the back of the grid for a last-minute entry. He's having a rather good St Mary's Trophy Part 1. Also having a rather good St Mary's Trophy Part 1 is Frank Stippler, who still has about 0.4 of a second, has an advantage in the lead from Jake Hill's Plymouth Barracuda. Then comes Andrew Jordan in third. But this battle is really heating up. First, Buncombe gets displaced. Then Brundle is up next as the Ford Galaxy is trying to make its way through. That is Gordon Shedden, but then in the corners, Buncombe could just get back through. Brundle holding on to 8th, Buncombe 9th, Gordon Shedden 10th, as the battle for the lead gets even tighter. Jake Hill through Madwick, closing right up in his Plymouth Barracuda to the back of the Alfa Romeo.
4/10 is the gap across the line. 10 minutes left to go of this race. Hotting up at the front. They, of course, would have worked out their strengths and weaknesses compared to each other, so they're wise, experienced drivers, and they will know where they need to maybe pull over to defend. Jake will know where he has his strength. Certainly his strength is down the straights, but still plenty of time for it all to change. Dumas with another fastest lap of the race. He's closed the gap up to Tom Ingram in front in 6th now, down to 1.6 seconds. So I know his gap is 9 seconds from the lead. Maybe don't write him off, possibly Dumas for a podium.
Marcel Fassler is closing in on Rob Huff ahead of him as well. So this really is a fine battle that could
Dumas
go
is on the back
towards the end. And yeah, Romain Dumas is now charging through. One Cortina displaced. Rob Huff gets removed down the inside as Romain Dumas makes it look easy in his Ford Galaxy 500. He leaves the Cortinas for dust.
Rob Huff and Tom Ingram would have been jumping in their seats like karting style to try and edge those Cortinas forward down the straight, but they were going to have no luck to stand up to the V8 of the Ford Galaxy. So Dumas now will have jumped up into 6th place. He'll be hunting down Fassler now as rain continues to fall. His gap across the line 1 second, and actually that's going to definitely have come down by the time they enter into turn 1.
Yeah, Fassler in the Cortina Mark 1 will be next up for Romain Dumas. On board with Alex Buncombe in the Mini. We see Alex Brundle round the outside, and does he lose the rear? And he's off. Brundle off the track as they both try and battle with the Galaxy 500 ahead. That is the 99 of Gordon Shedden, and unfortunately for Brundle, that has forced him off the track, and then through sweeps Jimmy Johnson to rub salt into the wound.
Yeah, he manages to get it stopped just in time for the chicane, so that's dropped Brundle out of the top 10 now. Jake Hill, that gap has stretched ever so slightly than it was the previous lap, but half a second is the gap when they went across the line last time round. So we'll keep an eye. Andrew Jordan still occupying 3rd place in the Alfa Romeo. He's got a gap between these now, 4.8 seconds. So, but look, Jake Hill stretching the V8 all the way down the straight. They head into Woodcote Corner, very tricky corner. You can see the strength and weaknesses. You see the strength of the Plymouth is down the straight. The strength of the Alfa Romeo Giulia is a bit more nimble, a bit more lighter through those corners. Romain Dumas, though, he's up to 4th place, so his next hunt will be that's Alex Buncombe getting sideways, and he manages to save it just about in the little Mini. That's on the exit of Woodcote. He was involved with the battle between Gordon Shedden, so I wonder if there's something that's gone on there. That's where Alex Brundle went off on the previous lap, so let's have a little look, Harry. Just locked up and avoiding the rear of Jimmy Johnson, so just manages, well done. Alex Buncombe, take a bow, just saving the poor little Mini from going into the tyre barrier. So you can see, look, the closing speed on the brakes between the much lighter, more nimble Mini compared to the much heavier Ford Galaxy. But going back to Romain Dumas, another fastest lap. Don't write him off, potentially to fight with the battle between Stifler and Hill.
Traffic in the form of Nicolas Manassian and the Jaguar Mark II, just separating the leaders of Frank Stifler and Jake Hill for the time being. But you're absolutely right. Romain Dumas is coming up through the ranks, started plumb last, and having just overtaken Marcel Fassler, is now charging ahead and getting himself up into the podium places shortly. His next one will be Andrew Jordan to try and tap into his Alfa Romeo. He is closing and closing. The gap at the moment at last check just over 1.5 seconds, but this is on board with Romain Dumas, and you can see Andrew Jordan coming through the chicane in front in his Alfa Romeo. But as we highlighted, those Alfa Romeos are pretty nifty in the corners.
Yeah, the Alfa has pulled away, but then look, once he gets the throttle down, it looks like that's a spinner. Is that Gordon Shedden, potentially in one of our other Ford Galaxies? I think it is. So at Woodcote Corner, if you're at Woodcote Corner today, you're getting all the great action, and yeah, maybe just a little bit too late on the brakes. A nice 360, points in the right direction. Jimmy Johnson says, thank you very much. Sails on through, managing to avoid the spinning 99, but he's on the back now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see him move at some point in the next couple of corners, moving up into, he's going to try and move up Dumas up into third place, but there's some back markers that are in to get in the mix. We've got a Mini in front, but luckily
it's not anybody, it's Christian Horner in that Mini who just gets out of the way nicely to let this battle commence. So Horner, not used to being given the blue flags, but on this occasion does so and gets out of the way nicely for the team principal of the Red Bull Formula 1 team.
He's clear and free right now. We're on the long straight, and there we go. As before, Dumas foot to the floor and sails past yet another car up into the podium spot. So last time round, he was 5.9 seconds behind the battle for the lead. So here we go, plain and simple on board, changing up the gears, doesn't even have a look to the right-hand side of Andrew Jordan. He sails on through, his eyes are forward, fixated on catching the leaders. We're going to have a look now as he comes across the line to see what that gap is. He's with insight, he can see the leaders at 6.6 seconds, so he lost a little bit of time making that move on Andrew Jordan. But with 4 minutes left to go, is it possible? Because his fastest lap is a good 8/10 quicker than what those in front of him have set.
Jake Hill is going to look in his mirror in a few seconds' time and see that Galaxy 500 of Romain Dumas looming and think, hang on, didn't you start right at the back? And weren't you a last-minute addition? Well, I know you've got the power, but you're already here with 4 minutes less than that on the clock. Could we have this three-way battle for the win of this race go right to the bitter end? At the moment, it is the Alfa that leads in the hands of Frank Stippler, having started third with a good start. He's kept Jake Hill at bay for the majority of this race superbly. Hill at the wheel of the Plymouth Barracuda, and now up into third, bit of clear air. It's got 6 seconds to catch up to Jake Hill, has Romain Dumas.
Yeah, let's take a listen in, right on board down the Lavant Straight. And let's listen to the V8 scream. Lovely stuff, and he is set. His first sector alone, Harry, was 3/10 quicker than those in front. His middle sector 7/10 quicker than those in front of him. They're just going through the chicane now. He's about to come in. This gap has closed right down as they're coming through. 3 minutes remaining. Jake Hill is still trying to desperately get past. No, is he actually? He's dropped back, so maybe he's got caught up in a little bit of traffic. Another fastest lap for Romain Dumas, a 1:31.0. Those in front of him are only in the 1:32s.
Traffic from Jochen Mass getting out of the way in the Alfa Romeo, just actually still sat in between. Well, that 36 of Jochen Mass still in the way. Actually, here we go. This is the number 3 Mini of Tony Jardine, just catching him through the chicane, and that has lost Jake Hill so much time coming down the main straight, and he is falling into the clutches of Romain Dumas. That's given our leader Frank Stippler a little bit of a reprieve, but Romain Dumas now has to try and displace Tony Jardine. The traffic not being kind to Romain Dumas, who's closing in on Jardine's Austin Mini Cooper S. Further back, Jardine's all the way down in 24th at the moment. So this is all playing into the hands of Frank Stippler in the Alfa Romeo, who's managed to now extend his gap to over a second.
Yeah, he easily sails past Jochen Mass, who's in a battle with Tony Jardine. So he's through now. Purple in the first sector, that's fastest out of anybody on track. So Romain Dumas, remember, started at the back of the field. A late entry, let's have a little look. Alex Buncombe, what's he getting up to again? He had that spin at Woodcote. Oh, bit of avoiding action. Christian Horner, I think there was some contact there and a bit of a wave from Alex Buncombe as he's trying to filter his way through the lapped cars, but luckily for them,
he wasn't happy about that, Alex Buncombe, was he? Bit of a hand gesture from inside the cockpit. Oh, we love it, really. Horner, yeah, down in 24th at the moment. Right, less than a minute left on the clock. Frank Stippler leads this race in the Alfa Romeo now by over 2 seconds. Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda is second. That car going through your screen now with the number 1 emblazoned on the side. Romain Dumas is not catching quickly enough, though, to the back of Jake Hill to try and mount a challenge, as off goes one of the other Alfa Romeos further back in the pack. That is Jean-Eric Byrne, who just about avoids the BMW coming through the chicane.
Yeah, so it was maybe not enough in the first sector for Romain Dumas to close this gap down even more. He's still quicker than Jake Hill, but he had a little bit of traffic. Wow, there we go. He's had an impressive middle sector, about to come out of the middle sector. He's going to be all on the back of Jake Hill as they come down into Woodcote Corner. Wipers going frantically on the number 92, and he's right on the back of him, Harry.
This will be the final lap as the clock times down. Can he find a way through? Romain Dumas down late on the inside through the chicane. No, he's too far back, and while they do battle for second, nothing could stop Frank Stippler and the Alfa Romeo from third on the grid to take the lead into the line. Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda just seals second place from a heroic drive from Romain Dumas. A last-minute entry lined up at the back of the field, but the power, the grunt of that Ford Galaxy 500 powering him up through the ranks, almost getting second, will have to settle for third.
8 thousandths of a second was the gap between Romain Dumas and Jake Hill. There we go, just tucking in the slipstream and pulling out. Not enough laps left on the board, and the crowd giving a big cheer and a wave to these drivers. Frank Stippler, a fantastic job coming under a lot of pressure, but still the battles continue. Jean-Eric Byrne all over the back, further down the order of Josh Cook in the BMW. We'll wait and see if he's able to file on down the inside of the chicane as the rest of the cars now filter across the line. No, has to settle for 18th place.
And breathe. Well, what a race that was. The St Mary's Trophy going to the Alfa Romeo of Frank Stippler. Jake Hill with a mighty drive to hold on to second. Couldn't quite find a way through, though, in that race to challenge Stippler's lead in that Plymouth Barracuda. Romain Dumas in third in his Galaxy 500. Just pipping, well, 6 seconds down the road was Marcel Fassler in the first of the Cortinas, the Mark 1, and Tom Ingram in the second Cortina, Mark 1, coming home to round out the top 5.
Tom Christensen did it last year from the back of the grid up to a podium, and it's now Romain Dumas who has done it again. Actually, on that last lap there, he was pulling out all the stops. He set the fastest lap of the race by, I'm sure, looking at everyone else's lap time, by over 1 second as Frank Stippler gets it sideways and continues to wave to the crowd, who are giving a huge round of applause. Nice celebration drifts from the 133 Alfa Romeo.
And for those who wondered, there was quite a nice battle going on within the back markers for 23rd position. Jochen Mass won that one out ahead of Tony Jardine and Christian Horner. We saw them get a little bit of airtime. I don't think Alex Buncombe will be too pleased with Horner following this race. Buncombe, of course, who started on pole, the might of the Mini in qualifying, couldn't quite come to the fore in the dry race, even though we did get a spattering of rain. Buncombe ending up down in 12th behind Andre Lotterer with a late comeback drive from the German in his Galaxy 500 right from the back of the grid. Alex Brundle did cling on to that top 10 position in his Morris Mini Cooper S, but a well-deserved round of applause there. Thank you, Frank Stippler, Jake Hill, Romain Dumas, for putting on another spectacular race. I feel like we've really been spoiled today, Alice, with racing today at the Goodwood Revival. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I could just say that, but it genuinely has been.
It genuinely is. And this is one of my favourite races of the weekend. It certainly was last year, and I hope we're going to have many more. We will have many more very exciting races, but there's not many other events, many other races around the world where you get to see the likes of an Alfa Romeo, a Plymouth Barracuda, a Ford Galaxy go up against each other, but also with superstar pro drivers as well. As our top three now coming up to the start-finish line, a thumbs up from the marshals. Jake Hill pulls into the second place spot. Door open, he'll be pleased, he'll be happy, but Frank Stippler will be even happier.
Certainly will. And, well, Frank didn't think he would battle for the win, really. Thought he'd finish between third or fifth, but that ex-Auto Delta car with the aluminium floor powering Stippler in his Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA to the win of the St Mary's Trophy Part 1. We will get to see these cars back in action again in Part 2 tomorrow. Different drivers being handed the reins on that occasion, but a well-deserved win there from Frank Stippler. And our top three, Jake Hill and Romain Dumas. And talking to our top three down on the grid will be Ed Foster.
Well, what a fantastic race. Frank is just checking something under his seat. Frank, I spoke to you before the race and you said that you... I always feel bad jumping into these celebrations. Guys, I'm sorry, we just jump in 2 seconds. Frank, at the beginning of the race, you said if it's wet, I won't keep up with the minis, and if it's dry, you won't keep up with the Galaxies. But it's turned out it was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I was lucky. Somehow it was slight raindrops for the whole time, and I think in that conditions we were strong. The car was well prepared as usual from Furiani Racing, and yeah, thanks a lot to the crowd as well. I never mentioned that the last 10 years. The crowd is, I mean, very much part of the whole event, and I'm very thankful that I can be part of it.
Oh, fantastic drive, well done. Let's go and find Jake round here. Jake, I'm sorry, just jump in. You're probably going to want to go back to the British Touring Car Championship and have a break after that.
Oh, Jesus, I never worked so hard, you know. It was, no, what a fantastic race with Frank there. I mean, I've never raced him before, and I just didn't have enough in the mid-corner, you know. He just braked away so much, but fair play, he didn't put a foot wrong, and, you know, it was a fantastic race, and I couldn't believe how quick the Galaxy was coming at me at the end there. I thought, no, please don't let there be another lap, but, hey, we held on for a P2, and, you know, this car shouldn't be up here, so we've done a good job to stick it there.
Fantastic job, well done, Jake. And let's head back over here. We're getting our steps in today, Romain. Back at the grid, up to a podium, and the fastest lap on the last lap. It's a pretty good day, isn't it?
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, for sure it was not easy to start last, but thanks to Bill and his team to allowed me to race and to accept that I will not do practice and start last. So now Bill is on the right position for tomorrow, so that's the best. I mean, we are always success here, and it was a lot of fun, you know, even on wet condition with the car. The car was really, really good. I mean, they made a very good setup. So it means I don't need to be there for practice. It's they do it properly without me, so it's perfect.
Fantastic effort. Well done, Romain.
Thank you.
No need for a practice qualifying for Romain Dumas, and straight in to a podium. It really was a fantastic race for Romain Dumas, and a lot of it was in the start. Let's take a look at that first lap. Alice on board with Romain Dumas, and you can see he really was right at the back of the pack.
Yeah, he was. I'm trying to count the amount of cars that he's going to sail on through. He got trapped in a little bit before he got to turn one. But how many is that? 6, 7 before he's even got to the first corner. And they had a little bite back down round the outside. One of the Cortinas trying to go round the outside. That was the number 6, Matt Neal, actually. And this was from the rear of Alex Buncombe. Just wasn't able to get away off the line. Then he was absolutely swamped with Cortinas, Galaxies charging up behind him, Alfa Romeos as well. What a great race. And there's the front view shot. He kind of got boxed in there by a Galaxy and a Cortina. Rob Huff just in front of him in a 13C. Oh, I need to have a lay down, Harry. That was exhausting.
Well,
What fun.
You know what, Alice? You go for a lay down and I'll do the results. Frank Stippler wins the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, powering him across the finish line. Jake Hill with a remarkable drive to second in the Plymouth Barracuda, and Romain Dumas with a spectacular drive to third in the Ford Galaxy 500. The first of the Cortinas is Marcel Fasselin. Tom Ingram just behind. Andrew Jordan, Rob Huff are all embroiled in a brilliant scrap. Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR Cup champion, getting into 8th ahead of Gordon Shedden. 2 Galaxy 500s, finishing ahead of Alex Brundle, who's getting his elbows out early doors in the Morris Mini Cooper, has to settle for 10th in the end. Ahead, though, of the other Galaxy 500 of Andre Lotterer. Alex Buncombe, you just saw him fall all the way down on that first lap in the end, coming back to 12th ahead of the other Plymouth Barracuda of Abby Eaton. Then the Cortina Mark 1 in 14th. Marino Franchitti's Alfa Romeo was 15th ahead of Emanuele Pirro's. Josh Cook in the BMW was down in 17th ahead of Jean-Eric Verne, who we saw have a few skirmishes, ahead of Steve Soper, and Darren Turner in the Ford Anglia down in 20th. Anthony Reid was 21st ahead of the Jaguar Mark II of Stuart Graham. Jochen Mass was 23rd ahead of Tony Jardine. Christian Horner 25th, and Nicolas Manassian, the last classified finisher, in 26th. We lost Matt Neal, Andy Wallace, Andy Prix, and right at the start, didn't even get going in his Alfa Romeo. From 24th on the grid did Charlie March, which was a real shame. Well, let's take a look back then at what we just saw in the St Mary's Trophy for saloon cars between 1960 and 1966. Back from your nap, Alice, and it was a good start.
Yeah, thank you. Feeling very refreshed, just like the drivers were at the start. And it was Frank Stippler that took the lead. Alex Buncombe tried to battle his way back through. Jake Hill, for a moment, had the lead going down into Woodcote for the first time, but the Stippler snuck his way back through. And then a whole host, Lotus Cortinas, Alfa Romeos, you count them, all filtered through the chicane. And there, the 92 Romain Dumas in the Ford Galaxy was already making moves and trying to make gaps going into the chicane.
Absolutely, where there was space for a Ford Galaxy 500, Romain Dumas made the space and was clawing his way up the field, desperately trying to find his way through. For the lead was Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda, but just couldn't find a way past Stippler's Alfa Romeo. Alex Buncombe as well, getting his elbows out in his Mini, started on pole, had to try and find his way back through. He had the Cortinas to deal with, along with the other Mini of Alex Brundle, and the Cortinas and the touring car drivers in them were enjoying their battles out on track. Rob Huff and Tom Ingram going wheel to wheel. This is as close as it got, really, though, for Jake Hill up front in that Plymouth Barracuda, trying to find his way through on the Alfa Romeo. There was trouble for Andy Prix, who could have definitely troubled the podium positions, but had to pull off with an issue to his 500 Galaxy, as Romain Dumas in the other Galaxy continued to plough his way through the field, while another one went spinning round and round. Managed to get going, though, did it. Alex Buncombe found himself tucked up right behind it as Alex Brundle went off, then rejoined, and that allowed Jimmy Johnson through as close as you dare for a Galaxy 500. That might have been Andre Lotterer clouting the chicane towards the end of that race. And into a spin for Alex Buncombe, lucky to keep it out of the wall.
He was, great car control. And then we had the 32 batting, some more battles further down the order. Emanuele Pirro and Franchitti. And then it almost looks like he's willing it in the seat. Romain Dumas, a charging drive from the back of the grid all the way up to the podium. The Minis getting close. Alex Buncombe, he's going to give a wave, not a friendly one, to Christian Horner. But that was your St Mary's Trophy Part 1, and what a race it was.
been quite life-changing, really.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the Revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
So I've been wandering down the bike paddock and I came across Josh Brooks, British Superbike champion, but is also riding in the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Josh, it's great to see you here at Revival. You've been a few years, but how's the 2024 event treating you?
Really well. In fact, I won my part of the race, brought the bike into the rider swap in first, and then Ben brought us home to finish in third. So really good, pleased for the team, and the Vincent Black Shadow ran superbly and is a really good competitive bike for this event.
A brilliant podium result. So we're actually stood next to your bike here, like you say, a Vincent Black Lightning. Tell us a bit more about the bike and what it's like to ride.
Yeah, for me, I like that it gives us appreciation for the men and women that raced in years gone by and what they had to do. You know, I've got the luxury of enjoying the modern bikes and, you know, the 200 plus horsepower of a modern superbike, but you need to come back to days like this and events like this to really appreciate the history of where it's all come from and how it's evolved to what we have today.
So for you as a rider, like you say, you're used to riding superbikes, 200 plus horsepower, rider aids. None of that is applicable to this bike. So what do you have to do as a rider to make this thing cross the line?
Well, a lot of the basics of motorcycling are still the same, you know, handlebars and wheels. But one of the more standout features is that I'm used to changing gears with my left foot. And on these older bikes, this one particularly, you change gear with your right foot. So that's like rub your tummy, pat your head type of a situation. You can get yourself muddled up pretty quick, and getting the wrong gear at the wrong point can be catastrophic to your results, or to the engine even. So yeah, there's quite a few perks to riding these old bikes, and you have to have a lot of mechanical sympathy because you know, the modern bikes have, you know, rev limiters and are so precise, and these older bikes are more primitive in their build quality. So you have to bear that in mind. You can't just rev it to its highest revs and, you know, jam a load of gears into it to get it stopped at last minute. You've got to really think out your braking points and your gear changes to be considerate of the mechanical elements of that we're working with.
So going into tomorrow's race, are there any talks or tricks that you and the guys on the team need to do before tomorrow?
Well, my teammate Ben will start the race this time, so when he comes into the pits, hopefully he's up near the front as best he can, and then it's up to me to ride as hard and as fast as I can to make up the deficit if there is one. So yeah, it'll be a balance of conserving the engine, because a lot of these bikes break down and don't make the finish. So I don't want to arrive in that category, but obviously I want to try and get the best result possible. So it's going to be a balance of ride the wheels off it without you know, damaging anything to a point where we don't finish.
And you had such a great start today. The Le Mans style start, how do you find that? I mean, for a spectator, it's really exciting to watch, but how do you find it as a rider?
Yeah, it's just another little interesting part of this event. I actually have done Le Mans start before. I've raced in Suzuka 8-hour in Japan many times, so that's the same start procedure there. So it's something I'm familiar with, but yeah, it's not something I do regularly.
Well, we wish you and the team all the best for tomorrow, Josh. Thanks for speaking to us.
No, thank you very much.
I'm now here with Hasna and Mehdi from Save Your Wardrobe, and as you can see, the feature is this sewing machine and a vintage leather jacket getting fixed because, am I right, Mehdi, this is the car mechanic for retro clothes?
Yes, exactly. I think we were frustrated, to see actually car manufacturer, taking care of your cars and no one taking care of your clothes. If you look at British heritage, we've been looking at, taking care of our clothes for a while, 40s, 50s, 60s, and that has been lost. So Save Your Wardrobe has always been about, how do we take care of our clothes? How do we actually put all the craftsmanship back into the scene of the digital era and using technology to make that easy for consumers and people to take care of their clothes?
And Hasna, has it been a busy weekend here?
It has. It's amazing to see so many lovely outfits and people really dressing up. And sometimes there is a rip or a button needs to be sewed on, and otherwise they can send their cherished items and get them back at home. So we are there to help them to extend the life of their lovely vintage pieces.
You're right, they really are cherished items. There's a treasure hunt of vintage and retro that people are performing in, wearing, enjoying. What have been some of the pieces that have stood out for you?
We just had a dress from the 60s, she was wearing it and the zip broke. She came back and fixed it. We had a leather jacket earlier that, as at least 30 or 40 years old, he wanted completely reshaped and cared for. And we can do any type of item. And if you look at the sewing machine, it's a sewing machine that is at least 60 years old from one of our team member, Grandma.
So what do we have going on here? A biker jacket? Is this from a real Harley Davidson biker going on, or is it, is it grease age, kind of high school number? What have we got?
Well, we have a jacket that he wanted to get rid of tassels. This is what I'm doing, trying to make it very nice without spending much time on it. Yeah, so it's a little bit of restyling as well.
Well, I love that. So it's a whole new look. Fringes coming off. It's a slick look with the leather jacket, and it's all happening here at Save Your Wardrobe. So I encourage you to get down. Thank you.
I will be getting down there tomorrow. I've actually got a shacket back in my room, which button fell off yesterday. Bruce Jones, now alongside myself, Harry Benjamin. So that's exactly what I'll be doing tomorrow before I'm on air for the commentary.
Well, that was the heat of the air in the commentary box. But, I mean, what a fantastic race we have just witnessed. But this one's going to be something very, very different indeed. Fabulous sports racing cars raced here between 1955 and 1960 for the Madgwick Cup. And let's just explain what it's all about.
Well, looking forward to this one then, indeed, for sports racing cars of under 3 litres of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960. Indeed, 2.5 litres and under. We will see them shortly make their way around before they line up on the grid for the race start. But what are you keeping an eye out for, Bruce, here?
What I love is just the diversity of machinery we have. But Miles Griffiths, we don't have the Madgwick Cup every year. He's won the last 2 visitations, which is a 2022 in a Kieft and a Lotus Climax 11. And that was several years before, back in 2017. So he's won the last 2, but he's on pole, and he's back in a Lotus 11. So let's see what Miles Griffiths can do in car number 9. But up and down the field with some great names in there and some fantastic cars. But what we have, Harry, first and foremost, is the fact we've got the sort of blue blood cars, which is the Maseratis, but they all have their engines at the front. But the little British manufacturers of the time, the constructors, they decided the engine, as they were doing in Formula 1, might be better behind. And I really love all the little Cooper bobtails up and down the grid.
Also, though, one thing to bear in mind is such different conditions now compared to when we went qualifying yesterday, where, well, the rain was really non-stop. So just trying to keep the rear in check, keeping the heat in the tyres to try and make your way around a lap. but we had a few spatterings of rain, but on the whole, it is dry out there.
It is dry, and in fact, the spread of times across the grid indicates how a lot of people deciding they didn't want to be a hero but not get to race. Far better to do the race. They looked at the weather forecast for today, and it's decently dry. We had that little smattering of rain just before the St Mary's Trophy Part 1, but some fabulous cars down there. I particularly like the little Lola Mark 1s. It's great to have those around as well. But there is Miles Griffiths on pole position, British Racing Green Lotus 11, a similar one on the row behind. That's Andrew Hibbard. But the middle of the front row is a car known as Hot Clips because of its race livery. That's a Cooper Bobtail with Felix Goddard on board. That's car number 77. And on the outside of the front row, we go Lola, and black Lola Mark 1. They just look lower and sleeker. And again, Eric Broadley was weaving his magic with those.
Yeah, we'll run you through the grid rundown shortly as we just start to clear things out. But yeah, for the first time in 7 years, this lineup features sports racing cars with an engine capacity of under 2.5 litres. And I suppose back in the original era, that the Cup was really a club-type race that would run regularly throughout the season. John Cooper's central seat mid-engine, that T39 Bobtail, dominated the category when it arrived on the scene in 1955. But soon, the likes of the Lotus 11 became the weapon of choice, winning at Goodwood and class victories at the likes of Le Mans and Sebring. And then in the late 1950s, you mentioned it there, that Lola on the front row. Well, that was when we saw the Lola Mark 1 come to the fore as we get going then for the green flag. And a little slow getaway there from the car towards the back of the field. I think that might have been one of the Cooper Bobtails, possibly Barry Cannell in the number 3, the T39 Bobtail, but getting away, everybody getting away indeed. And right in the back will be the likes of Guy Verhofstadt and Hugh Apthorpe in the Kieft Climax 11, bringing up the rear.
Great cars, really light, really dynamic, and actually they weren't too discomforted by the rain. The drivers might have been, but the cars are very suitable, very narrow tyres, not too much power, as he said in the explainer, 2.5 litres for the largest engines. But the real essence of this period was having small, nimble sports cars, and certainly the British manufacturers did a fantastic job with that. So the front row, Lotus, Cooper, Lola. Second row, Lola, Lister, unusual Lister Maserati, very, very low indeed at the front, looks like it's been squashed down. Then Lola, Lotus, Regio, another British manufacturer on row 3. So plenty of variety, but very nimble, very tidy, and they don't take too much space on the track either, Harry.
No, not at all. And let's run you through then the grid in full. On that front row will be Miles Griffith in the Lotus 11, the LM 150 that's been restored. One back here in 2017. Alongside will be the first T39 works car, the Bobtail in the middle, and the Lola Climax Mark 1 of Nick Finber in third. Behind them, Andrew Hibbins, Lotus 11, and Fred Martin Dye in the Lister Maserati. Row 3 will be Billy Bellinger in a Lola, followed by the Lotus 17 of Ian Dalglish and Malcolm Harrison in the Ford Mark 3. And then to row 4, it's John Clark and Otto Reed-Stott in the Cooper Bobtail, and another Lotus 11. And then it's another T39 Bobtail in 11th of Timothy Bailey, followed by James Owen in the Elva Climax Mark 5, and then the Lotus 19 in 13th. Row 6 sees an Elva Mark 5 and a Lola Mark 1 in the hands of Louis Zastrasin and Robin Longdon. Then we've got Amory Gabriel in the Lotus 11 Le Mans, followed by Barry Cannell in that T39 Bobtail in 17th, and the Elva Mark 5 of Florian Brand. Row 8 is Cameron Healy in the Cooper Porsche Special, followed by Oliver Crossthwaite in another Lola. Then it's Lola, Maserati and Cooper, Tim Reed, Adrian Sicari and Nicholas James making up row 9. Row 10 is the Elva Climax of Valerie Leone and Joseph Rettemeyer in the Maserati. And the penultimate row will see Carlos Silecki in the Maserati, followed by Fatemi in the Porsche 550A and Guy Verhofstadt in the Elva Climax Mark 3, going from 28th and right at the back of the field in P29 with the Keith Climax 11 of Hugh Apthorpe.
And that Lotus Climax 11 on pole position, ex-works entry 1957 Le Mans, none other than the founder Colin Chapman, Herbert Mackay-Fraser and Jay Chamberlain at the wheel. So that is a car that really fell not very far from the factory gates, and great to have that piece of history. But Miles Griffiths is a driver who can make it absolutely fly. Yesterday's race practice conditions were very tricky, so he actually qualified on pole by some margin, but Felix Goddard, the Cooper Bobtail on the middle of the front row, is sure to challenge, at least on the run to Madgwick.
25 minutes of racing ahead of us for the Madgwick Cup for sports cars under 3 litres between 1955 and 1960. On that front row, on the far left, as we will look at it here, will be the Lotus. In the middle will be the Cooper, and on the far right will be the Lola, as they all wait eagerly for the flag to fly as we get this race underway. The green flag flies at the back of the pack. It's Miles Griffith on pole position. It's Felix Goddard in the middle. It's Nick Fimbra on the far right-hand side. 25 minutes of racing and we are away for the Magic Cup. And it's a brilliant start for the Lotus of Miles Griffith as Felix Goddard slows down, getting off the star line in the Cooper. So it's a good start for the Lotus, and the Lola slots into second.
And a truly dreadful start from fifth on the grid by Fred Martin-Dye. Everybody had to nip around the list of Maserati, who'll coming through in about 15 or even 20th place. But up front, that was a supreme start from Miles Griffith. Any hope his rivals had of getting it before the first corner, well, they've got to think again.
But Felix Goddard already in that T39 bobtail, the first T39 works car, finding his way back through after a little bit of a slow getaway. Then comes Nick Fimbra, who is now under pressure from Billy Bellinger in the Lola Climax Mark 1. That's the all-silver Lola, trying to hunt down that all-black Lola in front of it. That battle raging on for third as it currently stands. But a nice clean start from everybody in the field.
Very, very confident we're going to have two Lolas coming together for the battle for third place, but Billy Bellinger in the silver Mark 1 just backing out. But look at the break they've got. They're turning into the second part of Labad, while the others are only just getting through the first part. But what a start from Miles Griffiths. But can Felix Goddard stay somewhere in touch? Will there be any advantage the Cooper bobtail can find? In fact, I beg your pardon, sorry, Felix Goddard's gone rather further back. He's down in the back sixth position, just in fact being challenged by Jacob Holstein there in the pale green Lotus alongside.
Indeed, it was the other mark that's got up in the lead. It is Griffiths in that number 9. Then coming through.
Well, it's Andrew Hibbard, of course, in second place.
Andrew Hibbard, who has made his way through in the 11. Looks a little bit like 7-7, but it's not. It's 11 with a Lotus 11.
So all we have is two Lotus 11s, first and second. Miles Griffiths, Andrew Hibbard, then a challenge and possibly an overtaking manoeuvre into Madrid, but Nick Fimbra is not thinking about backing out round the outside. He keeps his black version ahead of Billy Bellinger in the silver Mark 1. Then there's a little bit of a gap, maybe in fact about 3.5 seconds. And it's 1:17 in third place, Ian Dalgleish, a Lotus 17, slightly more modern, but it's the Lotus 11s up the front of the field.
And Hibbard in the second of them is really closing down on Miles Griffith, who is leading this race from pole. Good start, and then a great start from fourth place man on the grid in the Lotus Climax 11 of Andrew Hibbard. They are leading the way. The two green Lotuses making their march in this Madrid Cup, and then a brilliant battle as well just behind between the two Lolas. Again, down the inside for Billy Bellinger. Can he make it stick? No, he cannot. Nick Fimbra in the Lola Mark 1 holds on for the time being, but lovely to see two Lotuses, two Lolas, battling it out in these early stages.
Well, it really is nip and tuck, and their cousins Bob and Weave coming to play here. Those first four pulling clear, and the best of the rest still the number 117 Lotus 17 of Ian Dalgleish. But where is a move going to come from Andrew Hibbard? He's not the sort of driver who's satisfied with just running around in second place. There he is in Lotus 11, number 11. These are both Works Lotuses. One was the Works entry in 1957. That's leading the race. In the 1958 Lotus, one of the many Lotus Works entry at Le Mans, is the one tucked in behind. But at the moment, the closer of the two battles is the one for third place. What are we talking between third and fourth? Coming across the finish line, it's going to be under a tenth of a second. Oh, it isn't. It's 0.13. I do apologise.
Into turn one we go, and I think it's advantage to the Lola of Billy Bellinger, who gets that one done through Madrid. It's been coming, but I don't think Nick Fimbra is going to give this one up without a fight. He falls behind for the time being, looks to the left, tries to get a bit of toe. We'll have the inside line for the right-hander. It's wheel-to-wheel once again for the two Lolas in the Madrid Cup. Can Fimbra hold on? Moves to the outside as they battle it out for every inch of tarmac they can find.
You know, these two drivers driving absolutely beautifully. They know Goodwood very well. They know these cars really pretty well also, and that is why the racing is so good. But it's also because these cars, the Lolas and the Lotus 11s at the front, are so nimble. It gives you many, many choices of cornering lines. You can see slightly different frontal treatment. Billy Bellinger has got more of an opening for airflow into the front of the car, smaller opening on the black one of Nick Fimbra in behind. But equal pace around the lap, but they are just starting to fall away as they battle for third place from the Lotus battle up front. It's still Miles Griffiths by 0.7 of a second, but is it going to stay that way? I doubt it.
Side by side again, though. This time looks like Finborough's going to have the advantage. Slightly later on the brakes, into the sweeping right-hander. There we go. Bellinger has to fall behind for the time being. Nice racing between these two, giving each other just about the right room, but a little bit deep into the chicane for Finborough. That allows Bellinger to get right onto his tail, move out from the underside of the Lola in front, and we have once again, two Lolas side by side going through Matching.
Well, that was about as deep as you can go into the chicane without scattering the flowers. I love the way, Harry, you actually dive backwards away from the screen. The action was coming into your face.
Indeed. Well, I think this is going to go and go and go, these two Lolas all the way for, well, hopefully the next 20 minutes or so. Out in front, it is still Miles Griffith. But here we have at the start of the race again. And, well, you can see the good starts at the front and bogging down right at the back. Try and get a better look of who that is.
Yeah, but the key at the front, it was Fred Martin-Dye. The green and yellow Lister Maserati started fifth, all but stalled, and a dozen cars went past before he could hook it up and get going.
Good start as well for Florian Brandt in the Elva Climax Mark V, the 119 car, which started down in 18th, made its way all the way up into 9th.
Right, this is the lead battle, and Andrew Hibbert in second place is super close. He set the fastest lap of the race last time around, going round the number 50 Porsche that is Ashim Fatemi, and didn't get too much of a delay, maybe a very slight delay to the driver in second place, Andrew Hibbert. But Miles Griffiths hangs on in front, but they were closer last time. 0.38 of a second on the start finish line. Oh, Griffiths, nice, neat and tidy coming through. But Andrew Hibbert, I would sense, has just got a little more speed at the moment in the race. The Lola battle for third place, here it comes. Billy Bellinger in silver, ahead of Nick Finborough in the black Mark 1. But all the time, the body language is that Andrew Hibbert's making the attack.
Two Lotuses battling for the lead, two Lolas battling for that final spot on the podium. Billy Bellinger back in front now in that Lola, the 29, ahead of the 57 of Nick Finborough Lola. Just behind them as well in fifth is Jakob Holstein, as we have, though, the Lotus 11 off of Andrew Hibbert with an issue pulling onto the grass. Heartbreak for Andrew Hibbert.
Excellent Magic corner on the start-finish line. He was 0.285 of a second down on race leader Miles Griffiths. I thought that was going to go the whole way. We've got 18 minutes left, and unfortunately for ever-enthusiastic Andrew Hibbert, he's going to watch from midfield just going, oh, I could have been out there. That was why we come to Goodwood, to race great cars on a great circuit, and again, a great rival. So Miles Griffiths, 3 wins in this event, 2 before. He could be heading for a third. His advantage over the chasing Lolas of Bellinger and Finborough is about 7 seconds. That should be comfortable.
Yeah, and that has indeed elevated Billy Bellinger and Nick Finborough now into those final 2 podium spots. Little bit of traffic to contend with for the 2 Lolas as well. But at the moment, Finborough actually balked slightly more, choosing the wrong way to get around. I think that was Leone at the back of the pack, down in 25th position. But now both Lolas through. Indeed, though, Nick Finborough has lost time getting through the traffic. It's just allowed Billy Bellinger a little bit of daylight between himself and the chasing Lola behind.
It has. That gives Billy Bellinger more choice when trying to work his way through traffic. He's got the other Lola off his tail, and likewise, leading the race by 8.4 seconds is that number 9 Lotus 11. There it is, Miles Griffiths. He had a playmate, he doesn't have one anymore, but he's still going to enjoy it. But for the Lolas behind, they may have some good moves. Oh dear, he made another Lotus right across the bows of our race leader, and that's the 11 Lemore of Amaury Gariel. It gets out of the way, but a little too late. But it doesn't matter too much for Miles Griffiths. He's looking comfortable, but Lotuses have been fragile in the period. Again, just looking at lovely gaggle of Lolas, and the Elva on the outside, 119. That's really unfortunate for Brandt there. Shoved to the outside. He's not panicking, but he's realising his race hasn't run its course, but it could have ended up in the tyre wall. Good save.
Not panicking. At what stage do you panic for Florian Brandt there, who had made a good start, losing a few positions, though, with a little excursion through the grass and the gravel, but no harm, not too much harm done, at least in his Elva Climax Mark V. Right. Back at the front, extending his lead now. What is it? Just under 8.5 seconds is Miles Griffith in the Lotus Climax 11, the LM150. Billy Bellinger has now actually managed to find a couple of seconds in his Lola to keep Nick Nick Finborough in the chasing Lola behind. It's the traffic that's causing the issues here.
Oh no, it really is. Billy Bellinger, the sea didn't part for him, he forced his way through, but it's often a case of just where you find the traffic. If you find it as you're coming into the chicane where they've just negotiated, you don't have any choice. You've just got to bide your time and hope that maybe your rival gets slowed down. But for Nick Finborough, that has been unfortunate the last lap and a half.
Yeah, down in fourth is Jakob Holstein in the Lotus Climax 19, who's having a little bit of a battle, about a second between them, between him and Ian Dalglish in the other Lotus Climax 17, so the 19 versus the 17, but it's Holstein who's made up quite a few positions to get himself up into the top 5. Just over 15 minutes remaining of this Mandarin Cup race.
Right, what I want to see is if Nick Finberg can start to catch up with Billy Bellinger. The traffic's been kind to Bellinger for 2 laps. It seemed seemingly really awful for Miles Griffiths leading the race, but he's just got something else in front of Maserati A6 GCS of Adrian Sukari, but he's got time to spare. His margin has come down from 8 seconds to 7 a bit. The chasing Billy Bellinger, the seas have parted for him, but Nick Finberg, can he keep up? Will the traffic be kind to him in future? Let's wait and see, but he's still within touch of second place.
Yeah, at the moment, Finberg, a few seconds back still, and actually Holstein is only a further 5 seconds back in fourth. So, well, the gaps are just starting to edge out slightly. Indeed, everybody up to 14th has already been lapped in this race, as a move made just to get himself up into 8th for John Clark's Cooper Climax, one of the T39 bobtails, just getting ahead of the Oliver Crosthwaite car. That's another Lotus Climax, the Mark 1 in that battle for 8th and 9th.
Right, 7.6 seconds between Miles Griffiths leading the race and Billy Bellinger, and again traffic wasn't too kind for Nick Finberg. There he is in the second of the Lolas, little Mark 1's fabulous looking car. His is the black one, car number 57, but he cannot at the moment catch Billy Bellinger in the silver one, that's car number 29. They're both lapping pretty much on the pace of the race leader, Miles Griffiths, in his Lotus 11. But where are the breaks going to come? There's still time, just under 14 minutes remaining in this race. It's a 25-minute race, the Madrid Cup, but plenty of variety. But he hasn't any playmates right now. He needs to get back on the tail of Billy Bellinger. He knows that. I know that. You know that.
Needs to close that gap. Of course, these cars racing back in period, some of them heavily restored, including our leader, found in decent condition, but then restored to get back to racing in that Lotus Climax 11 LM150. But of course, a lot of these with roll hoops added for safety purposes these days, which wouldn't have been there for period racing.
No, absolutely not. Now, someone who made a really good start, and he's carried on proceeding up the order, Jacob Holstein started his Lotus 19. It's in the UDT Laystall pale green race livery. 13th at the start, 4th at the moment. He has just lapped faster than the 3 front runners, and faster than this man, number 9, Miles Griffiths. He may be heading for a 3rd win in succession in the Madrid Cup, but Jacob Holstein is driving a fantastic race in the number 19 pale green Lotus. It was on the grandstand side of the field when they were lining up on the start grid. There he is, and he's not only caught Nick Finberg, he's getting about 3 seconds in 1 lap. He's gone past him. I thought the next 2 laps the story would be him coming to be the playmate for Nick Finberg. Not a bit of it. This is a fantastic drive in the ex-UDT Laystall machine. It's something that was raced in period very well by Lotus drivers in many ways, by Stirling Moss and Innes Ireland.
Yeah, and carving its way through the field at the moment, that of John Holstein, who is really making waves, trying to get himself up through the back now, up into 3rd. So Finberg down to 4th now. That Lola starting to fall back a little bit. The first of the Lolas is still Billy Bellinger, still about 7 seconds or so away from Miles Griffith, who is out alone in front after 8 laps of racing, as Holstein just catches a little bit of traffic, has to find his way around the outside, just getting past the Cooper Porsche special of Cameron Healy further back in the pack, and that has actually allowed the Lola to catch right back up of Nick Finberg, who is closing, managing to utilise the traffic well on this occasion, but Holstein just seems to have the edge for the time being.
I'm just looking to see, there was another driver who should have been with them, Ian Dalglish, the dark green Lotus 17, because at the start of that he was pretty close, but he's fallen back a little bit. He's in 5th place, but at the moment Nick Finberg has no answers to the pace of this Lotus 18 car from 1960, sorry, Lotus 19. Ex-Works car, or a car commissioned for UDT Laystall Racing Team, raced in Nassau with great results. But let's see, can that fight back? Will Will there be a fight back for the Lola of Nick Finberg? He'd love a podium position, but 13th to 3rd. That's a really good drive from Jacob Holstein.
I just saw Ian Dalglish in the background there, so he's a couple of seconds adrift of Nick Finberg, still holding on to 5th place at the moment. This, though, is the car that currently sits in 3rd. Jacob Holstein, the Lotus 19, trying to then now extend his gap to Nick Finberg in the Lola, who is currently in 4th. But out in front, still clear and maintaining really a steady gap, is Miles Griffin in the Lotus Climax 11 LM150. Actually just extended his gap to over 8.5 seconds now. Griffin's ahead of Bellinger, then comes Holstein.
Doesn't have to push too hard, but Jacob Holstein is absolutely flying. He's put his fastest lap in last time around, just under 1 minute 31 seconds. He should be almost coming to the background of the shot. I've just had a pit siren, and Oliver Crosswaite has just reported to the pits. That's Christine Finberg's car, another Lola Mark 1, so very unfortunate. Ex-Peter Ashdown car has come to a halt. Don't forget, within this race, here we've got a spin from...
that looked like it was the possibly the 139.
Yeah, it's one of the Elvers, and it's making quite a lot of smoke as it rejoins the circuit. 139 is Louis Verstrassen, so unfortunate for him. Lovely looking car, but he'd rather have it going where he wanted to point it, but he has got it pointing the right way again.
Yep, started down in 14th and now falls to rather far back in the pack, but has managed to get it going. And Oliver Crossway then started down in 20th position in his Lola Climax Mark 1. Hearing he has had to come into the pit, so that rather curtails his nice run through into the top 10. And just making our way through the chicane now with a nice battle developing here. This is the Maserati of Adrian Sucari ahead of, I think that's Josef Retzenmeyer's Maserati. 2 Maseratis going at it through Madrid.
Going as well as they can, but obviously the writing was on the wall when the likes of Lotus and Cooper et al. Started putting the engines to the back. The cars were lighter, they had similar sized engines, often sometimes a little bit smaller, and yet they could fight. And it was a real pace of change in motor racing in the late 1950s. And it's still fabulous to have the Maseratis, but there is no way they'll be running with the other front runners and giving a fantastic show in their A6 GCSs. But it's really looking up at the front of the field, and actually some other fabulous Maseratis in the field as well. Looking at number 10, another A6 GCS, Carlos Gilecki's car. That's running around the middle order.
Yeah, down in about 21st position. And indeed, those other Maseratis, Sucari and Retzenmeyer down in 16th and 17th. It kind of highlights where they are in the pack and where the close battles are, because out in front, gapping the entire rest of the field, is indeed Grimson. We've got a car off there, we have, and it's Holstein who is off. Big damage, carbon fibre strewn across the road as well. Good to see him able to move. The whole front end of the bodywork of the car has flown off for Jakob Holstein.
Yeah, he's probably hit the curbing on the outside of the exit of the chicane. Looks quite normal here. The tail is just starting to come round, and then the classic flick. You just cannot straighten it. Across the circuit he goes. Oh, what a shame. That Lotus 19 was absolutely flying. I was just waiting to see if he could catch Billy Bellinger, and unfortunately we can now see the action. Hopefully Jacob's fine. It was a brilliant drive, but alas, it has come to a halt for him, and still the bodywork sitting in the middle of the track. And as the drivers come out of the chicane to the left, they'll see the car parked at the edge of the circuit, but of course they'll see the bodywork. There's Hot Lips that started from the middle of the front row. Felix Goddard, he will now rise into 5th position, but already course vehicle with the waved yellow flags.
Safety
so
car
Billy Bellinger was in 2nd place at the time. He was being hunted down by Jacob Holstein, as we said. And let's take a look at a replay of how close they got together.
I wonder if Holstein was seeing that and just pushing that little bit too hard. There's the Lola, there is Holstein, and just really pushing, trying to carry as much speed as he could out of the corner. But you just see when that little bit too far wide on the exits, and the rear steps out, and then once you can't come back from that, can you?
No, at that point it's hands off the steering wheel. You can see there's going to be an impact, and hopefully, well, that will sort of be a windy driver. He's out of the car though, but the car clearly really not in the best condition there for Jacob. But that was a fabulous drive up until that point, and I think it would have been a brilliant chase the flag. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock, but Jaguar E-Type safety car leading the field around. He's going to hopefully pick up race leader Miles Griffiths at some point. He's in that Lotus 11. Car number 9, driven supremely. He lost his playmate because Andrew Hibbert, who was just, a third of a second down, had just banged in the fastest lap of the race, and he pulled off in the number 11 Lotus 11, Harindra De Silva's car. But alas, we're now running behind the safety car while that is cleared up. You can see the great big SC board in the background, the marshals waving the yellow flags. All the drivers have got the message by now.
Indeed, so that will close the field up slightly, but of course traffic making cars out of position too, but less than 5.5 minutes remaining, so the marshals will do an excellent job of trying to clear that car as quickly as is possible, and we can hopefully get the racing, or back up to racing speed at least, for a lap or so to finish off this Madgwick Cup race for sports cars. Under 2.5 litres between 1953 and 1960, but that is the stricken Lotus Climax 19 of Jakob Holstein in an effort to chase down the Lola of Billy Bellinger, just pushing that little bit too hard out of the chicane, losing the rear. Round he went, he's out of the car, which is good to see, and the marshals quickly then displacing the Struve bodywork from across the start-finish.
Now a little bit of history for you. That means Nick Finberg is promoted back into 3rd position, and his is the Lola in which Dickie Lestrange Metcalfe won the last race of Goodwood's contemporary era in July 1966. That is part of the history of this event, and it's great to have it. Also, great to have it running at the front end. So we've got a Lotus from 2 Lolas. We've lost one of the Lotuses, which of course was Andrew Hibbert. We've now lost another Lotus, which was the more modern one, the pale green one, the UDT Laystall Racing Team car of Jakob Holstein. He's putting on a phenomenal charge up through the field. He started 13th, don't forget. He was 3rd. He was catching on to 2nd place when he just got it marginally wrong. Small increments, Harry, make quite a difference.
They certainly do in all forms of racing, especially here as we celebrate glamour style, competitive action from the past and a sustainable future in which to do it in as well for this 26th year of the Goodwood Revival, as the Madgwick Cup continues to count down.
Okay, so you talked, Harry, about how the field will close up. Our 3rd place runner is the black 57 Lola. Right in behind, almost within touching distance, is Ian Dalgleish, the green Lotus with the red numbers on its bonnet, 117. Then Phoenix Goddard, who didn't get the best getaway from the middle of the front row. His Cooper Bobtail is now up into 5th place. Now, the safety car is leading them around, but the pace it's leading them around, what have we got left on the clock? 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and it hasn't picked up the lead. He's now waving them through, but I was thinking even the pace he was going, if those cars were released, we'd only have 1 lap at racing speed through to the flag. So Miles Griffiths has got to get to the front of the queue. Yes, he's waving them through. There is car number 8. That's John Clark. So he's being waved past in his Cooper Bobtail.
Yeah, and the safety car then doing their job, trying to find the order then and keep the cars coming through until they get to the leader, which will be that number 9 of Miles Griffith in the Lotus Climax 11. But of course, we've also got a recovery vehicle out on track 2. So 2.5 minutes on the clock. I think it's going to be a little bit tight to get 1 racing lap. Perhaps I would love to be proven wrong, but for the Lotus out front, I'm sure Miles Griffith will be wanting to stop this race as soon as possible.
No, Miles Griffiths, being Miles Griffiths, I think would love to have a challenge in a race, because he really was set up for a fabulous Lotus 11 battle with Andrew Hibbert. That, alas, came to a halt when Hibbert he was getting as close as he'd been, put off just past this point in the circuit, just past the first part of Madgwick, and parked up on the infield. Miles Griffiths sitting at the front field. Billy Bellinger 2.5 seconds behind him, but will we get a final racing lap? There, now behind the safety car, we have 1st and 2nd in the race. The green Lotus 11, that's car number 9, and tucked it behind in car 29, Billy Bellinger in his Lotus Mark 1. We've got a few interlopers there who are a lap or so behind, but really it's going to be the charge. Billy Bellinger will have the whiff of potential victory. Can he get past Miles Griffiths if this race is restarted? We're nearly at the end of the lap, and then hopefully when the safety car comes around, let's keep an eye on the lights on the roof bar of that car, because if they go out fairly soon, it means we will be going racing at the end of this lap. Will they, won't they? I sort of feel they won't, and they have. There we are, Doubting Thomas here. He's going to pull clear of the safety car, so Miles Griffiths has to control the restart. He's hanging back to make sure he can floor the throttle, can't be overtaken before the start-finish line. Billy Bellinger will be going, I've got to anticipate, but now Miles Griffiths goes. Here we go, one final flying lap.
Here we go then, back underway for green flag racing, and it is the Lotus who leads the field now from the Lola of Billy Bellinger, who will smell a possibility of victory, but the Lotus had the advantage in the early stages as they break into Madrid. The Lola looks good under braking, nimble through the corner as well, and hunting down Griffiths ahead in the Lotus. Nick Finberg, who was third, or is third in the Lola, but he's had to navigate a bit of traffic as well. You can see him in the back. There's one bit of traffic in between them. So he's a little bit on his own in third, keeping Ian Dalgleish behind a couple of seconds back to for him in fourth. But this is the battle now for the win of this race in the Madrid Cup. Lotus versus Lola.
Yeah, we saw in the opening laps of the race when the chasing Billy Bellinger in that silver Lola was looking left, looking right, trying his ultimate to get past Nick Finberg. This is one of the better places for him to attack, which is into Lavin. Hasn't worked for him, and in fact, it seems only fit and fair that our race leader Miles Griffiths, supreme from start almost to finish. As you can see, we've had extra time, 3 minutes were added to elapsed time, so this is not the last lap. That's good. It's good officiating. And let's see, Billy Bellinger has more of a chance than he thought, but the writing appears, Harry, to be on the wall because he just simply can't keep up with Miles Griffiths.
Yeah, I think, well, the first corner was really the best chance for Billy Bellinger, and he tried all his might, but now starting to fall a little bit behind. But what about the battle for third? Nick Finberg in third, then Ian Dalgleish in the Lotus Climax 17, trying to catch up to the back of that Lola. So when you look, it's Lotus versus Lola for the top four positions in this race. They are your lead cars, and then the black car coming through, that's the Lola in third. Now, no traffic between Finberg and Dalgleish, the second of the cars coming through the screen there. So the battle on for the final place on the podium.
Now, the good news for the front runners, there are no back markers ahead of them. Some of those in midfield, they may have some of the lap cars in front of their noses, but very positive driving there from Miles Griffiths, sweeping around a Cooper Bobtail, and he is dropping Billy Bellinger into St Mary's. He goes. Then comes the Cooper Bobtail, which is a lap down, and then comes the silver Billy Bellinger Lola Mark 1. But it's looking neat and tidy. A couple of cars up ahead of Miles Griffiths, but he's got a buffer of what we're talking about, 2 to 3 seconds as he turns into lap. Still time for one lap after this one, but Billy Bellinger will give it his best shot, but there is nothing he can do.
The Cooper Climax T39 Bobtail of Felix Goddard as well, which started in the middle of the front row, had a bad start, has now worked his way back up to 5th, some way off the back of Ian Dalgleish, but ahead then of the Cooper Bobtail of John Clark for the moment. So decent recovery drive then from Goddard, but out in front, extending his lead now. That Lotus, there it is, with Miles Griffith, 1.3 seconds as he makes his way through the chicane. But we've seen it, all it takes is one small mistake. That was the way the Lotus went of Jakob Holstein, and out of the race. One small mistake, one slight push more than you need to, and you may find yourself veering off and being passed by the cars behind. Has Ian Dalgleish just got through on Nick Finberg? I think he might have done, as the Lotus gets the Lola. We'll try and see it on the screen for you, but they're certainly racing hard out there for that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, very, very tight indeed. Nick Finberg had a really good start, but the restart wasn't kind to Ian Dalgleish, but he's certainly hooked up. He's moved up into third place in his Lotus. So we go Lotus, Lola in the top 4 positions, but it's all about Miles Griffiths. The checker flag will be dropped when he gets around at the end of this lap. That will be 17 laps on the board. He's 5 seconds clear. Doesn't seem to be too much traffic. He picked off a few more at the start of this lap, went past Amory Gariel in a Lotus 11 as well, but his Lotus 11, Miles Griffiths' Lotus 11, owned by William Janssen, is just in a class of its own. A shame he lost his paymate in the form of Andrew Hibbert. That was going to be a classic scrap. And apparently Dalgleish has just had a moment. He just moved into third place and he's gone off at St Mary's. This on the final lap. What a shame for him. But has he got it back on the circuit?
That might well allow Nick Finberg to try and claw back that final podium spot, but just the chicane then to go for Miles Griffith in the Lotus Climax 11 LM150, who has driven superbly, kept his head cool, calm and collected for the Lotus, that after 17 laps takes the win of the Madrid Cup, and it will be a Lotus from a Lola. Billy Bellinger manages to come home in second, and we wait to see who came out in third. Did Ian Dalgleish get it back onto the track ahead of Nick Finberg? I'm not sure he did, as Finberg will come across the line to take third ahead of Dalgleish. So such a shame there for Dalgleish to just end off the podium after a really nice sublime drive up through the field as well. But in the end, that Lotus of Miles Griffith, a works entry into the Le Mans 24 Hours back in 1957, winning this race as the other Lotus went spinning round on the final lap.
Well, that was getting really, really tight, and a spin there for Ian Dalgleish, doing his best to see if he can get close to Billy Bellinger. There's a door missing, and that's Nick Finberg's car, so was there a clash between the pair of them, or has it simply flopped down? But anyhow, Finberg came to make it Lola's in second and third positions, but the race, even with the safety car, belonged to one driver, and that driver is Miles Griffiths. Phoenix Goddard just finishes in fifth place. John Clark should be next, but it was all about Miles Griffiths from the very moment the race started. He won here on the last iteration of the Madrid Cup in 2022 in a Keith, and also 5 years earlier, 2017. So that's 3 in a row in the Madrid Cup. A hat-trick. Time to stand down, Miles. Give someone else a go. Come on.
Yeah, he loves it too much there with those iconic Team Lotus colours. That was, of course, the works entry into the Le Mans 1957 24 Hours with the likes of Colin Chapman, Herbert McKay Fraser as well. So brilliantly, remarkably discovered in a time warp condition, beautifully restored back to its former glory while still retaining that original bodywork and some parts of it completely untouched as well. A former winner, a current winner, Miles Griffith to the top of the timing sheets with pole to win in the Madrid Cup for sports cars under 2.5 litres from 1955 through to 1960. Keeping cool, calm and collected indeed, especially with the safety car intervention as well. Billy Bellinger, who had a great fight early doors with the sister Lola of Nick Finberg. And in the end, 2 Lolas getting on to the podium with that Lotus of Ian Dalgleish, the Climax 17. Perhaps a bit of contact on that last lap, just saw him spinning out of podium contention there after 25 or so minutes of racing with the safety car intervention, with a few minutes of added time as well, getting to the end. But 4 cars unfortunately couldn't make it to the finish. 25 did, all taking the checkered flag, and the weather holding firm as well as the applause and the celebrations continue for Miles Griffith straight out of the car. For him to be greeted by congratulatory members, but let's head down and hear from them all with Ed Foster.
Miles Griffiths, you had Andrew Hibbard keeping you honest. You had a safety car nearly keeping you honest, but was it ever in doubt?
Absolutely. In the first few laps, Andrew was giving me a lot of hassle, which was good fun actually, and I was a bit disappointed when he dropped out. I think it would have been a race-long battle.
3-time winner now?
3-time winner of the Madrid Cup, yeah, that's, you know, really enjoy it, and obviously twice with this car, so we have a good relationship. So big thanks to Philip for letting me drive it. Absolutely love it.
Cracking drive, well done. Let's find Billy. Where's he gone? He's just over here. Billy, that was an action-packed thing to watch, but just couldn't quite hold on to him at the end there.
No, to be fair, Miles was driving superbly. The safety car really brought me up to him, in all honesty. But I've got to say a big thank you to Sue and Keith Arlers, who let me drive the car, my beautiful wife, and a guy called John Exley, who spent, well, many nights getting the engine ready because it blew up at the Silverstone Classic just to be here. So big thank you to him.
Well, a fantastic result with all of that.
No, it was a fantastic result, and it worked beautifully, and I had a great race with Nick for probably 4 or 5 laps until I probably just eked away from him and he wasn't in my toe, but no, superb. Good, great weekend.
Well done. Let's, speaking of Nick, let's go and find out, where are we? Nick, blimey, that was a matter of survival, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're here, so thank you.
Very tricky conditions.
Yeah, tricky conditions, but car brilliant. Boys do a great job, car fantastic, and just to loosen up behind the wheel, tried to keep it in one place and get there.
You did very well. Great drive.
Great drive. Great drives indeed. A Lotus from 2 Lolas then rounding out the field. But what could have been, Bruce, for Andrew Hibbard?
Yeah, time for contemplation. He'll have enjoyed those early laps. He definitely was hunting, and certainly Miles Griffiths with the 1600cc engine had a little advantage, but it looked fair.
It certainly did. Well, confirmation then of how it all ended up, even with the safety car slightly compromising Miles Griffith. He still managed to eke out over 6 seconds ahead of Billy Bellinger's Lola in second, and Nick Finberg managing to hold on to that final podium, making hay against Ian Dalgleish in the other Lotus 17 down in fourth. The first of the Cooper, the T39 Bobtails, Felix Goddard in fifth, having started on the front row ahead of John Clark. Then the Ford Mark III of Malcolm Harrison ahead of the Lister Maserati, the highest Maserati finish of Fred Martin Dye. The Elva in Florian Brandt for ninth, ahead of another Bobtail, Barry Cannell, down in 10th. Then we had an Elva Climax and a Cooper T39 Bobtail rounding out the top 12. Then the Cooper Porsche Special, the Cameron Healy car, finishing in 14th ahead of Adrian Sukari, the first of the Maserati A6 GCSs, in tandem with Joseph Rettenmeyer right behind. Zustrassen we saw had a few skirmishes off the track, down in 17th ahead of Tim Reed's Lola. Amaury Gariel down in 19th ahead of the other Maserati of Carlos Silecki, the top 20. Another T39 Bobtail in 21st with Nicholas James ahead of an Elva. The Porsche 550A of Fatimi down in 23rd. Guy Verhofstadt in the Elva Mark III down in 24th. And the last finisher, Hugh Apthorpe in the Kieft Climax down in 25th. Well, the Magic Cup for sports cars under 2.5 litres from 1955 through to 1960 got going, and it was a good start for the Lolas, but indeed the Lotus of Miles Griffith.
Yeah, a couple of good starts, a couple of bad starts, but then we were treated to a fabulous battle royale between the Lola Mark Is. Car number 29, Billy Bellinger, and Nick Finberg keeping him very honest, as was the battle for the lead of the race with Andrew Hibbard chasing down race leader Miles Griffiths. But those two Lolas could not have got closer to each other.
No, the two Lolas fighting it out, but then indeed what could have been for the other Lotus of Andrew Hibbard, who had to pull off into the grass in the end with an issue as it all got a little bit hairy further back in the pack for Florian Brand in the Elva. Not too much damage done for him, but a skirmish into the gravel. Late on though, as well, a big crash for Jakob Holstein. He got out of the car chasing down for a podium. That brought out the safety car, but nothing could prevent the Lotus of Miles Griffith from taking the win.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
Everyone's wanting vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, this is such a fun place to be, and I'm with Mark and Ellie, who are teachers of Lindy Hop. So if you're feeling a bit shy, don't be, because what does it take? A bit of rhythm, a little bit of fun?
Yeah, it's mainly about having the personality to want to come on the dance floor. You've got this amazing band here, live band, so everyone's welcome up on the dance floor with us.
Mark, what does someone need to know to be able to get a couple of steps down maybe of the Lindy Hop?
Just need to have the enthusiasm to come out and have a go. That's all it really takes. Most people think they can't dance, but it's just that basically it's psychological. They think they can't dance, but once they get here, they find that they can. We're a totally inclusive and friendly group, and we're very encouraging.
All ages, all abilities, as long as you're smiling, no one's looking at your feet.
And a lot of people here, they're watching us. They want to come out and dance, and after a while, they get the courage to come and dance, and then they get an interest in it, and then they want to come. They turn up at class, and that's how a lot of these have got here, other kinds of dancing, and they want to see the fun that Lindy Hop brings, and it's just a fabulous, and we just absolutely love to teach it.
Well, you know, there are no obstacles, no excuses. There you have it, and especially from you, Mark and Ellie, because this is your 10-year anniversary of teaching the Lindy Hop. Congratulations.
Thank you. We can't believe it, 10 years have gone past. So we teach in Chichester, but there's Lindy Hop groups all over the country. But yeah, we've been doing it down the south coast for 10 years, and we get all people, like we say, all abilities, all ages, everyone's welcome. As long as you love the music, it's for everyone, isn't it?
What does it mean to you to then be here at Revival with your 10-year anniversary and the floor filled out like this?
We work all year with this group here, and this is the highlight of our year. We just look forward to this so much. We had a big practice on Wednesday of some of the routines that we do here just to entertain the crowd, but it's just fun. Yesterday we were here, we were soaking wet, and we just loved it. It was just, we're dancing in our wellies. One of our group was actually in a wetsuit with goggles. It was just like, it's just the Goodwood spirit of just whatever it takes. We live in the UK, you know, rain's a part of our existence, so we just loved it. And as you can see, we've got great music. It's just a wonderful event, and it's happy, it's happening.
Well, I've had people from Switzerland and France that just come on the dance floor. So if anyone isn't used to dancing or haven't danced with us, they can just come on the dance floor. But it's a universal language, Lindy Hop.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, it really seems like it. And Ellie, like you say, you're in your wellies, but I am in my dancing shoes. So, may I give you the mic?
Well, all an entertaining part of the Goodwood Revival. Bit of dancing going on, and of course, always action everywhere around the track. Lovely to watch, and I do love to see so many people enjoying themselves here at Goodwood, having a great day, whatever they're involved in.
Yeah, it's very, very easy in the commentary tower to just get entirely focused on the racing, but it's a long day, and people do take time out to just gain new experiences, to go shopping, to sit down and eat, to drink with their friends. That is why people come back, Ben, year after year.
Yeah, wonderful. So, on track, right now, we don't have a race up now, we have a display, and this is the Jaguar XK engine 75th anniversary celebration that we are about to talk about right now. And so that means that all the cars that we are seeing out on track, and they're doing a bit of a parade, hopefully the doors are closed, not on all cars, they're basically all powered by the XK engine. It was a key part of Jaguar post-World War II, and in fact the engine itself, well, a lot of design work was done during World War II. They did some testing, some different prototypes of the engine system, but it actually came out in 1948 and properly in 1949 in terms of when it actually was produced for a car on the road. But it was this 6-cylinder 3.4 litre engine that then went on to some remarkable success. It came out of the Jaguar XK120, which you see several there, the cream-coloured XK120 just going through the shot. We've got a mix here though, Bruce, because it's not just the XK120 from those early days with that engine, it carried on for a long time.
Well, it did. I mean, in terms of competition, for Jaguar, and it worked very well in that. Many Le Mans wins. We went through the C-types, the D-types to the E-types with that straight six. 17 years as a competition engine, but 43 years being used as a road car engine. And I was only found out this morning there actually was a 4-cylinder version that when they were clearing out the Jaguar base at Browns Lane, it was found tucked in a corner. People have forgotten about it, but the straight six works supremely. And this is the fruit of that labour.
Absolutely, and the XK120, you've got a lot of E-types there as well, number 73 there, for example, Jaguar E-type. You've got a couple of other manufacturer of cars that used the XK engines as well. HWM, I think there's one down towards
There is, the pale
back.
green one at the back, number 64. That's Jonathan Turner's car, 1954. So it was an engine used by small racing car constructors because they knew it was a great engine, it worked well, and clearly had already been proved by 54 with 2 wins at Le Mans, 1951 and 53, and then it was the turn of the D-types. But Lister Jaguars are in the mix as well, the bright yellow and green car there. Again, a bit more power at the end of the decade, but the C-type was the car that really put Jaguar's racing ambition out on the track.
Yeah, the C-type was the first sort of true sports racing car. The XK120 did go racing and got success pretty much straight away, but then going to Goodwood and also going to Le Mans. But these are pictures from Goodwood in that early time of the C-types performing extremely well, and some of the top drivers were competing. Stirling Moss, for example, loved the C-type. That was a car that he really, really enjoyed. As you say, Lister Jaguar, that used the engine as well. Another one of those manufacturers, or certainly racing car manufacturers, Lister, HWN, Cooper Car Company, and the Jaguars as well, often used the XKs. I think HWN were amongst the first, actually, of other companies, racing companies, to use that XK engine, and it worked very, very well for HWM, as you mentioned. But right from the start, the XK120, it was even a successful rally car, the RAC Rally. It won the RAC Rally when it came back post-war, 1951, and then again in 1953. And the XK was competed by Ian and his wife Pat Appleyard in the rally there.
They won so many things. I think racing and rallying was much, much closer. You could have a car in one and effectively go into the other form of motorsport as well. But the C-type, such a pure shape. Looking at car number 58 there, one of many here. Great to have those. But then those elegant D-types, they put the dorsal fin behind the driver's head, not running north-south down the car, offset, and that gave them stability down the long Mulsanne straight at Le Mans. And of course, Le Mans was where things really, really happened for them, with Peter Walker and Whitehead in the C-types taking victories, but then it was the turn of the D-types, and 3 wins in 3 years. 1955, victory going to Ivor Webb and Mike Hawthorne. That was a works entry, but then Ecuria Kos, 2 victories for them in 56 and 57. That really put the D-type and Jaguar firmly on the map. But this one we're looking at here, car number 6, that's the Mike Hawthorne car, shared with Ivor the driver, Ivor Webb, and victory for them in 1955. These were rich years for Jaguar at Le Mans.
They were indeed very rich, and as you said, that 1957 one, when Ecuria Kos got their second victory, it was actually a Jaguar 1, 2, 3, 4. Amazing that they got to top 4 places.
Well, what made it even more amazing, not just the performance of the car, that's reliability, and that was at a stage when Le Mans was an absolute car wrecker, and drivers basically just had to nurse it through the night and see if they could then attack to the finish. Cars were far more fragile, but that was another accolade for Jaguar, and to get that one, you know, so many cars in the top positions at Le Mans was just a huge, huge promotional push for the mark from Coventry.
Engines had been obviously providing more power by then, building up to 3.8 litres, and they were producing up to sort of 270 horsepower. When it was first created, though, it was still very, very impressive, because the XK120 was called 120 because it could do 120 miles an hour, and it took some records with that engine when it first was out on the roads, setting some sort of road speed records.
It's just fabulous also to see these period shots from Le Mans, Ben, because, you know, the whole place has changed. Enormous grandstands now, but all the trees that are big now were tiny then, back in the 1950s, but the celebrations went on long into the night, especially for Ecuria Kos, a privateer team from Scotland, winning with cars. And that was the beauty then. You could buy cars from the works and take them and see if you could beat the works team and Ecuria Kos, David Murray's team from Murchison Mews in Edinburgh, just doing precisely that. Huge amount of pride still up in Scotland in those achievements.
Yeah, and we've got some of the cars that actually had that success here in the display. The Le Mans, one of the cars out is the 1955 Le Mans winners. We've got various works cars. Of course, quite a lot of them got sent to the USA as well, and had a lot of success over there too. And for Jaguar to sell road cars, of course, winning Le Mans in the 1950s was absolutely crucial. Went on to develop the E-Type. We've seen the E-Type racing here at Goodwood, but more predominantly in some ways as a road car, as a sports car sold to many people. That was crucial too. And that started with the XK engine. They did move on to a V12 later on, but it was still absolutely vital. And the E-Type, we've got some wonderful E-Types here with racing history as well.
Yeah, many evocations as it was more and more developed when you get the lightweights, the semi-lightweights, the low-drag coupe, Airtal. You can see they're far from normal. But under the bonnet of every single one of them is this straight six that was just so mighty. And it was just such a good engine, as we said. Lister, Cooper, we saw the ex-Michael Head Cooper T38 with the Jaguar engine on board just a few moments ago on the track. But these period shots showing the E-Types going about the action, Chichester in the background there. These are the early races. Never had a huge success here at Goodwood in the 9 hours. It was all Aston Martin's happy hunting ground, but into the early 60s, the E-Types were just absolutely fantastic here, and so many club racers just simply couldn't wait to get their hands on them.
Absolutely, and they had a lot of success in club racing, as you say. They were 3rd, 4th and 9th in that Goodwood TT in 1963. They didn't get the win, but nonetheless, the E-Type very, very successful. And of course, beautifully tempting for many, many people, and I'm sure there are many Jaguar fans here this weekend, maybe some owners themselves of E-Types, but it's lovely to see this complete mixture of cars, all powered by the same engine, basically. Okay, it was modified over the years. It went up and down in size, slightly different versions. It started with a 3.4 litre engine, went up to 3.8, went up to a 4.2 as well, and then they made some smaller versions too, didn't they? Just under 2.5 litres was the smallest version they did.
Well, a little bit of rain starting to fall on our parade. The suitable Jaguar E-Type with the XK engine leading us around. That's the safety car. Windscreen wipers going on that. But it's been great to see 17 years as sort of a works racing engine, 42 years in the Jaguar, 43 years in Jaguar road car production line. They absolutely got it right just after the Second World War. So 75 years since the engine first broke cover, and Jaguar XK, those letters just go with it.
It was successful too with touring car, what we call touring car racing. It was sort of production car racing in the days. The Mark II Jaguar, and there are a couple actually in the display. They were very, very. Oh dear, it is wet out there, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. You don't really want to be in an open top machine at this point.
Oh, you do. Most certainly you do.
But yeah, we're not going to forget it. But yeah, the Mark IIs were very successful in what is effectively the old days of British touring cars. In the early 1960s, they were dominant.
And a lot of the absolute top drivers would get in that. They'd race the Jaguar saloons, they'd race the Jaguar E-Types, because of course start money was king. And in big banger sports car racing, the Lister Jaguars were absolutely fantastic. There's one bright green with the almost Lotus livery with a bright yellow stripe down at the middle, but Lister ran that livery as well back in period. But the C-Types, there are a couple of them, 24 and 11, coming into view. Chance to slick your hair back. And,
yeah. Yeah, no, wonderful, the C-Type. And yeah, you can still enjoy yourself with the sunglasses on in the rain. And it's lovely to see these early C-Types that were so successful, as I say, on track. It was very much a track car. It wasn't built as a road car. The SK120s, you're just looking through there, those are the early cars with this engine that did go into racing, and as we mentioned, went into rallying as well. And straight away, they appealed a huge amount of success. And in fact, Jaguar were not expecting. So William Lyons, the man behind Jaguar, they sort of put up the XK120 originally as a bit of a prototype, just an idea, but they got so much interest in it, they started selling it, thousands of them.
They did, and then that begat the 140, and it kept on getting sleeker. Then we got to the 150 by towards the end of the 1950s. So fabulous to have these cars, and having had a little splash of rain, it's good to see the sun coming out as the last few cars are peeling off the circuit. It's almost time to go racing again, but what a history. 75 years since the Jaguar XK straight six engine broke cover. Illustrious.
Well, it's been lovely, and it's a beautiful engine from both performance, the torque in it as well, and the noise. I've always heard that everybody enjoys the sound of it when you're in the car. It's a lovely sound, and it was part of the reason that they decided to go for the six-cylinder, the straight six-cylinder. Yeah, they played with the size of the cylinder blocks and the stroke at times, but it really was effective. Let's just take a little look back at some of the highlights from these lovely machines, powered by the XK engines. Some of them were racing machines. Some of them were road cars, of course, the C-types, the D-types, and the E-type Jaguars that were crucial, with those few others from different manufacturers that were very much into racing as well. The early XK 120s that really set the scene initially before the 120 was updated to the 140. The HWM, one of the earliest race cars to adopt the Jaguar XK engine, and it worked very, very well for that HWM team. With the D-type taking the 3 victories at Le Mans, it worked perfectly for them to add to the 2 for the C-type. A brilliant time for Jaguar with the XK engine.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
There's a Lee Miller to see you.
Beautiful. Only non-military access for women.
We're getting ready, aren't we, for the invasion of Europe?
I'm heading to the front.
I'd stay away from that window. They got snipers.
Bad things do happen to some of us girls.
Once you've seen it, you can never unsee it.
Lee. Only in cinemas September 13th.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Well, as you can see, everyone at Revival has turned out absolutely beautiful, but some have made even more effort that is getting noticed by the judges. And I am stood here with the best dressed ladies of the day. We have got Claire, Kirsty and Yvonne. Let's start with you. Claire, 3rd place winner and very well deserved. Talk us through your look.
My look is all original 1940s, from my shoes up to my shoulders. The only thing that isn't vintage is my hat.
And what is it about the 40s that appeals to you so much?
It's just the elegance and the style. You know, ladies just dressed so beautifully back then, and you know, I just want to carry that on, and I don't want that to be forgotten.
You're doing that era absolute justice. Look at that victory roll. Victory for you. And Kirsty, full 60s look going on here. Look at that makeup as well in this dress. It just seems to fit you like a glove. Tell us about it.
Thank you. It's a charity shop find which I tailored to fit a bit better. But I love the beagle collar and the buttons and just make it fit a bit better, made it feel more like me.
That's so nice. That's that making men that we love. Revive and thrive. And our winner today, the best dressed with your champagne, the flowers and all, Yvonne, talk us through this fantastic jacket, the flowers, the hat.
Thank you. It's an original 1940 suit I bought from an online shop in San Francisco. It arrived and the shoulder pads had disintegrated, and so had the lining all around the shoulder pads. So I actually, obviously it was worth mending, so I had it all mended, so it looks fit as it was, and then the skirt had been shortened, so I had that let back down to near enough the original length. So I'm hoping that whoever had this in the 1940s will be really pleased that it's being worn out again now. And then I had the hat made to match by a lovely friend of mine, Kerry Barker. She knows I like big hats. I sent her a photo of the suit and said to her, make me a hat to match. So there we go. I took measurements and everything for her so she could make the hat. And this turned out and it matched perfectly. So I'm really pleased with it.
So is everyone at Revival as well. It's been noticed. Congratulations to all of you ladies. You really uplift the event with your excellent effort and style. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ollie, we've had a shower, the sun's coming out. I guess it's going to be more like a road rally and every lap is going to be different.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, I think we knew there was some big rain coming. I think this is just the start of it. So, yeah, we'll just see how we get on. And, yeah, certainly we'll be learning every lap with the grip and just see what we can do.
These cars have obviously got so much power. You wouldn't have thought they'd work in the wet, but they seem reasonably pliable.
Yeah, I mean, they're a proper sports car, you know, so unlike a Cobra or a touring car, you know, they are actually designed to go around corners and in a straight line. So, you know, they're actually pretty good. Great fun in the dry and a bit of a handful in the wet, but not as bad as you think, providing you can keep it in a straight line.
Well, look, best of luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ollie Bryan in the Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider lining up third for this next race as we head into the Whitsun Trophy for sports racing prototypes between 1960 and 1966. And,
what is it going to be, Harry? We can see the windmill up on the top of the hill at Hanukkah there. It's sunny down towards Matchwick, but we turn the opposite direction towards Lavant and it's a mixed bag. Let's see what we get. But these cars, possibly the last ones with all the power that you want to have on a track that may be turning wet. Let's see, 25 minutes of racing, but it can't start soon enough for all of the drivers.
And we saw yesterday, though, in the qualifying how wet it was, and indeed the pole sitter James Davison in that McLaren M1B, the Chevrolet engine, the Can-Am car, absolutely flying out there, the rear end stepping out everywhere. We just had a little pour of rain, though. It looks like it might have just eased off for the time being, but the wind has certainly picked up, and if Ollie Bryant's weather app is anything to go by, he thinks this is the beginning of another big bit of weather. So we'll be watching for your umbrellas going up around the track from our vantage point in the commentary box, but there is also a bit of sun peeking out as well as we get the cars out on track for the Whitsun Trophy presented by Sky Cinema. Either way, regardless of what weather we get, we're going to get noise, we're going to get colour, we're going to get speed, aren't we, Bruce?
Noise is such a vital element, and when these cars come out, I often like to just close my eyes and soak it in. I love the look of the cars, but the roar of these lot of very large V8 engines on board from 4.5 litres up to 7 and more. Plenty of horsepower, but let's explain what the Whitsun Trophy is all about.
Then of what is on offer ahead of us over indeed the next 25 minutes or so of racing action. We've got about 7 GT40s in the field, and of course that's quite a pivotal role here. Extensive testing and development was done of the GT40 at this Goodwood circuit. Ray Salvadori, of course, also drove one to second back in 1965 as we continue to pay homage to that original racing held here at Goodwood.
Right, 1 year ago, James Davison won this race. He's on pole position this time on his McLaren M1B, but on the outside, the front row was the winner in 2022. That's Ollie Bryant in a Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider. Here is James Davison, the Drummond Racing Organisation M1B, a car that absolutely put McLaren into the money with success in the United States Road Racing Championship, but most notably in Can-Am.
Yeah, the likes of Chris Amon powering that to glory over in Can-Am, a series not long forgotten, but indeed long in the past, and to really get celebrated, has been celebrated massively this year across all of the Goodwood events, from the Lens meeting to the Festival of Speed to here at the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival. But making their way through then, it's a McLaren M1B that will line up on the front row alongside will be Nick Padmore as well. Look up him in the middle in the Hamill Chevrolet, one of 3 built by Ed Hamill. Again, a Can-Am car from 1966, and they are roaring through, and this is just on a formation lap to the grid. They're not even full beans yet, Bruce.
Absolutely not. No, I'm not going to sell Nick Padmore short. He's another former winner, but that was all the way back in 2015. He was in a Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider, of which many of them are just passing on their way to the grid. This time he's in the Hamill. You were just talking about that. And again, the Goodwood Revival is about bringing the less-known chassis to come and play. The Hamill's been racing here for quite some while, and Nick Padmore is certainly going to have a little sniff of victory when he sits on the front row.
Certainly is as well. We've got the likes of Alex Brundle in there too on the second row. He's in a Lola T70 Spider just alongside Miles Griffith, who we just saw a few races ago, straight back at it in the McLaren M1A. So the earlier iteration of what is sitting on pole with James Davison. But also then a little further at the back, we've got quite the field of Lolas, but not forgetting those GT40s either. The first of those comes in the hands of Adrian Newey, who is down at 11th. He actually had a bit of an off yesterday into the gravel, beached his car slightly, was then able to get going again, but pushing there, he's down in row 5 alongside another GT40 and Roger Wills M1B a little bit further back in the pack. But that is the one they will all be watching, they will all be trying to hunt down. But it is all on the start, and we've seen a range of good and not so good starts across today's racing action.
We certainly have, and looking at the qualifying times from yesterday, James Davison on pole position, that McLaren M1B by 2 and a bit seconds, but it was hugely wet, and he was hugely sideways, and I think he just prepared to attack where others had a little bit of caution. Ollie Bryant on the outside of the front row, the number 29 Lola, white with the red stripe up the middle. That is a definite... a car with a definite chance to take victory in this race. Nick Padmore in the middle of the front row, the dark red Hamill. But one car that sort of stands out for me, because it just looks different, is a car that's starting 8th on the grid. It's the number 11 Shelby Cobra, be on the grandstand side of the thing. That is the car with the largest engine. It looks like, well, it's an AC Cobra, a Shelby Cobra, but all these others are sports prototype. But the magical word in the title of this event is unlimited sports prototypes, and certainly that Shelby Cobra, there it is on the right side of the grid, white with a band across its nose, the AC Cobra, right ahead of a bright red McLaren M1B, but it's the silver McLaren M1B on pole position that people have got to watch out for James Davison.
All then lining up on the grid, ready for the green flag lap as the grid slowly gets cleared then, and you can just hear the roar of noise as they try and rev those engines to get, keep the heat going round in these cars before they set off. The sun peeking out as well, actually. It looks like we might get away with things, but we'll see. The dreaded curse. But 25 minutes of racing action shortly to get underway with some brilliant Can-Am action on display, those unlimited sports racing prototype cars. And it will be James Davison who will kick things off from that pole position in the McLaren M1B. The 1 minute warning mark then before we get the green flag lap underway.
M1A McLarens, M1B McLarens, we've got the Crosley, we've got a Lotus, the bright yellow car, Katsuaki Kubota towards the rear of the grid. We've got, what else down the back? We've also got a Cooper Monaco, so variety aplenty, but it's really going to be an enthralling battle at the front between the McLaren M1B of our pole sitter, James Davison, Nick Padmore in the Hamill, middle of the front row. Haven't even mentioned the Attila, that's further down the grid. And Ollie Bryant outside of the front row in his white and red Lola T70 Spider.
And a bit of a slow getaway then. It is just the green flag lap, a slow getaway for James Davison, who would have been wanting to have a nice smooth start, just fallen back in the pack, so he'll be able to retake his spot. He was able to get going. Indeed, they're all able to get going from the start, so they'll make their way around, try and get as much heat into those tyres as possible, and just see what the conditions are like, having had a bit of rain not too long ago.
Yeah, I think it should be fine. It really was a little flurry during the XK demonstration. The car that did struggle to get away was Keith Arler's, his Cooper Monaco, back on the penultimate row of the grid, but the blue Cooper with the white stripes down its nose. You can see it in the background going out of St Mary's, so all is fine. But just think about how much horsepower is being brought around this circuit, and then I hope they get the adhesion, get the grip to move away from the grid of the race.
Indeed, just saw Adrian Newey's Ford GT40 making its way through, weaving left and weaving right in the middle of the pack. He's going from 11th down on the 5th row and hoping to keep it out of the gravel, unlike yesterday. But let's take you through the whole grid then, and on pole it is that McLaren M1B of James Davison, looking to try and secure the win. Second year in a row. Ahead of him, or just behind or side him, is Nicholas Padmore in the Hamel. Then it's Ollie Bryan in the Lola Chevrolet. Behind them, Alex Brundle and Miles Griffith in the Lola T70 Spider and the McLaren M1A respectively. Row 3, the first of the GT40s is Jeremy Cottingham actually, and then it's Adam Sykes in the McLaren M1A, followed by Fred Shepherd in that AC Shelby Cobra. Julian Draper in the Attila is down in 9th, and the top 10 is rounded out by John Spears. Then it's the GT40 of Adrian Newey. Alongside him, another GT40 and the M1B of Roger Wills. Row 6, Ludovic Caron in the GT40 and Tony Sinclair in the Lola. Then we go to the Lotus Ford of Katsuaki Kubota. Alongside him will be Justin Mears in the Lola and Matthew Ver in the Crossley Oldsmobile. Behind them on the penultimate row, in 19th, Keith Arlers in the Cooper Ford, the Monaco King Cobra, and Marcus Black in the McLaren Oldsmobile M1B. And the back row from 21st and 22nd will be Marshall Bailey in the Lola, and indeed making it an all-Lola back row with Ian Simmons joining him at the back. Well, the race looks like it's staving off for the time being and making their way now down towards the chicane to line up onto the grid. Then 25 minutes of racing, unlimited sports racing cars between prototype cars between 1960 and 1966, all gearing up. 22 cars making this a strong field as we get closer towards the end of the day's running here at the Goodwood Revival, but still plenty of action to come our way.
Plenty of noise to come our way. We have a lot of horsepower that's about to be released, but the cars knit their way through the chicane for the final time. A lot of engines being blipped. I'm not complaining. A V8 engine is still a music to my ears, but it's going to be roaring, a roar of thunder when this field gets released.
At the back there is Ian Simmons to the Lola T70 Spider. That'll be the last car on the grid, just following its sister Lola. At the front though, the McLaren M1B, then the Hamel Chevrolet in the middle, then the Lola T70 Spider. Ollie Bryan on the outside. James Davison was quickest yesterday in that Can-Am car, putting it on the pole position, but they'll share the front row. Didn't get the best of starts on that green flag lap. And now we get to the main event. Green flag flies at the back of the pack, and we will go racing for the Whitsun Trophy. The flag flies, and we are underway, and it's a good start from our poles. And James Davison getting away well. Ollie Bryan looking a little bit squirrely on the rear, but able to just hold that outside, but through into Madrick in the lead. Nicholas Padmore challenging. Could there be contact? There is, and almost off, but into the grass. Well held from James Davison, who just has to back off the throttle slightly and allow Padmore through. But he's not having that. Side by side, Davison fights back. What a start.
Well, how did he do that? There was no space at all, as you said. He had to back it off, but then maybe just overconfident there for Nick Padmore. Ran a little bit wide. There wasn't surely going to be a gap, but James Davison didn't ask one. He just went for one. Already rocketing clear in the Drummond Racing M1B McLaren. Into St Mary's he goes, into the dip on the outside. The tail end of that car switching around. He doesn't seem to care. His tyres have little heating, and the Hamel of Padmore still holding down second place. That Ollie Bryan behind. Yes, white with the red stripe. That's the red. That's the Lola. And an M1A trying to take a little look up the inside as well. That's the ex-Joe Starkey car of Miles Griffiths on the attack, but getting away. James Davison. Oh my word.
What a superb start. Miles Griffiths looking very, very racy indeed, trying to claw his way up through the pack. But look at the gap that James Davison has, and already a car off and out a little bit further back. I think that might have been Adam Sykes. Correct. In the McLaren M1A off into the grass. Hopefully we'll get a look at how that happened, but just running wide slightly. That is Nicholas Padmore, who just went onto the grass, and that's lost him a position as they come into the chicane. So Ollie Bryan has taken that one away from him, and now all over the back of him is one of the others as well, firing through. Padmore almost pulling over at one point. I wonder if Nick Padmore just losing a little bit of time there.
Yeah, it's like he has no traction in the Hamel. Yeah. He slid wide. Alex Brundle has come through into third place, and the star of the opening lap of the race could be our race leader, but it's the driver in 5th place to me. Here he is, white with the red flash up at the Attila that's come rocketing forward for Julian Draper from row 4. That is a brilliant start for him.
Yeah, Alex Brundle then up into the podium positions, but it is James Davison who leads by almost 3 seconds. Ollie Bryant then managed to get up into 2nd, Alex Brundle in 3rd, Nick Padmore then with a little mistake just falling down. Miles Griffith was just coming through there in the M1A, very slow indeed. He's just been passed by Julian Draper's Attila, who is now up into 5th spot. So is there an issue there for Miles Griffith?
I tell you what, that little flurry of rain before has made the track just very slightly slippery. A lot of cars are really moving around, with the exception of James Davison, whose car moves anyhow. He doesn't mind if it's forwards. Sideways not so good, backwards not good at all, but pulling away all the time. But Ollie Bryant's now going to get his head down. He's decided, come on, mate, actually the wind is starting to pick up. Maybe he was right about heavy rain coming, but look, under braking to Woodcote, he's catching the race. This is where he's catching Padmore. Sorry, this is the Hamill just holding off the Attila. There it is. So it's not Bryant behind, it's Julian Draper there. Bryant also drives a car white with red, but the red and yellow of Guernsey, actually the racing colours of Guernsey, that's what we see on the 291 Attila.
And you can just hear the roar of the V8s down the main straight. It brings a tickle to your ear almost. That is how loud these cars are. The colour on display getting up to huge speeds down that Lavin straight. Let's take a look at the start. The initial getaway was great for James Davison, but then Nicholas Padmore in the middle was really able to power through and challenge going into Madgwick. And then on the far right, Ollie Bryant didn't have the best of starts, and then it was Miles Griffith who was getting a little bit out of shape. He just had to ease off the throttle, that rear end stepping out, but then look at the front of the field and how close it got between the two leaders. There was contact, and they just about held on, but a car then out by the looks of things. Tony Sinclair, that is the Lola T70 Spider, one of the many Lolas in the field, out from 15th on the grid, so that is a shame as we now look at the battle for 5th.
Well, the Hamill of Padmore in 4th place, car number 69 being pushed by Julian Draper's Attila. It really is a handful, the Hamill. It's twitching, well, so's the Attila, but I think Nick Padmore, the safety car is coming out because we've got, as we said, car number 54, Tony Sinclair's Lola. I think it was facing the wrong way. Yes, it is. It's just on, no, it's facing the right way. It's just come up where the chicane takes the track right and left. It's gone straight on up the safety road. So I think it's probably a mechanical failure but we need to move that car. So for James Davison, 1.2 seconds clear at the front of the field. The interesting thing there was Ollie Bryant was settling down and starting to go after him in the first quarter of a lap. The amount that James Davison managed to pull clear with was astonishing. 117 is also outside the track. That was another of the T70. It's Ian Simmons, who started last on the grid, so he'll get to come back and play a little bit more. So whatever his problem was, that will be swallowed up behind the safety car.
Yeah, okay, safety car, that will reduce all the gaps. Well, 5 minutes of racing action, and then we get a safety car, but that was how hectic the action was at the beginning of this Whitsun Trophy. Now, what are we going to get a look at here? Now, just spinning round.
Well, it was Ian Simmons at Lavin. He just sort of went for a gap that was starting to close in front of him, but what he did, he went from the bit of the track that had been dried in the previous 2 laps onto the bit that the drivers hadn't been on that was slippery, and round it went. So the safety car at the front of the field, but James Davison is going to have to do it all over again. And here is the James Davison, the silver McLaren. Just go off the bottom of your image. Air Tower, I think we've got all the front runners together. Fred Shepherd there in 7th place in the Shelby Cobra, just looking out of place in terms of car appearance, but not in terms of pace.
I don't think Nick Padmore is particularly happy at the moment. Saw a shot of him not too long ago shaking his head, and we just saw him there really working the steering wheel to try and get some heat into the tyres, and he's fallen down. At the moment, he's 4th.
Yeah, but I mean, that really has been the thing. He led into the first corner and he blocked off the nose of James Davison, but then on the exit he just couldn't get the power down. The heat wasn't in the tyres, and for the next couple of laps he was really, really struggling. And if that car was capable of going faster, Nick Padmore would make it faster, but clearly the tyre temperature is just not what's required to keep it on the black stuff.
And there it is, and you can there you see just really trying to weave that Hamill Chevrolet left and right to try and get all the energy and the heat he can into those 4 tyres. Good start from Alex Brundle, though, it has to be said, from the second row of the grid in his Lola T70 Spider, looking racy from the off, actually. So have a little look out for Brundle on the restart. as you said, Bruce, just as the safety car came out, Ollie Bryant up into second, really then starting to get the hammer down and try and perhaps throw a gauntlet down to James Davison in the McLaren M1B in front of him. Still safety car though, we'll try and see the safety car. The lights are still on, so as soon as they go off, we'll know that we'll get the restart underway.
Now, James Davison clearly just takes, maybe doesn't need brave pills, but certainly when the track is at its greasiest, like yesterday when it was properly wet, he was putting that race-leading McLaren M1B in qualifying, 2.5 seconds clear of the rest by just throwing it around with absolute abandon. But it looks like abandon, but quite clearly it is not. But on the opening lap of the race, when the track was a little bit greasy, the way he was able to attack and seemingly ignore the fact that his tyres would not have had much heat was astounding. But the way Ollie Bryant then, once the track started to just dry that tiny little bit, was definitely closing in. He has the fastest lap of the race, 1.5 seconds faster than anything James Davison has managed. They're running around for another lap behind that Jaguar E-Type safety car. What are they going to do when the race restarts properly in terms of green flag running? It'll be with probably only 14 minutes left on the clock. If it's at the end of this lap, the safety car withdraws. But all the drivers, of course, doing all they can to keep the heat in their tyres, because they know they're going to need all the grip they could possibly have when this race gets fully underway again.
Winds dropped slightly as well from the beginning of the race. Just wonder how temperatures are doing too, but certainly a little chilly throughout the course of the day. It is James Davison who leads then in that McLaren Chevrolet M1B. From Ollie Bryant in the Lowland T70 Spider. Then it's Alex Brundle in third in the other T70 Spider. Nick Padmore, who started in the middle of the front row in second, just coming through your shot there on the right-hand side. Now down in fourth, and I think not happy and wanting to try and find his way back up to the front. Almost had the lead going through Madrick. Then John Spears up into sixth in the other McLaren M1B, followed by Fred Shepherd in the AC Shelby Cobra, which is down in seventh. And then it will be Roger Wills in the M1B down in eighth, ahead of Jeremy Cottingham in the GT40 in ninth, and then another GT40 rounding out the top 10. Adrian Newey is currently where he started this race, down in 11th in another Ford GT40, but we should get the safety car then coming in at the end of this lap. Indeed, we have had the notification on our screen, so the lights should go out, and on cue they do.
Right, what Ollie Bryant needs to do in the white and red striped Lola in second place is get as close as he can to the tail of James Davison in that Drummond Racing Organisation silver McLaren M1B at the front of the field. He is doing that. Alex Brundle is wide to that in third place in his number 22 Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider. All eyes as they come down the Lavin straight on what is going to happen up ahead, and definitely advantage to the driver at the front of the field, James Davison. He'll be considering at what point he's going to drop the throttle. He cannot be overtaken before the start-finish line, but he can build a lead, and that's precisely what he's going to do, but he doesn't want to go too soon. Now he's going.
I think he's already gone, indeed, as they come into the chicane, then back underway for this race with around 15 minutes on the clock. But look at the exit of Ollie Bryant out of the chicane, side by side with James Davison. Bryant's going to have the inside in his Lola. It's Lola versus McLaren. The McLaren have the outside, the rear ends are both stepping out as they arc their way through Madrick, and it's the McLaren that comes out with the slight edge. But Ollie Bryant is a man on a mission. He's the man chasing down the McLaren in front.
People ask, why was sports car racing so fabulous in the 60s? This is why. Big bang of sports cars. And I'll tell you what's happening in the background. Look, so Alex Brundle has seemed to have lost out to Nick Padmore, but this leading duo, James Davison in the McLaren, ahead of the Lola of Ollie Bryant. Oh, indeed, Alex Brundle is at the side of the circuit in Miles Poulton's car. Clearly some form of mechanical failure. And they're round the outside, nose in front. But I'm not giving the track up to you, James Davison. Oh, in fact, you can go on the grass, dearie me. Both of them dipping off into the grass at the first part of Lavin, and the hand up, I think, an apology there from James Davison. So Nick Padmore into second place. The Attila of Julian Draper may also get past Ollie Bryant before Ollie gets going all over again. I'd like to see a replay of that manoeuvre.
Certainly I would as well, but Nick Padmore is the beneficiary there. Slots up into second, Ollie Bryant then down to third. We've lost Alex Brundle then with some sort of issue as he's pulled well off into the grass. So let's, on cue then, let's take a look at this. So it's James Davison in the McLaren leading, being chased by Ollie Bryant.
So a mistake going out of St Mary's and slightly off the throttle there for James Davison, presenting the opportunity, but only around the outside. Will you go, Ollie Bryant? But then, unfortunately, James Davison simply couldn't get the car turned in. Tried his hardest, you can see him working the wheel, and Ollie Bryant had to take to the grass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, rejoined, the Hamel goes through.
Indeed, that's such a shame for Ollie Bryant, who will just have to do it all over again. Indeed, he's already caught right up to the back of Nick Padmore, who we saw was weaving left and right so ferociously during the safety car period. The good news for Ollie Bryant is that they've added 3 minutes to this race to caveat the safety car period, so that gives him a little bit extra to work his way back up to the back of James Davison, who is starting to edge away. Little look down the inside, no, not on that occasion for Ollie Bryant, chasing down Nick Padmore's Hamel Chevrolet.
Now, the Hamel was one of only 2 examples built, so they don't have a lot of data to go by, but apparently Nick Padmore said on the grid they've made a few setup tweaks. One has to presume they haven't really worked. Maybe they went the wrong way, maybe the track conditions have changed, but he's doing his utmost to keep Ollie Bryant's Lola behind him, and all along that means James Davison escaping up ahead. But Ollie Bryant, all you do is offer him the outside and he'll take the bait every single time. Will the nose that Lola get in front? Yes, but of course you've got that kink halfway down the straight, but he's brave enough. Who could be later on the brakes? I think it'll be Bryant.
I think Bryant has once again got back through on Padmore, who now falls down to third, and there, not too far in the distance, making his way out of the chicane now is that McLaren M1B of James Davison. So, take 2 for Ollie Bryant then. Time to chase down Davison once more and then make the move. He's got 15 minutes in which to do so and try and catch up. He's doing all he can at the moment. It's the fastest lap of anybody so far.
Yeah, 1 minute 24.9 seconds, and just to show how wet it was, that is, dearie me, James Davison running wide. Well, he doesn't care about running wide, he just keeps his foot planted, but these cars are so much faster than yesterday when it was wet. 26 seconds faster than pole time is the best lap of the race so far. Ollie Bryant, 1.7 seconds down on Davison. Davison made that mistake going out of Madrid. He will have lost momentum for the run all the way to Fordwater and then all the way from there to St Mary's. So just look at this number 29, white and red stripe Lola T70 Spider. It surely is getting closer. He's running right to the end of the track at St Mary's as well. This is 11th, 10th racing.
He has caught up massively as Ollie Bryant, and running a little bit out wide again is James Davison, who just struggles to get it turned in, and that's all Ollie Bryant needed. The invitation was there, the gap was there, and Ollie Bryant said thank you very much. Can he keep that nose in front though as they go side by side for the lead of the race? It's McLaren versus Lola. Can he do anything? But then the might of that McLaren of Davison just steams through as they get onto the brakes through the right-hander. The Lola of Ollie Bryant closes back up through the corners, but I thought Ollie Bryant might have had him there. Not so. Through the chicane we go once more.
We were talking about setup a short while ago, and I think the McLaren has just set up more for the rainy conditions yesterday. It seems a little bit softer. They've both got the same size engine, 5.7 litres of Soar Away V8 fun, but Ollie Bryant gets the Lola in front.
Absolutely launched himself to Ollie Bryant out of the chicane with the grunt, with the power to make it look almost easy to pass James Davison down the main straight, but Davidson is staying right with him. This fantastic battle for the lead in this, the Whitsun Trophy side-by-side action again. They're leaving Nick Padmore for dust a few seconds behind, but they've already had one bit of a collision, forcing Ollie Bryant off into the grass, and as I say that, off into the grass goes James Davison too. Didn't quite go into one there.
You know what, I think Davison might be thinking, I've been really running towards the edge of the circuit, I can't quite grip, shall I let him go? No, he chose to fight him going to St Mary's, and actually that was not the right decision. He'd already started running wide, and every degree angle you're away from true when you go to St Mary's almost seems to get doubled by the second part of the corner, and all he was faced with was grass. But you know what, I don't think James Davison has given up. Let's take a look at this. A little mistake at the entry to St Mary's, and he just couldn't get it in for part 2. There he couldn't at all, so out to the edge, beyond the edge, onto the grass, back onto the circuit. Ollie Bryant off into the distance.
And that has meant Nick Padmore has closed right up to the back of James Davison in the Hamel, which started second, but Ollie Bryant then back into the lead of this race now with a little bit more distance between himself and James Davison. We'll see what the gap time is once James crosses the line. Indeed, I think Davison's already clawing back time on Bryant.
Yeah, 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds is the margin between this driver in the white and red striped Lola. That's Ollie Bryant and James Davison. Davison back on terra firma in the background of the shot there. 3 seconds down on the start-finish line, 2 seconds clear of Nick Padmore. I think it'll only be elements that happen and factors in this race against Bryant and Davison that will bring Padmore back into the mix. He's settled down, he's lapping very well indeed. In fact, he's done his fastest lap of the race in 3rd place, but he is just starting to fall away a little bit.
And a couple of rough positions lost for Jeremy Cottingham in the GT40 just on this lap. He's just lost 2, down to 10th now, and struggling to keep hold of that GT40. He's now got another car right up behind him, but of course we are focused on that front battle. This is what's going on a little bit further back in the pack. This is the 99 of Matthew Burr in the Crossley, currently down in 14th position. He's got Adrian Newey behind him, and currently trying to keep that all pointed in the right direction further back. The GT40s battling it out, and just having a little look down the inside there was the 16 of Ludovic Caron there, as they having a great battle for 10th with the other GT40 of Jeremy Cottingham having a good battle there.
Yeah, the Scuderia Bear car, that's the silver GT40, and around the outside, or trying to hang on around the side, is the dark one of Ludovic Caron. They lose out in the horsepower stakes, some of the front running cars, or in terms of available horsepower, because they're heavier, these GT40s, made for more of an endurance race like the Le Mans 24 Hours than it was for the shorter sports car sprints. Ollie Bryant, though, now down into 1 minute 22. So is Davison, who started to close in around this lap, but great scraps up and down the order. And a few Oldsmobile engine cars. We just saw Matthew Wurr with the cream-coloured Crossley. He's the back of this pack, but you know, Chevrolet engines, Ford engines, and Oldsmobile very much the flavour of the day.
Just having a look at the other Lola T70 Spider, Justin Mayers making his way through at the back of, or in the middle really, of this GT40 battle, and then comes Adrian Newey in the number 5, the cream GT40. Problem there for James Davison in the McLaren M1B, perhaps coming to a slow wheel on the grass, and is going slowly. Disaster. And
oh dear, Julian Draper is off as well in the Attila. That was running in 4th place. That's a shame for him, but I'm wondering if something's gone down on the track, because the first part of this lap, James Davison was catching race leader Ollie Bryant. Sector 1, he was quicker. Sector 2, unfortunately, took about another 20 seconds. Has he completed it? Will he come in at the end of this lap? But let's take a look. Race leader Ollie Bryant in the background, going on the grass. That's half the problem. That's the exit of Lavant. You can see Marshall Bailey's Lola in the background, but you can see actually that McLaren M1B slowing as it comes back in. A bit of grass in the grille, which is always a bit of a giveaway. Oh, it's all right, it's fallen off. No one needs to know.
Well, that looks like it's day done then. It is indeed, as he pulls off. Such a shame for James Davison, who was really giving us so much action and entertainment from the off. That gives Ollie Bryant a reprieve as Nick Padmore now gets up into second, ahead then of John Spears in the other McLaren M1B, which now rounds out the podium spots. GT40 battle coming through the chicane at the moment. This is Adrian Newey in the middle, really, with that cream with the red stripe down the middle, currently chasing down the number
23. It's 4 GT40s together. They need their own battle. It's Cottingham from Adrian Newey, Ludovic Caron, and Joaquin Folk Rossignol at the back of that pack. And another off-track moment for Julian Draper. Brings it back. No, I wasn't off the track, honest. But again, St Mary's, a corner that catches people out. So he just lost a position there. A couple of moments for him have really cost. It'd be good to have a sight of John Spears' car number 96. It started 10th, he's worked his way up the order, but that battle between Fred Shepherd and the chasing Attila of Julian Draper, well, clearly when you run off the track on the way into St Mary's, it's time to start saying your prayers, but he got it back on the black stuff.
John Sykes able to make up a position as well, with mistakes happening in front of him, up into 7th spot, and Adrian Newey has a little look down the inside of Jeremy Cottingham. Can't find a GT40 sized gap through there as this battle rages on. 4 GT40s are all battling it out, but starting to get a little bit detached, the front two from the rear. Adrian Newey looks certainly like the stronger of the GT40s, closing in on Cottingham. Is he going to try and send it around and through already into the braking zone around the outside? Can he keep it planted on the track? Lovely move from Adrian Newey.
Well, that was absolutely fantastic. I sensed he might have gone into the corner too fast. He braked exactly the same point as Jeremy Cottingham in the number 23 Scuderia Bear car. They accelerate down the straight. So in the GT40 battle, Adrian Newey now in the front, Jeremy Cottingham in second, and We've got Ludovic Caron and just in the background, Joaquin Folk Roussignol as well, having their own little battle. But up front, Ollie Bryant leading the race now by 9.5 seconds, actually being caught very slightly by Nick Padmore, who's settling down in second place in the number 69 car, the Hammer, that started middle of the front row. But the one we've lost out with is 144, James Davison, pulled off. It's going to make it comfortable now for Ollie Bryant. What a shame. I would have loved to have the pair of them up on the podium discussing the fun they had. Oh, and the clash.
And that. Yeah, that is a real shame, isn't it? With just over 6 minutes left of this Whitsun Trophy race for sports racing. Unlimited prototypes from 1960 to 1966. Seeing some lovely GT40 battling. Currently having Justin Mears and the Lola just getting out of the way with a bit of traffic. Jeremy Cottingham now actually having just missed out to Adrian Newey. Has got to look behind him because it's the number 16 GT40 that is currently coming in. Ludovic Caron making his way through. Right. Fast forward up the field.
Yeah, this is the battle for fourth place. Fred Shepherd in the Shelby Cobra, 7 litres, biggest engine in the pack, but he's got the much sleeker, meaner looking number 97 McLaren M1. This is a car we saw having a problem on the opening lap of the race.
Nick Padmore!
Oh, from third place, second place, and out the race. It seems to be the curse to run in second. James Davison was there, he's retired, and now Nick Padmore. Setup changes on the grid, struggled for grip in the early laps, was our initial leader into the first corner on the opening lap, but taken to the scenery and the greenery.
Look in the background of the shot and was going really wheel to wheel with a bit of traffic actually.
Yeah,
it was Keith Arliss.
It was going around the outside of Keith Arliss and just simply running out of options on the exit of Lavant. So that would be the point. He was just trying to turn in and then carry some speed to bring down towards Woodcote. But the hammer was off, little bit of damage, disappointment as much as anything for Nick Padmore there. He's not a crasher of cars. That was just simply the situation in front of him. So even easier for Ollie Bryant, leading this race by quite some margin. Now the GT40, here he is, and he's joined the GT40 battle. In the middle we've got Justin Mears in his Lola T70 Spider. He's been very polite, Justin. He's let a couple of them past. In fact, Ludovic Caron's having a look. But there's Jeremy Cottingham, car number 23, the second of the GT40 battle. Third is Ludovic Caron. And the race leader, Ollie Bryant, trying to come up through them. He's being cautious. His hand is up.
I think he's letting them through because I think he overtook under yellow flag conditions, so he's just trying to make amends for that one and just let them through in a safe manner before he can then overtake in a safe manner between the GT40 races.
There'd be a certain irony if he got any exclusion there, because it was the car that was chasing him that crashed that brought out those yellow flags when we lost.
Oh, another spinner.
Well, this was a car, the Lotus 30, known as the Lotus 20, with 10 more mistakes built in rather cruelly in period, always known as an absolute devil to drive, quick but sensitive to cornering.
Katsuaki Kubota at the wheel, already off into the grass, and then hard to stamp on the brakes, and round he went, and a passenger at that stage, and just letting it spin back around on it to face the right way, and out from a podium position, Fred Shepherd.
When he was being pushed really hard, great battle with John Spears, and before that with Julian Draper. We saw Draper go off with the Attila, and now the Shelby Cobra is beached. So Ollie Bryant sitting clear at the top of this race, and anybody who thinks about challenging him seems to be hit with misfortune. So, oh wow, that was quite a lose. That was well before the entrance to Lavant. He goes across the track, right across the nose of the M1A of John Spears as it goes on through, and that was, oh god, John Spears at this point must be looking at that Shelby Cobra. He looked at the tail, he looked at the side, he looked at the other flank, round it went, and he just had to guess where the space was going to be.
Yeah, a bit of a scary moment then for Shepherd, but round he goes. So Ollie Bryant then is leading, and with a whopping lead of over 34 seconds in the Lola T70 Spider. And then comes John Spears in the McLaren M1B, and now up into third, promoted there will be Sykes in the Adam Sykes in the McLaren M1A. So that's what's going on in the top 3 positions right now. But we've just had about a million different moves in the last 2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I hasten to call what might happen in these remaining few moments of racing for the Whitsun Trophy.
You know, there was a question from the driver we're looking at now from Ollie Bryant about the conditions maybe being a bit tricky. There might be rain coming through. We didn't have the rain, but the track clearly is slippery, and almost anybody now getting into the top 6 was completely out of the action a while ago. But we've got Adam Sykes in the 97 McLaren M1A. He started in 7th place. He had a moment to spin early on, fell down the order, but he's kept on fighting his way back. But right now, Ollie Bryant, with just under 2 minutes remaining, is picking his way past Adrian Newey's GT40. That's no problem for him. But he was cautious. He waited. Oh, we've got Fred Shepherd in the Shelby Cobra back out of the gravel. Let's leave the gravel on the grass. Thank you very much indeed. And he gets going all over again. And bear in mind, he had just moved up to 3rd place. That would have been a result that he'd have been delighted with, but alas for him, it's not happening today.
No, but that's really good because he was beached to the gravel, so at least we're not getting any kind of red flag or another safety car intervention on that front, so he's back on his way. Despite the spin as well for Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 430, up into 6th ahead of Adrian Newey now. So as a result of some of the front runners finding their way out of this race, that's really helped those further back in the pack, including the GT40 run cars. Adrian Newey currently doing very well up in 7th, keeping still Jeremy Cottingham behind him, and Justin Mears, despite letting everybody through in the traffic, is still on course for a top 10 position as we start what should be the final lap of this race. Ollie Bryant, such a shame. He was challenging and had a great challenge as well from James Davison. It's not to be, but he still had to keep it pointed on the straight and narrow.
And what's so extraordinary is the fact we had streaming wet conditions when these cars were out for official practice yesterday, and I'm not even sure I recall one spin, or maybe just the one, but in the last handful of laps we've had a half dozen and more. We've had the likes of Alex Brundle pulling off at the side of the circuit. We've had James Davison likewise when challenging for the lead of the race. Justin Mears there, is he going to be the next one off to the edge of the circuit? The number 83 Lola Ludovic Caron goes past in his Ford GT40, so even at this late stage, this is the final lap of the race, there are still potential incidents.
That's a nice battle between Justin Mears and Ludovic Caron there, battling it out for track position in the top 10, the last two top 10 positions, 9th and 10th, and they've got another GT40 behind them as well in the form of Wacken, but it's all looking rather cool, calm and crisp for Ollie Bryant out in front, who will be making his way towards the checkered flag. Through the chicane he comes now, flawless drive. A shame we were robbed of a little bit or more excitement with James Davison out of this race, but a fantastic win then for Ollie Bryant after 18 laps. It's the Lola on top in the Whitsun Trophy by miles, almost a full lap. And as a result of the trials and tribulations of some of our front runners, it will be John Spears and McLaren M1B to come home in 2nd. Followed then by Adam Sykes in the M1A, who should get on to 3rd.
Well, I'm glad you're confident. You never know. The driver in 2nd place has been the one that tends to have gone off in the last 2 laps, but there is the M1B of John Spears, and he seems to have just enough of an advantage over Adam Sykes. So it'll be a McLaren M1B in 2nd place, just the chicane to go. There he is, John Spears, and then Adam Sykes in the earlier model, the M1A. 2nd of those McLarens will be coming through. Oh, not too far behind. He was 5.7 seconds behind the start of this final lap, and at the end I reckon he's only a second, 1.5 seconds down. So both those drivers enjoyed it, and they were promoted so much in the final a dozen laps of the race. And for Julian Draper in the Attila, we saw him go off at least 3 times, but he brought it through in 4th place, so job very well done for him.
Absolutely, and winning the GT40 battle was indeed Adrian Newey, finishing in 7th, and the first of the GT40s out there, just ahead of Jeremy Cottingham in front of him. But there is your winner then, Ollie Bryant in the 29 Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider, and he fought hard for it. But what could have happened if indeed James Davison was still in the running? But that's great to see, still giving his respect and applause. We're not sure of the issue there, perhaps a mechanical one for that McLaren ruled him out of the race, but he was putting on a show.
Well, he really was, but it was getting looser and looser, that car. Maybe it was still set up for the wet, but and Ollie Bryant had sort of been a bit more bold and put the Lola that went on to win this race onto a dry setting. John Spears delighted with 2nd place there, but I would really like to pick the brains of James Davison. He's been a star in qualifying to take that pole position. Ollie Bryant kept him honest, but wouldn't it have been great if they could have gone the whole way to the end of the Whitsun Trophy, and people around the circuit enjoying the racing, enjoying the sounds, but certainly the action was phenomenal.
It certainly was, and I wonder why Can-Am racing was so popular back in its heyday. Of course, in the end, costs spiralling out of control, the sheer power of those cars, but it did give us some amazing racing, and still does so, which is why this event is so amazing, because we can still relive those days of brilliant racing here at the Goodwood Revival. 26 years of racing, celebrating glamour, style, and looking at that competitive action, which it certainly was indeed, as Ollie Bryant already making it back to the starting grid out of his car, helmet off, balaclava off, and we'll soon be answering all of our questions that we have of him. James Davison still stuck out on the track then in that stricken McLaren M1B, and then putting up either side John Spears and Adam Sykes. Let's head down then on the grid to Ed.
Ollie Bryant,
brilliant, that was well held.
the winning margin there of 47.6 seconds, I don't think really does the chaos of that race justice, does it?
No, certainly not. It was obviously starting on the outside was probably not a bad place to be because it was the driest part of the track, but initial launch was pretty good, and then I sort of tried to hang it around the outside at turn 1 that didn't really work. So I dropped down to 4th, and it was a while ago now, so I can't really remember what happened after that, but yeah, I had a pretty hard race with the McLaren, and yeah, I think he maybe outbraked himself when I was around the outside, and he ended up both sliding off, I think, and I ended up just avoiding the gravel, but managed to get back on, and then he was struggling a bit with the balance, so at the restart I knew I'd got to try and get him, which I did, and I think he fell away in the end and maybe stopped or something, but didn't know about the gap, to be honest, at that point. I was just, every lap was pretty chaotic with the traffic, trying to get through safely, and a few hairy moments and a few yellows near the end to make it never straightforward. You know, at Goodwood, been coming here long enough to know that it's, till you get to the end, it's never over, but fantastic fun.
Ollie, it was a fantastic drive, well done. And do watch the replay, you won't believe what was going on behind you. Let's squeeze around this way and find John Spears. Sorry, everyone. John, what a fantastic drive. It's as if no one wanted to finish on the podium.
Well, I was very grateful for that. I looked like, you know, I spun on the warm-up lap myself, so my confidence wasn't high at the beginning of this.
I mean, really difficult conditions.
Yeah, but once we got some heat in the tyres, got a lot better. So, but you know, with these big old Dunlop tyres, when they're cold, it's like being on ice. But after a few laps, it started to come to me, and then I gradually built my confidence up and found I had a little bit of pace. So then it was just great fun.
Well done, John. Great drive.
Thank you, Ed.
Let's go find Adam, who I think is over the other side. Looked absolutely delighted when he crossed the line. Adam, were you expecting a podium today?
Absolutely not, no. I got pushed off, to say it politely, on the first lap, so I went back to last. So I thought it would, you know, a top 15 would have been a really good result. But yeah, we struggled in the wet. But yeah, just really happy with how that one went. That's my first Goodwood podium.
I mean, there was a lot going on.
There certainly was. I saw plenty of spins and a few mechanical problems, but yeah, Richard Taylor looks after this car, and it didn't miss a beat. So yeah, that's great.
Well done. Great job.
Yes, yeah, and thank you to Andrew Waring, the owner of the car, for giving me the opportunity to do this.
Cheers, Adam.
Thank you. Cheers.
A first podium at Goodwood then for Adam Sykes. That will be one to remember. But this is how it ended officially, with that 47.6 second gap. Ollie Bryant, in the end, could the challenge have come all the way to the end of the race from James Davison's McLaren? We will never know. But Bryant will take the spoils in the Lola. The McLaren M1B of John Spears ending up second, and Adam Sykes' McLaren M1A rounding out the podium. The Attila of Julian Draper getting up into fourth, and the McLaren Oldsmobile M1B of Roger Wills in fifth. Despite a spin late in the race, Katsuaki Kubota managed to finish in the top 6, and Adrian Newey was the winner of the GT40 battle ahead of Ludovic Caron. Justin Mears was 9th, and Jeremy Cottingham also embroiled in that GT40 battle, ending up in 10th. Matthew in the Oldsmobile down in 12th, Keith Arlows in 13th, Ian Simmons in the Lola, followed by Marcus Black and Marshall Bailey in the McLaren and Lola respectively, the top 16. Indeed, the 16 cars to finish, and we lost Shepherd, Padmore, Davidson, Brundle, Griffiths, Sinclair, a lot of the front runners. Alex Brundle was going well, so too was Nick Padmore, so too was Fred Shepherd. And what could have happened in that race, Bruce, if they'd all stayed in it? I do not know.
Let's do the whole thing all over again. So let's take a look back at the highlights. How do you just pick a few from this? The Whitsun Trophy was just fabulous from start right through to the finish. The heat haze as the cars gathered, waiting to get it away. Was the track dry? Was it wet? It looked dry for those starting. Brilliant start from pole position. All looked good. Pretty tidy at the back as well. But it's what happened on the run to the first corner. Billy Bellinger, sorry, I beg your pardon, no, Nick Padmore got in front. James Davison made the moves very early on and pulled a little bit clear. But then we started to have a few cars going off at the edge of the circuit. And then this fabulous battle. James Davison in the silver McLaren M1B and Ollie Bryant looking up the inside. Is there an inside? No, you've got to stay in second place.
Yeah, they'd already made contact once and then, well, forcing each other off the track. But Ollie Bryant was a little bit further off the track. Apologies, a hand waved from James Davison, who later had his own off-track incursion, and then that allowed Ollie Bryant back through again. But just as he thought he made it through, James Davison would fight back, but then there, off the track, just listing out wide. In the end, proved difficult to come back from that for James Davison, who then, with an issue, had to pull off the circuit, and that was his race done. Such a shame for the McLaren, and that really allowed Ollie Bryant a bit of a free run to the end.
Julian Draper really starting to fly in the Attila, and also to do a bit of autocross as well across the grass. That was right on the tail of Fred Shepherd's Shelby Cobra. Then, just on the exit of Lavant, we had the Hamel going off. End of race for Nick Padmore. Who was going to be next? Who would be the next faller? Well, there were going to be others, and this is a magnificent save for Lotus driver Katsuaki Kubota.
Indeed, round and round he went, still managed to finish in the top 6. So too were the amount of spinners we had, including right at the end, and a bit of a scary one as well for Fred Shepherd, spinning round and crossing back over the track. Beached initially, he got going again, to the line then, to the flag with a massive gap, and to take the win, Ollie Bryant with a fantastic drive in his Lola, winning out here in the Whitsun Trophy at the Goodwood Revival.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
To celebrate the people that have made the extra effort, we have got our competition winners here of the new competition at Goodwood Revival, Revive and Thrive winner Lenny, and the best dressed man of the day, it's Mike. But I'm going to start with you, Lenny. Talk us through the look. I'm loving the beret on you.
So my beret is from the Netherlands, which is where the airborne were deployed in World War II, and the cap badge that I'm wearing is my great-grandfather's from when he was in World War II. And the airborne is pretty much, the uniform is just the airborne uniform that was standard for any soldier in it, including the officers, which is what the umbrella's for. Because the officer, he kept forgetting all the code words that the British would use to identify their own soldiers. So he said to himself, the only person who would be crazy enough to go into battle with an umbrella was an Englishman.
And look at us now. Yeah. Well, I can see you're the worthy winner. That is full on authenticity and such a lovely connection with the badge as well to your family. And to Mike, this is quite a hat you've got on you. Can you talk me through your look, please?
Yeah, I've got some cowboy boots on, and then I've got a 1940s American suit on with a Western tie bar, and then obviously the big Stetson hat all the way from Texas. It's keeping me dry today.
That's a Stetson. I should have known it when I saw it. And what was it about this Texas sort of look that you wanted to go for? Because my goodness, we're so spoilt for choice on what we can turn up in at Revival.
I think I was going with the theme of this year's Goodwood, of going for the Western look. So I thought I'd bring one of my best Western outfits. And yeah, it's very classic, very different as well, and striking as well. So yeah, it's good.
Also incredibly elegant, both of you. So congratulations and enjoy the rest of your wonderful weekend here at Revival. Revival, I'm joking now. All right, have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, Imi. It's great to see some of the exquisite outfits that are strutting about the Goodwood site today. Maybe you should get yourself entered into the men's best dressed, Mr. Green.
I don't think I'd make the podium.
Well, we'll see tomorrow, eh? But on to the racing. We've got the final race of the day coming up, the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. Now, this is the final race. It will take us into the night time, an hour long. And we've got some stunning pre-1963 cars going in this one. And it seems quite fitting that we've got the 75-year celebration for the Jaguars, that we've got two Jaguar E-types that have qualified on first and second. It's going to be a good race, this one.
It's going to be a fantastic race. And as you say, it's a 45-minute race, two drivers. And, you know, they'll be hoping, all those drivers, it's not as incident-packed as the Whitsun. I mean, the conditions out there, it's dry in the air, but it almost seems worse than when it was fully wet yesterday. Cars flying off everywhere. And these cars do not want to go off, believe me. This is the glamour race. This is a Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. Very lovely, very expensive cars. And as you say, Richard Means and Harvey have put that car, Cut 7, Jaguar, gorgeous car, very successful car, on pole. But I think they'll be challenged from behind. We don't really know where the form is because of the conditions yesterday. So it'll be interesting. I'm looking out for Dario Franchitti and Jimmy Johnson in a DB4, that gorgeous Aston Martin DB4 GT. That's going to be coming through. They're in 9th place, so they fancy themselves. It's supposed to be, you know, a bit of a pro-am, but as Jimmy said, Dario, due to his age, is an amateur.
Yeah, okay. Well, it will be great to get the race underway and get another result in the bag, because we didn't have the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy last year because of the Ferrari-only Lavant Cup. So it will be great to get another result on the cards. So for now, we'll head to the explainer video to give you a bit of an idea as to how this race works.
Rob, just having a very in-depth conversation with your co-driver there. So what are you discussing before these races?
Just giving him a bit of encouragement, just letting him know what I've noticed on the track from that last race in the last 5 or 6 minutes while he's been sat in the car, about what corners look slippery and what don't, and just give him a bit of a wind-up, give him a bit of a G-up to get the thing off the line and get out in front.
When this goes out, it'll be too late for anyone to know. So what did you notice?
It actually looks quite dry. There's a couple of slippy bits down where people have just gone off. Marshals here are fantastic, so I'm sure they've done a bit of sweeping. But I think the main thing is just to keep it neat and tidy on the first couple of laps. Obviously, we've got some very quick drivers in the cars behind starting as well. So just keep it on the line, do what you do, Richard. And you know, he's got a lot of experience. He knows exactly what he's doing.
and you'll be chomping at the bit as soon as the pit window opens.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I will be being thrown in as soon as we can, and being very much left to deal with what lies ahead of us. But you know, this race tends to go quite well for Richard and I, so I've got high hopes.
Fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So here we are then, getting all set for the final race of the week of this day, and it's the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, the 45-minute race for 2 drivers, as we've established, and with those 2 E-types on the front row with an AC Cobra alongside and plenty of others to play with, it's going to be very, very entertaining. Lots to look forward to, some lovely music as well. Just finishing off as we get ready for the start of this race. Alice Powell is with me. Alice, we're certainly looking forward to this. Again, another 2-driver race that could see some big changes. And as David was saying, watching out for Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, starting from 9th place on the grid in the Aston Martin. That's going to be a fun challenge for them to move forward. But there are others that potentially could move forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, our first 2 rows are taken up purely by AC Cobras and Jag E-types. The Jag E-types are faring slightly better in the wetter conditions yesterday, so we'll see how it plays out. It's not looking like a threat of rain at the moment.
Great stuff. Okay, well, let's go back to Ed. He's with Rory Butcher.
Rory, I promise not to tell anyone what's the game plan for this.
Game plan, drive as fast as we can, quick pit stop, and bring it to the end, and hopefully stand with some silverware at the end.
I mean, it sounds so simple, but I mean, the track conditions are sort of anything but.
We stood here, we looked at the big screen, and we saw lots of cars spinning off in the previous race. So it's not the type of stuff you want to be watching before you get in a car. But you know what, the track is hopefully going to just evolve and get better, become less risky. But at the same time, you know, the weather's just been so weird, isn't it? It's kind of rained when it shouldn't this weekend, so you just don't know what's going to happen.
And I mean, obviously yesterday was monsoon, but obviously the car seems to be working well.
Yeah, I think the E-types work really well in the wet conditions. So if it was to rain, you know, it's going to work into our favour, I think. And the biggest issue is just visibility. So when you're in a queue of cars, you need to try and get past them so you can actually get some clean air and see where you're going.
The irony is, I think it's actually dry, not kill. But look, best of luck.
It's always dry up there, mate. It's always dry. Right, thanks a lot. See ya.
Great to hear from Rory Butcher, a multiple winner in British touring cars in the past, of course, and getting ready to enjoy the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. So, closed cockpit GT cars up to 1963 is what we're looking at here. And as we've already mentioned, we've got plenty of E-types and Cobras and Aston Martins, a couple of Ferraris as well, a Porsche or 2. So it is a lovely mix, and with some star drivers. John Spears, who has just had a very good result. He's had 2 second places, one with Nigel Greensell, and he's sharing with Nigel Greensell again today. John will be making the start from the 2nd row of the grid. Always amazes me how busy some of these car owners are when they leap from one race to another and they're straight back out again. Yeah, finished 2nd in the Sussex Trophy yesterday, and 2nd in the Whitsun Trophy just now. So that's all good fun. Number 3, there it is. There is John Spears, and it will be Nigel Greensell who will take over. So John is starting. What a busy man he is.
Some of these drivers are non-stop over the weekend. That's an ex-Pike Peaks car that you can see on your screen there. Yeah, some of these drivers are totally busy. You can see that the car's just being ushered through the chicane now. We have the number 7 Jag E-type that will start from pole position. Richard Myers will start in that car, and alongside him Chris Buncombe in another Jaguar E-type. So first 2 starting positions taken up by them, but they're not quite as powerful, are they? The AC Cobra that's going to be starting alongside them, the 822, which is the Jordan and Hartley Jr. car. So it'll be an interesting run down into the first corner.
It will indeed. Austin Healey down towards the back, Jaguar E-types, Aston Martins. We've got quite a few Aston Martins, and some of them will be very, very competitive. That Austin Healey we saw in the wet was brilliant because it's an ex-rally car, hence the extra lights on it, because it was competed as a rally car, and that was absolutely stunning in the wet conditions. Richard Bulmer driving it and putting on a great display of car control, But of course it's a little drier now, so we'll see how it goes. And because qualifying was a bit damp and now we've got a drier surface, we could end up with some changes of positions quite easily and drivers getting their opportunities to move up through the order. Down towards the back we've got the Porsche 356 down starting up on the final row of the grid. As I mentioned, a couple of Ferraris a little further down than we might have thought. We've got a Ferrari which Tom Christensen is sharing with Joe Macari. That's down in 13th place, the Ferrari 250 GT SWB, one of the great classic Ferraris. There's a couple more of them as well. The number 21 car, that's down in 15th place on the grid as well. There's the Porsche, just I mentioned, and it's going to be Tanek Mahmoud who makes the start in that. And at the back is another Aston Martin DB4, in fact, and Dwight Merriman in the dark green Aston Martin at the back. He'll be making the start on that one. So Rob Huff just keeping a quick word with Richard Mines. This is the car starting from pole position, and Rob already just having a little chat, having a little smile. These two have raced together plenty of times, and Richard has a wonderful collection of cars. They had a third place in the RAC TT in 2022 in an E-Type semi-lightweight together, and now let's see whether they're going to be able to take a victory today.
Yeah, Richard looks very chill there, and so does Rob Huff, full of confidence in each other, clearly, as we're going to have plenty of onboard shots, and this, of course, will be one of our onboard cars. So a great starting position. Few final words from Rob, as he said, down with there, just filling in with some confidence, willing him on, and final checks of the belts, and they'll be ready to go.
Lovely. Yeah, we shall see how it all works out. It was a pretty close battle in qualifying. There wasn't a great deal about it. Alex and Chris Buncombe actually had the top spot for a little while, and then just right at the end of it, it was Rob who managed to sneak through. So that was all good fun. And we shall see how it all comes together. That's Jimmy Johnson. So he's starting in 9th place. He'd be handing over to Dario Franchitti. And that is one that we definitely want to keep an eye on. This is the Aston Martin DB4, and remember he had a little off in qualifying, but thankfully didn't do too much damage to the car.
No, it's already back out, and a bit of a banter from a passerby there, some more waves from other people passing. Jimmy, of course, looking ever so relaxed. He's a pro. He'll be used to starting many starts across different categories, mainly NASCAR, of course, during his career, but he has visited Goodwood before, and look at that, Ben.
Yeah.
Some really old-fashioned, very impressive cameras out there. I'd love to see what kind of pictures they would produce.
Yeah, alongside some very modern cameras on the phones as well. So yeah, that's a lovely mix to see. We see such great stuff here at Goodwood. Yeah, so Jimmy Johnson, as you mentioned, and that car, by the way, very historic. It was a car driven by Stirling Moss, entered by Keith Endeavour. It was also raced by the likes of Jack Sears at Alton Park and Brands Hatch with wins. So classically, that Aston Martin DB4 of Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti has tremendous history to it, like so many of the cars that we've got here this weekend. So a couple of E-Types and an AC Cobra on the front row, which is going to get off the line when we get to the actual start. Of course, first of all, we're going to get the green flag just to get them launched to do a lap, and we are going to see a pit stop, aren't we, Alice, when these drivers change over. There's a little bit of choice as to when they make that stop.
Yeah, they've got a fairly wide window. Well, if you're paying attention to the pit board and your pit crew on the short pit wall there, you can see in shot between 15 and 30 minutes they are allowed to come in and make a pit stop. It's a very, very narrow, very tight pit lane, so you've got to try and pick the perfect time. And some drivers will have the less experienced drivers in, so to start off with, so they'll want to then get those out and the more experienced drivers in. As Rob Huff was explaining down to Rob in the assembly area, he's going to probably come in fairly early to get Huffy in the car, but the cars are off. Andrew Jordan will be taking over from Tom Hartley Jr. in the 822 AC Cobra Dragon Snake, and actually Andrew Jordan had success in the Stirling Moss Trophy before in an AC Cobra Dragon Snake back in 2022. Him and Mr. Whitaker took the win.
So here we are. Here's the lineup. You've got the 2 Jaguar E-types and the AC Cobra on the front row. Richard Mines, Chris Buncombe and Tom Hartley starting there. And then the Cobra and E-type on the second row. And then, again, it's that mixture. But the first of the Aston Martin starting in 7th place. That's Alex Thistlethwaite who makes the start. He'll be handing over to Josh Cook. That's another competitive one to watch. And then, starting in 9th place, is Jimmy Johnson, who'll be handing over to Dario Franchitti. So that's the top 10 starting on the grid. Behind them, we've then got the first of the Ferraris and some more of the Aston Martins to be keeping an eye on a little bit. Number 179 as well there. That's one to keep an eye on. Mike Whitaker and David Gooding, they may be able to move forward with that. Further down the order, again, still the mix. We've got the Austin Healey's coming in there, starting down a little further down the order, of course, but down to 16th and 20th places. They'd probably be happy if there was a little bit more rain on track to have the speed that they would like to have. Further down the order, and we come down to the last few. We've got Chevrolet Corvettes, we've got a couple of those as well. The ACA's Rudspeed, pretty unusual, and Johnny Molan will be part of the team for that. And then we go down to the last 2 on the grid, the Porsche 356 and the Aston Martin DB4 GT that is ready to go, being started by Dwight Merriman for the start and handed over to Kyle Tilley a little bit later on. So everybody getting a bit of tyre temperature up on this green flag lap, but once we get into racing, that's when it really counts. Lights are on, as you can see, give themselves just that little bit more vision of what's going on. We've still got a reasonable amount of light around at this stage, not that late. In fact, we've run well on the schedule today. Not running too late as yet, mind you. I say that now. We'll probably have a long safety car period on the first lap. Let's see what happens. Let's hope we get a good, clean getaway. And the fact that the track is pretty much dry, that does make life a little easier, doesn't it?
It's good. As Rory Butcher said, weather can be unpredictable. He said it's always sunny at Knockhill. I was up there for the British Touring Car Championship last month, and I can tell you it definitely wasn't always sunny. Race day was. Showers on the previous days, so maybe he's brought it down with him, but the weather is okay for the moment as the cars are lining up. There is the number 18, that is the Aston Martin DB4 GT, that Dwight Merriman will be starting the race.
Yeah, beautiful car. What's your favourite? I mean, they've got so many favourite cars out there.
You can't pick one,
I know.
can you? I must say, before they head off, I do love the Ferrari 250 GT car, because that's a car that Moss drove to TT victory in 1960 and 61. So, final car on the grid has lined up, Ben, and we're about to get underway.
Lovely. So, here we go then. The Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, all set to start. Wait for the flag. Here we go, and it's a great start from Tom Hartley at the outside of the front row in the AC Cobra. It's Cobra Power off the line that has soared ahead. It's a good start from John Spears from the second row. Number 3, the red AC Cobra, trying to go into second place, trying to get past Chris Buncombe. It's Chris Buncombe who's currently in second place in the E-Type, but the E-Type is split by the Cobras at the moment.
Yeah, and it's certainly ex-Pikes Peak makes a real good jump, but it's the multiple US National Championship winning car, the AC Cobra Dragon Snake, that launched off the line and snatched the lead heading into the first corner, but under immense pressure from the Chris Buncombe Jaguar E-Type that's raced here in Goodwood Revival back in 2022. Hang on, it's gone. Where's it gone? Hey, it's made a mistake somewhere through St Mary's, has dropped further back, Ben.
It has, that's right. And one of the Astons has made up some good ground. I think that is Jimmy Johnson. I think Jimmy Johnson has made a number of places, and I think he's up into 4th place already, which is pretty stunning. We will check that in just a second. But, yeah, looking at that, but the battle for the lead is definitely on already. Tom Hartley, off goes one of the Austin Healeys, number 121, that's getting back on, and that is the Landshot car. But let's just go on board now and find out how this is going, because Jimmy Johnson's going for the lead. Jimmy Johnson in the Aston Martin number 46, almost with a chance there, but it's actually John Spears who is leading in the AC Cobra right now. What a change we've suddenly seen, and just at the end of the first lap.
Jimmy Johnson, where have you come from? All the way down on the 4th row, and he's already up, battling for the lead. Actually, he's in the lead. Is he going to make it stick heading down into turn 1? He does. So, a new race leader heading into turn 1, followed closely behind by another, well, a whole handful of AC Cobras. What a great start, though, for Johnson.
That's brilliant performance by Jimmy Johnson, and he is actually in front now. You're looking at the leaderboard as they cross the line, but he has now taken the lead in the Aston Martin. He did the damage. You notice if you look at the back of that Aston Martin that's leading, there's a little bit of damage on the back. He did that yesterday in qualifying, and I think he's in that totally determined mode to make up for the little bit of damage he done to the car. Thankfully, it hasn't hurt its performance. Look at this as it comes down through Lavant. You can look at the damage on the back. LGL 400, almost the number plate almost got knocked off as well, but it's running well. And the NASCAR superstar driver, who is sharing with Dario Franchitti, the IndyCar superstar, they're up front already.
Yeah, and back in the day, this very car that Jimmy Johnson is driving at the moment was raced by Stirling Moss, a factory-driven car by him. The 68s made good waves up the order as well, kissing the inside curb there. So Jimmy, much stronger in the back section of track, has been hunted down quite quickly by the number 3, the John Spears ex-Pikes Peak Cobra, as he storms across the line. All the fields kept it nice and tidy and just starting to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, good effort by John Young as well, 4th place, so just behind this car, the number 68 E-Type that you're looking at. In 4th place, John Young has moved up pretty well from 8th on the grid and is sharing that E-Type with Gordon Shedden, so that could give just number 4 in the background. You can see that's come up well, actually, and we've lost some of the other cars that were right up front at the start, but they seem to have lost a bit of pace. And we've got this good battle going on for 2nd place. John Spears is coming under a little bit more pressure from Gregor Fiskin now, and the AC Cobras are really doing a great job in these drier conditions. The qualifying might not have suited them, but this does.
Another great starter, Gregor Fiskin in the Shelby Cobra, starting in 6th place, already up there challenging for 2nd place, putting so much pressure under the Spears and Greensall. So we're just going to have a little look and see how Jimmy Johnson did it. And he pulls the left-hand side heading into Woodcote. He was the bravest on the brakes by far. Sailed round the outside, change of gears, blip of the throttle, and hung it in and made it stick. Really impressive stuff. I mean, I guess in NASCAR, I don't really watch much NASCAR. Do you use the high line often? Well, he certainly did there, and he made it work.
He made it work very, very well. That was a brilliant effort, and then just the one more to get past, so he went from 4th to 2nd and then managed to go past the leader, and that was how he managed to take the lead of this race. And he's currently leading. He's just set a fastest lap, 1:31.1. The gap he's got now is up to 3.2 seconds, so he's opening that gap. Look, there you are, our race leader, 3.2 seconds. 2nd place now, a switch around, as Gregor Fiskin has now taken that 2nd place, number 68 Cobra, and that means that John Spears, who will be sharing with Nigel Greensall, he is now down into 3rd, and under a bit of pressure from the fastest of the E-Types, no doubt about it, John Young, who's doing a great job in that number 4 E-Type. He's actually putting quite a lot of pressure on John now.
Yeah, huge amount of pressure, looking left, looking right. They funnel out of St Mary's. We've seen some great shots from our drone camera through there. Gregoire has done a brilliant job to get past one of the other Cobras. That Shelby Cobra has done plenty of historic racing between 1990 to 2008. Not as much now, but it's certainly doing a great job here at Goodwood Revival. And actually, he's going to come under a little bit of pressure. Then heading down into Woodcote, the number 3 ex-Pikes Peak is putting him under immense pressure.
It is, but is he going to be able to get alongside? I'm not sure he can. John Spears in the number 3 car, the 2nd of the 2 Red AC Cobras, who's had a couple of 2nd places already this weekend. Didn't quite manage to get alongside to outbrake, and of course in a very similar car, so some similar horsepower that they're delivering. More horsepower normally than an E-Type, but I have to say this E-Type's hanging on extremely well, and the fact that Gordon Shedden, one of our star drivers, of course, from the world of British touring cars, but also here at Goodwood generally, always a star. He's no doubt looking forward to when we get to the pit stops, but we're a little way.
And we've got a 10-second penalty, Ben. For the 822, the Dragon Snake Cobra, Tom Hartley Jr. It looked like he got a very good start, but those marshals, those observers down at the start line seem to think that he got a jump start and is getting close. Go on, Ben.
Yeah, John Young has just managed to nip past the Cobra, so John Young's taken that 3rd place with the E-Type. He's doing a fantastic job at the moment, and as I mentioned, the car that he's sharing with Gordon later in a little while. They started in 8th place, and he's now got himself up there into 3rd position.
Yeah, and we'll have a little look, kissing the inside of the curve there. Yeah, I was just trying to check that out to see. It should hopefully, for them, it's tied down. So let's have a little look at the replay of the start to try and give our opinion, and you can have your own opinion as well to see.
The car
so
on
let's
the
have a look.
outside,
Car on the
right.
outside. Just maybe released. Looks like he released the clutch, realised, nope, too early, put the clutch back down again, but he'd already moved. But it was, regardless of that, it was a great launch off the line, and everyone keeping it nice and sensible from our eyes anyway through turn 1.
I do feel for him a little bit that he's got a 10-second penalty, but that's the way it goes. And Jimmy Johnson now controlling the lead of this. That's another fastest lap. The gap up to 5.7 seconds now. The fact that he's handing over to Dario Franchitti, you make you wonder if there's anybody who can do anything about this. Oh, big slide for John Young in the E-Type. There's some lovely battles further back. Ferrari, Aston Martins, the Austin Healey in the middle of the group as well. That's a really lovely little battle that we've got further down the field. Oh, and a double E-Type battle that's going on. This is for 9th place at the moment, in fact 8th position I believe it is, currently just being held on by the number 7 E-Type, but not for very long. So Richard Mines, who will be sharing with Rob Huff on the outside. That's Richard on the outside, but he's under attack at the moment from David Gooding, who's sharing with Mike Whittaker. And there's been another change there.
There has, and the Jag is up past the number 68 Cobra. Is going to have to see if it has the legs on the Cobra down the straight. The Cobra streams into the back. Is there a bit of smoke maybe coming out the back of the Jag there, Ben, that I saw? We'll keep an eye on that. They head down into Woodcote Corner, getting it stopped on the brakes. Nicely done by Young. He gets it rotated. Fiskin tighter to the apex there, but a change of position. It looks like already we're coming to some lapped cars.
Yeah, I agree. We've still got 5 minutes until we start getting into any pit stops. Let's take a look at this overtake then for 2nd place. This is how it happened, Alice.
Yeah, just trying to work out if that into St Mary's.
Yeah.
It is. I tell you what, that's a very, very brave move, because you can often send too much speed into there, and as you can see, there's not much into the Esket. Here we go.
Nearly lost it.
Cars. Yeah, he's just trying to navigate his way around the lap car. That is the Tariq Mahmood in the number 95. Manages to navigate it near enough nicely, having to correct that slide, but he's set free now to chase down the Johnson car, but the gap as it stands at the moment, 6.3 seconds, so a large gap to try and bring down. However, Ben, a lot can also go wrong for the Johnson car. We saw them go off yesterday in qualifying. A great job by the team at patchworking the rear of the Aston Martin. 34 minutes and nearly 30 seconds remaining of the race, and it's not long until our pit window opens.
No, absolutely right. But I have to say that John's doing a fabulous job. His son Jack also competes. They've raced together in the past. They've got a good collection of wonderful machinery, but this E-Type is beautiful. I mean, it's working so well at the moment. Now it's 2nd place. Yes, it's not quite as quick as the lead car, which is the Aston Martin DB4 of Jimmy Johnson. So we've got an Aston Martin leading, a Jaguar E-Type in 2nd place, and then the first of the Cobras in 3rd position currently. And then 4th place, another Cobra, and that is the John Spears number 3 car that Nigel Greensall will be taking on in a little while. 5th place is the car with the 10-second penalty. Some other incidents, yeah, a car in the pits, that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it looks like the Chris Buncombe car, the E-Type, is in the pits, so one of their suspected problem. We're going to have another change at the front here. The number 7, the Huff and Mines car, the Jag E-Type, did start on pole position, just dropping down. We'll keep an eye and see. I expect that'll be one of the very first cars that will go into the pits. We've got the number 17 car going through shot. That's one of the ones I mentioned was one of my favourite cars, the Ferrari 250 GT, heading down there.
It's interesting that that number 59, Richard Cook in the Cobras, has made that extra move because that car started down in 19th position on the grid. It's now got itself up into 9th position. So that's quite impressive, and we'll see how that develops further. So presumably it's one of the quicker machines that didn't qualify so well. Meanwhile, we've got some great battles going on further back. The Austin Healey, the ex-rally car in that little group as well, but they are working a bit further down. They're down to sort of 15th, 16th positions at this stage, and that lovely Ferrari there, yep, that's down in 12th place.
I love the lights on that Austin Healey, and actually it was going through the left-hander at the final part of St Mary's there, turning in, and almost that inside wheel was picking up. So great shot from our camera crew down there, but we've still got battles raging slightly further up the field. This is a battle by the looks of it for around about 19th place at the moment.
Yeah, so it's quite a long way down, but it's wonderful. Again, you've got this mix of Aston Martin, E-Type, then the Austin Healey on the inside. That's the number 121 Austin Healey, and that's a Mark 1 version. And then it's got an E-Type that's putting it under some more increasing pressure. So that's why it's always so enjoyable, even though it's a bit further down the order. It's lovely to see this mix of cars. They're all fighting away, trying to race against cars from that period. We've got a change for 6th place as well, I gather. Let's take a little look at this. And this was, okay, a bit of a change coming up the around the outside, actually, into Madgwick.
Alexander van der Lof takes it round the outside in the Ferrari. He makes the move on the Jag E-Type, has to drop back. And there is our car, the purple AC Crowborough Dragon State, unfortunately does have that time penalty. At the moment, with the penalty applied, sits in 5th place, but coming under immense pressure already from van der Lof in the Ferrari. Let's have a look. They're heading up now down to Woodcote. Ferrari has a little look down the inside, but the AC Cobra firmly shuts the door, filters through, much tighter line from the Cobra. And they'll filter out, and we are 51 seconds away from the pit window opening. The Cobra's under immense pressure, likely to be aware that they have got the penalty. The start line race control would have been giving the message out, and of course certainly when Tom comes in, he will be told by the team. But look how beautiful that number 21 is, and with the 33 is off. The Aston Martin is
sitting.
Looks like that could be Woodcote corner, potentially.
Right, yeah, and that's a great shame. That's a car being shared with Sam Hancock. Let's see, onto the grass. Oh, and into the barrier and damaged the front wing. So, yeah.
And some rear damage. So that is going into Woodcote, just losing the rear on the exit there. Let's see, they were running in 18th place. Dropped a little bit further down. Pit window, however, Ben, is open, and we've got a safety car.
Wow. This is the time to make a pit stop then, if possible. We're under safety car, so let's just see how this works out. There's the safety car just going past.
So who's that's coming to the pits? Was that the 15? Did I see that? The Aston Martin GB 4, is that coming to the pits to make its first pit stop? That's the leaders. I'm just trying to track where the leaders are.
But what this means is we have a race on our hands again.
Yeah, so there's the leaders,
Because basically they are all going to be absolutely together now behind the safety car when they do make their pit stop. So now, from I'm not surprised, Jimmy Johnson, yeah, I think that's what he's wondering.
So frustration there for Dimmy, saying, why did you not pit me? Or possible confusion for saying, well, can we pit under safety car? Or maybe he's frustrated him itself that he didn't elect to go through. Pit lane is closed.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can see how many cars. Looks like just one car, which was the Aston Martin, that made its way into the pit lane. So pit lane has now shut, which explains why others couldn't go into the pits. So the Aston Martin is now on its way, albeit has dropped down to the back of the order, but they've made their driver change.
Yeah, so James and Tom Alexander have swapped around. They're a little further down. I think they actually got in before the safety car officially sort of came through, so I think they were able to do that, but I think they were the only car that were able to do that. But then Jimmy Johnson, when he reacted, we can look at this from the onboard, actually, our onboard footage. So looking back, this was when the safety car was just coming out.
So it did say pit lane. I think it did say pit lane closed there.
Yeah, and look, frustration for him.
But if the pit lane's closed, and the sign was out on the right-hand side.
Oh, look at the reaction. You'd think he'd made a mistake there, but he didn't make a mistake.
So he probably thinks that he should have gone in, but actually the pit lane was closed from just trying to read the board that was on the right-hand side, just next to the safety car board before they enter the pit. So frustration there. But don't worry, Jimmy, others haven't been able to pit either, but this has certainly bunched up the field massively.
Well, it's going to make a whole new race again, but of course he's still going to be handing over to a superstar in Dario Franchitti, but it is going to make life a lot tougher because Gordon Shedden is going to be taking over the E-Type. We'll see whether they all end up stopping at the same time. I think it's quite likely that they will, but we shall see. Of course, that isn't the E-Type that's actually running in second, but is behind him. There is a batch of cars, so although they've closed up, the E-Type that you're seeing in second is not on the road, is not the actual car that's sitting there. The one with the boot that's flapping up and down, that's the car that's currently in second place. So there are a couple of cars in between, but this has narrowed down a gap that was 8 seconds between them before this safety car period, and now of course it's reopened the race completely once we get the race underway, which is great. It just adds to the fun. That's what we love to see.
I'll tell you what, if the 15 if they definitely made the driver change, this has been either a stroke of luck or they timed it to perfection. So he's got a massive advantage here. I think I'm looking, it's just saying that they're a lap down. So we'll just have to check to see if our timing screens are correct. But Jimmy looks a little bit less calm, a little bit more calm, should I say, than he did a lap ago. Maybe he's worked out from maybe having a glimpse at the onboard screens or the TV screens that we've got dotted around the circuit that he's realised, actually, no, pit lane is closed.
So there we are. There's our run of cars that is coming down, our race leader, Jimmy Johnson. But a little further back, number 4, that's running in second place. Let's have another look at his reaction. Yeah, hand out as well. Okay, this was just now. This wasn't when it first happened, but he's like asking the team what's going on. But he is
pit, Jimmy, you can't pit.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a NASCAR racer. Of course, changing in NASCAR race often through incidents and stuff can happen to the very last lap, you know, so he's used to this sort of thing, really. But he just seems a bit frustrated because he's driven such a brilliant first part of this race. The start that he made and the way he let through from 9th on the grid, remember, to a really comfortable lead, and now I suppose he's just feeling deeply frustrated.
Yeah, maybe some of these cars still have their radios in the car, so maybe he can tune into Goodwood Radio and he'd be able to hear our commentary explaining that he's the pit lane is closed and he's unable to take the pits to make the driver change. But regardless, they're all filtering round. The Aston Martin is being picked up by the recovery truck. And we'll give a good time to give a shout out to all of the marshals that do a brilliant job. They braved the rain, as did everyone that came to the circuit yesterday, and without them we wouldn't be racing.
Absolutely right, and it's lovely to see Jimmy Johnson. I mean, a 7-time NASCAR winner from 2006 to 2016, 83 NASCAR victories in his career. And of those 7 titles, 5 of them were consecutive, one year after another. Remarkable career in NASCAR racing. They are getting the Aston Martin that caused this safety car out of the way. Only take a few more minutes to get that car moved, hopefully. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson, he started out in motorbikes actually when he was a real youngster, as a kid, as a 4-year-old. He was on motorbikes and then buggies and then trucks in off-road type competition, and then got himself involved into NASCAR so successfully, of course. He's competed in sports car racing as well, 24 Hours at Daytona. He's had a couple of second places finishes. He's still putting his hand out, though.
He's still, maybe he just wants to get a bit of fresh air on his hands. He's still frustrated at something, isn't he? I wish we had in radio, we could have a chat and find out his frustrations, but hopefully, well, his experience just racked off his number of victories he's had in NASCAR there. He won't funnel his frustration onto the track too much, but Dario will be able to take over very soon, Jimmy, don't worry.
You do a lot of Formula One coverage, Alice, don't you? So we're quite used to the radio coming across in our Formula One coverage, and Max Verstappen sometimes gets into a bit of trouble when people react to what he's been saying. I wonder if Jimmy had been reacting, whether we'd been hearing some interesting stuff, but it was fun to have the onboard camera and know that he's a little frustrated, but he's still very much there, as you say, and the opportunity to hand over to Dario Franchitti, with Gordon Shedden likely to be taking on the number 4 car soon. But as we've seen, there are a few cars between them. Chris Ward is going to be taking over from Gregor Fiskin, the car that's currently running 3rd. Chris has always had tremendous success here at Goodwood. So the great thing is, and Nigel Greensell, of course, is going to be taking over the 4th placed car. So we're going to have some real star drivers in the second part of this race. And yes, I know, it's a little frustrating that we're not racing right now, but I tell you what, this is building it up wonderfully, bearing in mind Jimmy's big lead early on. It's completely open now as to who's going to end up winning this race today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the safety car come in at some point. It's going very slow. Good, quick time to mention that it's a historic milestone for Goodwood Revival this weekend, because all the cars that you see driving around the track are running on sustainable fuel. So extremely historic moment for Goodwood, and historic racing has a very, very bright future. A safety car is not coming in by the looks of it this lap. Usually lights would have gone off by Labyrinth Corner, and it looks like the lights still illuminated, so we might have to follow the safety car round for potentially one more lap.
Yeah, as you say, lights are still on at the moment, so it does sound as though we're gathering that the track is pretty much clear of that car. Oh, no, lights out now. OK, and there is enough time, actually. There's a decent length of that straight still before they get down to the final double right-hander and then up to the chicane. So this car will be, the safety car will be pulling over in just a moment, and then are they all coming into the pits on the same lap? I mean, the only trouble with doing that, of course...
Oh, here we go. Pit lane. There's our signs. That's just before the pit entry. Let's see if that quickly swaps when the green flag goes out.
Yeah, but they've got to go across the green flag, haven't they? So they've got to go across the line first before the pit lane is open, I think. They won't be able to go in straight away. So I think we will get a single flying lap before anybody comes in. And, of course, for Jimmy Johnson, this might actually be worth him staying out. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Stays out.
Green flag now, and actually still saying pit lane closed, but some cars are coming in.
They will, unfortunately, that's number 4. The number 4's just come in. The Young and Shedden car has come into the pit, and you can see from our shot there, it clearly stated that the pit lane was closed. So race control are going to be pretty busy with having a look at some of these penalties potentially applied when the pit lane's closed or unable to enter. So we'll keep you updated, and we'll keep you updated with the timing screen to see if these cars that you can see on your screen and in pit lane have boxed when the pit lane is closed. And there you go, confirmation, pit lane is still closed. The steward getting radioed in there, so we'll see if next time they come round, if those signs swap around, or maybe they can hear the commentary and they're about to do it now.
I think they are about to do it, but what of course this has allowed is Jimmy Johnson to really make an escape. So the pit lane is open now. I think what might have confused people a little bit is having the green flag here. The green flag at the start line was the key thing, but seeing the green flag there might have made people think, oh, we can come into the pits now. But I'm not sure really they should have been able to do that, because it's not then fair on the race leader who wasn't allowed to. So I think there may be some penalties, as you say. So we may well be seeing Jimmy Johnson coming in this time around. Or is he going to stay out a little bit longer and just build up this advantage for a little longer before he hands over? No, he is in. He is in. OK.
So we'll ride on board, and hopefully Ed's down there to maybe grab a word with him to find out what the frustration, the fuel frustration was. Already unclipping his belts, firing it into first gear. So tight. See how tight it is. There we go. Dario is waiting to hop in. Belts fly off, door flies open, slides out of the car. No seat inserts are being used between these two drivers. The mechanic will do the belts. Trust me, with a hands device and a helmet, it's very hard to do your own belt. The rest of the drivers that haven't yet pitted are looking like they're coming in, and Oh, there's nowhere to get in there. There's nowhere to get in. The car's going to have to be pushed back. This is the Huff and Mines car, so they're losing really important time, and that's the problem. They're all desperately trying to get in, Ben. Whilst this pit lane is open, that not all the cars can fit.
Oh, that is difficult. I mean, actually, it worked well for Jimmy Johnson because, of course, he was the lead of that group to come in. The pit lane's open for a while now, and it actually means, very interestingly, we've got a Ferrari leading this race right now. It is the number 17 Ferrari that I know you like, and it's Vincent Gay who's currently leading the race because, of course, it hasn't made a pit stop, but it's so busy in the pit lane. It's
congested.
Yeah, this is causing all sorts of delays, and this is not ideal for anybody, but it's often the case when you go safety car period and then it's pit stop time. You didn't have to stop right now. There may be a few cars that have stayed out there right now up front that could leap up from where they were before the safety car period.
Certainly they can make a massive benefit. And Rob Huff, look, he can't get out. He's got to wait for the car in front of him to move forward. So him and his E-Type Jag are underway. You can see the little red light in front of him on the JAS indicating that he needs to shift up. So he's back out. Already made a move past the number 66, which is our AC Ace Rudd Speed.
Yeah, Johnny Barr leaders in. So this is the Ferrari.
Close with that door in the pit lane, Ben.
Very close. But thankfully the Ferrari is now in, and it won't be quite so busy in the pit lane, although it's still quite busy in certain areas, but they're not getting delayed to quite the same level as the ones we've been watching just now. And we'll have to see how this all works out. I think it's certainly going to suit Dario Franchitti, because Jimmy Johnson, when he came in, had a perfectly clean stop. But it's proving to be a little more difficult further down again. The number 8 car there is being slowed down a touch. That's tough. That's the Simon Hadfield and Friedrich's car just heading out. And now that Ferrari that had the lead briefly is now on its way again. So here's our current race leader, car number 11, because this has not made a pit stop as yet. So the Jack Tetley, Nick Maton E-Type is currently leading this race, being chased at the moment by the Austin Healey Mark 1, the 3000 Mark 1, which is rather fun to see it part of the battle. But of course, this is going to be a bit of a different story once the stops have been made. Nick Maton is going to be handing over to Jack Tetley pretty soon, but there's still a few more minutes. They don't have to stop straight away, do they?
No, they don't. Number 11, though, might have played perfectly into their hands. They are yet to stop. One of 2 cars yet to stop. And that's an ex-Anthony Hopkins car, the number 11 E-Type. Now, we want to find out why Jimmy Johnson was so frustrated, and Ed's found him in the pit lane.
Jimmy, you look quite frustrated there. Was everything all right under the safety car?
I've never been through a safety car here, so I was convinced that I did it wrong. When the safety car comes out in every series I've been in, you cannot pit, and I assumed that was the case, but I couldn't confirm because we don't have radios. Pit lane was quite happy with what had happened, but I had no clue what was going on. So I'm relieved to hear that I did the right thing, and the car's beautiful. Dario's in it now, and hopefully we can stay on track and have a good time here.
Cheers, Jimmy. It was a great opening step.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I thought they didn't have radios, and yet it looked like he was on the radio, so he must have been talking to himself the whole time.
We've all been there. We've been in a race car, Ben, having a natter to ourselves, but his car is now in the lead. There you go. Right on cue, Dario has taken the lead. He's 7 seconds ahead of the Young and Shedden car. Gordon Shedden at the wheel at the moment of the Jag E-Type, but we'll keep an eye on maybe there's a potential penalty. But of course, Young pitted when the sign said pit lane was closed. So Dario, he just needs to keep out of trouble, much easier said than done, and guide that Aston Martin, that beautiful Aston Martin, back home. He's going to have a handful of traffic at some point throughout the remainder of the race.
Keep an eye on the number 3 car, Nigel Greensall, as well. And actually, he's battling with Andrew Jordan. Now, those 2 cars were well up at the front, but now they're battling, trying to get past that Ferrari. But with a quicker pit stop, has ended up in front of them. That Ferrari was leading briefly, but it was well behind them before the safety car period. And now they've got to work at doing it, and they are doing so. Both of them driving down the inside, just about making it. So Andrew Jordan in the number 822, he's gone past. and so has Nigel Greensall now. Both of these have plenty of work to do, though.
Yeah, the Cobras just look so fun. They get guiding the back in all the way through into Lavant Corner. They're heading down now. The Dragon Snake, the purple Dragon Snake Cobra, does have that penalty for the jump start. Andrew Jordan in the car now under pressure from the number 3 Cobra. No, but they've got a little bit of traffic further ahead up the road. Of course, all those getting lapped are in their own race. Blue flags will be out, so you just hope they won't get hampered too much.
Yep, they've got an Aston Martin to cope with as well now, to try and find a way through, but they are both gaining time, and this time, yeah, down the inside, getting past the Simon Hatfield.
Actually, this is the position. That was for position,
It
sorry,
was.
Ben.
Yeah, it was indeed. So that's brought it up into 5th position. So this car, as you say, Gordon Shed, we're not sure whether it's going to have any kind of penalty or not because of when they made the pit stop. But he's going quickly, although actually he had fastest that last time around, but Franchini's got it back. So Dario had Franchini his fastest, but Gordon Shed is throwing himself into this, knowing that he's really got to go on the attack, but the gap is 8 seconds, and that's without any kind of penalty, so this is hard work. What a joy to watch, wow.
That's how you drive a Jaguar E-Type around this Goodwood motor circuit, and Gordon Shedden works at Knockhill, ex-touring car driver, so he knows how to pedal any type of car round fast, certainly a touring car, but I wonder if he would have been aware. He's just set the fastest last sector of anybody, by the way, so shows that was a quick way to go around the final section. I wonder if he knows that potentially they would have boxed during the pit window being closed. If he's aware of that, I'm sure he should have been.
I'm sure he's aware, but as a driver, you know what it's like, Alice. You just get on with it and do your best, don't you?
Exactly that. A little bit of traffic he's to it's got to file on pass. But it seems to like getting it sideways. It goes through the first part of the set areas. I love the inside wheel depending on the corner he goes round, bobbing and bouncing, lifting off the ground. And I'm having a look at the tyre. No, I just thought the gap might have closed ever so slightly, looking at the camera, but it hasn't. Still remains 6.5 seconds.
I have to say, it looks like a beautifully set up E-Type there. It's so well controlled. And 3rd place at the moment is another of the E-Types. This is the number 5 car. Rory Butcher is now at the wheel of that. And Rory, we heard from earlier on. Let's see what they can do. Oh, a little bit of a smoky lock-up there from Gordon Shed, but it's still going on hard.
I wouldn't want to put anything in the boot of that car, because I think it would be lost at some point. But this is Rob Huff. We're riding on board now. He is having a battle and navigating some traffic quite closely. He's much further down the order than he would have liked, so he's down in 15th place at the moment. He's battling with the Ferrari, the Van der Loft and Burma Ferrari, sneaking up, almost pushing it along the Lavant Straight. Have they got a bit of traffic in front of them, or is that all for position? I think it might be, Ben, as they head into Woodcote.
Yeah, my goodness, that pit stop. We knew that it was a slow pit stop for him, but him to be down in 15th place, as you say, that's a bit of a shocker, because this car was up front initially, lost a few places under Richard Mines, but not that many, and it's a real shame in a way that it's now not a part of the battle up front, but Rob's not going to stop enjoying himself, is he?
No, the Ferrari getting all out of shape on the exit of the chicane. Rob checking the mirrors left, checking the mirrors right, doesn't quite have the E-Type doesn't quite have the legs on the Ferrari. He's having a little look down the inside. He nibbles the inside curve. Is he going to be able to make it stick there side by side? Ben, I think he might have just got it. Yeah, great move from Rob Huff.
Gets past Yelmer Berman in the number 21 Ferrari, who's also under attack from the Aston Martin behind as well. And Josh Cook is in that. So Josh Cook is now trying to take advantage if he can find a way through, but there's no doubt that Rob Huff is absolutely flying in the number 7 E-Type as he tries to make up some of that lost ground. He is up into 13th place now, but just getting into the top 10 I'm sure he will, but that's going to take a little bit of time. There is a gap, not to the... he's already passed one that was ahead of him, but the gap to the next one, Mike Whittaker, is actually around 8 seconds, so he's got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the background, the Wilmot and Wilmot Austin Healey with the rally-style lights ablaze, sneaking up onto the back of the battle that Rob Hoff has just departed as the 822 Dragon Snake with the penalty, remember, is still trying to fight for position. It goes past the number 9, actually, that's getting lapped, the number 9. You can see the 17 in the background, the Ferrari looming, waiting, and there is the number 4, the Gordon Shedden E-Type. The gaps sort of stayed the same to the leader, 6.4 seconds it stands at the moment, so the gap sort of almost stabilised.
Yeah, I noticed that other E-Type had a flapping back as well, so it's obviously a common part of the E-Type Jaguars. But this car still going quickly, but I have to say that the laps that Dario Franchitti is doing up front are still very, very rapid, so the gap is not really changing between those two. There is Dario Franchitti. So this great relationship he and Jimmy Johnson have, they're friends, of course. They both raced hugely in America, but in different styles. 4-time IndyCar champion Dario Franchitti, and a multiple winner, 3-time winner of the Indy 500 as well, of course, and not competing professionally anymore, of course, but he is racing historically, and he's had some good results here at Goodwood already, winning the Gurney Cup with Sean Lynn and a GT40 last year, for example. Let's just see how this goes for him. It's all going extremely well for him and Jimmy Johnson at the moment. But yeah, I love watching Gordon Shedden in this car.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. It just makes it look so easy. I think we've actually had a change for the final podium spot, Ben. The number 1 Ferrari has snuck through and got past the Jag E-Type, the Rory Butcher E-Type. So that's what's showing currently on our timing screen. Now, I'm having a look here, and a penalty number has come up alongside Shedden. They're starting to pop up on our timing screen, so it looks like if you have pitted early, you will be receiving a penalty. I'm just trying to find out what penalty that is, but it's showing on the timing screen that a penalty is coming the way of Gordon Shedden.
There's been a bit of contact further back. Let's just see what happened. It was coming up into the chicane. Oh! So, yeah, thankfully, it looks like they all got away with it just as well. The Ferrari 250 GT Lusso, number 10. The Nick Padmore Cristal car, I think it's Chris actually in it at the moment. Cristal just having that little bit of connection with the number 8 Aston Martin, Simon Hadfield. So, but thankfully, all okay.
So, Ben, the young Shedden car sitting in P2, the Macari Christensen Ferrari, the Paul and Butcher Jag E-Type, they're all going to be receiving penalties. We're just awaiting the confirmation of what penalties that will be. So that's our 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars. So our podium potentially is going to be totally changed. At the moment, the Johnson and Franchitti car is pretty safe. Shedden is closing that gap by a couple of tenths on the last lap, but we're waiting to find out the penalty. But unfortunately for those, that a penalty is coming, and I'm getting told on my ear it's a 50-second time penalty.
Now that's really interesting that it's 50 seconds, because right now Nigel Greensall is the first who has not had a penalty, down in 6th place. 50 seconds would allow him to go from 6th to 2nd. So that the 50-second penalty, it's a big penalty, and it will mean that Nigel Greensall would move up into 2nd place, and it could mean that Chris Ward, who's now taken over from Gregor Fiskin, and that was a front-running car earlier on, as was the Greensall car, as driven by John Spears. They are potentially on for podium. There you are, that's the Nigel Greensall car. So currently on track, that car with Nigel driving it is 6th, but because of the penalties that we know of 4 of the cars ahead of him, means that he could well be finishing in 2nd place. I don't think he's going to be on terms with Dario Franchitti, however, but still, it could be another podium for him and John Spears like they had last night.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well, for them at least, but not for those that unfortunately are receiving those penalties for pitting when the pit window is closed, which is closed now, by the way, so no one can come in to do a pit stop change of driver. They are able to come in if they have issues what have you, but unable to come in to change drivers. This is really shaking it up.
We need to keep it a little bit of a battle as well for him and Chris Ward. Chris Ward behind him, another Cobra, going about the same pace, maybe a fraction faster. So this is where these penalties have come from, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can visibly see, it says on the right-hand side there, coming out the chicane, pit lane closed, so unable to pit, and I'm sure it would have been in the regulations as well, or a few having to take avoiding action. I'm not sure which car that was taking avoiding action there. It might have actually been the 68 Cobra that was having to avoid. So car 4, 5, 1 and 179, pit stop infringement, 50-second penalty. So the Whittaker and Godding car down in 16th is also receiving a penalty for coming in. That's another Jag E-type, so quite a large number of the Jag E-types receiving penalties.
Yeah, we've got the confirmation again, but it is definitely a 50-second penalty, as you said. So Tom Christensen, who's currently running in third place, Gordon Shedden, who we mentioned already, in second place. They've got these big penalties, and it means that Chris Ward in this number 68 Cobra, which is currently 7th on track, but a good chance to finish in third place overall here because of these 50-second penalties. So you've got a feel for Gordon Shedden, Tom Christensen, Rory Butcher and Andrew Jordan, because they're running up near the front, and yet for some reason, well, we know the reason, because making the pit stops on the wrong lap means that those penalties will be applied, and rightly so, really, because the lead car did do the right thing. It stayed out, which it had to do. Jimmy Johnson stayed out for an extra lap, then came in, and that worked perfectly because he was first in. There was no queue. It was fairly straightforward, so Dario Franchitti's making the most of that with a comfortable lead right now.
Yeah, he is just cruising along at the moment. He's got a comfortable gap, 7.2 seconds last time round. He just needs to try and bring it home. 68 Fiskin Shelby Cobra will be potentially taking second place if all continues to go well. But then you can see the inside wheel popping up as it goes through the first section of St Mary's, using a little bit of inside curve there. Then there's the number 3 AC Cobra that will also be benefiting from these penalties. It's not like now they can just sort of back off, though, is it, Ben? They still need to keep pushing, because we've got Gordon Shedden, who is setting some pretty decent lap times in amongst the traffic, and of course he can eke that gap open. We are getting an up-to-date sort of timing screens to the penalties, so we'll keep an eye on the time. So they've still got to push and hope that they get lucky with the traffic as well.
Yeah, I mean, the 50-second penalty for Gordon Shedden, as you were mentioning, and we're just looking at the race leader right now, number 46 there, the Aston Martin, beautiful Aston Martin with this tremendous heritage of Stirling Moss driving it in the past. For example, that car with Dario Franchitti with an 8-second advantage over a car with a penalty. But in terms of the car without a penalty, it's got a 47-second advantage over Nigel Greensill. If you add 50 seconds to Gordon Shedden right now, where would he end up? He would end up down in about 7th place. No, well, we'll have to check, actually. It's a bit harder to work out.
So Huff needs to try and push a little bit more. His lap time last time round was 1.2 seconds faster than Gordon Shedden, obviously, who's in amongst the traffic. So Huff needs to try and gain a little bit more time here. And then behind him, we've got the 59, the Cottingham Cook AC Cobra. So potentially, if you don't quite get the traffic right, and you're one of those getting the penalties, it's 30, well, actually, we've lost a few cars, haven't we? We're running at the moment 27 cars, a lot of cars out there going around, a lot that can also get in the way with some traffic.
Still wonderful to watch, though, as well. And there's Dario Franchitti, totally in control, as we said, doing consistent lap times. His last was a 129.5. And yes, Gordon Shedden was a fraction faster. He did a 128.9. Well, difference of 0.6. And we know that Gordon Shedden, with that 50-second penalty, is obviously not now going to be into the fight for a podium finish here, by the looks of things. He would need to be much further ahead of a number of other vehicles, of course. So we'll just have to wait and see how this all works out. Interestingly, Chris Ward is 53 seconds behind race leader Dario Franchitti. but still the gap is less than 50 seconds between Shedden and Ward. I wonder if that might become quite close before the end. Look at Dario, the way he's sliding this Aston Martin around. Beautiful.
Yeah, really at home with the Aston Martin. Bringing it, he'll be counting down the time, having a look, really enjoying himself. Goodwood is an event that he really enjoys it. You see him at the members meeting, Festival of Speed going up the hill as well. So Goodwood certainly very close to his heart, and so is this Aston Martin that he's dancing so beautifully round turn 1, heading now.
Oh my goodness, that's one of the Corvettes that's hit the wall very hard, and that may well be a red flag. We'll have to wait and see, but you're just looking at the moment at Tom Christensen going over the line. Yeah, it is red flag, pit window closed, red flag. Race has effectively come to a halt, and that means that the race has been won by, because they will not restart now. There's only a minute and a quarter to go. So the race has been won by Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, and I think that second place will have gone to John Spears and Nigel Greensall, with third going to Chris Ward and Gregor Fiskin. That looks the way that it probably is, and a dominant victory for the Aston Martin. You're looking at their LGL 400. He's very aware of the red flags, but he's also beginning to celebrate, know that he has taken victory, and our driver is safely out of the car. Thank goodness for that, because it was a big hit against the tyre barrier. And
there was a brake issue, because that came in very hot, but so good to see that the driver is okay, walking away. We're trying to just work out what car. I wonder if it was the 95, possibly Ben, that went off. But so good to see the driver is out. So actually, in my ear, it's the number 20 that went off. The Chevrolet Corvette, the James and Letts car.
Yeah, Peter James and Alan Letts, that's the car they've been sharing. There it is, and we're having a look at it, and it's certainly damaged the front end. Let's take a look, Alice, what happened here. Oh, just, a touch on the, oh my goodness. Did he take any other cars at all? No. Oh, that could have taken out a couple of other cars.
The brakes are, so it looks like the front wheels were locked up, so not an issue with the front right brake. Let's have a little look. It's just a misjudge of the braking point. I mean, the closing speed's quite high. The grass is still wet, so got on the grass, opted to, I mean, that's a good slot to go through. So thankful not to take any cars. The tyre barrier doing its job, and you can see the crowd eagerly waiting, and a round of applause. And that Chevrolet, strong, sturdy car has done its stuff. But we've got our race winner. And looking at the final podium places, the Spears and Greensall AC Cobra takes second place. And the Hartley Junior and Jordan AC Dragon Snake, they had a penalty for a jump start. They'll be taking third place.
Absolutely right. Well spotted. And yeah, that's amazing that they got that third place in the end, but only very by a tiny margin. But you're absolutely right, because we've seen the penalties added in. So actually, well done to Andrew Jordan, who's done a fantastic job to make up the 50-second gap to get third place. But well done to Dario Franchitti and to Jimmy Johnson, two superstar racers in America. It, of course, Dario from Scotland, but very much a motorsport fan. He loves historic racing. He loves all the history of motorsport. A fantastic Jim Clark fan and Lotus fan, and he's got a wonderful history of motorsport himself, with the success in Indy cars. We're just seeing another penalty being added on.
46.
Oh, now that's interesting. You're just pointing out a 10-second penalty for our race leader, but actually that won't affect him, will it?
No, that doesn't affect him. It's only a 10-second penalty for driver change or pit window infringement. So maybe at a minimum pit stop time, they were potentially under that. Just having a look where Rob Huff ended up. That was our pole sitter car, the Jag E-Type. Just wasn't close enough to pip Gordon Shedden for fifth place. But we can see all the cars lined up in Parc Fermé. But they're very happy. I'm sure Dario Franchitti, we saw him giving hugs to the team there. Jimmy Johnson, he'll be happy and relieved that he made the correct decision with the safety car.
Well, It's certainly a remarkable victory. Even with a penalty by the looks of things, the victory has gone to Dario Franchitti and Jimmy Johnson, and Ed is with them.
Well, the stewards are going to have a field day after that. I mean, what a busy race. Jimmy, I know you've won a few things in your time, but you are now a Goodwood winner.
This is very special. I get a cigar too. That's great. What an honor. This has just been an event that I don't want to miss. I've always dreamed of coming here and competing. My time in the States was quite busy, and I was finally able to come in 22, and it is such an incredible race. Big thanks and credit to this team. I kind of scratched the back of it yesterday in the rain, and they've been able to fix the car and get it back on track. Of course, Dario, just been such a long-time close friend, and to be able to share a car with him and to share a win together, it's going to be a fun night.
It certainly will be. Well done. I'm going to go and find Dario now. Dario seems to have run off. We've got Marino here, his brother. Dario, he called you the amateur pair, a part of the pair, earlier in the weekend. I mean, you're not bad for a number 2 driver, are you?
Have you seen some of my escapades here? Of course I'm the amateur. No, that was wonderful. It was so much fun to share a car with Jimmy. The car was obviously really, really quick. And I got to say thank you to the RS Williams boys, because someone put a dent in it last night that wasn't me, and they fixed it. And oh man, that was so much fun, just drifting it round and lighting up the rear tyres and having fun.
I think I worked out it's 19 years since your last win here. Can we not leave it so long till the next one?
Yeah, Revival. When was the members? Was the GT40? But that was
2005.
Yeah, and there was the members a couple of years ago. But that, yeah, Revival. It was my first race here. Yeah. So it's been a while. So yeah, that was fun though. Thanks, Ed.
Well done, mate. Top drive. I think we've got the second place and third place cars here. It is slightly chaotic because there's been a little bit of confusion. So that is Nigel Greenswell over there, Tom Christensen. So we've got Nigel who's just pulled in over there. Yeah, and they finished second. We've got the Andrew Jordan car here and Tom Hartley, here's Andrew who finished third. So we're going to go with that for now. Andrew, I mean, I think probably, did you know you had a 10-second penalty when you went out?
Yeah, it was a good start though. It's marginal, but first time here he's on the podium. Really proud of him. But yeah, it was a full-on race. There was obviously big traffic jams in the pit lane, and I had Nigel in the Red Cobra and James, which some nice moves around the outside into Woodcar. I knew I had to do them early, so yeah, brilliant. Really happy for him.
Cracking effort. Tom, Andrew told me in the assembly area that you never driven on historic tyres.
I've done one race in the car before, so this is my second race and my first ever race at Goodwood, so I'm over the moon. But Andrew, what a fantastic co-pilot. I can't have a better one on the grid, I don't think.
No, well, it was a fantastic drive. Well done.
I didn't realise I jumped the start, but I'm so pleased that it didn't cost us the podium.
By a whisker. Right, let's find second place now. I can see Nigel. John won't be far away. There's John. John, they're going to start saying that I'm being a sort of your favourite because you're here all the time. What a fantastic drive.
Yeah, it's a shame about the safety car. I think that disrupted things a bit, but car was so much fun to drive. Very different from the McLaren, obviously, but yeah. I mean, what a privilege. The whole thing's becoming a bit of a dream, to be honest. This yesterday I thought was one of the best days I've had in motorsport, and today is looking like it's even better.
It's a cracking effort. Well done, John. Let's catch Nigel. Nigel, did you have any idea what was going on at the end there?
Do I ever? I just get in and drive the wheels off the thing and then find out what happened afterwards. And it was like really bizarre because Nicky was coming running up. No, you got P2. And I'm like, how did that happen? So is the guy okay that had the incident?
Yeah, you got out. He's fine.
So because that's the main thing. At the end of a race, we all want to be happy and safe and have enjoyed it. But yeah, it was a bit of a wild race, that one. Yeah, I sat in the pit lane for a little while. Could have made myself a cup of tea. But after that, it was just go flat out. Had nice dice with Andrew and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. So yeah, all credit to John because he drove a phenomenal stint, didn't he? Coming through from fourth on the grid to lead the race early on. And battling with Jimmy as well. I mean, it's what a privilege to be on the track with these guys.
It was fantastic. Well done, Nigel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, lovely to hear from the drivers, and that was certainly quite an adventurous race in the end. And even with a 10-second penalty, it was a very dominant victory for Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, with John Spears getting another second place this weekend. So his second place, combined with Nigel Greenswell as he did in the Sussex Trophy last night. And then Tom Hartley and Andrew Jordan getting that 3rd place. They were a bit surprised, but they got it. Fiskin and Ward finished in 4th place. Shedden dropping down to 5th with that penalty as well. And Rob Huff, of course, missing out somewhat too, down in 6th place in the end. Top 10 completed by another Aston Martin. So 1st and 10th, the Aston Martin DB4 GTs. Josh Cook and Alex Thistlethwaite took that 10th position. Outside the top 10, we had another mix of machinery. A lot of them had penalties, of course, and the Christensen Ferrari 250 GT, that was another one that had been penalised and pushed down the order somewhat. Emanuele Pirot and Hugenholtz, they finished in 15th place in their Ferrari, and another Aston Martin DB4 GT, the Alexander family, finished down in 20th place with that one. And then down to the lower end, there were a few cars that did not make it to the end of the race, so there were a few non-finishes, and sadly Molam and McFadden were one of those with the AC Ace. Rudspeed dropping out towards the end, but yeah, no, fantastic performances all round and very entertaining to watch. So let's just look at some of the highlights. And of course, when the cars were lined up on the grid, there was a slight jump start that was penalised for Tom Hartley. It was only, he didn't really gain a lot of advantage, although he did have the initial lead, as we saw. 1 or 2 cars ending up running wide, but generally it was all pretty clean, wasn't it?
Yeah, they kept it all nice and tidy, and this was the move from Jimmy Johnson. He was sending it around the outside into Woodcote Corner, just had 1 car then left between him. Remember, he started all the way down in 9th place, but the E-Type carried on the battle with a handful of the AC Cobras, and that was the eventual car that would get a penalty from going into the pits a lap early, and battles continued, a few doors being rubbed there heading into turn 1.
Yeah, it was pretty tight, some of the racing that was going on, but mostly clean, as we saw. And it was lovely to see that Andrew Jordan, we saw the instant that, of course, led towards the safety car, and it also led to Jimmy Johnson's frustration. And we thought, he must have a radio, he's doing so much talking in the car. But no, he was just talking to himself. And finally, they didn't get a penalty. Ironically, Jimmy might have seemed upset, but actually they got it perfectly right, because he didn't stop at the wrong time. They did although they might have been a little quick through the pits, because they did get a 10-second penalty, but it was nothing to really hurt them because they had such a big advantage. Battles further back for those that lost time in the pits and trying to make it back up. That Ferrari number 17 had led briefly. Gordon Shedden was doing some amazing work, but unfortunately with the penalty that dropped him down the order out of the top 3 in the end.
Yes, it did. The 68, the Fiskin just missing out on the penalty, and here's what brought out the red flag. The Chevrolet heading into the barriers. Thankfully, everyone involved was okay, and all those cars escaping any other damage as siding through the gap there. But all drivers was okay. But it was this Aston Martin, driven by Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, that sailed on to victory with a nice 37 gap margin.
to hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well, what a way to end this fantastic day of racing here at Goodwood Revival with the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. The podium is still happening behind us. They're about to leave the line, but it's been brilliant to see these glorious... How good is that? That is incredible. I mean, we're lucky to be standing here right at the line to see these burnouts and the celebrations that are happening, but it has been glorious to see these GTs bring in the nighttime for us. And even though they're doing all these burnouts, and we've got to remember that these incredible machines are running on sustainable fuel, yet they're still giving us all the same sounds, smells and competitive action that we've always been used to. The event is doing an incredible job. Now, David and I have enjoyed watching all the racing action from down here at the start-finish line, but we have once again been joined by Imi and Harry. Thanks for joining us, guys, and I'm very excited to hear about what you guys have been up to today and what's been your highlights of the day. Have you been to places that we've not been to? Imi, I know you mentioned that you were going to go dancing earlier, so please tell me that you've done that, because I was very jealous about that.
I did go dancing, and that was originally my highlight of the day, but I have to say that right there, with the sound of those engines right behind us and the smells of motor racing, that's probably my highlight right now. However, the Lindy Hop is something that I've tried to pick up today, because see me, oh my goodness, who wants to see footage of themselves dancing? But here we go. As soon as you entered this Lindy Hop area, it was by the beach bar, by the tiki place, you are sort of injected with this Lindy Hop fever. And that's Mark. I had Ellie as well teaching me. I was stepping on everyone's toes, obviously, but we can't see my fancy footwork right now. And you can see the joy on everyone's face. It was so much fun. Wearing the right swishy dress to enjoy the twirls and so on. So yes, the Lindy Hop, it might be my next phase going into Christmas, because as you can see, I mean, what a fun time that was.
Yeah, I have to say that does look like a lot of fun. I am a little bit jealous of that one. Thanks, Imi. And Harry, you have once again been in the commentary box, keeping a close eye on all the racing action. So talk to us about what's impressed you today.
Absolutely, I've been up in the box also doing the Lindy Hop, although thankfully that wasn't captured on camera. I mean, I think we've been treated to so much good racing. I know you can just say that, but I think we have been treated to it today. Luckily, the weather held out for most of it as well, a couple of pockets of rain. But I want to go back towards the start of the day, actually, and the Fordwater Trophy, which is something I absolutely loved. One of the first races to wake us all up in the morning. Sports GT cars from 1955 through till 1960, and it was this battle here, the lead battle, nip and tuck, all the way through between the Austin Healey of Tim Crichton, that's the cream car, and then the XK 150 of Mark Gordon, who were just relentless. The XK was able to power down the straights, but then Tim Crichton through the corners just kept coming back at him, and in the end we were kind of a little bit robbed, because we got a red flag and took it back a lap as well. So it kind of robbed Tim Crichton of the win, because he had managed to get through to take the lead. But in the end, either way, both were exhausted at the end of it. So was I, because it was one of the best races I've commentated on in a while.
Yeah, I can tell, and I love how you chat through those little clips for us there. It's like a bit of we're experiencing it firsthand, his commentary action, isn't it? No, that's brilliant, Harry. Thank you so much. And David, like I say, we've been watching from down here. We've seen a few things. What have you enjoyed today?
Well, I have to agree with Harry. My excitement's for the racing, that race just there. But I'm always a big fan, and as are the fans of the St Mary's. And the Part 1 today is just delivered as it always does. It's that David and Goliath battles all up and down the grid, the big cars, the little cars. It's very weather dependent. But the big factor in this race was Romain Dumas, fast in anything he comes to Goodwood in. He was in the Ford Galaxy. He started at the back because he couldn't qualify yesterday. It was a question of he was going to get through the field at some point, but how far was he going to get? He battled all the way through and managed to get to the 3rd place, just made the podium. I reckon a couple of more laps he could have even done anything else. Jake Hill, fantastic to watch in that Plymouth Barracuda, getting some crazy angles in the car. It was just such an exciting race. So we had the big cars, and then right at the front, Frank Stippler in that gorgeous Alfa Romeo. He took the win, but you know, there was something to watch at every point. And the St Mary, it just always delivers, and I just really enjoyed that race. I was looking forward to it, and it delivered yet again.
The racing doesn't get much closer than that, does it?
No.
Yeah.
But Grace, I have to ask, what was your highlight of the day?
Well, for me, I'm going to pick one of the tributes from today, which was the John Surtees tribute. Now, we were in the assembly area, weren't we? And we saw some of those absolutely glorious machines that John Surtees rode and drove. So here we can see Agostini taking round his MV Augusta 500, the one that he won his World Championship on. And actually, I had the opportunity to sit on that bike earlier, which I was very giddy about. Got a few photos, which is really cool. But for me as well, someone who's used to riding much more modern bikes, to get a feel of that bike and compare it to what I'm used to riding, it just transports you back to what it must have been like back in the day. And to think what John Surtees achieved with World Championships on both 2 wheels and 4 wheels still blows my mind when I think about it. So for me, that has to be a highlight of my day, that I got to sit on one of his World Championship bikes. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Pretty cool.
So we will see that tribute happen again tomorrow, along with our Jaguar XK engine celebration. And we will be starting the day once again with the Myers Manx Beach Buggy tribute. That will be happening at 9 a.m, followed by race 9, the Earl of March Trophy at 9:35 a.m, the Richmond and Gordon trophies at 10:30, and then we'll see the children take to the line once again for the Part 2 of the Settrington Cup at 11:20. That Jaguar XK engine parade will be at 10 to 12, and then we'll see the motorbikes go off once again for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy Part 2 at 12:20.
And then taking us into the afternoon, we have that huge D-Day celebration. We'll be seeing a lot of the machinery from that D-Day operation for the 80th anniversary at 1:30. The big race, 2:30, is the RAC TT celebration, followed by the Glover Trophy at 3:35. And then we have another track parade, which is a tribute to John Surtees, coming up at 4:40. We've then got St Mary's Part 2 coming up at 5:10, and then to see us off and finish the racing for Revival 2024 will be the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at 6 p.m.
It's exciting that we get to do this all over again tomorrow. Do you fancy coming along, guys?
Yep, alarm's already set.
Love it. And I hope your alarm is set as well. We will be going live from right here at Goodwood Motor Circuit at 8:45. So make sure you join us then, and we'll see you tomorrow.